Chapter 1. I was reborn from the war of the twin gods. Void. Boom. A magnificent divine might descended alongside the dawn of divinity, as silhouettes flitted across the sky, casually unleashing waves of divine power. This realm belonged solely to the gods, an absolute domain where no mortal could dare to tread. The brilliance of the sun, the malevolence of the Rakshasa, the vastness of the ocean, and the overwhelming killing intent of the Asura. The clash of deities seemed to tilt the very fabric of the world, sending it into a tremor. Kill. The battle cries resounded from the ground, where blood and ashes were obscured beneath the dazzling light of soul techniques. In the center of the plain stood a city exuding an aura of deathly stillness. Jialing Pass, the most significant fortress breached by the Spirit Empire against the Heaven Do Empire. This war, initiated by the Spirit Empire, had reached a point where the roles of attacker and defender had seemingly reversed, awaiting the outcome of the divine battle in the heavens to seal their fates. Roar! A white tiger, radiating an unparalleled ferocity, leapt over the city walls, decimating the surrounding defenders. Its gaze swept across the area. Merely the pressure it exerted made countless soul masters of weaker power quail in fear. Their fighting spirit utterly extinguished the morale of the troops, already battered, had now been completely shattered. No one could stand against the legendary Shrek 7 from the Continental Academy, with their unique talents and serendipity. They had overturned centuries of accumulation and heritage from the Spirit Hall in just a few short years. One could not help but lament the absurdity of this world. Cough, cough. In a corner of the city wall, a pale-faced young man in white wore an expression tinged with bitterness and unwillingness. Leaning weakly against the wall, he glanced upward, faintly perceiving the rampaging white tiger and the relentless tide of divine power raining down from the sky. In the palm of his right hand was a wound that was not overly exaggerated, yet this very injury, having been tainted by a hint of the Bailin Snake Emperor's venom, had transformed into a life-threatening affliction. With his peak cultivation as a soul emperor, he had only managed to endure for a single day. Is this what it means to transmigrate just to bolster those fellows? Had I known, I wouldn't have practiced at all, TSK. Upon introspecting his mental energy, he discovered that his internal organs were gradually decaying, corroded into putrid flesh by the terrifying toxin. Meng Ye forced a bitter smile. Unless divine assistance intervened, he was truly doomed. Recalling his arrival in this world, although devoid of system, he had still believed that through his own efforts and precognition, he could achieve a successful reversal. Reality had proven him gravely mistaken, utterly so. Each step was taken with utmost caution, meticulously calculated, yet he still could not evade the mockery of fate. Wishing for stability, he chose to cling to the leg of Shrek Academy, only to be rejected due to his lack of talent. Entering an ordinary academy, he soon realized he could not even acquire a century-old first soul ring. Joining the Spirit Hall brought slight improvement through accumulation and effort. He eventually earned recognition, but merely as a supporting character for the three of the Golden Generation. Having traversed a path fraught with hardships, the friends he had made departed one by one, and the lover he cherished eventually vanished without a trace. And now, he too was on the brink of death. Well, let's just consider it a dream, then I wonder if I can wake from it. The sensation of weakness and despair led Meng Ye to close his eyes, no longer wishing to behold this world. Thud thud. Yet, despite his will having accepted the hand of fate, the instinct of life compelled his body to strive to mobilize the soul power within. His heart beat twice, as if pitying this Suntarat corpse. The stagnant soul power within him, under this surge of energy, silently broke through its bottleneck. However, it still changed nothing. Even a soul sage could not withstand the Bailin Snake Emperor's venom, and Meng Ye did not open his eyes. No, he could no longer open his eyes. In this fleeting moment, as he completely relinquished his resistance, spots of toxin-corroded skin appeared on his surface, and his long hair gradually turned gray. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to Soul Sage system activation successful. Ah, how could this dying illusion be this? His parched lips moved a few times, but accompanied by the onset of Bailin snake poison, his body now resembled that of a mummified corpse. He could hardly emit a complete syllable. Yet ultimately, he managed to utter three faint murmurs, which roughly conveyed, CNM, the protagonist has perished. Detecting that the host's soul had not yet extinguished, the system would reconstruct the host's physical body 2100. Reconstruction complete. Detecting an error in the timeline, commencing timeline correction. Void. It was as if a flamboyant and perverse roar echoed through the heavens, causing all things in the world to fall into a state of stillness. The sky, the land, the ocean, the space, and time itself. At this moment, the entire universe descended into silence, save for a body enveloped by an invisible law, lingering upon the river of time. Subsequently, this body began to swim upstream against the current of time. Everything around began to reverse the shattered earth, the surging waves, the blinding divine light. Everything commenced its reversal before this great force. No life could shake the power of time, not even the gods. In the year 2637 of the Douluo calendar, along the eastern coast of the Heaven-Do Empire, within the territory of the Salakal Duchy, as a duchy with a high degree of autonomy, even possessing independent laws, it was nominally still part of the Heaven-Do Empire, yet in reality, it could be considered semi-independent, just a name away from true independence. In the capital of Salakal stood a spirit hall, the official institution of the Soul Master community, with branches established in major cities. Depending on their tier, it could also be seen as a symbol of the city's prosperity. Another symbol was the Grand Soul Arena. Buzz. It awakened. My heavens. What spirit is this? Hey, little brother, wait up. Don't leave yet. We haven't tested your soul power. The spirit hall needs talents like you. A small figure dashed out from the spirit hall, then fled towards the outskirts of the city without a backward glance. His mind was a whirl, barely grasping his current predicament, yet Meng Ye did not wish to ponder too much at that moment. He had returned, he had truly come back to this day. Ha 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 ha. Allowing the wild wind to billow his coarse cloth garments, the rebellious light reignited in his eyes. Filled with boundless fighting spirit and hope, he rediscovered the feeling he once had. Having shed that decaying shell, Meng Ye now felt an unprecedented lightness and exhilaration. He ran freely across a patch of grass, unrestrained, relishing the sunlight and the gentle breeze caressing his face, venting the frustrations and discontent within. Finally, satisfied, he lay upon the grass as a passing rabbit scurried by. Oh, what a relief! He bellowed, expelling the last remnants of stagnant air from his lungs. Host, please remain calm while this system may be invincible. You're no at least, not yet. Invincible? Then you might as well explain why you just appeared now. With a youthful face bearing a hint of unwarranted weariness and tranquility, he had already experienced 2 lifetimes. His first life was as mundane as a tranquil stream, dying without incident. Nothing to speak of it was the life of an ordinary individual. In his second life, he was fortunate though not grandiose. He had discovered the meaning of life and sacrificed everything for his youth, his talent, even his life. There were some regrets, yet none insurmountable. The system refused to answer this question. Evidently, the system was not all-powerful, and Meng Ye did not expect it to be omniscient and omnipotent. He was already quite content to have been granted a second chance at life. At the very least, it was not too late. Chapter 2. The system malfunctioned. Currently, some functions of the system remain locked. The reconstruction of the host's body and talents, as well as the resetting of the timeline, consumes a substantial amount of energy, necessitating a state of dormancy. Speak plainly, Meng Ye lay on the grass, unwilling to rise. Long-standing fatigue and repression had left him feeling as though, despite having lived only around 20 years in both previous lives, his mentality had surpassed that of someone in their 50s. The age of his psyche and soul was influenced by the age of his body. In simpler terms, his physical condition in his last life likely had already surpassed 50. Even if he hadn't perished in the War of the Twin Gods, he probably wouldn't have lived beyond 50. The system could assist the host to this extent. The path ahead would rely on him to forge his own destiny. Good luck. Meng Ye fell silent for a moment before ultimately asking, are you truly a system? Shouldn't you be all-powerful? Host, do you understand the amount of energy required to reverse time and causality? He shook his head in confusion. Most likely, it must be a great deal. If converted into energy, it would require the equivalent of 50 divine kings' sacrifices or the extinction of 10 creation gods at the edge of the void, merely to reverse the entire world's time and causality by a second. So how long will you need to remain dormant? The system's response echoed in his mind. 50 divine kings. It had to be a jest, right? However, considering the untouchable nature of time and causality, even imagining a fraction of its power was an arduous task. He understood that what the system had said was likely no jest. According to the current world's timeline, approximately 63 million years. Just say it directly. What conditions must be met to reactivate? Meng Ye rubbed his temples. 60 million years by then. Even if he became a god, he would not live to see that day. The gods might claim to be immortal, yet in reality, it was impossible for them to match the lifespan of the universe. Sacrifice requires the host to offer an energy of high purity to the system, since the system originates from a higher dimension. It necessitates contact with the essence of this world thus. The host need only sacrifice a single being of primal essence. For instance, what is a being of primal essence? Meng Ye was utterly perplexed. Deities, such as the God King or the Creator God, would suffice. Well, now I understand. Yet this only added to my headache. It would have been better not to say anything. Are ordinary deities insufficient? As soon as the words left his mouth, Meng Ye nearly choked on his own query. Even the most mediocre deity is still a deity. Though he had been reborn, the notion of slaying a god was indeed far-fetched. No matter. The system has already reshaped the host's body and talents. It implores the host to strive to secure a sacrifice from a god. King, the system shall not disappoint the host. The countdown to dormancy commenced. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, Meng Ye fixed his gaze upon the clouds in the sky, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy. It was only at this moment that he fully processed and organized his current predicament. First and foremost, he had indeed been reborn, and the system had manifested. However, it seemed that not much had changed. In his previous life, had it not been for certain circumstances, he might have truly validated Yu Xiaojing's renowned theory that there are no waste martial souls. With an innate soul power of level 5, he never entered Shrek Academy, yet managed to ascend step by step from the depths of the martial soul hall, even surpassing the Shrek's 7 monsters in cultivation for a time. Yet, fate had other plans, and a sudden twist of events shattered his life. A gentle breeze swept by, and familiar figures in his mind appeared to gradually merge with the clouds above. After more than 10 minutes, Meng Ye rose and returned to the city of Douluo, deep in thought as he walked with his head bowed. He murmured to himself, "Dual martial souls, my talent is indeed vastly improved compared to before, and this martial soul is... I found it, right here." Before he could finish contemplating, several figures clad in martial soul hall uniforms approached briskly, most appearing to be middle-aged, with one notably older man trailing behind. Judging by the badge on his chest, the individual was a soul emperor. According to the standards of the martial soul hall, only a soul emperor could preside over the main hall. "Child, we have finally located you." Meng Ye actually recognized the individual, yet the latter was unlikely to know him at present. He gazed at the elder with a look of confusion. The surrounding individuals, however, looked at him with eager anticipation, as if they were beholding a rare treasure. They encircled him, fearful that he might flee. "Child, there is no need to be afraid. We are from the martial soul hall, and I wish to invite you to join us, nurturing you into a powerful soul master." The elder's demeanor was kindly despite the gray at his temples and the wrinkles on his face. His eyes sparkled with vitality. "Very well. I shall join the martial soul hall." Meng Ye did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. This elder had a good relationship with him in his previous life. No, perhaps he could be considered his guiding light. Without the system, Meng Ye realized that the web novels he had once indulged in were merely worthless scraps of paper in the face of reality, hardly fit for wiping himself. This had led him down many winding paths in his previous life. It was the elder before him who had pointed him in the right direction, allowing him to become a true theoretical master, rather than the sort of fanciful theorist that Yu Xiaojing represented. Regrettably, he had yet to seize the opportunity to showcase his brilliance before war erupted, leaving everything unresolved. "Excellent. I shall ensure you become the finest soul master." The elder, though somewhat puzzled, nodded in agreement. The others from the martial soul hall were also taken aback, for Meng Ye's earlier reckless departure had startled them. To unleash such powerful soul power upon awakening one's martial soul was practically unheard of. Though his soul power had yet to be tested, it had already drawn the attention of the elder presiding over the martial soul hall, who hastily pursued him. "I am called Lei Xingyang, come with me." True to his name, Lei Xingyang was a man of integrity, earning him the moniker of Old Lightning Monster. Most referred to him as the Hall Master or a high-ranking member of the martial soul hall. He did not mind. Though his long robe obscured his physique, beneath it lay the form of a muscular behemoth. Meng Ye was among the few who knew that Lei Xingyang was not merely a soul emperor, but a soul sage. The martial soul hall's mobilization of so many personnel naturally attracted attention, though most merely came to observe. Amidst the crowd, a fleeting figure cast a curious glance at Meng Ye before swiftly departing without lingering. Upon entering the martial soul hall, Meng Ye, under Lei Xingyang's guidance, arrived at his new residence, a secluded courtyard. "That vacant room will suffice for your stay. I almost forgot to test your soul power, although Sun Hao mentioned your exceptional talent. We must still conduct the test." As Lei Xingyang spoke, he drew a gleaming object from his waist, revealing a crystal ball designed for testing soul power. He presented it to Meng Ye, instructing, "Place your hand upon it, fear, not having brought you back. I shall certainly honor my word." Nodding in agreement. Meng Ye placed his hand upon the orb. He was acutely aware that the elder before him would never wish him harm. Moreover, the elder's words were not mere platitudes having spoken them. He would undoubtedly strive to nurture Meng Ye, regardless of his innate talent. Buzz! A brilliant surge of soul power erupted skyward, swiftly permeating the surrounding space, and the overwhelming energy caused even Lei Zhengyang's gaze to shift in astonishment. This is actually? Stammering in disbelief. He had never encountered such a phenomenon, yet the exhilaration in his eyes betrayed his familiarity with the situation. Chapter 3. The First Soul Ring, Thunder Beast. An exceptional martial soul. An absolutely extraordinary martial soul. Lei Zhengyang confidently affirmed Meng Ye's talent, his eyes brimming with fervor as he gazed at Meng Ye, who seemed to radiate light. His martial soul was the embodiment of self, his true self. To call it the strongest, innate martial soul would not be an exaggeration. Moreover, perhaps due to the system's reconstitution of his body, the potential of this physique differed from that of an average soul master. His innate soul power seemed to overflow. Old Lei, what constitutes an exceptional martial soul? Meng Ye feigned ignorance, echoing the question he had posed to Lei Zhengyang upon their first meeting, when he had held a dismissive and arrogant view of this world. Though he inquired, his tone carried a hint of jest. This time, however, he already knew the answer, yet approached the question with a sincere desire to learn. Top-tier martial souls, let me explain. Within the realm of soul masters, martial souls are generally categorized into 3 tiers, further divided into weapon and beast martial souls. Weapon martial souls manifest in the form of objects, while beast martial souls are represented through embodiment. For now, this understanding should suffice. Lei Zhengyang clearly possessed extensive knowledge of martial souls, along with unique insights. In Meng Ye's view, although Lei Zhengyang's fame was not prominent, his comprehension of martial souls was unparalleled. It is no exaggeration to assert that it surpasses Yu Shaojing by several folds. Observing Meng Ye's earnest demeanor as he listened intently, Lei Zhengyang subtly nodded and continued. The quality of martial souls varies. Firstly, there are the worthless martial souls, characterized by their exceedingly low innate soul power, rendering it nearly impossible for their bearers to become soul masters. Next, we have the ordinary martial souls, which possess commendable qualities and can indeed lead one to become a soul master. Finally, there are the top-tier martial souls, which include those with formidable innate soul power and exceptionally powerful attributes, such as those endowed with inherent prowess. But what are the exceptions? Meng Ye inquired, his gaze still imbued with curiosity directed at the elder. Pleased, Lei Zhengyang stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, I contend that martial souls cannot be so simplistically categorized. While not numbering in the millions, the thousands of martial souls currently discovered certainly warrant a more nuanced classification. Moreover, the distinction between weapon souls and beast souls is insufficiently comprehensive, for numerous martial souls fall outside these categories, including your own. Lei Zhengyang cast a deep, contemplative glance at Meng Ye. History indeed reveals itself to be astonishingly similar, Meng Ye mused to himself. In his previous life, Meng Ye also possessed a body-type martial soul, though it was far weaker than his current incarnation. One might say Lei Zhengyang laid the foundation for him to catch up with, and even surpass, the Shrek 7 monsters. Starting from an ordinary body-type martial soul with merely 5 levels of innate soul power. If not for that accursed sea god's inheritance and a series of unforeseen events, he could very well have surpassed Tang San. Back then, Lei Zhengyang had also recognized his body-type martial soul at a glance and unreservedly shared his research and insights with him. Though separated by decades, the two became both mentor and friend. For a long time, Lei Zhengyang served as Meng Ye's guiding light. Your martial soul is quite unique, neither tool nor beast. Moreover, I prefer to divide talent into 2 aspects. Stroking his beard with a gleam in his eyes, Lei Zhengyang declared, martial soul and soul master. The core of Lei Zhengyang's lifelong research was distilled into this remarkably simple yet profound statement, just as he had done in the past. Lei Zhengyang was neither a formidable soul master nor a theoretical master, at least not the kind who indulged in baseless speculation. He spent his entire life proving his thesis through practice. Whether a martial soul is powerful is but one factor. In my view, what matters more is whether the soul master can fully harness its strength and whether the soul master themselves possesses sufficient prowess. Oh, I've rambled on a bit. Age does take its toll. Noticing Meng Ye's silence, Lei Jingong realized that speaking so much to a child was rather pointless. With a shift in tone, he said, "Come with me. I'll show you around." Meng Ye followed closely behind. Unbeknownst to him, he had not only comprehended the words spoken but had also traversed a considerable distance along the path indicated. In the ensuing days, Meng Ye and Lei Jingong enjoyed a harmonious rapport, gradually earning each other's trust. A week later, in the Duchy of Saliker, within the Twilight Forest. Due to its coastal location, it was situated quite a distance from the central starry forest of the continent. Thus, the best choice for acquiring soul rings lay within this very forest. Of course, another option existed, venturing out to sea. Meng Ye merely sought his first soul ring. Thus there was no need for elaborate preparations as he followed Lei Jingong to this place. Hiss. Poisonous insects, scorpions, snakes, and centipedes lurked among the branches, their presence ubiquitous. The air carried a faint musty odor, mingled with a thin mist, not the morning dew, but rather the noxious miasma of the forest. Naturally fermented gases, laden with toxins, permeated the surroundings, while swarms of hidden insects lay in wait, ready to strike. "Xiaoyi, take this. Do you remember the details of the soul hunt?" Lei Jingong handed Meng Ye a dagger. "Amen." Meng Ye nodded in response. Both wore dampened cloth masks to prevent inhaling excessive miasma and succumbing to poisoning. To guard against mishaps, Lei Jingong had also brought antidote pills, ensuring thorough preparation. After several more hours of travel, Meng Ye and Lei Jingong finally located their target, a century-level soul beast. A black-scaled creature lay slumbering beneath a tree, its body adorned with faint blue streaks resembling flickering flames, lending it an otherworldly aura. Its elongated ears twitched slightly as it raised its head to survey its surroundings. After a brief inspection, it settled back down, seemingly detecting no anomalies. Thunder Beast, a top-tier century-level soul beast. However, this one is 800 years old. "Xiaoyi, are you truly confident?" Behind a nearby tree, two figures suppressed their breathing to near imperceptibility. Lei Jingong lowered his voice, compressing his words into a thread-like whisper directed at Meng Ye. "Amen." Meng Ye responded in kind, nodding slightly. Though surprised that Meng Ye could also employ sound-threading techniques, Lei Jingong wasted no time. The Thunder Beast's acute hearing left no room for hesitation. Any delay could render their efforts futile. A surge of soul power erupted, manifesting in a dazzling array of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings, a testament to the formidable might of a soul sage. Lei Jingong's martial soul was a radiant golden tiger. Upon soul fusion, his form transformed into a colossal half-man, half-beast towering over 5 meters tall. An ordinary soul master would typically require either a martial soul avatar or a massive martial soul, like the diamond mammoth, to achieve such stature. "Be careful." Boom. The moment the warning left his lips, Lei Jingong's soul-infused figure vanished, leaving behind only a terrifying afterimage. A violent ripple of soul power expanded outward like a shockwave, stirring the very air with its intensity. Thud. Roar. Ack. The deafening impact was immediately followed by a piercing shriek. Meng Ye, covering his ears, emerged from behind the tree. "Oh, have you seen my martial soul before?" Lei Jingong pinned the 3-meter-long beast with one hand, casting a curious glance at Meng Ye. The sheer dominance of his martial soul was overwhelming. Ordinary soul masters, even if prepared, could suffer injuries due to the vast disparity in soul power. Common tiger-type martial souls and soul beasts paled in comparison. Even top-tier martial souls lacked such ferocity. "Old Lei, your eyes betrayed you." "Ahem, hurry and finish it." Flustered by Meng Ye's calm retort, Lei Jingong coughed awkwardly. He had done it intentionally. In their past life, when Meng Ye accompanied him on soul hunts, he had endured no shortage of such trials, lessons now etched into memory. Simply put, this was Lei Jingong's way of acknowledging and nurturing him. As he often said, the strength of one's martial soul mattered, but the resilience of a soul master's will mattered more. This was his method of tempering Meng Ye's resolve. For this, Meng Ye had suffered greatly in the past, nearly meeting his end. Chapter 4. Astonishing Growth Speed. SSSHD. With a single slash, Meng Ye ended the Thunder Beast's life and began absorbing his first soul ring. 800 years, already verging on a millennium. Typically, this was the standard for a second soul ring among ordinary soul masters. Lei Jingong retracted his martial soul, standing guard beside Meng Ye. His gaze flickered toward the boy, a murmur of doubt surfacing in his mind. Though their acquaintance was brief, he felt an inexplicable familiarity. More importantly, Meng Ye seemed to understand him deeply. For instance, Meng Ye showed no surprise at his martial soul. When Lei Jingong imparted knowledge about soul masters, Meng Ye didn't just grasp concepts, he surpassed them entirely. Many theories Lei Xingyang had only conceptualized, Meng Ye had already put into practice. Take this soul ring, for example. Forcing a first soul ring to absorb beyond its tier was possible for ordinary soul masters, provided one condition was met: the soul dispersing technique. By expelling a majority of the soul power attached to the ring, one could directly absorb the ring itself, gaining corresponding enhancements and skills, albeit with reduced soul power gains. The backlash from the soul ring would be halved, significantly increasing the absorbable. Naturally, Lei Xingyang hadn't recklessly allowed Meng Ye to attempt this. His own seventh soul ring came from an 80,000-year soul beast, equivalent to what most soul masters achieved with their eighth ring as soul Douluos. Could this boy be my illegitimate child? Lei Xingyang muttered under his breath. Old Lei, you're overthinking. Ack, caught off guard by Meng Ye's sudden response. Lei Xingyang choked on his own saliva, coughing violently. His face flushed crimson as he stared at Meng Ye in shock. You're done already? His astonishment was justified. Mere minutes had passed. No soul master could absorb a soul ring this quickly. Unless the rings was extremely low, the soul dispersing technique's limit was merely doubling the speed. Not to such an absurd degree. Amen. Let's go. It's time for dinner. Meng Ye turned around directly and walked towards the outskirts of the dusk forest with remarkable ease. How strange, Lei Xingyang murmured while stroking his chin, yet he quickly followed, paying no mind to Meng Ye's manner of address. As he often remarked, it mattered little what Meng Ye was called, as long as no one was insulted. Upon exiting the forest, the remnants of the sunset bathed the sky in a glorious hue, the setting sun accompanied by a cascade of evening clouds, reminiscent of flames soaring into the heavens, igniting the forest behind them. The name Dusk Forest not only reflected the perils lurking within, but also the fiery appearance of the miasma-laden woods under the twilight, akin to a blazing inferno. In Salikar City, within the Spirit Master Hall, the dining area was, of course, well appointed, befitting an official institution for Spirit Masters. The culinary offerings were lavish: roasted suckling pig, divine pastries, steamed fish, steak, baked potatoes, fruit salad, and creamy mushroom soup. Being a coastal principality, seafood was plentiful. Yet most of these ingredients were imported from the Tiando Empire. Your spirit is quite extraordinary to consume such a feast. Yet it is beneficial, as you are in a phase of growth and require ample nourishment, Lei Xingyang concluded, attributing Meng Ye's hearty appetite to both his spirit and his development. This was indeed advantageous, as many spirit masters possessed frail physiques. And even those with beast spirits did not fare much better than the average person when not using their powers. Thus, having a robust appetite constituted an advantage, offering the highest returns with minimal expenditure. I am satiated. I shall now proceed to cultivate. Having finally filled his stomach, Meng Ye commenced his training. Given his reincarnation, he had already traversed many experiences and could be said to have learned from every conceivable mistake. While his future path might not be devoid of errors, its conclusion was assuredly correct. How curious. Lei Xingyang, still indulging in his meal, wore a puzzled expression, having encountered numerous spirit masters throughout his life. Now in his 70s, he had lost the youthful fervor of his earlier years but gained considerable wisdom. Spirit masters, after all, are human, no matter how talented. The playful nature of youth is innate, a curiosity stemming from an incomplete understanding of the world, which is often uncontrollable. It is rare to find a newly awakened spirit master capable of suppressing such a nature, and doing so is not necessarily beneficial, as it can lead to personality flaws such as coldness or introversion. After meditating for a considerable duration, Meng Ye opened his eyes. A distinct flicker of electricity coursing through them. The Thunder Beast, a premier spirit beast, boasted formidable lightning attributes, ranking highly among its kind. Aside from its exceptional qualities, there were few spirit beasts or spirits stronger, on par with the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Gazing at the toys strewn across the table, Meng Ye blinked in confusion. Outside the window, darkness had fallen, signifying that night had arrived. Unbeknownst to him, he had meditated for quite some time. What are these? He pondered, scratching his head. Although Meng Ye was a child, he had little interest in toys. While physical age greatly influences mental maturity, having lived 2 lifetimes, he could easily overcome such instincts. The next day, Meng Ye tossed the pile of toys into a corner and was taken by Lei Xingyang to the Serical Academy. Starting today, you will study here. Once you turn 12, I will send you to Spirit City, Lei Xingyang said, patting Meng Ye's back before nudging him toward the academy gates. As an institution established by a principality, and a primary academy at that, it naturally paled in comparison to the Heaven Do Royal Academy. No, it was incomparable at all. Meng Ye nodded slightly and stepped inside, harboring no illusions about receiving any formal diploma from this place. In his previous 2 lives, he had never taken schooling seriously. Elementary Soul Master Academies? He skipped them entirely. As for the Advanced Soul Master Academy run by the Spirit Hall, he spent most of his time idling through it. Fortunately, this world didn't demand profound scholarly knowledge. Such pursuits were merely hobbies. What truly mattered was one's soul power cultivation. As long as your soul power was formidable enough, even if you were an utter fool, you'd still be an intimidating, unignorable fool. Why isn't this child crying or making a fuss? Lei Zhengong stroked his chin, muttering to himself as he watched Meng Ye's retreating figure. I wonder if he liked the toys I sent him. Meng Ye, already dozens of meters away, suddenly halted. If you like them, don't send any more. The words drifted back to Lei Zhengong's ears, deepening his bewilderment. In his view, no matter how mature a child might seem, they were still children. There was no reason they could defy their innate nature. Meng Ye was also helpless. In his previous life, Lei Zhengong had truly treated him like his own son. Later, when Meng Ye encountered trouble, Lei Zhengong was even implicated and imprisoned, though his eventual fate remained unknown. Afterward, Meng Ye would make a brief appearance at the academy during the day, occasionally bullying some younger students before slipping away to find a secluded place to cultivate. At night, upon returning to the Spirit Hall, he would devote nearly all his time to training, pausing only for meals. Under this relentless, day and night regimen, time flowed steadily onward. In the first year, Meng Ye smoothly broke through to the Great Spirit Master level, though he did not yet obtain a spirit ring. The second year passed in much the same manner. By the third year, after acquiring his second spirit ring, Meng Ye's spirit power soared directly to level 28. The speed of his growth was nothing short of astonishing. Lei Zhengong, perplexed by this phenomenon, even lost a few strands of his beard in frustration, unable to discern the reason. Unlike ordinary spirit masters, who judge talent solely by cultivation level, Lei Zhengong had his own unique perspective. He even suspected that Meng Ye's extraordinary progress might be the result of overstimulated potential. To compensate, he sought out numerous rare and precious resources to nourish him. Meng Ye remained utterly unconcerned, engrossed in his cultivation, progressing at an impressive pace. Chapter 5. Academy Exchange. In the Principality of Serikal, the Junior Soul Master Academy flourished, primarily attended by the offspring of local nobility and esteemed Soul Master families. Its reputation extended throughout the neighboring provinces, as the dean established connections with several surrounding academies for the purpose of collaborative learning, which primarily served to strengthen ties among the higher echelons of the institutions. Although this academy's standing did not rival that of the prestigious Tiando Royal Academy, it nonetheless commanded considerable respect from the Duke. Meng Ye, have you heard? It seems that disciples from other academies will be visiting soon. Within a classroom, Meng Ye's rare appearance was interrupted by a chubby boy seeking his attention. The surrounding students either avoided him or gazed at him with admiration. Yes, I have heard, Meng Ye replied with a nod, recognizing that this chubby boy was not to be underestimated. Named Wang Shuo, he possessed a trace of royal blood, albeit from a collateral line, which rendered him less significant in the eyes of the nobility. Nevertheless, he wielded considerable influence within the academy, as long as his antics did not reach the ears of the Duke. On the very first day Meng Ye arrived, he encountered him and promptly taught him a lesson, after which the boy became obedient. Most of these youngsters capable of becoming soul masters mature early, hence they dare not tattle. Getting beaten is trivial, but losing a fight and then snitching is utterly humiliating. This lad possessed a modicum of wit and principles. Knowing he was outmatched, he refrained from seeking revenge and instead chose to follow Meng Ye's lead. Ha ha ha. The plump little fellow sidled up to Meng Ye, waggling his eyebrows suggestively. Meng Ye, I've heard there are a few lovely girls around. What do you say? Meng Ye narrowed one eye slightly, leaning back to assess the chubby lad before him. Remarkable. Even before sprouting a full set of hair, he is already contemplating matters of the heart. What will become of him as he matures? What do you intend to do? Meng Ye inquired, prepared to use his righteous might to steer the boy from any misguided notions. Aren't you curious? The boy stammered, taken aback. Was it not normal for a young man to be intrigued by the opposite sex? Shaking off the 100+ pounds of fat on his frame, Wang Shuo continued. All right, I'll be honest. It seems there's an exchange competition coming up, and you are a prominent figure in our academy. You can't just ignore it, can you? Not interested. Meng Ye replied dismissively. What significance did a brawl among children hold? He was but a step away from reaching the 30th level of soul power. Not to mention, his prowess far exceeded that of his peers. Even the threshold of an advanced Soul Master Academy was merely child's play for him. Moreover, in terms of practical combat experience, he was in an entirely different league. If he were to unleash his true abilities, he could easily overpower a typical soul venerable. Don't be like that, Meng Ye. I'll offer you 100 gold soul coins. Just consider it a favor, Wang Shuo pleaded, his expression one of desperation. He was well aware of Meng Ye's lavish spending habits, as the academy had even arranged for a personal chef to cater to his needs. If he were to dine with others, they would scarcely have enough to eat. Wang Shuo often spent his own money in an effort to please him. Given the gravity of the situation, Meng Ye felt it inappropriate to outright refuse the boy simply because of his age. All right, you need not offer the gold soul coins. However, I will only intervene once, Meng Ye conceded. Great. When the time comes, whichever lovely lady catches your eye, I shall risk my reputation to assist you in winning her over. With a swift motion, he playfully punched the boy, who then scurried away, likely to seek out his allies. The academy served as a microcosm of the broader world, especially for those with connections. They naturally formed their own circles, inherited from the relationships of their forebears. Though Wang Shuo's antics seemed frivolous, it was evident he harbored a sincere desire to unite against common challenges within the academy. As Meng Ye pondered this unique trajectory of fate, he recognized the duality of his existence. Regrettably, while the flutter of a butterfly's wings could indeed conjure a tempest, such a storm would hardly stir the divine. Now reborn, he yearned to explore whether divergent choices might yield different outcomes. On the day of the exchange competition, within the Academy's Soul Battle Arena, the venue bore the marks of a merger between junior and senior institutions, complete with a battle arena and simulated training facilities. What brings you here? Meng Ye approached the stands, confronting the elderly gentleman before him. I heard this academy was hosting an exchange competition. Aren't you participating as well? I merely came to observe, Lei Xingyang replied, clad in simple cloth attire, conspicuously absent of the Soul Master robe from the Spirit Hall, thus remaining unrecognized. In the Principality of Salakar, he was indeed one of the few formidable figures, and coupled with his status as the head of the Spirit Hall, even the Duke dared not dismiss him lightly. Yet, it was merely an exchange competition. Meng Ye found himself at a loss for words. It would be rather awkward to admit his embarrassment. It was akin to the feeling he experienced during parent-teacher conferences or school sports events, when the awareness of his parents' gaze upon him instilled a sense of nervousness. Meng Ye was not genuinely shy. Rather, he felt a subtle tension in the air. It was of little consequence. As long as you maintained your composure, there was no need to escalate matters. Lei Xingyang, mistakenly believing that Meng Ye was concerned about the well-being of others, attempted to offer some reassurance. One should consider their own capabilities before speaking so boastfully. A middle-aged man seated nearby suddenly interjected with a sardonic remark. The attention of both men was drawn to him. But Meng Ye merely cast a fleeting glance and chose not to dwell on it. He was merely a soul king. Not wishing to engage further in trivial conversation with Lei Xingyang, he turned and walked away. The Academy of Fiery Flames? It seems I must have a word with that fellow, Wuji, Lei Xingyang mused, seemingly recognizing the man's identity. The other man was momentarily taken aback. Not expecting his own academy's principal to be recognized, and cautiously eyeing Meng Ye turned his gaze towards the audience, and apart from the dean, who possessed a spirit power similar to Lei Xingyang's, he was the only one who sensed that overwhelming aura of soul power. Is it nearing completion? That secret technique in this age, the means to cultivate mental strength, are undeveloped, rendering mental-type martial souls particularly troublesome, even fearsome. A prime example would be the remnant dream martial soul, whose mere soul sage rank commands a reputation that even titled Douluo would hesitate to provoke. It merely exploits the fact that others lack experience in mental cultivation and are unfamiliar with mental assaults. However, Lei Xingyang does not fall into this category. His mental strength is formidable. Meng Ye, boss, you finally made it. I was worried sick. In the waiting area, Wang Shuo rushed over excitedly upon seeing Meng Ye. If you're in such a hurry, just turn right when you exit, Meng Ye replied, shoving him aside and gesturing behind him. No, boss, we've already lost 2 matches. If we lose again, it will be utterly humiliating, Wang Shuo exclaimed, clutching Meng Ye's arm and attempting to pull him towards the arena. We can't afford another loss. All our hopes rest on you, boss. In the soul battle, the opponent undoubtedly suffered defeat. The opposing team consisted primarily of soul masters, with only one great soul master. who had recently graduated from a junior Soul Master Academy and was merely a few years older than Meng Ye. The final match was easily won 3-1. And as Meng Ye contemplated that such a trivial choice might not alter the overall trajectory, an unexpected turn of events occurred. After the exchange tournament concluded, Meng Ye and his companions were obstructed upon exiting the academy. "Is it you who bullies my junior brothers and sisters?" A tall, red-haired maiden stood at the entrance, causing those around to quickly give way. The 2 soul rings adorning her signified her power, which clearly exceeded level 25. Meng Ye, with a single glance, discerned her precise cultivation level at level 28, her age approximately 14 years, and her martial soul possessing the fire attribute. While ordinary soul masters would require repeated testing or even bone probing to ascertain such information, Meng Ye was able to deduce it within mere seconds, without any external assistance. Chapter 6. Confrontation Boss. She is from the Blaze Academy, reputedly a prestigious institution. "Just watch me." Wang Sha recognized the identity of the girl. As Meng Ye pondered, he had already stepped forward. Raising a finger and puffing out his chest in an ostentatious manner, he proclaimed, "Indeed, I am the boss, Meng Ye. What do you intend to do about it?" Suddenly, before he could finish his sentence, a firm grip seized the nape of his neck. The intense heat and the acrid scent of singed hair nearly causing him to lose control of his bladder. A vivid crimson flame flickered past him, moving with such swiftness that he could hardly discern its form, yet it radiated an unmistakable aura of danger. "That nearly scared me to death," Wang Sha gasped, clutching his chest, beads of cold sweat forming as he gazed at the defiant girl before him. He had merely intended to provoke her with casual taunts, yet her immediate response was exceedingly aggressive. Even when he bullied others, he merely relied on his strength to assert dominance. He would never dare to strike with lethal force. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. Offending someone beyond his means could lead to dire consequences, and his noble status was of little consequence before a high-ranking soul master. Even emperors of the 2 great empires bowed to the power of the title Douluo. She truly possesses remarkable prowess." The brazen girl pointed, and a deep crimson flame shadow materialized behind her, accompanied by 2 yellow soul rings. Addressing Meng Ye, she declared, "If you can defeat me, we shall consider today as incident resolved. Otherwise, you will kneel and bow your head, and I shall let you go." Was this demand not a bit excessive? Meng Ye sighed inwardly, contemplating the audacity of youth. This was not merely a case of poor upbringing, but rather a lack of guidance altogether. Arrogance is permissible, yet such extreme hubris poses a significant problem. While enjoying a smooth journey is one thing, encountering obstacles in the future could lead to ruin. This world has never lacked for talent, but what is truly scarce are those gifted individuals who harbor a sense of respect for the world. "Humph, enough of your prattle. Unleash your martial soul," the girl commanded, already waving her hand to employ her soul skill once more. A vibrant red flame ring expanded outward, clearly a control-type soul skill. Generally, if a soul skill is of a strong offensive nature, it would not disper. Meng Ye remained silent, apart from Lei Xingyang. No one was privy to the extent of his soul power, and he preferred to keep it from the knowledge of too many individuals. "Shall we leave it at that?" he stated, standing his ground. He wished to avoid unnecessary troubles, for this matter was trivial and hardly warranted such attention. However, to his surprise, the headstrong young lady appeared even more incensed. With a swift motion, she unleashed her first soul skill, and the fiery shadow behind her surged forward with remarkable speed. Meng Ye would naturally not allow her to strike him. Feigning weakness was merely a tactic, not the ultimate objective. Since gentle methods proved ineffective, he had no choice but to retaliate with force. "Boss, be careful." Wang Sha behind him sounded tense, still shaken from nearly falling for this move earlier. Meng Ye's pupils constricted, her expression becoming intensely focused, utterly free from distraction. In the fleeting moment before the attack struck, she raised her hand and seized the fiery glow with precision. With a soft hiss, her palm, shielded by a faint surge of spiritual energy, insulated her from the heat, causing the beads of sweat to evaporate into wisps of white smoke. Then, with a deft twist, she redirected the trajectory into a U shape, sending it hurtling back. The young girl gasped in surprise. She had never witnessed anyone neutralize her soul technique in such a manner. "Be careful." Suddenly, a figure appeared before her, intercepting the incoming strike, only to be swiftly sent flying. Although it was merely the first soul technique, attacks imbued with elemental attributes were notoriously difficult to counter, especially those of the explosive fire element. Bang! Flames erupted, and the 2 defenders were thrown to the ground by the force of the blast. Fortunately, the newcomer possessed enough strength to escape unscathed. Let us go, Meng Ye called to Wang Shuo as she prepared to depart. Given the current circumstances, prolonging the confrontation would only lead to unpleasantness, especially since no one had been injured thus far. Stop right there. The one opposing the attack was a young man with fiery red hair, appearing youthful yet remarkably robust. Rising to his feet, he wiped the scratches from his face and exclaimed, "What kind of man bullies a woman? Meng Ye, which of your eyes perceives me as a man? Moreover, I did not strike first. Are you deliberately seeking trouble?" Wang Shuo, with a flicker of cunning in his eyes, leaned closer to Meng Ye and whispered, "Boss, ignore him. This fellow is also from the Flame Academy. My steward mentioned he is a soul master. Quite astute, I must say." Meng Ye cast a surprised glance at Wang Shuo. With such acumen, provided fortune does not betray him, his life will likely not be devoid of promise. In the realm of soul masters, the ironclad rule dictates that the strength of one's soul power essentially determines their overall prowess, at the very least. Lacking a soul ring makes it exceedingly difficult to hold one's own in a one-on-one confrontation. Meng Ye shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he had no spirit weapon. A considerable concession on his part. He had not expected the other party to reason with him, yet to his surprise, the individual appeared momentarily taken aback, subsequently revealing a conflicted expression as he scratched his head and glanced at the young girl beside him. "Sister, what do you think? Shall we just let this matter go? This fellow seems to be from the junior academy." With a huff, the girl turned away, clearly unwilling to let the situation slide. This left the red-haired man in a quandary, compelling him to turn back to Meng Ye and propose, "Brother, how about this? I won't bully you. Let us have a match without using spirit weapons. Regardless of the outcome, we can call it settled today. What do you say? Go ahead." Demonstrating a degree of restraint and acknowledging that using spirit weapons might complicate matters, Meng Ye nodded in agreement. He raised one hand forward. Palm up, and Meng Ye's eyes reflected every movement of his opponent, who then turned his palm and lunged at him with a clenched fist. Bang! A surge of soul power erupted, radiating outward. "Impressive," the red-haired man exclaimed, having retained some of his strength, yet his martial spirit was that of a fire dragon. Such a punch would overwhelm any ordinary great soul master. He was acutely aware that he was taking advantage of Meng Ye, who appeared to be at least 5 or 6 years his junior. However, Meng Ye, who had successfully parried the attack, furrowed his brow. He had indeed suffered some disadvantage, as both his soul power and physique were inferior to his opponent's. It was only through his strategic approach that he managed to withstand the assault. "Take another punch from me," he shouted. Bang, bang, bang. The red-haired man grew increasingly exhilarated with each strike, while Meng Ye's techniques became ever more inscrutable, deftly neutralizing each blow with minimal force. Chapter 7. The Banquet Boom. Creak. A violent explosion of soul power distorted the gates of Douluo Academy, as a figure slammed violently against the wall, leaving a dent. "Cough, brother." The girl who instigated the conflict panicked and rushed forward to assess the damage. In the final moments of this duel, it was unclear what the red-haired man's intentions were, as he failed to temper his strikes, even resorting to his martial spirit. The furious flames merged with overwhelming strength, forcing Meng Ye to retaliate with all his might in a moment of desperation. Though he lacked one soul ring, he unleashed a terrifying attack that obliterated all flames in an instant, decisively overpowering his opponent. Breathless, he retracted his martial spirit, victorious yet with a grim expression. His strength had been laid bare, but what troubled him more was the discomfort in his right hand. At 8 years of age, his bones had yet to fully develop. He had initially intended to navigate this growth phase discreetly, avoiding conflict whenever possible. "Wow, Meng Ye, you're incredible. You're my idol." Wang Shuo, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, rushed excitedly towards Meng Ye. Shoving aside the plump face of his friend, Meng Ye, noticing the growing crowd, felt the urge to depart. "I'm heading back now. Please grant me an extended leave." Are you all right, boss?" Wang Shuo finally registered the situation. Concern etched on his face as he looked at Meng Ye. The emotions of children are the purest, unaffected by the complexities of good or bad. "I'm fine," Meng Ye replied, shaking his head as he prepared to leave. "Wait." The defeated red-haired man, regaining his composure with the help of his sister, stood up, his expression fervent as he gazed at Meng Ye. "I am Huo Wuxuan, undefeated among my peers. You are a formidable opponent. What is your name?" Meng Ye fell into a moment of silence, a flicker of anger brewing within him towards this individual. He had already discerned the identity of his opponent, the siblings, Huo Wu and Huo Wuxuan. Initially, he had thought Douluo merely displayed a touch of arrogance, believing that even unreasonable behavior had its limits. However, it now appeared that the Hua family's reasoning was rather peculiar. Had their martial spirits perhaps damaged their minds? Turning to Hua Wushuang with a cold gaze, he calmly stated, Meng Ye, there shall not be a next time. Under the weight of Meng Ye's piercing eyes, both siblings felt an inexplicable pause in their breath, their heartbeats momentarily faltering, leaving their minds in a blank state. By the time they regained their composure, Meng Ye had already departed. Exchanging glances, Hua Wushuang managed a wry smile, saying, Sister, it would be wise to refrain from provoking him in the future. He does not seem to be one to jest with. Hua Wushuang was not foolish. His character was simply as bold as his martial spirit, the one-horned Tyrannosaurus. Nonetheless, such an inflexible disposition was, in itself, a significant issue. Humph. I shall return to challenge him sooner or later. Upon hearing Hua Wu's words, Hua Wushuang's expression grew even more forlorn. His sister possessed all the qualities one could desire. Her beauty and figure were unrivaled, yet her pride was excessive. The entire Blaze Academy regarded her as a paragon of excellence, which was to be expected. However, Meng Ye's strength was manifestly formidable, and the age advantage he held was substantial, especially after that last glance. Hua Wushuang sensed that Meng Ye's power likely surpassed their initial expectations. Sister, have you discerned his soul skills? Hua Wushuang inquired, hoping to glean insights into Meng Ye's capabilities to mediate the situation. Did you not see? Hua Wu responded with a bewildered look towards Hua Wushuang. What a waste this has been. After all that fighting, we remain ignorant of his soul skills, and he has revealed all of his trump cards. Upon returning to the martial spirit hall, Meng Ye felt a peculiar scrutiny from those around him, yet most individuals regarded him simply as Lei Xingyang's disciple. Thus he paid little heed. Upon reaching his quarters, he found Lei Xingyang engrossed in preparing something, a small furnace simmering with an unknown concoction before him. I'm back, Meng Ye greeted, while Lei Xingyang treated him with the utmost seriousness, never underestimating his age. A nod served as an acknowledgement, and Meng Ye proceeded to his room, intending to rest. Come over and drink this potion. It will aid in your recovery. Lei Xingyang gestured towards the steaming furnace nearby. Meng Ye paused for a moment, then approached the stove. After taking a slight whiff, he squinted one eye at Lei Xingyang. Nourishing tonic? This is not a medicinal remedy for wounds, but rather a restorative elixir. Generally speaking, one should not consume tonics directly after sustaining an injury. One must replenish when depleted and vice versa. Not every situation warrants the use of medicine. At times, abstaining from it is the wisest course of action. Lei Xingyang nodded in agreement, wrapping the medicinal liquid from the stone mortar in a piece of gauze to create an ointment. It will be beneficial for you. Drink it. Indeed, it would be beneficial. But consuming an entire jar of this tonic would certainly ensure a sleepless night ahead. Meng Ye said little, directly pouring the medicine and drinking it down. A warm current surged through his entire body, quickly dispersing and melding into his being. Subsequently, Lei Xingyang meticulously examined Meng Ye's right hand. Soul masters, especially those of advanced age, possess a certain understanding of pharmacology. After all, when their soul power stagnates, they naturally cultivate various interests. Lei Xingyang was one who had transformed his hobbies into a vocation. Well, it won't affect the formation of your bones. I've prepared a medicinal bath for you. After soaking, apply this ointment, and in a couple of days, you'll be fully restored. He set the ointment on the stone table nearby. This courtyard housed only the two of them. Though small, it exuded a sense of security. Meng Ye nodded slightly, pressing his lips together. It would be impossible not to feel moved. Lei Xingyang had always been present. Otherwise, the fight at the entrance of Salakar Academy Meng Ye. The moment of emotion abruptly ceased, and it was no wonder that others regarded him with peculiar gazes. Likely the entire Seracle Spirit Hall was aware of that trivial exchange competition. Lei Xingyang treated him well, yet his kindness often misfired or was overly generous. For instance, noticing his relentless dedication to cultivation, he would procure various toys for him. Observing his fervent studies of soul beasts, he even managed to empty half of the Seracle Duchy's library and requested a batch of books from the Spirit City. The most outrageous instance was when Lei Xingyang, a year prior, inquired whether he fancied the Princess of Seracle. These actions were reminiscent of what Lei Xingyang had done in his previous life, and he understood the rationale. Lei Xingyang had been a close friend of the Duke of Seracle in their youth and had participated together in the Soul Master competition. Given that Meng Ye had also displayed remarkable talent at that time, the Duke had taken the initiative to mention the matter. Acknowledging this, Meng Ye stepped into his chamber to prepare a medicinal bath. Naturally, these items were purchased at Lei Zhengyang's expense, despite his position as the hallmaster, which afforded him ample wealth. Many precious items were rare and hard to procure, likely acquired through the duke's influence. Half an hour later, as dusk approached, Meng Ye arrived at the banquet hall, which was quite spacious. Cheers. The crowd raised their glasses in celebration. To Meng Ye's surprise, Wang Shua had also attended, accompanied by numerous nobles. Boss, my father is here too. That man over there is him. Wang Shua, clad in an aristocratic suit, appeared more like a nouveau riche due to his physique, pointing towards a portly gentleman conversing with a group of soul masters. Despite his considerable girth, he lacked an overly greasy demeanor, merely exuding a certain smoothness, and although he was only a soul king, he navigated effortlessly among the nobles and soul masters. What is going on? Meng Ye inquired. It's merely a trivial exchange competition, yet with this grandiosity, one might mistake it for a noble soiree. Humph, boss. You may not realize it, but you are quite the sought-after individual now. Everyone wishes to catch a whiff of your allure, Wang Shou remarked with a chuckle. Meng Ye felt a chill run down her spine, prompting her to distance herself from the chubby boy. Even my father urged me to spend more time with you, claiming that you would undoubtedly become someone of great significance in the future. Well, I appreciate his sentiment. Meng Ye has now discerned the underlying reasons, likely orchestrated by Lei Zhengyang, though it primarily stems from the desire of the nobility to curry favor. The scene at the entrance of the academy undoubtedly caught the attention of many, as the Serical Academy predominantly comprises offspring of the aristocracy. Their forebears can easily acquire intelligence about Meng Ye. Both Lei Zhengyang's identity and prowess, alongside Meng Ye's exceptional talent, render him a desirable ally. They merely lack a compelling rationale, which is fortuitously provided at this moment. Is there any commentary on Chapter 8? Please share some for me to reference. Is this the prodigious disciple you mentioned? Meng Ye was consuming his meal, his appetite directly proportional to the soul power he expended, necessitating a substantial replenishment. Regarding the injuries on his hand, they were more akin to hidden wounds, and he was able to eat without any hindrance. At that moment, numerous gazes were fixed upon him. However, having experienced 2 lifetimes, Meng Ye was unfazed by such attention. Indeed, Lei Zhengyang nodded. Beside him stood an elderly gentleman clad in formal attire, exuding an air of scholarly sophistication and noble demeanor. Truly a prodigy, he remarked, before pausing contemplatively and inquiring. Is there truly no room for negotiation regarding that matter? You have watched Liner grow up. Does her talent not measure up? It does not, Lei Zhengyang replied curtly, casting a glance at his old friend without a hint of politeness. You. The middle-aged man almost choked in disbelief, glaring at Lei Zhengyang before retorting with a mix of anger and jest. You, Lei Laohu. I have saved you once. I have saved you 9 times. And your wife once, Lei Zhengyang countered. Is there truly no room for discussion? If that lad dislikes it, what can I do? Should I forcibly bind him to marry your daughter? That is not entirely out of the question, the middle-aged man mused, his expression one of deep contemplation, seemingly genuinely considering this possibility. Meng Ye, in the midst of his meal, nearly choked, for his heightened senses allowed him to discern many subtleties imperceptible to ordinary individuals. Thanks to the innate power of his martial soul, he had overheard their conversation. What was this situation? A princess of the realm troubled by the prospect of marriage? Or was it that she was exceptionally unattractive? Casting a glance at Wang Shua beside him, who appeared to possess royal blood, he speculated that the princess might indeed not be particularly appealing. Boss, what is the matter? The rotund figure of Wang Shua, clutching a roasted piglet, paused, having noticed Meng Ye's gaze upon him. Nothing. Eat, Meng Ye replied. This was not an actual noble banquet. Most soul masters present were not commoners. Yet none particularly cared for the trappings of aristocratic decorum. It was simply a meal. After all, why complicate it with toast and pretentious rituals? Lei Zhengyang shared this sentiment, and most attendees were aware of his temperament, thus refraining from sycophancy, allowing for a relatively harmonious atmosphere. After a hearty meal, Meng Ye felt satisfied at about 70% capacity and resolved to return to meditation, for his time was precious. More importantly, he sensed he was on the verge of reaching level 30. With just a couple of extended meditation sessions, he could rightfully request a prolonged leave from the academy. Lord Lei, I apologize for the intrusion. This is a humble gift from the dean. A familiar figure entered just as Meng Ye prepared to leave, drawing the attention of most present. Boss, it's them. Wang Shua whispered excitedly beside Meng Ye. I see, Meng Ye replied, turning to face the newcomers, a pair of siblings with striking red hair, who likewise recognized him. Their gazes met, neither displaying warmth, yet neither harboring outright hostility. Meng Ye's prior warning had evidently yielded its intended effect. These two were prideful and impulsive, a trait he could understand, yet his understanding had its limits. As long as they refrained from seeking further trouble, all would be well, but should they persist, his patience would wear thin. "Hey, brother, good to see you again," Huo Wuxuang called out, approaching with an overly familiar demeanor. Meng Ye merely nodded, his response measured and indifferent. He had no desire for further entanglements with Huo Wuxuang. For the reasons were simple, there was neither necessity nor justification for such connections. "I have matters to attend to, so I shall not entertain you further," he stated. Turning to leave. "Hey, don't be like that," Huo Wuxuang interjected, stepping forward to grasp Meng Ye's shoulder. His intentions were clear. He sought to gauge Meng Ye's strength. In an instant, a wave of mental pressure struck Huo Wuxuang's mind without warning, rendering him immobile. It felt as if a great weight had suddenly descended upon him, causing a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. He refrained from further obstruction, realizing in that moment that Meng Ye's true power far exceeded his expectations. Are you upset?" Lei Jingong remarked, observing Meng Ye's departure with curiosity. He was the only one privy to Meng Ye's true capabilities, hence he understood the latter's desire for discretion. Although Meng Ye is not a person of inherently cold disposition, he does not possess the naturally affable character either. In his previous life, he was surrounded by few companions. Wang Sha produced a bag and handed it to Meng Ye with a grin, saying, "Hee, boss. Here's the 100 gold soul coins I promised you." Weighing it in his hands, Meng Ye looked at him and suddenly inquired, "You've made quite a profit." "Haven't you?" No, just a few 100 gold soul coins. All thanks to you, boss," Wang Sha replied with a chuckle. A few 100 gold soul coins is no trivial sum. A soul master only receives 100 gold soul coins monthly from the spirit hall, and after reaching level 40, that amount ceases. This sum could sustain an ordinary family for several years, perhaps even allowing for some luxury. In the soul master community, combat competitions are exceedingly common, often accompanied by gambling activities. This arrangement not only satisfies the audience's curiosity regarding the battles among soul masters, but also allows numerous speculators to profit. The most direct example is the Grand Soul Arena, a colossal establishment found in nearly every major city, rivaling the Spirit Hall in scale, indicating the immense profits involved. "All right. There's nothing to worry about. Just head back. Don't forget about my leave of absence," Meng Ye instructed. "Got it. Rest assured, boss, I've taken care of everything," Wang Sha affirmed before leaving. With Wang Sha gone, Meng Ye wore a contemplative expression. To earn several 100 gold soul coins merely from a single exchange competition in a junior academy is no small feat. Although most of those students are young and from noble families, Wang Shua's success is commendable. At least on the surface, this fellow, despite lacking cultivation talent and perseverance, possesses considerable skill in amassing wealth, which is, in itself, a form of talent. Chapter 9. The Woes of Youth. Wuhuan City is located in the southeastern part of the continent. Although the Spirit Hall is nominally merely the official institution for soul masters, the power represented by the soul masters compels the two great empires to acknowledge the vast territory of the Spirit Hall. Furthermore, due to its institutional rather than imperial nature, there are no kingdoms or provinces within its domain. The Spirit Hall wields absolute power and maintains control over the military forces in these regions. "Here we are. Let me show you the way." Lei Jingong, dressed in the standard uniform of the Spirit Hall, walked ahead, with Meng Ye following closely. "I know the way," Meng Ye replied, somewhat exasperated. "After all these years, do you still think of yourself as a child?" A hint of sharpness and brilliance emanated from his brows. Despite being only 12 years old, the maturity inherent to soul masters makes it difficult to judge one's age by appearance. With glossy black hair, slanted brows resembling a sharp sword, elongated and piercing black eyes, and a distinctly defined profile complemented by a tall yet not overly robust physique, he resembled a hawk in the night, exuding an air of aloofness that discourages approach. Of course, to onlookers, unless they are excessively enamored with appearances, he would likely seem formidable. His height was now nearly on par with Lei Jingong, surpassing 1.80 m. He neither appeared slender nor bloated, a result of the enhancements bestowed by his spirit. Meng Ye deeply resonated with Lei Jingong's theory of separating the soul master from their spirit for individual assessment. Excluding the spirit, an ordinary person would not develop so swiftly. Their mental acuity would not mature so early. "Well, I shall escort you here," Lei Jingong remarked. He retrieved a card from his storage soul guide and handed it to Meng Ye, saying, "This card contains 10,000 gold soul coins, which should be sufficient for you. If you encounter any issues, directly approach the Academy's principal. That old man has connections with me, and he will assist you. The boy must think it would be embarrassing for me to send him inside," Nevertheless, he has grown up, so let him be. Meng Ye accepted the card, fully aware that Lei Zhengyang was not lacking in funds, at least not in this regard. As the master of the Wuhuan Hall, particularly in a place like Salikal, combined with his own strength and connections, there were plenty of individuals eager to offer him money, provided he was not obstinately opposed. I shall remember that. By the way, that young girl from Tianshui Academy has come by several times, and I have always intercepted her. Are you truly not considering it? Over the past few years, Lei Zhengyang has frequently broached this topic with Meng Ye, as if it were a common affliction that comes with age. Meng Ye consistently declined based on his age. Agreeing would not merely be considered youthful romance, but rather a deviation from propriety. It was not that he was particularly keen on arranged encounters. But ever since he triumphed over Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang, his talent had become the talk among the prestigious elemental academies. Given the inherent competitive nature among these academies, he could somewhat understand the situation, though the developments were beyond his expectations. The other academies could not resist mocking Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang for their defeats. And the indignant Huo Wushuang, fueled by anger, challenged them repeatedly during inter-academy exchanges. The Fire Dragon martial spirit proved formidable, resulting in 2 victories and 2 losses. The Blaze Academy subtly held an edge over the Celestial Water Academy, particularly in individual combat, where they managed to suppress the Shui Yuer sisters. Then there was the Elephant Armor Academy, whose Hu Yanli, with his formidable defense and strength, also fell to Huo Wushuang. The Wind Laughing Sky from the Divine Wind Academy and Yu Tianxin from the Thunder Academy were exceptionally powerful, defeating Huo Wushuang in succession, yet they acknowledged his prowess. Thus, the 4 elemental academies recognized Huo Wushuang, and indirectly, Meng Ye as well. Naturally, the Elephant Armor and Celestial Water Academies, stung by Huo Wushuang's derision, sought to prove their own strength through Meng Ye. After several attempts to draw him out, Meng Ye, preoccupied with other matters, eventually could no longer endure their persistence. He decisively broke Hu Yanli's arm as a form of reprimand. The advantage of the Celestial Water Academy lay in their martial soul fusion techniques, which easily overwhelmed in one-on-one combat. However, unbeknownst to them, Shui Yuer, a fervent admirer of beauty, frequently sought Meng Ye for sparring sessions after her defeat, prompting him to ultimately barricade himself from the academy altogether. Yet, as the saying goes, where there is light, darkness follows, with some hidden backing. Even the principal of the Celestial Water Academy was brought into the fray, a sole Douluo no less. Lei Zhengyang found himself at a loss and had no choice but to compel Meng Ye to speak with Shui Yuer. In summary, the outcome was a mutual recognition that they were mismatched. Although it was a harsh conclusion, Meng Ye genuinely wished to avoid any inexplicable entanglements, opting for a brief pain over a prolonged one. Do not disturb my resolve, he declared resolutely before striding towards the city gates of the martial soul city. Pausing momentarily, he turned back and said, "Do not speak of my presence here." Ah, youth is indeed a blessing, Lei Zhengyang mused, shaking his head. He sincerely hoped that Meng Ye would encounter a woman worthy of his affection, albeit premature. Who among the young has not indulged in such fantasies? In the realm of soul masters, aside from a few families with legacies, even when formidable martial souls occasionally emerged, they often failed to be passed down. The root of this paradox lies in the fact that to cultivate to profound depths, a singular focus is paramount. The absence of attachments in youth ensures relentless advancement in one's cultivation. With the elevation of soul power comes the passage of time, and one must question whether, upon reaching a certain age, one possesses the desire to seek companionship. Even when one finds a partner, myriad barriers, experience, age, status, and affiliations can obstruct unity. To pursue someone outright? It is not unheard of, yet outside of those with peculiar preferences who disregard reputation, most individuals shy away from such actions. In Lei Zhengyang's perspective, given Meng Ye's talent, even minor entanglements would be inconsequential. He was destined to reach the level of a titled Douluo. Within Martial Soul City, Meng Ye remained oblivious to Lei Zhengyang's contemplations as he made his way to the Martial Soul Academy. As the sole institution of the Martial Soul Hall, it boasted the most superior scale and facilities on the entire continent. Its students were unrivaled, unlike the other 2 empires, which, despite their abundant resources, could only select from the remnants of the Martial Soul Hall. While the hall's selection process was not flawless, it certainly did not lack talented disciples, with over 60% of the continent's soul master resources being no mere exaggeration. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Principal always. There is a student with a recommendation letter from the main hall who wishes to present it to you. Oh? Meng Ye held Lei Zhengyang's letter as he made his way to the dean's office. A mere letter could hardly serve as conclusive evidence, especially since it remained unopened. However, he possessed Lei Xingyang's official order, which, while not comparable to the elder's decree, was nonetheless sufficient for passage in most places outside the papal hall and the sanctum. An elderly man with a white beard emerged from behind his desk, waving his hand as the quill in his grasp vanished. Approaching him, he took the letter and, casting a glance at Meng Ye outside the door, nodded with a smile and remarked, "Indeed, it is that old fellow." Ha! Meng Ye was somewhat taken aback. He was aware of Lei Xingyang's formidable strength, but what astonished him was the latter's extensive connections. In his previous life, Meng Ye had known of Lei Xingyang's relationships with many nobles and the bishops of the Spirit Hall. However, that was merely the tip of the iceberg. His network could be said to span across the two great empires, though the exact extent remained unclear. Chapter 10. The Golden Generation always placed the letter on the table and turned to regard the youth before him with a peculiar expression. Meng Ye was perplexed. Yet his extraordinary perceptiveness allowed him to effortlessly glean fragments of information from the letter. The more prominent words conveyed a general meaning. This young man is exceptionally talented. Should any issues arise, I will expose your clandestine gambling operations. Meng Ye remarked, "I must say, you truly live up to your reputation, old man." Lei Xingyang's approach can be summed up in 2 words, ruggedness. Yet, he shows utmost care for you, though he may not express it with words of concern. He has done everything within his power for you. It appears that old Lei genuinely values you, but his reluctance to reveal your talents poses quite a dilemma. He stroked his beard with a chuckle. Always gazed at Meng Ye with profound significance. Possessing exceptionally high cultivation, a master of the soul fighter level, he could subtly discern some aspects of Meng Ye's prowess. However, unable to perceive the entirety, he resorted to this method of probing. Soul Master. Meng Ye cast a glance at the other, a fleeting glimmer of profound darkness flitting through his eyes, as his soul energy was entirely reined in. Typically, Soul Masters emanate waves of soul power with the ease of breathing, allowing those of advanced cultivation to ascertain one another's prowess. However, Meng Ye possessed the remarkable ability to conceal or disguise this aura completely. Oh, Aoi's eyes brightened, a flicker of eagerness igniting within them. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, hesitating as he remarked, although he was recommended by old Lei. Meng Ye naturally understood his implication. The Wuhuan Temple Academy represents the Wuhuan Temple. Should any instances of underhanded admissions arise, even the principal would find it difficult to account to the Hall of the Pope. The 3 spirit rings flickered momentarily, and Ovis found his words stifled, a mixture of surprise and suspicion flitting across his face before he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. "Very well, I shall facilitate your enrollment. Shortly, someone will escort you to your dormitory." With a successful admission, Meng Ye had largely achieved his objective. The next step was to continue his studies here, although there were still matters to attend to. Following a teacher to the dormitory and classroom, Meng Ye's gaze wandered attentively around, and despite many years having passed, his memory remained sharp, evoking a sense of familiarity with his surroundings. "Here we are. Please feel free to choose any seat," the teacher instructed. Nodding, Meng Ye entered the classroom. The architectural style of the Wuhuan Temple Academy being remarkably simple yet exuding an air of grandeur. Even a single classroom could effortlessly accommodate over 100 individuals. Upon entering, he naturally attracted numerous glances. However, at a senior Soul Master Academy, particularly one like the Wuhuan Temple Academy, there was no customary procedure for self-introductions. As the name implies, a senior Soul Master Academy serves as a venue for talented individuals with promising futures to further their education. It was not akin to the 2 great empires, where over 90% comprised ineffectual nobles. Those who could attend here undoubtedly possessed certain talents or backgrounds, making it easy to discern each other's identities, with relationships typically already established or approached with ulterior motives. "Wow, he is so handsome. Yes, he is definitely my type." Meng Ye's outward appearance is nearly flawless, however. Her expression may convey an impression of being somewhat unapproachable. Her gaze lingered for a fleeting moment on one of the seemingly delicate young women, a glance that would likely go unnoticed by most. Yet, the other quickly turned her attention in response. With a slight retreat of her head, she resembled a startled rabbit. Her shoulder-length hair, partially obscured by bangs, coupled with her lowered gaze, rendered her features somewhat indistinct, though her fair complexion remained visible. Without disturbing the girl, Meng Ye casually chose an empty seat. The curriculum at the Advanced Soul Master Academy is notably brief and straightforward, primarily consisting of common knowledge and guidelines, with the remainder of the time allocated for personal meditation. After all, for a Soul Master, cultivation is the very foundation of existence. As the hour for dining approached, A veritable horde of students surged forth, not due to a scarcity of food, but rather a psychological sense of urgency born from the sheer number of attendees. As if arriving late would result in loss. Along the way, Meng Ye glanced back at the young woman, who was engaged in greeting her friends, before making her way outside the academy. While it may seem that the courses are trivial, they are, in fact, essential. Otherwise, soul masters, particularly the younger ones, would struggle to maintain their dedication to cultivation in the absence of a competitive atmosphere. The relentless grind of training day in and day out for a year, or even several years, is a feat that not only these academy students but even many high-ranking soul masters find difficult to achieve. This indeed contributes to the challenges faced in the cultivation of soul masters. As Meng Ye exited the academy, he was met at the threshold by a statuesque woman approaching him. Her graceful gait seemed to possess a unique rhythm, irresistibly drawing one's gaze to her exquisitely elongated legs. Each subtle smile and fleeting expression exuded an astonishing allure that sent tremors through the hearts of the surrounding males, causing many to pause in admiration, nearly losing their footing. Merely passing by, she left an indelible scent of potent allure lingering in the air of the academy, a fragrance that refused to dissipate. Meng Ye cast a glance and immediately grasped the issue, dismissing it with indifference as he strode directly out of the academy. This was a manifestation of his martial soul's ability, showcasing certain qualities during the cultivation process of soul masters. And it was also a remarkable indication of a soul master's innate talent. Oh, the woman appeared somewhat taken aback. Under ordinary circumstances, not only males but even other females passing by would be entranced. This was a captivating talent that affected all living beings, serving as her most formidable weapon. Meng Ye's reaction seemed completely unaffected, even in such close proximity. This piqued her curiosity. "Nar, what's the matter?" Two young men emerged from the academy and greeted the young woman. One had short red hair and a robust physique, while the other appeared somewhat aloof, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, dispelling the intrusive stares. "Nothing, just encountered an interesting person." "Really?" The casual remark caused the red-haired man to furrow his brow and inquire, "Is it a male or a female?" "A male." The woman, who had just moments ago captivated all, now responded rather blandly, her allure seemingly reined in. She merely relished the sensation of being admired, not wishing to be seen as vulgar, and certainly did not intend to intentionally exude her charm towards anyone. With a crack, his bones resounded, and the red-haired man, his face contorted with anger, demanded, "Who is it?" "Yin, you should mind your own business," the woman retorted coldly before turning to leave. Yin stood there, fuming, while the nearby Xiaoyu glanced at him with a mixture of exasperation and sympathy before following his sister. As core disciples of the Spirit Hall, the three possessed a status that set them apart from ordinary students, yet they still fell short of the pinnacle of prestige. Yan's affection for Hulaina was no secret, yet it was equally well known that Hulaina did not reciprocate his feelings. A woman's criteria for choosing a partner often involves seeking someone who possesses qualities that attract her, or more bluntly, someone who is superior in various aspects, be it appearance, talent, determination, or character. Conversely, men typically seek to be unequivocally stronger than their female counterparts, primarily in terms of strength and capability, as this is deemed necessary to protect them. This is not merely a human trait, but a principle of evolution applicable to most animals, with few exceptions in specially adapted species. Although Yin was formidable in strength, he paled in comparison to Bai Bai Dong, whose superior talents naturally rendered him unworthy in her eyes. With a huff of frustration, Yin abruptly exited the academy. Chapter 11. An unexpected encounter in a tavern within the Spirit City. Meng Ye sat alone, feasting on a lavish spread of dishes. To an outsider, it might have seemed as though he was hosting a gathering, but in reality, he indulged in a meal fit for 10 or more. On the second floor, in a private room, the woman he had been observing was present as well. "You, again, making things difficult for your mother." A perfectly proportioned and elegant matron gently tapped the forehead of the young girl before her. A tender expression graced her fair face as the girl closed her eyes, leaning affectionately against her mother, while sneakily peering at the delectable food before her. Her playful demeanor was charming, yet she still appeared somewhat fragile. Before them lay an array of exquisite dishes, rich in aroma and tempting in appearance. But there are just too many people at the academy. "I might feel scared going alone," she said timidly, casting a pitiful glance at her mother, reminiscent of a little kitten. "Weren't you saying you made a few good friends?" "Spend more time with them. It might help you change your disposition," the mother remarked, ruffling her daughter's hair with a hint of exasperation. "But I'm still afraid," the girl replied, her delicate fingers fidgeting, revealing her inner turmoil. "All right, just eat quickly, don't starve yourself," The mother sighed, resigned, and began to serve her beloved daughter. Despite managing a tavern in Spirit City, her daughter's continual shyness was a matter of concern. It would not do for her to perpetually shun social interaction. How would she ever find a suitable partner in the future? Contemplating this, her heart softened at the sight of her blissfully naive daughter, who was savoring her meal. Knock. Knock, knock. After a brief pause, a figure entered the room, a middle-aged man, elegantly dressed yet maintaining an air of grace. "My precious daughter, what troubles you? Are you not adjusting well at the academy?" he asked, his face lighting up with affection upon seeing his daughter enjoying her meal. "Enough. Your daughter is becoming as timid as a quail. Stop indulging her." The mother, upon seeing her husband, shifted from her previous gentleness to a slightly exasperated tone. Despite her words, the couple was attentive to their daughter's needs. Even for a simple meal, she insisted on cooking herself. "Ahem. I'll have a word with that boy Luo Chuan. He should be helping his sister at the academy," the father said, clearing his throat awkwardly. In moments of indecision, reprimanding the son seemed the best course of action. The girl, under the loving gaze of her parents, enjoyed her meal blissfully, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, she was likely to lead a carefree life. After finishing an abundant feast, Meng Ye stepped out of the tavern under the astonished gaze of the staff. Once on the street, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Indeed, the Soul Sage and Soul Emperor had concealed their true powers. It appeared my suspicions were not unfounded. In his previous life, his beloved was none other than that girl, Luo Xian. An unforgettable figure who had been enveloped in happiness since childhood and radiated joy to those around her. During that time, Meng Ye was in a period of dormancy. Convinced that he should be distinct from all that surrounded him, dreaming of one day ascending to the pinnacle of this world and gazing down upon all beings. Although his innate talent, environment, and fortuity constrained him, he never relinquished hope. Yet, enduring prolonged adversity inevitably left him weary and powerless. It was Luo Xian's presence that helped him navigate through that dark phase, becoming an indispensable beacon in his life. However, the girl mysteriously vanished, causing his world to seemingly collapse. Titles of Douluo and divine positions lost their significance. Day and night he searched relentlessly, pursuing leads without regard for cost. Yet he resembled a solitary wolf racing through a stormy night, ultimately expending his last ounce of strength without finding a glimmer of dawn. In the end, he was utterly spent and fell. Nevertheless, he did not return empty-handed. Luo Xian's parents remained his sole clue. In his previous life, his talent was inferior to what it is now, allowing him only a faint sense that this couple was extraordinary. Yet, the extent of their power and background remained unclear. Now he understood. One was a soul sage and the other a soul emperor, and one of them wielded food-related abilities that could not possibly be inconsequential. Conservatively estimated, they were under 40, qualifying as geniuses even in this martial soul city, and they were a coveted pair among soul masters. How could they lack influence? Yet, the Meng Ye of his previous life had not reached that echelon. In summary, he was simply too weak. A yearning for power ignited within him, compelling him to uncover the truth of that bygone era, yet he harbored no desire to rekindle past affections. Over the years, he gradually came to understand that while emotions can be alluring, they also come with risks and responsibilities. Without sufficient strength, it is best to steer clear of such entanglements. Meng Ye possesses his own convictions and holds disdain for harming others to satisfy personal desires. Thus, he dedicates himself solely to cultivation. His presence here is merely to resolve the uncertainties within his heart. Yan, who has offended you? Upon leaving the academy, Yan encountered several teammates, representatives of the Spirit Hall Academy, all of whom were selected for their exceptional talents. While they do not receive the same level of attention from the Pope's Hall as Yan and his companions, their innate abilities are equally remarkable. Earmarked as future pillars of the Spirit Hall, notably, a man named Suyu, who wields the brilliant Golden Staff Spirit, has garnered the respect of Yan and his companions. In addition to his supportive capabilities, he possesses formidable healing powers, making him more valuable to the proud Golden Generation than others. Yan cast a glance at Suyu, who had unwittingly touched a nerve. Suyu immediately understood he had overstepped and sheepishly withdrew his head. However, Yan continued, "Has any man appeared around her recently?" "Impossible. Boss, you must be joking. Who does not know that Misno is a disciple of His Holiness the Pope? Who would dare?" Suyu replied, his forehead slick with cold sweat. This statement lacked wisdom. Should he offend the three of them, he would find himself caught in a predicament. Yet, there was no alternative. Both Suyu and Hulaina looked down upon him, and Yan regarded him merely as a tool, as a weaker support type. He undoubtedly required a battle soul master as a backing. It was not essential for them to be friends or partners, but a certain level of mutual benefit was necessary. Humph. Now, you are to find someone to keep an eye on now. If any suspicious individuals appear, inform me at once, Yan commanded coldly. His discontent with Suyu was evident. He harbored feelings for Hulaina and had refrained from adopting an overly assertive stance precisely because of her status as a disciple of the Pope. While all were regarded as geniuses by the Pope, distinctions existed. The Pope's disciples were groomed as successors, while he was merely considered for elder training. Who among the elders would dare covet the Pope's favor? That would be tantamount to courting death. Suyu cautiously observed Yan. Although he wished to curry favor with him, he feared offending Hulaina, which would be counterproductive. Then let them remain silent forever. Yan glared at Suyu, expressing his frustration. You cannot even handle this simple task and yet expect my protection? I will do my best, Suyu stammered, feeling cornered. As for how to proceed, he would have to assess the situation. Just then, Meng Ye approached them. Yan, initially in a foul mood, felt a sense of repulsion towards Meng Ye at first glance, perhaps instinctively or due to the intuition of his soul master. In simple terms, it was jealousy. Despite his considerable height, Meng Ye lacked Yan's robust physique and somewhat ostentatious appearance, radiating a solitary and proud demeanor akin to that of an eagle. Who is he? Can ordinary students leave the academy at this hour? Yan inquired, directing his gaze at Suyu while gesturing towards Meng Ye. That appears to be a new student from this year. They are permitted to roam freely today. Typically, these disciples are required to attend classes, though very few teach anything of real utility. After all, for soul masters, cultivation is paramount. Meditation and other fundamentals have long been imparted, while secret techniques are reserved for core disciples or those with family legacies, far beyond the reach of ordinary disciples. Members of the Spirit Hall representative team, however, are exempt from such requirements as long as they ensure their cultivation remains on par. Chapter 12. The incomprehensible strength. Meng Ye had never encountered Yin before, yet he discerned his cultivation level at a glance, which led him to surmise his identity. A faint glimmer flickered in his eyes. Through the soul power inadvertently emanating from the soul master, he could gauge the approximate level of cultivation, with a margin of error no greater than a single soul ring. This was a lesson imparted to him by Lei Zhenong. However, to perceive the soul power's aura and penetrate certain barriers to discern one's cultivation level required a different kind of esoteric technique. Humph! You come here. Yin suddenly pointed a finger in Meng Ye's direction, his demeanor arrogant and domineering. As a core disciple, he enjoyed privileges that placed him above ordinary students. Yet, such status was more honorary than authoritative. His audacity stemmed from the fundamental principle among soul masters: strength reigns supreme. He cast a casual glance at Yin, unperturbed, showing neither intention to stop nor approach. The street was wide, and he was not obstructing Yan's path. Even if he were, it was Yan's responsibility to yield, after all. He was merely a soul sect. Stop. Yin, witnessing this disregard, felt a surge of anger rise within him, his formidable soul power beginning to ascend ominously. With a level of 48 and possessing the dual attributes of fire and earth in his Flame Lord martial soul, his strength was indeed unrivaled among his contemporaries in the Advanced Soul Master Academy. He promptly advanced towards Meng Ye, reaching out to grasp his shoulder. However, a peculiar scene unfolded that left Yin questioning his own existence. Despite accelerating his pace, he found himself perpetually half a step behind Meng Ye. As he extended his hand to seize him, he grasped nothing but air, only to find Meng Ye had once again pulled ahead. Confused, Yin was unwilling to concede defeat and raised his hand to grab once Meng Ye finally came to a halt, turning around to cast a profound glance at Yin. Roar. A terrifying, thunderous roar reverberated directly within Yin's mind, as if unleashed by some monstrous beast. Instantly, Yin's soul power dissipated entirely, his body stiffening in place. Utterly immobilized, his eyes glazed over as if his soul had fled, only regaining awareness moments later. A mental assault, though merely a rudimentary psychic attack. The sheer disparity in both quantity and quality of spiritual power, spanning at least 2 tiers, meant Yin was fortunate to remain standing. Next time won't be so easy. Meng Ye's voice, laced with quiet authority, reached Yan's ears alone. He had chosen restraint, avoiding a public humiliation. Openly shaming Yin in their first encounter was unnecessary. Moreover, outright hostility would force their relationship into irreparable enmity, and Meng Ye's principle was simple: no living enemies. Either avoid conflict entirely or ensure annihilation. Thus, unless absolutely compelled, he refrained from lethal measures, though hesitation would never plague him when the moment demanded it. With this concluded, Meng Ye turned and departed, resuming his path toward cultivation. A soul master's growth was no fleeting endeavor. It demanded years of relentless accumulation. See you, and the others hurried forward, addressing Yin as he regained his bearings. Boss. Good thing you held back. Things could have gotten ugly. Yin shot them a venomous glare, frustration and fury simmering beneath the surface, yet he could only nod stiffly. Humph. He understood Meng Ye had spared him some dignity. More crucially, he now grasped the terrifying depth of Meng Ye's strength. This realization, coupled with the preservation of his pride, extinguished his desire for further confrontation, dousing his rage like a bucket of ice water. Investigate his background, Yin commanded, eyes lingering on the direction Meng Ye had vanished. So you nearly thumped his chest in assurance. Got it, boss. Consider it done. Just a routine check on a student. Wait. Yin halted him, adding sternly, no provocations. Gather intel only. He knew Suyu's tendencies, bullying commoners or lower-year students was routine, so long as they didn't cross lines the academy overlooked. But discerning who could and couldn't be trifled with was paramount. Understood. Though puzzled, Suyu asked no further questions, prioritizing the task lest Yin assign him something more troublesome. Yin remained rooted, his expression dark with contemplation. Since when did such a monster appear in Spirit City? A sense of unease crept in. Confidence aside, he knew the world held beings beyond his reach. In the path of a soul master, stagnation meant regression. Slowing even slightly risked being overtaken and replaced. At the heart of Spirit City, within the hallowed halls of the Pope's palace, revered as sacred ground by all soul masters, an audience unfolded. Your Holiness, this is a recommendation letter from Hall Master Lei, Overseer Owens, Dean of the Spirit Hall Academy and a Cardinal of the Spirit Hall, presented the missive. Though routine, recommendations from branch halls, even those poaching talents from the two empires, were frequent. Yet those from a main hall's master were rare, and Hall Master Lei Jinyang's status lent this one particular weight. Seated upon the throne, the regal figure perused the letter, her approval evident upon finishing. Spirit Elder at 12. Well done. A nod of satisfaction. Pope Bibi Dong hardly disdained an abundance of geniuses within the Spirit Hall. In truth, while talent was plentiful, peerless geniuses were scarce. Hulaina and her two companions alone were insufficient. Master. Hulaina entered the grand hall, offering a bow to the dean before approaching. Nana, you've come. Bibi Dong's lips curved into a rare smile before schooling her features. Shouldn't you be cultivating? What brings you here? Though her most cherished disciple, Bibi Dong refused to let complacency taint Hulaina's potential. My training concluded for the day, so I wish to see you, Master. Hulaina, ever perceptive, knew precisely how to appeal. For reasons buried deep, Bibi Dong had no kin. Hulaina's selection as her disciple owed as much to her prodigious gifts as to the Pope's unspoken loneliness. You, Bibi Dong sighed. Though reproach was absent. Your Holiness, I shall take my leave. Academy affairs await. Overseer Owens recognized his presence as superfluous and withdrew with a salute. Go. Dismissed. The hall emptied save for mentor and pupil. Bibi Dong approached, storing her scepter within a soul tool before resting a hand atop Hulaina's head. Chapter 13. Hulaina's probe speak. What troubles you? Bibi Dong's tone softened with affection. This disciple was the daughter she chose to raise, unlike the one bound by blood, whom she could scarcely acknowledge. Hulaina leaned into the touch, her enchanting features alight with contentment. Master, I've broken through another rank. Oh, Bibi Dong's eyes gleamed. This phase, the golden age of a soul master, saw rapid advancement. Each breakthrough more pivotal than those beyond 20. The intervals between ranks revealed much. Fluctuating speeds hinted at diligence or decline, painting a clear portrait of one's innate gifts. Excellent. Name your reward. Your joy is reward enough, Master. You imp. Bibi Dong chuckled, the sound rare and warm. Hulaina, having secured her master's delight, noticed the letter. Master, what is this? As her intended successor, Bibi Dong withheld nothing. A disciple, 12 years old, yet already a spirit elder. Given time, he may rival your progress. Spirit Hall records noted few 12-year-old spirit elders, a handful at most. Even among the current generation's elite, Hulaina's trio fell short. Only Qian Renxue, with her innate 20 ranks of soul power, might have surpassed this, had her cultivation not languished. Then, he surpasses us? Hulaina's surprise summoned a fleeting image to mind. Not necessarily. Should he reach spirit ancestor by 15, he may edge ahead. Otherwise, the gap remains uncertain. Bibi Dong withdrew her hand and smiled as she spoke. To someone of her caliber, the notion of genius held little significance. It was valued, yet far from irreplaceable. Take the Golden Generation, for instance. They embodied the prestige of the spirit hall, thus occupying a unique position. In Bibi Dong's eyes, if one were to discuss talent alone, apart from Hu Laina, her disciple, the other two were not indispensable. Geniuses were plentiful in Spirit City, and many aspired to such a standing. May I inquire who your disciple is? Hu Laina ultimately asked out of curiosity. Bibi Dong chuckled lightly, unconcerned, and replied, "Her name is Meng Ye. Should you wish? You might attempt to recruit her. With your abilities, it should pose no challenge. There are certain matters I ought to entrust to you." "Thank you, teacher," Hu Laina replied. As the Pope, Bibi Dong wielded absolute authority over the papal hall, instilling considerable apprehension even in Qin Douluo. Although her strength was the foundation of her power, the art of managing and utilizing people was equally paramount. Otherwise, when Qin Xuanji perished, her might would not have sufficed to suppress the elders, nor could she have attained her current status. One of the reasons Hu Laina was held in such esteem was her unique talent. The art of seduction was among the most potent mental influences, a form of spiritual assault, and in this era, there existed no effective countermeasures. Meanwhile, at the Spirit Hall Academy, Meng Ye continued his training with unwavering diligence. His reticence, coupled with his striking appearance, led some female students to affectionately dub him the cold-faced god. In their prime, a time brimming with youth and vitality, few could maintain the discipline required for such monotonous training. Meng Ye undoubtedly embodies an unconventional existence, garnering considerable attention, which has led many to regard him as a fervent practitioner of the craft. "I would like to invite you to dinner. May I inquire if you are available?" Observing the demure young woman with an exquisite visage before him, Meng Ye's gaze remained remarkably tranquil, even to a degree that elicited a sense of trepidation. "Apologies. I have some matters to attend to." Within the span of a mere week, this was not the first instance. Occasionally, a letter or two would appear at his table. While popularity is a commendable trait, he perceived it merely as an encumbrance of time. Watching Meng Ye depart, the young woman let out a weary sigh before returning to the classroom. "It still won't do. Clearly, the object of my admiration is not one who favors mere appearances. I adore him," a slightly plump girl remarked, her hands clasped to her cheeks in rapture. I think perhaps I'm just not pretty enough," another chimed in. "What did you say?" "No, Xiaoyu, I didn't mean it that way." "Ah, I'm so frustrated. It's so unfair. This is my first confession." As the topic of beauty arose, several girls engaged in discussion turned their gazes to the corner, where a certain individual lay in deep slumber, blissfully unaware of the attention surrounding her. Occasionally, a dreamy smile would grace her lips, eliciting soft chuckles from those nearby. "Luo Xian must surely be the most beautiful girl in our class, though she is quite enigmatic. I wonder if she has someone she likes. Hey, do you think?" The gossip ignited with a spark, rapidly escalating into a fervent blaze, demonstrating a formidable momentum. Meng Ye initially intended to conduct himself with utmost discretion. However, his distinctive and unconventional style inadvertently drew considerable attention from many. This resulted in the presence of individuals harboring hostility or ulterior motives, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless even upon realizing their intentions. Such circumstances often left him feeling despondent, making it exceedingly difficult for him to concentrate during meditation. Ultimately, he was compelled to invest a substantial sum to access the Academy's premium simulation zone for meditation. This zone resembled a miniature forest, its creators having ingeniously infused it with a rich concentration of elemental energy, which greatly facilitated the meditative process. However, it was not open to the public and was inaccessible to the majority of students. Meng Ye had to spend 1,000 soul coins merely to secure a month's rental. Within the premium simulation zone, Meng Ye sat cross-legged at the edge of a serene lake, surrounded by a mesmerizing display of radiant light dots. With a hum, he extended his mental energy outward, forcefully drawing the surrounding elemental energy into his body, subsequently converting it into soul power to accelerate his cultivation. Typically, soul masters merely relied on hastening the flow of their soul power, continuously refining the energy within their bodies to absorb the elemental energy from their surroundings. Meng Ye, however, employed a dual approach, utilizing his mental prowess to stir the primordial energies of the universe, compelling them to penetrate his being. As a result, the efficiency of his meditation increased almost exponentially. Suddenly, a beast emanating a faint, thunderous aura materialized behind Meng Ye without warning, letting out a low growl as it gazed toward the thicket ahead. Who could it be? In the next instant, Meng Ye opened his eyes, and the fearsome beast crackling with ominous lightning vanished into thin air. With a crackle, although the soul power dissipated, the violent lightning serpent scattered, sending ripples across the lake's surface. Ah, can it truly perceive my presence? A captivating woman emerged, and a subtle fragrance wafted through the air. Meng Ye felt a surge of energy coursing through him with just a mere breath. Fortunately, as a being of the original martial soul, the energy within him was part of his essence, allowing him to suppress it effortlessly. This was also one of the reasons he remained unaffected by Hu Laiana's martial soul, primarily due to the disparity in their spiritual powers. Although his physical body had perished in his previous life, his soul endured. He had retained most of his spiritual cultivation, firmly at the soul sage level. Moreover, he possessed secret techniques for spiritual training and even means of spiritual attack. Chapter 14. The trial. Could one freely enter the advanced mimicry zone during the rental period? Although Meng Ye's expression remained calm, the aura of his soul power was anything but tranquil, a stifling presence enveloping the surroundings. Having been interrupted from meditation, had he not been merely skimming the surface of deep meditation nor at a critical juncture in breaking through his soul power, this backlash would have been quite the ordeal. Such interruptions in cultivation were considered a grave taboo for soul masters. Furthermore, this was the Martial Soul Hall Academy, not the type of place where the two great empires raised inept individuals. The rules should be far more stringent. Hu Laiana did not anticipate Meng Ye's intense reaction. Rather, she did not expect to be discovered at all. Despite being a disciple of Bibi Dong, the moment she beheld Meng Ye's countenance, a sense of inexplicable dread washed over her. She could only muster, "I apologize for the unintentional disturbance. My training ground is nearby. I must have taken a wrong turn." After observing her for about a quarter of an hour, it seemed her mistake was quite profound. Meng Ye showed no intention of offering her an escape. From the moment she entered this mimicry zone, he had sensed her presence. Initially, he thought she was merely lost, but soon he realized it was far from a coincidence. "You." A jolt of fear surged within her as she lifted her gaze to Meng Ye, whose profound eyes seemed to contain the vastness and mystery of the stars. Hu Laiana was taken aback by how thoroughly she had been exposed, leaving her speechless. After a long, deep look at Meng Ye, her pride prevented her from bowing her head, and she could only grit her teeth and declare, "I shall compensate you. However, you must tell me how you discovered me." Yet Meng Ye paid no heed to her offer of compensation, merely casting a lingering glance her way before walking towards the edge of the forest. "No need. This place is yours," he replied. He merely sought a tranquil spot for meditation, and Hu Laiana's purposeful approach was of no interest to him, regardless of her intentions. He did not wish to squander time entangled with her. Moving to another location was all that was needed, if worst came to worst. He could take a long leave back to the Serical Martial Soul Main Hall. This space was no longer appealing. As long as he did not step outside the Martial Soul Hall, it was not an issue. "Stop right there." A commanding voice rang out, altering Hu Laiana's previously gentle demeanor. Frowning, she declared, "I admit my previous error, but the Academy will not intervene. To be frank, I wish to know about your martial soul and cultivation level. Let us reintroduce ourselves. I am Hu Laiana, with a Fox Spirit Martial Soul, a level 48 Control-type Battle Soul Master. Self-detonating soul power and martial souls served as a customary greeting among soul masters, a necessary procedure before engaging in soul battles. After all, a soul battle was not a mere melee. The fundamental disparity in martial souls and cultivation levels had to be maintained. If it were not a soul battle, such disclosures signified mutual recognition. After all, no title Douluo would voluntarily reveal their soul power and martial soul to an ordinary individual. Turning his gaze back to Hu Laiana, he replied calmly, "I am Meng Ye, with an original martial soul, a soul zune." Soul zune? Hu Laiana's brows furrowed slightly, though she was reluctant to believe that a 12-year-old soul master could achieve such a level. She found it even harder to accept that a soul zune could exude a terrifying pressure that made her heart tremble. At the moment of the earlier manifestation, she experienced a fleeting sensation that her martial soul was quaking. Her Fox Spirit Martial Soul was indeed a top-tier martial soul, particularly adept in spiritual prowess. Even if someone possessed a higher soul power, it would be exceedingly difficult to directly suppress her. There were few martial souls in the world that could overpower her completely. What exactly is an original martial soul? Was that the beast from earlier? Not at all. Farewell. With that, Meng Ye made his exit from the forest. Feeling that prolonging the conversation would not serve to resolve any misunderstandings, as they were not yet acquainted enough. In this era, the concept of an original martial soul might be more akin to a variant branch of beast martial souls rather than an independent category. As for the earlier phenomenon, it was a result of his practiced spiritual technique, visualization method. By visualizing objects he had encountered, he could bring them into focus within his mind, transitioning from vague outlines to intricate lines, ultimately capturing every detail. Each step required immense mental effort and time, yet the enhancements gained were astonishing. The most immediate effect was that completing the final step would elevate his spiritual energy to a qualitative transformation, tangible yet intangible. Spiritual attacks would become manifest, even externalized. If the visualization involved something with offensive capabilities, be it an object or a ferocious beast, it could directly morph into a means of spiritual assault. In his previous life, Meng Ye had reached this stage before breaking through to Soul Sage, though it had come a bit too late. Nevertheless, it was sufficient for him to contend with ordinary Soul Sages. Of course, he could not achieve this now, as his cultivation level limited the output of his spiritual energy. Until Meng Ye departed, Douluo did not attempt to stop him again, recognizing there was no longer a reason to do so. An original martial soul, indeed. Half an hour later, in the hall of the Pope, Douluo, filled with uncertainty, relayed everything to Bibi Dong. An original martial soul? Although Bibi Dong had never heard of it, as one of the most powerful figures of the era, she could deduce much. After a moment of contemplation, she stated, "It must be a martial soul that utilizes one's own body as its essence." The current records within the martial soul hall regarding this matter originate from the master of the Serical main hall. Thus, it is not surprising that Meng Ye, being recommended by him, is aware of the original martial soul. I see. However, teacher, that Meng Ye's strength appears quite formidable. I fear I am no match for him. Though her pride resisted the admission, as Bibi Dong's disciple, she did not conceal her thoughts. Bibi Dong's interest was piqued, and she inquired urgently, "Lena, are you suggesting that his cultivation surpasses yours?" Douluo hesitated, yet she replied solemnly, I am not certain. But the pressure he exuded was far beyond what a soul Zun could possess. Intriguing. Bibi Dong waved her hand, and a black shadow materialized silently beside her, quickly solidifying into a respectful figure. Bibi Dong commanded, "Elder Ghost, investigate this matter." Understood. The voice that emerged was hoarse and deep, and with it, the shadow dissipated, moving with a speed that bordered on the uncanny. Ghost Douluo. Title Douluo represented a qualitative transformation, the final realm for soul masters. For those who had yet to break through to this pinnacle, they wielded absolute authority. Unless concealed or through certain secret methods, their soul power could be discerned at a glance. Moments later, Ghost Douluo reappeared before Bibi Dong, respectfully reporting, "He is indeed not an ordinary soul zone. He is suppressing his soul power, and his age is not an issue. His soul power is overflowing severely, making it impossible to ascertain his true level unless we acquire a fourth soul ring." Furthermore, upon hearing the previous words, Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness, signifying that Meng Ye's talents far exceeded everyone's expectations. Ghost Douluo hesitated for a moment before continuing, expressing uncertainty about his subordinate's discovery. Yet, it was precisely this uncertainty that left him profoundly shaken. Who was he? A titled Douluo, an elder of the Spirit Hall, with a remarkable cultivation level of 95. Moreover, possessing the ghostly martial spirit, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary soul master, even a soul Douluo, to detect his scrutiny. Intriguing, indeed. It appeared that Lei Xingyang had concealed much, and there was no need to alert him. Very well, Bibi Dong commanded Ghost Douluo, then turned to Douluo. "Nana, you have done well. If possible, continue to investigate his background, but do not overexert yourself." "I understand, teacher." After instructing Douluo, Bibi Dong seemed to reconsider the strain on her, turning to Ghost Douluo once more. "Elder Ghost, find someone for me." Chapter 15, The Manifestation of Power. The Thunder Beast's Devastation. That night, Meng Ye was meditating in his dormitory. The Spirit Hall Academy was not a noble institution. Even the trio of Xiaoyu bore no significant privileges. The advanced mimicry training area was certainly off limits. Douluo's appearance made Meng Ye somewhat alert, yet he remained untroubled. The Spirit Hall was not a sect or clan. There were no internal factional conflicts to undermine one another. The only point of contention between Bibi Dong and Qian Douluo revolved around Qian Renxue, irrelevant to others. The former aimed to unify the continent and achieve dominance, while Qian Douluo was solely focused on attaining divine status. Upon realizing his own futility, he placed his hopes on Qian Renxue, naturally unwilling to allow Bibi Dong to harm her. Hence, he agreed to her undertaking the coup in the Heavendo Empire. Rather than seeking a bloodless conquest of the Heavendo Empire, it was more about Qian Douluo's desire to protect her. Suddenly, Meng Ye opened his eyes during meditation, scanning his surroundings. In the darkness, a distinct fluctuation of soul power flickered, subtle yet undeniably present. This faint and diffusing soul power would likely go unnoticed by an ordinary person, but he was well acquainted with it. This indicated a lack of proficiency in mental detection. It must be a soul skill. To wield pure mental energy, one would need to attain at least level 70 and possess an understanding of the essence of mental force. Remarkably, he had not fallen into a trap. It seemed indeed extraordinary. A shadowy figure cloaked in black gradually revealed itself from the corner. Meng Ye cast a glance at him, his eyes clear yet tinged with a faint hint of murderous intent. Without waiting for the other to speak again, Meng Ye calmly rose to his feet and regarded him, saying, "Soul Saint, the residual dream martial spirit, it must be Shinian." The figure beneath the black cloak paused, lifting his head in astonishment at Meng Ye, seemingly surprised that the other knew his identity. However, this surprise was quickly supplanted by greed and brutality. The inherent flaws of the residual dream martial spirit had twisted his personality, rendering him incapable of deep thought. "I never expected you to recognize me. It seems today you shall not escape. Boy, when you reach hell, remember to mention my name to waive the toll." Buzz. 7 soul rings emerged from his form, indeed exuding the aura of a soul saint, though regrettably, his soul power was insubstantial. Compared to the ghost Douluo, he resembled more of a specter. Roar. Suddenly, a beast crackling with lightning appeared behind Meng Ye, its terrifying roar resonating through the air, and in an instant, a bolt of lightning surged directly towards Shinian. Even though the disparity in cultivation was insurmountable, that bolt of lightning pierced straight through Shinian's soul power defenses, landing upon him in an instant. Boom. Crash. Splatter. The resounding explosions echoed. The first was the clash within the realm of the mind, while the second was the sound of the building collapsing. Shinian was sent flying as if struck by lightning, and upon hitting the ground, his face was etched with terror, his mind a blank slate. No one had ever been able to counter his mental attacks. Even titled Douluos had to tread carefully around his bizarre abilities. Yet in that moment, he felt as though he had endured a thunderous strike more terrifying than the blue lightning tyrant dragon, nearly shattering his martial spirit. The residual dream, indeed, stemmed from the significant flaws in his martial spirit, which also led to his personality defects. Deriving pleasure from torturing others to death in order to compensate for these mental shortcomings was his method of cultivation, akin to the malevolent martial spirits of later times. Because of this, Shinian was notoriously infamous within the realm of soul masters. A low beastly growl accompanied by the ominous rumble of thunder and footsteps approached. Meng Ye stepped forth from the breach, and under Shinian's fearful gaze, the youth before him appeared as the harbinger of death. "I'm afraid I cannot assist you in waiving that toll. However, fear not, for..." Meng Ye strode before Shinian, his eyes erupting with violent arcs of white lightning as 3 soul rings materialized around him. The mythical beast behind him fully unleashed its power, the intricate blue thunder patterns etched upon its form shifting into a ghastly pale hue. The aura of absolute destruction, paradoxically tethered to fragile spiritual energy, achieved a flawless fusion of unyielding might and ethereal delicacy. Roar. In the next instant, the phantom of the thunder beast lunged at Shinian with a deafening howl. No. Amid his agonized screams, the annihilating force of spiritual energy methodically shredded his mental sea, then his martial soul, and finally, his very soul itself. You won't even get the chance to descend into hell. With detached indifference, Meng Ye observed the charred corpse before him, its features frozen in an expression of terror that would never fade. A flicker of emotion passed through Meng Ye's gaze as he took in the scene. In his past life, he had encountered Shinian before and bore no small grudge against him. Back then, he had yet to mature, lacking even the slightest display of talent when their paths crossed. Though he narrowly escaped with his life, Shinian had left an indelible mark upon him, one that likely contributed to half the bottlenecks in his cultivation later in life. Yet, in the end, he never even got the chance for vengeance. Now, facing his old nemesis once more, though the outcome was entirely reversed, hatred required no justification. For this, he had even recklessly mobilized his still unstable spiritual energy to ensure Shinian's demise. Both wielded spiritual power at the soul sage level, but Meng Ye's mastery and control far surpassed Shinian's. Killing him was effortless. Ironically, an ordinary soul sage might have posed a challenge. Shinian's martial soul harbored a fatal flaw. His mental sea was equally defective. Skilled in mental assaults, he was also most vulnerable to them. And with Meng Ye's perfected spiritual attack technique, Shinian's provocation had been nothing short of suicide. What happened? The instructors of the Spirit Hall Academy and the station's Spirit Hall enforcers arrived swiftly. Such a terrifying disturbance had no place here. This was the foundation of the Spirit Hall's future for decades to come. The defensive measures aside, the faculty alone boasted over 10 soul sages and more than 5 titled Douluos. The sheer emphasis on security spoke volumes. If any mishap occurred, if casualties arose among these students, they would all face the wrath of the Pope's Hall. Crack. Meng Ye casually retrieved Shernyan's head spirit bone and stored it in his spatial spirit guide, then seamlessly merged into the surrounding shadows. This was merely a simple application of spiritual power. If he could materialize a thunder beast directly, such a feat naturally came even easier. Yet, he was discovered. Upon reaching the academy gates, Meng Ye revealed himself, not by choice, but because someone was already waiting for him. Cloaked in black robes, his face shrouded in an eerie mist like a true specter, the man exuded a terrifying and unshakable aura of spirit power. Unlike Shernyan, whose strength was artificially inflated through sinister means, this man's power was solidly cultivated through genuine effort. It proved that dark and necromantic spirit abilities were not inherently unstable or deceitful. With sufficient foundation, they could radiate an overwhelming, domineering pressure. Ha ha ha. Quite impressive, boy. To have dealt with Shernyan, seems I underestimated you. You flatter me. It was merely the backlash of the nightmare spirit that allowed me a fortunate victory. Meng Ye harbored no illusions of luck. A titled Douluo, moreover, one who had reached the 95th rank, left him no room for resistance. Not even a sliver. Yet he knew with certainty that the other would not kill him. Ghost Douluo was no Shernyan. His every action followed a traceable logic. Like Chrysanthemum Douluo. Wherever the two appeared, it could be taken as the will of Bibi Dong. Ghost Douluo frowned slightly. He had hoped to seize an opportunity for personal gain, perhaps that spirit bone. Though Bibi Dong had sent him, Meng Ye's composed demeanor and strength left him uncertain, forcing him to abandon the thought. Come with me. Following Ghost Douluo to the Pope's Hall. Meng Ye had naturally been here in his past life, though the experience had been far from pleasant. The world feasts on the ordinary. That saying held undeniable truth. Chapter 16. Meeting Bibi Dong, I pay my respects to your holiness, the Pope. Upon facing Bibi Dong, Meng Ye had already stabilized his spirit power and emotions, ensuring he wouldn't lose control from forcibly wielding his spiritual energy. Ghost Douluo materialized silently beside Bibi Dong, whispering something, yet despite being less than 50 meters away, Meng Ye heard nothing. The gap in cultivation was too vast, beyond any remedy of spirit skills or techniques. Shernyan is dead? Bibi Dong lifted her gaze to Meng Ye, a trace of surprise in her eyes. Shernyan's nightmare spirit had earned some notoriety in the spirit master world, infamy. But infamy was still fame, proving his capability, particularly his vexing mental assaults. Though his methods were despised, surviving this long meant he was no easy opponent. Meng Ye remained silent, fully aware that Bibi Dong must have summoned him here after conducting her investigations. Moreover, if all went as anticipated, Shernyan was also someone she had ordered to be brought forth. Meng Ye has lived 2 lives. How could he possibly overlook such details? The timing of Ghost Douluo's appearance and the fact that someone like Shernyan could directly enter the Spirit Hall Academy raised numerous suspicions that, when woven together, suggest anything but coincidence. It appears I have underestimated you, for you indeed possess remarkable qualities. Ding. The moment Bibi Dong's voice fell, a terrifying and eerie light emanated from her eyes. The once noble and imposing Pope transformed instantaneously into a harbinger of hell. The oppressive darkness almost compelled Meng Ye to instinctively unleash his martial soul. Buzz. A yellow and 2 purple soul rings circled around him. Although his soul power was still woefully insufficient to withstand Bibi Dong's pressure, it prevented him from being immediately overwhelmed. Crack, 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 hiss. A white mist, akin to smoke, emanated from his body, and combined with his soul power, it barely kept Meng Ye from collapsing to the ground. Twin martial souls. Ghost Douluo suddenly expressed doubt. Surpassing the optimal soul ring configuration, and with several consecutive soul rings, such a phenomenon is nearly unheard of among ordinary soul masters. While the rarity of twin martial souls is well acknowledged in the soul master community, absorbing soul rings beyond one's capability is a perilous gamble. No one can guarantee success every time. It seems that Lei Jingyang has imparted quite a bit of knowledge to you. The brilliance in Bibi Dong's eyes dimmed, and her soul power gradually dissipated. She regarded Meng Ye with an appreciative gaze, for she knew a great deal, discovered and nurtured by the Spirit Hall since childhood. Few across the continent could rival her understanding of martial souls. After all, in terms of experience and cultivation, she had reached the pinnacle. I wonder, what business do you have in summoning me, your holiness? Meng Ye also retracted his martial soul and vitality, feeling the toll of overexerted mental energy. He was far from comfortable. Signs of volatility in his internal vitality and soul power were evident. Neither servile nor arrogant, he remained composed. Excellent. Once again. She offered her praise. Bibi Dong waved her hand, releasing a stream of soul power that flowed into Meng Ye, helping to stabilize the turmoil within his soul power. Just this ability alone indicates that even if Bibi Dong lacks knowledge of mental energy application, her control is likely beyond that of any average peak Douluo. I ask you, would you be willing to take me as your master? Upon hearing this, Meng Ye furrowed his brow, for it was far from good news. In this world, the significance of apprenticeship extends beyond merely seeking a mentor or a powerful ally. It embodies a mutual bond, succinctly encapsulated in the phrase, once a teacher, forever a father. It is no exaggeration to assert that, at times, this relationship can eclipse even that of one's biological parents, as it is a matter of perspective. Should one betray such a bond, it would not only be deemed disgraceful, but could also lead to a lifetime of infamy. Lei Xingyang had never formally acknowledged Meng Ye as his disciple, nor had he ever mentioned it, yet he devoted himself wholeheartedly to nurturing him. You foolish boy. It is precisely because His Holiness the Pope values you that he would take you as a disciple. Why the dazed look? Douluo urged, seemingly apprehensive of incurring Bibi Dong's ire. Even as an elder of the Spirit Hall and Bibi Dong's right-hand man, he instinctively felt trepidation. The Death Spider King and the Soul-Devouring Spider King were both premier martial souls, imbued with terrifying dark attributes. Despite Bibi Dong's outwardly flawless and noble appearance, the mere presence of these two martial souls was enough to instill fear in the hearts of many. As far as I am aware, His Holiness the Pope has a disciple. Would it not be somewhat inappropriate for me to pledge myself to him now? Meng Ye genuinely harbored no desire to take on a mentor, and he could easily use Lei Xingyang as an excuse. However, given Bibi Dong's temperament, it was highly probable that Lei Xingyang would be implicated. Presently, he was acutely aware of the potential repercussions of openly rejecting Bibi Dong, which might not lead to immediate trouble, yet the aftermath could prove to be equally tumultuous. Thus, he resolved to find an excuse to divert the conversation. The girl, Nar, would likely remain indifferent, yet your reasoning holds some merit, as Bibi Dong appeared somewhat hesitant upon hearing these words. She had cultivated Hulaina as her successor, not solely due to her innate talent. Had she merely considered talent, Hulaina would not have advanced to her current stature. While it might suffice for controlling the Elder Hall, it was evident that in the future, she would require the growth of Xiaoyu to assist her in maintaining dominance over Yin. Unlike her own approach, which relied solely on her strength to directly suppress the Elder Hall, even instilling a degree of trepidation in the Offering Hall. While Qian Daolu dared not confront her directly, by accepting Meng Ye as her disciple, she intended for him to aid Hulaina. However, when assessing talent alone, it seemed Meng Ye would surpass the Golden Generation by a notable margin. This posed a considerable dilemma for her, as her desire for Hulaina to inherit her position was largely driven by personal ambition. Very well, for the time being, you shall be my registered disciple. Tomorrow, Elder Gui will escort you to acquire your soul ring. Thank you, Master. Meng Ye is not obstinately inflexible. Having made some concessions is already a commendable progress, especially considering his current weakness and strength. The title of a registered disciple merely holds nominal significance and lacks the closeness of an actual direct disciple. He need not visit Bibi Dong frequently and can continue his tranquil cultivation in solitude. Bibi Dong, on the other hand, merely needs to occasionally monitor his progress and retains the authority to expel him from the sect at any moment. You may leave. She gestured with a wave of her hand, indicating that Meng Ye could take his leave. Without even a symbolic identity, Hulaina, in contrast, can navigate these halls with ease, possessing an elder's token in her hand, which serves as a notable distinction. After Meng Ye's departure, Ghost Douluo hesitated for a moment before inquiring, Your Holiness, why take him as a named disciple? With his talent, would it not be better for him to inherit the Pope's throne? To his surprise, as soon as the words left his lips, the previously serene Bibi Dong suddenly glared with a fierce intensity, her staff clattering to the ground as she cast a cold glance at the now silent Ghost Douluo. Na's position is irreplaceable. Am I not being clear enough, Elder Ghost? Yes, I understand. He lowered his gaze in trepidation. Unable to lift his head despite being a titled Douluo, the oppressive aura surrounding her was magnitudes greater than when directed at Meng Ye. This was the true terror of Bibi Dong. When angered, Even a titled Douluo would tremble in fear. Moments later, Ghost Douluo emerged from the Pope's hall as if liberated, only to encounter a slender figure clad in a white robe embroidered with golden threads. Oh dear, little Meng Ye is still so careless, provoking His Holiness. The newcomer remarked with an effeminate tone and a graceful gesture. In the spirit hall, only this individual, known as Ju Douluo, Yueguan, could roam about so freely, possessing a reputation comparable to that of Ghost Douluo. Humph, go to hell. In a foul mood, Ghost Douluo had no desire to engage with Ju Douluo and departed immediately. For he needed to take Meng Ye on a soul-hunting expedition and address matters concerning the Academy of the Spirit Hall. Little Meng Ye is truly indifferent to others, he mused. Chapter 17. Soul hunting. The next day, upon arriving at the Academy's entrance, Meng Ye spotted Ghost Douluo's figure, his dark attire standing out prominently during the day. Fortunately, few recognized him, and only the occasional high-level soul master, sensing his terrifying aura, kept their distance. Elder Ghost, Meng Ye greeted with a slight bow, as common soul masters would kneel at the sight of him. No need for such formalities. I do not favor this pretense. Just wait here. Others will join us. Ghost Douluo replied, his voice seemingly disguised and somewhat hoarse. Meng Ye hesitated, wondering who else there might be. The three from the Golden Generation should not have made any breakthroughs. In fact, at this stage, they were likely to encounter a significant bottleneck. Meng Ye had calculated the passage of time. Despite the appearance of the three individuals having reached level 48, it would take at least another year, if not longer, for them to ascend to level 50. The cultivation speed of soul masters has never been uniform. It is influenced by various factors such as age, innate talent, fortuitous opportunities, and even one's state of mind. The title Douluo serves as the most extreme example. Without the right opportunities and mindset, it is entirely normal to remain stagnant at the same level for years, even decades. Conversely, when opportunities and mindset align, it is not unheard of for one to progress directly from a soul saint to a title Douluo within a few years. This is precisely why Meng Ye sought to minimize external influences. While having an obsession may not necessarily be detrimental, it could also serve as a source of strength. However, lacking such an obsession is at least unlikely to be harmful. Elder Gue, I apologize for the wait. Meng Ye turned his gaze and saw the elderly Ovis approaching, accompanied by several teachers and disciples, totaling around 10 individuals. Observing this scene, Meng Ye began to comprehend the situation. Collective soul hunting would undoubtedly enhance safety, which is one of the reasons many opt to hire soul masters for protection. The Soul Master Academy organizes group soul hunts, as does the Spirit Hall, and they are accompanied by a considerable number of high-ranking soul masters, creating a remarkably luxurious entourage. Among them, there were 3 soul saints and 2 soul emperors. In addition, there was the Ghost Douluo. Although it was unclear how the Ghost Douluo would consent to join them, it seemed that this journey might take quite some time. With more people, the pace inevitably slows down, unless all possess considerable soul power. No matter, let us depart, the Ghost Douluo succinctly stated before turning and walking away. Ovis issued a few instructions, and several teachers promptly led the students to follow suit, with Meng Ye trailing behind. However, what caught his attention were a few familiar figures within the soul-hunting team, although he was aware that it was likely just a coincidence. The presence of Luo Xin still piqued his interest. Additionally, 3 disciples from a soul master family, Lu Yu, Lu Ji, and Lu Ming, were also present, making a total of 5 individuals, 4 of whom he recognized. This coincidence left him somewhat bewildered, as these were among the few individuals he had known in his previous life. The 3 were siblings from the same family, all possessing light attribute martial souls, which could be considered as originating from the same source, thus enhancing their synergy. Similar to the Tian Shui Academy, their martial souls exhibited an even higher compatibility, almost rivaling martial soul fusion techniques. In Meng Ye's eyes, if their soul power were to increase slightly, their combined strength might surpass that of the Golden Generation trio. Of course, in solitary combat, this would not be feasible. Perhaps Lu Yu could find a way to contend with mental control, possibly challenging Hulaina. As the group continued walking, they left the Spirit City behind, and the Ghost Douluo began to quicken his pace. Keep up. The teachers, not daring to lag, urged the students to hasten their steps. Meng Ye was momentarily taken aback as a timid figure stealthily approached from behind him, resembling a cat in search of refuge. Upon noticing him turn around, she lifted her gaze to meet his, frozen in place. After a brief pause, she resumed her pursuit. Meng Ye contemplated abandoning her, yet his heart remained unconvinced. Some memories cannot simply be wished away. Ultimately, he quickened his pace, with the figure trailing closely behind. An hour later, he heard a voice from the group. I can't go on, sister. Among the two support-type soul masters, aside from Luo Xian, there was also Lu Meng. The sunflower martial soul bestowed commendable supportive abilities, albeit with a certain fragility. Teacher, Lu Yu, the eldest among them, donned the garb of the martial soul hall. Her tall figure was striking, and an aura of icy composure naturally commanded respect. Teacher Lu, please continue on. I shall accompany these children and meet you in the next town. Under Meng Ye remained silent, his footsteps slowing slightly. The journey from Soul Master City to the Star-Do Forest would require relentless travel day and night for 3 days. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the one leading the group was Ghost Douluo. The teachers were aware that they might be pushing the limits of these students yet could do little to mitigate it. Teacher, I need to rest for a moment. One student finally admitted, unable to endure any longer, his hands resting on his knees as he paused. One of the teachers approached him from behind, grasping his arm to assist him in keeping pace. Just a little longer, we are almost there. It was not that the teachers were treating the students differently, but rather they were mindful of Lu Meng being a girl and thus refrained from being overly demanding. The student grimaced, casting an unkind glance at Luo Xian, who was following closely behind Meng Ye. How dare an auxiliary soul master bring me such humiliation? How infuriating. He had assumed that Luo Xian would also take a break, allowing him an excuse to rest momentarily. Isolated from the group, he felt somewhat alienated, having no familiar faces among the hunting party. Luo Xian, sensing his gaze, turned slightly closer to Meng Ye, her already pale complexion becoming even more distressed due to fatigue. At that moment, the student suddenly felt a piercing gaze and looked up to find Meng Ye observing him with calm intensity. For reasons unknown, his heart skipped a beat, and he hastily lowered his head, too intimidated to meet Meng Ye's eyes again. Chapter 18. The clever Lu Meng. The surrounding towns of Soul Master City were now hundreds of miles away, and after a long day of travel, the group was undoubtedly exhausted. They stopped momentarily to recuperate, which allowed the others to adjust. It would be much easier afterward. Phew, I'm utterly exhausted. Had I known, I wouldn't have joined the Academy for Soul Hunting. Inside the inn, Liu led Lu Meng upstairs. What nonsense are you talking? The teachers from the Academy will ensure safety while obtaining soul rings. But the clan elders will help us obtain soul rings as well. Lu Meng pouted, clearly displeased by Lu Yu's remarks. At that moment, she filled a basin with cool water and immersed her delicate legs to alleviate the pain. It's because the elders dote on you. You can't remain sheltered in the family forever. You must venture out and gain experience. Lu Yu shook her head helplessly. Her younger sister was perfect in many ways, but had been spoiled by their family, unable to endure hardship. As a soul master, even an auxiliary type, if one merely wished to live comfortably without striving, life would essentially be over. For common families or nobility, it might not pose a problem. As long as they did not provoke the wrong individuals, they could live a tranquil life. However, their family could not afford such complacency. The Soul Master realm had become increasingly tumultuous in recent years. Come, let's grab something to eat. Among those who have joined us for soul hunting, there's someone quite remarkable. It would be wise to get to know them if the opportunity arises. With that, Liu picked up the storage soul tool from the table and exited the room. Hey, wait for me, big sister. Bang. Crash. In her haste, Lu Meng accidentally knocked over the basin, scrambling to put on her shoes. By the time she stepped out of the room, the water on the floor had evaporated, leaving behind an eerie heat in the air. Although the inn offered food, those coming from the Spirit Hall Academy were not short of money and preferred dining at a restaurant. A few teachers sat at one table, while an unnamed student and Lu Ji occupied another. It was not that Lu Ji was unsociable, it was quite normal for teachers and students to separate, as there was little to discuss, and it could lead to a loss of decorum. However, they dared not approach Meng Ye's table. What dietary restrictions might Ghost Elder have? Meng Ye glanced at the menu, then at Ghost Douluo seated across from him. The journey had been tiring, but the heat was truly oppressive. Did Ghost Douluo not feel uncomfortable in that black robe? No matter, he replied with a nod, handing the menu to a nearby waiter. Very well. Please bring 2 portions of your top 10 signature dishes, along with a serving of elbow meat. Certainly. The waiter was momentarily taken aback, unsure if he had misheard. However, upon seeing Meng Ye and his companion's attire, along with the Soul Hall's insignia indicating their identity and rank, he dared not delay and promptly relayed the order to the kitchen. I cannot consume so much, Ghost Douluo remarked, unsure if he was bored or genuinely interested in Meng Ye. You misunderstand. This is my order, Meng Ye clarified. Ghost Douluo. This appears to be enough to feed a dozen people. Soul masters are known for their hearty appetites, especially those with strength-type martial souls, as their vigorous vitality necessitates a greater intake of food. Meng Ye belonged to the category of innate martial souls, exhibiting an extraordinary mastery over vitality and blood essence, necessitating a greater intake of nourishment. This practice was a unique technique developed in collaboration with Lei Zhengyang, similar to visualization methods. It focused on the refinement of one's life force. The advantages were evident. Their physiques were robust, and at advanced levels, they could even induce transformations in their martial souls. However, the downside was a substantial appetite, leading to frequent hunger. Luo Xian harbored a certain trepidation towards the ghost Douluo, yet sensed an innate disconnection, compelling her to inadvertently take a seat beside Meng Ye. Shortly thereafter, the dishes arrived, and Meng Ye, who had no habit of wasting food, began to eat heartily. The ghost Douluo sampled a bit, but seemed more intrigued by Meng Ye's capacity for consumption. Luo Xian remained silent, her demeanor subdued as she cast her gaze downward, her hands resting delicately on her jade-like legs. At that moment, her thoughts were consumed by hunger and a longing for her mother's home-cooked meals. Here comes the elbow dish, esteemed guest. Your order is complete. Enjoy your meal, the waiter said, wiping the sweat from his brow. Though unfamiliar with the patrons, he felt an inexplicable chill as he passed by the ghost Douluo. Meng Ye merely nodded, lacking any intention of engaging in pleasantries. He had no expectations of the ghost Douluo treating him. After all, he was spending his own money without any reservations. Casting a glance at Luo Xian, he sighed inwardly and encouraged her. Go ahead, you should. Is it really all right? The young girl's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the elbow dish pushed towards her by Meng Ye, her mouth nearly watering. Her innocent nature seemed oblivious to the fact that Meng Ye had ordered her favorite dish, nearly letting slip her excitement. Realizing his oversight, Meng Ye nodded in acknowledgement and continued to focus on his meal. Wow, what a feast! At that moment, Lu Yu and Lu Meng entered. Surveying the room before Lu Meng, spotting Luo Xian and Meng Ye, made her way over, intentionally ignoring her brother, who was in a corner with another man. Meng, mind your manners. Lu Yu, maintaining her composure, grasped her exuberant sister and bowed to the ghost Douluo, saying, disciple greets the elder. Oh, a young lady from the Lu family. Quite impressive, the ghost Douluo remarked, his dark robe emanating an eerie blue glow as he regarded Lu Yu, seemingly perceiving her martial soul and cultivation level, thus recognizing her lineage, as martial souls often served as insignia for soul master families. Forgive my impudence, Lu Yu said with another bow. Although such formalities held little weight, they were nonetheless essential. She then attempted to lead her sister to another table. But Lu Meng was uncooperative, squirming in protest. Ah, sister, behave. Lu Yu's tone turned stern, fully aware of the ghost Douluo's status. No worries, please take a seat. The ghost Douluo interjected, prompting Lu Yu to maintain her composure despite her nervousness. My apologies. Thank you, esteemed elder. Lu Meng, unaware of the ghost Douluo's true identity, adeptly leveraged her charm. Her sweet smile and endearing voice nearly melted the ghost Douluo's composure, eliciting a hearty laugh from him. Dear child, call me Ghost Grandpa. I am no elder, he replied. All right, Ghost Grandpa. She nodded obediently, a sight so endearing it stirred protective instincts in anyone who beheld her. Though she was intent on winning the ghost Douluo's favor, she knew to maintain a respectful distance and refrained from overstepping. Instead, she glanced at Meng Ye, recalling her sister's words about his complexity, but perceiving him as somewhat aloof. With a clever shift, she turned her attention to Luo Xian. Recognizing that when one person seems unapproachable, befriending those beside them is a wise strategy. Hello, I am Lu Meng, she greeted. Luo Xian, caught off guard while savoring her elbow dish, felt her cheeks flush at the unexpected greeting. Hastily concealing her surprise, she shyly replied, Hello, I am Luo Xian. Luo Xian, you are so beautiful. May I sit beside you? Lu Meng asked, to which Luo Xian nodded in agreement, albeit with a newfound shyness that made her more reserved in her eating. Lu Meng, however, persisted in engaging her in conversation, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Meng, do not speak while eating, Liu admonished. Oh, Lu Meng complied but continued her chatter intermittently. Had she possessed this energy earlier? Perhaps she wouldn't have needed to rest midway. Chapter 19. The scent of soulwood having indulged in a hearty meal, although the day was still young. Continuing their journey was impractical, as they could not reach the next town. Hunting for souls was not a matter of life and death. Hence, There was no need for haste. Several instructors from the Martial Soul Hall inquired about the ghost Douluo's perspective, and after Lu Meng's heartfelt pleading, they decided to rest for a day. With the ghost Douluo's approval, none dared to voice dissent. Phew, I am so full. Luo Xian, how do you maintain such a splendid figure despite your hearty appetite? After the meal, Lu Meng eagerly invited Luo Xian to join her for a stroll. Since both were auxiliary soul masters, Lu Yu, feeling protective, accompanied them, as she was a formidable control-type soul master. I am not sure, Luo Xian replied. Her gaze lowered. Though she wished to decline, Lu Meng's enthusiasm left her with little choice. In truth, she preferred to remain close to Meng Ye, who provided a sense of security in unfamiliar surroundings, despite their lack of acquaintance. I truly envy you, Lu Meng remarked, casting a wistful glance at Luo Xian before lowering her eyes to her own feet. Suddenly, smack. Ouch. Why did you hit me, sister? Lu Meng exclaimed, rubbing her head as she turned to her elder sister. You are being quite rude. Be careful, or I will inform mother. You'll regret it when we return. Lu Yu responded, exasperation evident on her face. She recognized Luo Xian's shyness and was concerned that Lu Meng's increasingly erratic comments might lead to complications. Being from a soul master family, turning her head away, she muttered a couple of complaints under her breath. After an hour of wandering, the trio returned to their inn, though they encountered another predicament. What is it? Lu Yu asked, noticing Luo Xian halting at the counter, curiosity piqued. Luo Xian, somewhat embarrassed, admitted, I seem to have forgotten to book a room, having rarely ventured out, especially on long journeys. She had been so preoccupied following Meng Ye that she neglected to secure accommodations. Is that so? Lu Yu turned to the counter attendant and inquired, excuse me, do you have any available rooms? Actually, the soul master who accompanied you has already reserved a room. Here's your key, the attendant replied. The proprietor behind the counter handed the keys to Luo Xian. A few individuals exchanged puzzled glances, yet paid little mind, speculating that perhaps the teacher had arranged the lodging. After a night's rest, the group continued their journey, and since Ghost Douluo was not particularly hasty, their schedule was slightly delayed. This brought a sense of relief to the travelers. Reaching the Star Do forest within 3 days would be a daunting task even for a battle spirit master. Consequently, they hired several horse-drawn carriages, anticipating an arrival within a week, which was indeed quite swift, given that a typical journey could span a fortnight. Along the way, they occasionally encountered some unwise souls, but these were swiftly dealt with. Lu Meng, undeniably charming, managed to bond with nearly everyone and even elicited laughter from Ghost Douluo from time to time. After several days, the group finally arrived at the small town bordering the Star Do forest, where the horses pulling their carriages were sent to the relay station. At last, we arrived. I'm utterly exhausted, Lu Meng said, stretching her youthful, vibrant form, a look of fatigue adorning her features. Indeed, we are a bit behind schedule, but we should still have time to enter the forest, she continued. Elder, the leading soul saint is named Gao Cheng, a formidable assault-type bear spirit master with a soul power level of 74. Even without Ghost Douluo's presence, he would have brought these students to hunt for spirits, as acquiring spirit rings is an indispensable step in a soul masteress training. However, since they were venturing into the Star Do forest, de novice, being acquainted with Ghost Douluo, naturally preferred him to lead for enhanced safety, especially knowing he was bringing Meng Ye to hunt spirits. Well, since we are all weary, a short respite would not be amiss, Ghost Douluo remarked, having found the journey quite effortless, particularly enjoying Lu Meng's company. Indeed, Shurcheng replied, mindful not to say too much. There were still 2 hours until dusk, and a 30-minute departure from here would lead them into the forest. It was prudent to estimate a stay of several days inside. After all, hunting spirits is not simply a matter of entering and finding suitable spirit beasts. It requires a stroke of luck. If fortune were to frown upon them, they might have to settle for whatever they could encounter. Spending a night here would cause no harm, as ultimately, it was still a matter of chance. And Shurcheng was primarily concerned about Ghost Douluo's potential impatience. Yay, long live Grandpa Ghost, cheered the others, although they were somewhat fatigued. Surprisingly, Lu Meng, who had been complaining about tiredness throughout the journey, suddenly leaped up with exuberance, showing no signs of weariness. While the physical strain of the long trek might have been alleviated by their mode of transport, the psychological toll was unavoidable. Even several teachers of the Spirit Emperor level exhibited signs of fatigue, let alone the others, with Meng Ye appearing to be in the best condition. He showed little indication of tiredness, and surprisingly, Luo Xian was in even better spirits. Luo Xian, let us go shopping. I saw some beautiful clothes over there, Lu Meng suggested. I think I'll pass, Luo Xian replied. Come on, just accompany me, Lu Meng insisted. All right then, Luo Xian relented, and the two set off to explore the shops, while the rest of the group sought lodging at an inn. Meng Ye, on the other hand, made his way to a herbal shop, as the town surrounding the Douluo forest offered a wealth of precious spirit beast materials. Many soul masters, unwilling to join the spirit hall and lacking any significant background, often formed mercenary groups to undertake various tasks or to gather spirit beast materials and rare treasures for sale. Among these items were not a few extraordinary treasures with special effects, albeit with a very low probability of being found. In recent years, Meng Ye encountered a rare treasure of heaven and earth, a millennium-grade herb, which elevated his soul power by 2 levels. Such items inherently possess a substantial element of luck. Even if numerous precious herbs are brought back by fortunate soul masters, they often lose their potency due to improper preservation, rendering them ineffective. Boss, did you not declare that this item was exquisite soul incense wood? Why has it suddenly dropped in price? Are you playing tricks on me? How could that be? The sales from the last batch were dismal, and we dared not charge more, the boss replied. You know well, in this place, who would purchase such nobleman-esque goods? We must wait for the merchant convoy to collect and transport them to the main city. Nonsense. Hand over 50 gold soul coins, I shall buy it. Very well. I assure you the price will not decrease next time, though we cannot expect to sell much. Perhaps next month will improve. All right, I trust you. As Meng Ye approached the entrance of the herb shop, he overheard the conversation within, and shortly thereafter, a figure clad in coarse fabric emerged. Though not imposing in stature, he exuded an air of ferocity that suggested he was not to be trifled with. Moreover, the unmistakable scent of wild beasts clung to him, indicating he had likely just returned from the Douluo forest. Ah, esteemed guest, do you seek something? Please, feel free to browse, said a shrewd-eyed proprietor with a small mustache as he escorted the figure to the door and caught sight of Meng Ye. Meng Ye's gaze swept over a piece of wood the boss held. Its grain was distinct, imbued with a lustrous sheen akin to glass. Furthermore, the surface emanated a faint, exotic fragrance, which Meng Ye, with his remarkable senses, could detect even from a distance. As the aroma wafted into his nostrils, he felt an unexpected surge of restlessness within his soul power, causing his pupils to constrict. Boss, how much for this soul incense? Meng Ye inquired, pointing at the piece of wood in the proprietor's hand. Having overheard their conversation, he was aware that this modestly sized item was being sold for 50 gold soul coins, a price more extravagant than that of typical rare treasures. However, considering its true value, it was indeed a bargain. This item resembled sandalwood, prized for its rarity and its calming, tranquilizing effects, aiding soul masters in swiftly entering a meditative state. Nevertheless, it was primarily sought after by nobility or royalty to signify status. No soul master would rely on it for cultivation. Ah, discerning guest. The proprietor, surprised by Meng Ye's keen eye, wasted no time in placing the soul incense wood before him, boasting, this soul incense wood has just arrived. Observe its quality, at least 20 years of fine material. If you are satisfied, I can offer it to you at a cost price of 500. With a gesture, the proprietor raised his hand, displaying 5 fingers. 100. Meng Ye gazed at him with an expressionless demeanor. The value of this item, if consigned to an auction house, could fetch a price in the thousands. However, that presupposes the existence of a buyer, and the distance to the nearest major city is considerable, especially when factoring in transportation costs. Should he sell it locally, this old fellow had only spent 50 gold soul coins, and now he was poised to reap a tenfold profit. To call it robbery would be a euphemism. Even outright theft would pale in comparison to such audacity. In Chapter 20, having secured the information, he strolled through the market. Ah, splendid. Today marks the grand opening. Count me, old Bai, as your friend. Now, let us settle the payment. The proprietor, with a begrudging smile, realized that Meng Ye had overheard his earlier remarks and therefore opted for a direct transaction. A swift exchange of 50 gold soul coins left him with a substantial profit. With money in one hand and goods in the other, Meng Ye successfully acquired the soul incense wood. Without a glance back, he hastily pursued the individual who had departed moments before. Excuse me, esteemed customer. Is there anything else you require? The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback. Encountering such an agreeable patron was rare, and he pondered if he could extract further profit. No, thank you. Meng Ye, disinterested in further entanglement, recognized the significance of the soul incense wood and sought to trace its origin. Acquiring it at double the price could be deemed mutually beneficial. The proprietor was content as long as he profited. Moments later, Meng Ye caught up with the middle-aged man and, after a brief inquiry, the latter promptly divulged the location of the soul incense wood. It was situated in a marsh. Where the wood had been submerged, however, there appeared to be formidable soul beasts within, preventing him from approaching the center. Instead, he had only managed to collect this piece from the periphery. "Thank you," Meng Ye said, handing over the reward. Meng Ye casually handed over 2 gold soul coins to his companion as a form of remuneration for the information. "Polite as ever, little brother. If you have any other inquiries, feel free to seek me out. My name is Li Si, and I reside just ahead." Grateful for the unexpected windfall, Li Si beamed with delight. Nodding in acknowledgement, Meng Ye refrained from further conversation and made his way back. This expedition to the Douluo forest was not solely about acquiring soul rings. He had also set his sights on uncovering the source of the soul incense wood. While this substance could indeed be classified as soul incense wood, perhaps a more fitting name would be 10,000-year soul incense. This particular essence is known for its calming and soothing properties. However, its existence for millennia without decay suggests a singular possibility. The soul beast consumed it. And upon being slain before complete digestion, the soul energy would gradually be absorbed by the soul incense wood over an extended period, potentially spanning several years. Furthermore, such a phenomenon could only occur with a soul beast of at least 10,000 years. Otherwise, the soul energy of a common soul beast would dissipate rapidly in conjunction with its soul ring, leading the soul incense wood to decay shortly thereafter. Achieving a true 10,000-year quality would necessitate the repetition of this process multiple times to cultivate such an elevated form of soul incense. Such a grade of soul incense wood is indeed a treasure of the earth. Soul masters cannot directly absorb the soul energy of soul beasts for their own benefit, except in the case of evil martial souls. Yet, this 10,000-year soul incense would permit such absorption. It accelerates the condensation of soul energy by over 30%. A remarkable effect indeed. This single piece could sustain Meng Ye for over half a year, effectively elevating his soul power by approximately 2 levels. Should he acquire more, the value of this material would be beyond calculation, defying monetary assessment. Just this piece in his possession could easily fetch over 10,000 gold soul coins if discovered by a high-ranking soul master. And it would not be surprising if it commanded even higher prices at an auction. "Ah, Meng Ye, what a coincidence. What brings you here?" On the street, Meng Ye encountered 3 young ladies out for a stroll. "I was just picking up a few items and was about to head back," he replied, nodding at the other 2. Liu smiled slightly, having a favorable impression of Meng Ye, while Luo Xian gazed at him with a hint of helplessness in her eyes, as though seeking assistance. Initially wishing to maintain a distance, Meng Ye found it difficult to avoid Lu Meng, whose cheerful disposition made her easy to engage with. Unless one possessed an inherently aloof nature. "Would you like to join us for a bit of shopping?" Lu Meng suggested, winking playfully at Meng Ye. "Very well," he conceded. Although he had intended to decline, doing so would seem overly distant and cold. There is a distinction between being low-key and being indifferent. Meng Ye wished to limit his social interactions solely to avoid hindering his cultivation. Thus, the group commenced their shopping. Lu Meng appeared to revel in the experience. Though the items available were not particularly remarkable, she seemed to find novelty in everything and was thoroughly entertained. Occasionally, she would purchase trinkets or decorative items. The Lu family held a respectable status in the soul master community, thus all 3 possessed storage soul tools. Upon seeing Meng Ye, Luo Xian instinctively moved closer to him, while Liu expressed interest in discussing cultivation methods, fostering a congenial atmosphere. "4th soul ring. Meng Ye, did you acquire your 4th soul ring just like us?" "Indeed." Meng Ye nodded, revealing no concealment. This was not a matter of great significance. Regardless of a soul master's innate talent, fame without substance holds little value. As exemplified by the trio of Evil Moon, dubbed the Golden Generation, their reputation was more a product of the Martial Soul Hall's promotional efforts to bolster its prestige. In reality, when it comes to talent, the 3 of them combined could not rival the likes of Bibi Dong in her prime, nor could they compete with Qian Rinxue. "I believe you and Luo Xian are in the same class, correct? If I may inquire, how old are you?" Liu asked, suppressing her curiosity despite knowing it was somewhat inappropriate. "No worries, I'm 13. So, you're even younger than I am?" Lu Meng, holding a ribbon in her hand, placed it into her storage soul tool and suddenly turned to speak. "Meng Meng, Lu Yu shot her sister a disapproving glance, then turned to Meng Ye with an apologetic expression. I apologize, my sister can be a bit impulsive. It's quite all right, Meng Ye waved dismissively, unbothered. I didn't realize you were so impressive. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with mischief. And you're quite handsome as well. By the way, do you? Before she could finish, Lu Yu swiftly swatted her sister, causing her to cower and shield her head. If you don't curb that loose tongue of yours, it will land you in trouble one day. She cast a stern glance at Lu Ming. Sticking out her tongue, Lu Ming refrained from further commentary. She had intended to ask Meng Ye if he had a partner, but such a topic felt too sensitive and overtly intrusive. Meng Ye, though young, was not lacking in experience, a fact that Lu Yu could discern. A mind that belies one's age suggests either a congenital ailment or the hallmark of a prodigy. The realm of genius diverges sharply from the perceptions of ordinary individuals. It's about time to return. We must hunt souls tomorrow, Meng Ye remarked, shaking his head. Memories from his past life resurfaced, affirming Lu Yu's observations. Lu Ming's indiscretion had indeed stirred considerable trouble, nearly implicating the Lu family. While it did not lead to their ruin, the repercussions were nonetheless severe. Indeed, Lu Yu nodded, extending her hand. Allow me to formally introduce myself. My martial soul is light, and I am currently seeking my fourth soul ring, though I have held back for a time. My martial soul is akin to yours. They exchanged a firm handshake. Lu Yu's exceptional talent was evident, and barring unforeseen circumstances, she was destined to become the future head of the Lu family. The current patriarch was a soul Douluo, placing their lineage among the elite in the spirit master community. While they may not rival the top 3 sects, they certainly surpassed many of the lesser 4 sects. Their only shortcoming being in numbers. At merely 18 years of age, Lu Yu had the potential to ascend to the ranks of title Douluo should fortune favor her. You are far too modest. The disparity in our abilities is significant, Lu Yu remarked with a hint of wry amusement gracing her fair features. As they withdrew their hands, hers felt like warm jade, a delightfully smooth sensation that was utterly comforting. The difference between a level 40 at 18 and one at 17 was stark. The disparity in talent was monumental, not to mention the 6-year gap between them, a crucial period during which a spirit master's potential often flourishes. Even a modest advancement of 3 or 4 levels in a year could yield a 20-level difference. This was precisely why Lu Yu was eager to engage with Meng Ye. Within the spirit master realm, 2 types of individuals garnered the most admiration, the powerful and the prodigious. The former needs no introduction, while the latter possesses the potential to become formidable. Chapter 21. Thunder God Bamboo. The Stardow Forest. Recognized as the largest gathering of soul beasts on the continent, remains largely unexplored by humanity, with less than half of it surveyed. It can only be roughly categorized into outer and inner zones, essentially distinguishing areas dominated by 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul beasts. As for the 100,000-year beasts, few had been encountered and survived to tell the tale, rendering such classifications somewhat moot. With a crunch, the underbrush yielded beneath their feet. Shards of light filtering through the foliage, casting an ethereal glow upon the already enigmatic forest. Stay close, do not wander off, Gao Qing instructed, prompting a silent nod from several students. In such a foreboding environment, those with little experience in life and death confrontations or soul battles were understandably apprehensive. Lu Ming, who had been chattering incessantly, now trailed behind Lu Yu, her complexion pale, a state echoed by Lu Ji. This reaction was entirely natural. Facing an unfamiliar environment elicits such responses, and for those making their first foray, their survival hinged on luck. Soul beasts do not require justification to attack humans. They instinctively target those who draw their attention. Little girl, you two should stay close to me. The voice of the ghost Douluo resonated from ahead. He led the way, his eyes occasionally glimmering with an eerie light, keenly attuned to every rustle in the surroundings. The success of their endeavor in finding a suitable soul beast rested heavily on his shoulders. While their instructors possessed some sensing abilities, they were undoubtedly inferior to his. Meng Ye possessed an extraordinarily profound mastery of spiritual power, with a finesse that perhaps surpassed even Ghost Douluo's. However, in terms of range, his detection could only extend to a diameter of about 1 kilometer. Moreover, it was unsustainable, consuming an immense amount of spiritual energy. Comparatively, he excelled more in spiritual attacks rather than spiritual detection and control. Lu Ming glanced at Lu Yu, who gave her a meaningful look before nodding. Only then did she step behind Ghost Douluo, undoubtedly the safest place for her. Luo Xian, on the other hand, remained by Meng Ye's side, much to his silent exasperation. Staying with him wasn't exactly safe either. While 1,000-year soul beasts posed little threat, and those over 5,000 years were manageable, encountering a 10,000-year soul beast would force him to retreat. His current cultivation level dictated that even if he could fight, the cost would be significant. Luo Xian. Come over here too. Lu Ming turned and reminded her. I'm fine. Luo Xian declined the offer outright. Ghost Douluo let out an inexplicable chuckle, his motives unclear. Before speaking in a low voice, the first targets have appeared, a 3,000-year light tiger and a 4,000-year sun beetle. The three of you should be able to handle them, no? I want. Lu Ming raised her hand excitedly before hastily covering her mouth, her wide eyes fixed on Ghost Douluo. Speaking loudly in such a place was hardly wise. If an attack came, she'd be the first to suffer. And me, my martial soul, is the sun beetle. I'll trouble the elder and the teachers for their assistance. Lu Ji suppressed his excitement and replied softly. Though they came from the same family, their martial souls differed. Strictly speaking, among the three, only Liu had inherited the family's orthodox martial soul, when both parents possessed martial souls of comparable quality. The likelihood of a mutated martial soul was high, though it was also the scenario most likely to produce twin martial souls. If one parent's martial soul was strong and the other weak, then without question, the offspring would almost always inherit the stronger one, with only minor variations at most. Elder, where are those two soul beasts located? Gao Cheng inquired. Straight ahead, roughly 800 meters. Also, to the left, about a kilometer away. There's an 8,000-year blind bear. Huff. Gao Cheng gave a slight nod. Understanding his intent, the two soul emperor-level teachers behind him swiftly vanished into the dense forest. Having them retrieve the targets was the safest approach. Moving the entire group would not only be slow but also risky, the deeper they ventured into the Star Do Great Forest. The more treacherous the primal environment became. A single misstep could lead to an ambush, making it difficult to ensure everyone has safety. Kid, not interested? Ghost Douluo's voice abruptly sounded in Meng Ye's ear, unnoticed by the others. He had deliberately mentioned the 8,000-year soul beast for Meng Ye's benefit, knowing full well that Meng Ye had always absorbed soul rings beyond conventional limits. For an average fourth-ring soul master, even those with top-tier beast martial souls, the absorption limit rarely exceeded 5,000 years. Auxiliary-type soul masters could only manage between 3,000 to 4,000 years at most. Even if Meng Ye were to double the absorption of his soul ring, reaching the age of 8,000 years would be nearly the limit, or so Ghost Douluo believed. However, Meng Ye's response was simply too weak. Oh? How many years are you seeking? Ghost Douluo inquired with intrigue, curious about the extent of Meng Ye's capabilities. This knowledge would be essential for his report back to Bibi Dong. 20,000 years, no more than 25,000 years, preferably of the lightning attribute. Though a top-tier large soul beast would suffice, Meng Ye replied. Ghost Douluo glanced back at him, and through the shadows of his cloak. One could almost discern the look of astonishment in his eyes. Are you certain, young one? Absolutely, Meng Ye maintained his composure, meeting Ghost Douluo's gaze. Ghost Douluo's surprise was understandable. After all, even among the ranks of ordinary soul masters, and even including those documented by the Spirit Hall, none had encountered a fourth soul ring that could reach 20,000 years. That was the standard for a sixth soul ring, signifying a soul emperor. Each level of soul ring is significant, with the refinement of physical strength, mental power, and soul power being of utmost importance. In practice, a soul emperor's 30% of soul power is sufficient to overpower a full soul power soul master, illustrating the vast disparity between their strengths. Meng Ye found himself in a state of helplessness. His physique, constrained by age, had not yet reached its zenith. Had he not been summoned by Bibi Dong, he would have contemplated suppressing his soul power until the age of 16 before acquiring a soul ring. At that point, he would have had the confidence to absorb a soul ring of over 50,000 years directly with his fourth soul ring. However, that was no longer feasible, as the Spirit Hall would not permit such seemingly wasteful actions that squander talent. Very well, I shall procure for you a soul beast of 20,000 years. It appeared that Ghost Douluo was intrigued and wished to observe how Meng Ye would absorb a soul ring of such age. Before long, the two soul emperors returned with two soul beasts, throwing them onto the ground, their breathing already shallow. Lu Ji and Lu Ming stepped forward to deal with them and commenced the absorption of the soul rings. Having just entered the Stardo forest, they had already secured two soul rings, which was undoubtedly auspicious. Under Ghost Douluo's deliberate guidance, they subsequently located the soul beasts for the other three companions. Lu Yu encountered a mutated lightwing moth, aged 4,800 years, bestowing upon her a potent single-target control soul skill, which was commendable. Luo Xian, acquiring her third soul ring, obtained a colorful deer, whose ability was purification, ideally suited for a support-type soul master. Lastly, there was Jeremy, the inconspicuous figure among them, who had harbored some dissatisfaction throughout the journey. Nevertheless, he successfully acquired his fourth soul ring, the Ghost Vine Martial Spirit, which was also a control type but paled in comparison to Lu Yu's. Having surpassed the age of 20, barring unforeseen circumstances, he would likely only be fit for a position akin to a steward, and it was not unusual for him to be assigned to the main hall due to a stroke of bad luck. With the soul hunting essentially concluded, Ghost Douluo instructed the others to return while he and Meng Ye continued their pursuit of souls, delving deeper into the Star Doe forest. "Be cautious," Luo Xian said with a hint of concern in her almost inaudible voice as they prepared to depart. Although it was but a simple statement, Meng Ye felt an inexplicable warmth, as if he had returned to a cherished time. "Humph," Ghost Douluo chuckled from the side. "It seems that young lady has taken an interest in you. Elder, you mentioned earlier that you could not find a lightning attribute soul beast, correct?" Meng Ye did not respond, but instead turned to Ghost Douluo to inquire. "TCH, it merely does not meet your standards," Ghost Douluo retorted, clearly perturbed by the mention. As being a title Douluo, he still held a sense of pride. Surprisingly, Meng Ye remarked nonchalantly, "I have indeed discovered one." "What? Impossible." Ghost Douluo was skeptical but followed Meng Ye through the forest with a sense of doubt. Before long, they parted the underbrush and beheld a steep stone pillar. Surrounding the pillar was a clearing where vegetation seemed reluctant to encroach, revealing extensive rocky layers on the ground. The cliff was not particularly high, merely several dozen meters. But the most crucial aspect was the object at its summit, faintly shimmering with a purple light. Merely approaching it, Meng Ye felt a tingling sensation coursing through him. Crack! An arc of electricity manifested around Ghost Douluo, held at bay by his protective soul power, unable to penetrate. What is this? Even with Ghost Douluo's extensive experience, he could not identify the soul beast before him. "Thunder God Bamboo," Meng Ye exclaimed with palpable excitement. An anomaly of the thunder bamboo, struck by a lightning tribulation. Among tens of thousands of thunder bamboo, there exists but one supreme lightning attribute plant-type soul beast. His eagerness stemmed from a straightforward desire to continually enhance his attributes, aspiring to reach an unparalleled level of power. The adaptability of his martial spirit was remarkable. Meng Ye could choose to develop various soul skills comprehensively: attack, melee, area of effect, defense, and control, with the exception of support. His twin martial spirits afforded him such privilege, but being a jack of all trades proved meaningless. Thus he opted to specialize in one or two areas. Ultimately, he selected power and lightning attributes, with full investment in power and explosive potential. His combat style would become remarkably efficient and fearsome. The Thunder God Bamboo before him represented the epitome of the soul ring he sought, and he was almost certain that absorbing the soul ring would grant him mastery over the ultimate lightning attribute. What a domineering power! Such a wondrous entity exists in this world. Ghost Douluo marveled. His astonishment was not derived from the age of the Thunder God Bamboo, which comfortably exceeded 20,000 years and was inconsequential to him. Rather, he was genuinely amazed by the overwhelming attributes of this Thunder God Bamboo, which even from a distance could directly affect his protective soul power, instilling a sensation of suppression upon his martial spirit. Ordinarily, not even a top-tier soul beast of 50,000 years could achieve such an effect. After his awe subsided, Ghost Douluo turned to Meng Ye and asked, "Is this the soul beast you desire? Are you certain you can absorb it?" Meng Ye did not dare to be overly confident. After contemplating for a moment, he replied, "I have a 60% chance. I wish to take a gamble." In truth, even if the odds were merely 30% after surpassing 30,000 years, he would still be inclined to take the risk. Soul beasts with supreme attributes are exceedingly rare, apart from a select few. Soul beasts with supreme attributes are even scarcer than those aged 100,000 years. Meng Ye was aware that among the soul beasts, even the 10 formidable beasts of the future did not solely possess supreme attributes. 60%, perhaps? Ghost Douluo was somewhat taken aback, in his estimation. Even a soul emperor might struggle to absorb this soul ring. He then spoke solemnly, "Very well, should this endeavor succeed, you will indeed be unprecedented. I shall lend you my assistance this time." He was also taking a gamble, wagering that Meng Ye would succeed. He could almost foresee that Meng Ye would inevitably reach, and perhaps even surpass, the current pope. At that time, his own position would be remarkably secure. Having already assisted 2 popes, Ghost Douluo's foresight was certainly not lacking. Whoosh! After speaking, Ghost Douluo transformed into a shadow, darting towards the stone pillar. In an instant, He traversed dozens of meters before the titled Douluo. Boom. Just as Ghost Douluo prepared to uproot the thunder god bamboo, an unexpected clap of thunder reverberated through the sky. A stifling aura began to permeate the atmosphere. Crack. In the next moment, a bolt of heavenly lightning descended without warning, striking Ghost Douluo directly. This was the true might of heaven. Unlike the soul skills released by soul masters, which required time, there was no evading this, even for one as formidable as a titled Douluo. Humph. How dare such trifling skills challenge me? Ghost Douluo snorted in fury, relying on his immense cultivation to shield himself from the lightning. Seizing hold of the main trunk of the thunder god bamboo, simultaneously, 9 soul rings emerged around him, and a chilling ghostly shadow unfurled from within, spreading forth as if a multitude of specters had been unleashed, even engulfing the blinding lightning. The cultivation of a titled Douluo was generally impervious to most natural disasters, making ordinary lightning a trivial threat. However, amidst this, an unforeseen event unfolded. The dazzling lightning began to pierce through the layers of mist, causing the soul rings on Ghost Douluo to shine brightly. 100 ghosts roamed the night. The sinister ghostly aura spread, and from the pitch-black fog that obscured the heavens, more ghostly figures began to dart frantically, ravenously consuming the lightning energy within. Yet, the thunder god bamboo continued to emanate a terrifying presence, the lightning refusing to extinguish amidst the shadows. The sky relentlessly unleashed bolts of lightning, attempting to pierce through the black mist. This was an attribute suppression. Meng Ye had retreated a considerable distance, aware that the descending lightning was no jest. His cultivation was insufficient to withstand it. Observing Ghost Douluo's prolonged struggle, his expression grew increasingly grave. Even as a titled Douluo, he found himself suppressed by the supreme Elder. Meng Ye stepped forward to take the thunder god bamboo, simultaneously explaining to him, "Young man, do not think that the old man can be easily deceived." Gui Douluo, momentarily calmed but still skeptical, replied, "Naturally not. I assume that you and Elder Ju share a similar bond, balancing each other through the interplay of yin and yang, which has allowed you to cultivate to your current level." As he spoke, Meng Ye decisively split the core of the thunder god bamboo, completely severing its life force. A pitch-black soul ring materialized, exuding a faint but palpable aura of thunder. Gui Douluo's pupils constricted, and he immediately began to trust Meng Ye's words to a considerable extent. His martial soul, in conjunction with Ju Douluo, was a testament to their complementary powers, as the wondrous Qirong Tong Tian Ju, a celestial herb of the utmost yang, could invigorate the limbs and open the 8 meridians, granting an indestructible body. The ghostly essence of his own soul, embodying the utmost yin, further enhanced their potential for mutual cultivation and soul power exchange, achieving remarkable results. Even though they had merely drawn closer over the years, both had ascended to the 95th level of cultivation. "Thank you, Elder," Meng Ye uttered before settling down to absorb the soul ring. Seeing Meng Ye begin the absorption, Gui Douluo held his tongue, focusing on dispelling the errant thunder within him while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Crackle. The moment Meng Ye drew the soul ring to him, he felt a sharp sting ripple through his skin, followed by a painful sensation in his flesh and organs. Though he had already absorbed 2 top-tier thunder attribute soul rings, he was still a distance from mastering the ultimate thunder. Yet, the process proved arduous, with the secret techniques of soul dispersal and his vital energy in full motion. Even his mental prowess was summoned to subdue the overwhelming might of the thunder. Gui Douluo observed Meng Ye's actions with intrigue. Initially tense, his expression softened as he witnessed the soul power radiating around Meng Ye, realizing the profound nature of this soul dispersal technique. Even an ordinary soul master could achieve a leap in absorption with such a method. Swoosh. A white mist began to emanate from Meng Ye, rising like smoke. The vitality surged like a wolf's howling smoke. "This young man possesses an astonishing physique," Gui Douluo exclaimed. He had previously witnessed Meng Ye unleash incredible vitality before BB Dong, but under immense pressure, such a display seemed expected. However, it appeared that there was more to it. This tangible vitality could not merely be attributed to potential. Even strength-type soul masters above the soul saint rank might not attain such prowess, as vitality and essence were distinctly different. Chapter 23, Titan Great Ape. Within the Stardow Forest, a realm dominated by 10,000-year soul beasts, the tranquil yet eerie woods brimmed with an unseen menace. Beside a swamp, a baboon seeking water cautiously lifted its head, aware of the lurking dangers beneath the surface, yet it knew that behind it lay the most perilous place for any creature. However, below the swamp, a shadow exuded an even more terrifying aura of danger. Breathing out slowly, it resumed its quest for water, but in the next moment, roar. With a thunderous bellow, an enormous creature emerged from the depths of the forest, uprooting trees in its wake, creating tremors that reverberated even in this land ruled by colossal beasts. Countless flying soul beasts scattered in panic, their ancient instincts screaming in terror as the fearsome presence sent them fleeing for miles. On a moving mountain, two distinct luminescent sources. Meng Ye did not reveal to Ghost Douluo what it was. Indeed, few were privy to its true value. He had once come into possession of a small piece, a gift from that scoundrel Wang Shua. The nobility, lacking understanding, could not discern the difference between a millennium soul incense and an ordinary soul incense wood. Such items, capable of enhancing soul power, would fetch no less than tens of thousands of gold soul coins at an auction. Ghost Douluo felt a flicker of curiosity and remarked, "Very well. I shall accompany you." The journey back to the spirit city would take some time. It was not an urgent task, and he was in no particular haste. After determining their direction, Meng Ye proceeded towards the location he had previously inquired about. According to Li Si's account, they were likely nearing the periphery of the inner region, where the presence of ancient soul beasts was a commonplace occurrence. The audacity of a mere grand soul master venturing into such a perilous locale could be likened to wagering one's life for mere riches. Even though Meng Ye had ascended to the rank of soul master, this place remained exceedingly treacherous. What is this? After walking several miles, they stumbled upon a fallen giant tree, a multitude of soul beasts, soul rings scattered about, and enormous footprints imprinted upon the ground. The magnitude of destruction was such that even the Ghost Douluo would be astonished. 100,000-year soul beast. We must flee. Without a moment's hesitation, the Ghost Douluo seized Meng Ye and swiftly dashed towards the outskirts of the Stardo forest. Their speed was so remarkable that one could barely discern a fleeting shadow, obscured further by the darkness of the night. Elder, Meng Ye was deeply troubled. In the midst of his rapid flight, the branches and leaves that occasionally brushed against his face rendered him incapable of uttering a single coherent word. He wished to warn Ghost Douluo to refrain from running in that direction, as the terrifying traces evoked a chilling memory. At this juncture, if fortune favored him, the only 10,000-year soul beast lurking at the periphery of the Stardo forest could only be one, the Titan Great Ape. It was on a quest to find Xiaowu, and if all went according to plan, it was likely already on its way back. Boom, boom, boom. Indeed. Amidst Ghost Douluo's haste, the sound of heavy footsteps soon echoed ahead. Both parties were moving with great speed, and they collided head-on. As Ghost Douluo lifted his gaze once more, a colossal foot was descending upon him. Without hesitation, Ghost Douluo hurled Meng Ye away while unleashing the full might of his terrifying soul power. 100 Ghosts Night Walk. Demons, arise. Roar. The Titan Great Ape, upon seeing Xiaowu again, was consumed by the singular desire to find her and return with her to meet the sky blue bull python. As Xiaowu's mother had adopted two formidable beasts, they considered themselves family, and their concern for Xiaowu's choice to transform and enter the human realm was only natural. Now that Xiaowu had returned, it was only logical for the Titan Great Ape to seek her out. However, the sudden emergence of Ghost Douluo incited the Titan Great Ape's wrath, as the area of effect from Ghost Douluo's attack posed a danger to Xiaowu. Without time to ponder further, Meng Ye summoned all his vitality and unhesitatingly threw himself to the ground. Boom. In the next moment, a horrifying shockwave radiated outward, leveling everything within a diameter of hundreds of meters. Ghost Douluo may not be a power-type martial soul, yet he was still a title Douluo. A confrontation with the Titan Great Ape meant that the resulting aftermath could easily obliterate thousand-year soul beasts. A mouthful of blood spewed forth, leaving Meng Ye's mind in a haze, his internal organs groaning in protest. He could not afford to assess his injuries. He dashed away. His sole thought now was to escape. Ghost Douluo was unlikely to perish, as it was nearly impossible to kill him with a physical attack. However, he could not withstand too many more of these shockwaves. After a couple more, he might not even be able to flee. Roar. Beast, cease your insolence. The Titan Great Ape's furious roar, along with Ghost Douluo's own, reverberated across the skies of the Stardo forest. Having escaped over 1,000 meters, Meng Ye's ears rang, and he could only curse under his breath. Damn it. The Titan Great Ape's fury was likely ignited by Xiaowu. Ghost Douluo, too, had not anticipated colliding with the rampaging Titan Great Ape. In his panic, he had acted without hesitation, and now, given their lack of a common language. They were destined to continue fighting. He needed to find a place to recuperate. After a moment's hesitation, Meng Ye assessed his internal injuries, only to feel a wave of despair. The injuries were not severe, but they were widespread, affecting several vulnerable organs. Even though he possessed the innate martial soul, this type of damage would require a few days of rest. Continuing further into the depths of the Douluo forest was out of the question. Who knew if they might encounter a beast tide? Without Ghost Douluo, he had no choice but to flee. After nearly half an hour, he finally distanced himself from the battlefield. Fortunately, the surrounding soul beasts had been frightened away by the Titan Great Ape's terrifying aura. Otherwise, he would not have dared to be so reckless. Rustle, rustle. Huh. A sound emerged from the thicket ahead. Meng Ye narrowed his gaze and released his spiritual energy. Ah, it's you. It was Lu Yu and Lu Ji, accompanied by Luo Xian and a Soul Emperor teacher. They appeared somewhat disheveled, indicating that their luck had not been favorable. Where is the elder, Meng Ye? We got separated, the teacher inquired, glancing at Meng Ye. They had been hiding nearby for a while, only emerging once the beast tide had passed. However, they did not dare to act recklessly since even Shi had been scattered. Upon seeing Meng Ye, they instinctively believed that Ghost Douluo was nearby, igniting a flicker of hope within them. Faced with the calamity of the beast tide, they could only lament their own weakness and their survival. Feeling powerless to do anything else, they encountered a powerful soul beast and are currently engaged in battle. Where? I will go assist the elder. The teacher was taken aback and quickly responded. The ghost elder should have escaped by now. There's no need for you to go. We should leave this place first. He cast a sidelong glance at the others, thinking help? With your physique, you couldn't even feed the Titan Great Ape. After a moment of awkward silence, Liu turned to Meng Ye and asked, Meng Ye, have you seen my sister? We were separated during the beast tide. No. Meng Ye shook his head slightly. The direction I came from should have had no living creatures daring to approach. Where did you lose her? Lu Yu fell silent. But it was Lu Ji who spoke up. After we were separated by the beast tide, we lost our bearings. Given the terrain, it's difficult to discern anything in the wake of the beast tide. Not to mention this is a primitive forest, not a street with signs. After pondering for a moment, Meng Ye still inquired, what are your plans then? There are two choices. Either we leave the Douluo forest to regroup with Shi and the others before coming back to search, which would undoubtedly be the more prudent approach. Or we could directly search, which carries greater risk but also the highest chance of finding her. This Douluo forest is fraught with uncertainties. A moment of carelessness could mean the difference between life and death. Prolonging this could make it increasingly difficult for a support-type soul master to endure until their rescue. I want to find my sister. Lu Yu's gaze was resolute, and Lu Ji stood by her side. As siblings, they naturally would not abandon one another. Absurd. We should first regroup with the elders. You both must follow me. The Soul Emperor teacher would not allow them to act recklessly. Teacher, Meng Ye turned to the teacher and suddenly proposed, why don't we search the vicinity? Since we have obtained the fourth soul ring, we possess a degree of self-defense. Moreover, the beast tide has just passed. It should be relatively safe now. I oppose this. We should leave this cursed place as soon as possible. I don't want to stay here for another moment. Jeremy, who had been trailing behind the group, suddenly shouted, wanting to depart. By this point, his face was pale, and his teeth were chattering. Clearly, he was terrified and wished to leave without delay. The others did not blame him. This was a normal human reaction. In truth, the group was merely forcing themselves to muster their spirits, while the Lu siblings clung to their determination to save their sister. The teacher recognized the division among them and reassured them. Perhaps they have already left the forest. With Shi and the others protecting them, they should be safe. This statement held merit, as the absence of any news was the best news one could hope for. Liu ultimately bit her lip in determination, asserting, Teacher, I want to search for her. If we do not find anything after half a day, we will leave. If you wish to search, you may do so on your own. Jeremy, in a fit of desperation, grasped the Soul Emperor teacher's arm, an act that naturally displeased the teacher. Yet, the reality remained undeniable. His noble lineage could not sway the judgment of a Soul Emperor, but human sentiment could. At that moment, the Lu siblings could only lower their heads, knowing they had no grounds to demand that everyone accompany them. They were determined to stay behind, no matter the danger that awaited them. Meng Ye turned to the Soul Emperor mentor and proposed, perhaps you should lead the others out first, leaving markers along the way. I shall assist them in searching the vicinity. If the others have already departed, you may return here and signal with a whistling arrow, allowing us to promptly withdraw. How does that sound? The Soul Emperor hesitated briefly, recognizing the difficulty in resolving this divergence of plans. Eventually, he nodded in reluctant agreement. Very well. But you must not take unnecessary risks. If danger arises, flee immediately. Do you understand? The Lu siblings exhaled in relief, gratitude evident in their voices. Thank you, Minner. Their appreciative gazes also settled upon Meng Ye, aware that he was aiding them deliberately. You should come with me as well. Remaining here is perilous, the mentor said. Turning to Luo Xian, the young girl had, at some unnoticed moment, silently positioned herself behind Meng Ye once more. She stood wordlessly, her expression unreadable, neither fear nor courage discernible. I will also help search, she insisted. Despite repeated attempts to dissuade her, Luo Xian remained obstinately resolute, refusing to leave. With no choice, the mentor could only sternly reiterate his warnings before finally departing with Jeremiah. It was not that he lacked the will to forcibly remove her, but time was of the essence. Any delay might jeopardize the rescue. Moreover, he could not transport all of them at once. Meng Ye, thank you, no need. Meng Ye interjected, already anticipating their words. With a faint shake of his head, he continued, follow me. I may uncover some clues. However, venturing deeper would likely be forbidden by the mentor, so this is our only recourse. The siblings fell silent, nodding solemnly before trailing after him. Luo Xian followed closely, careful not to stray too far. After retracing their steps for a stretch, Meng Ye discovered a cluster of felled trees. Among the branches, he retrieved a torn scrap of fabric, distinctly from Lu Meng's attire. Surrounding the area were numerous tracks left by spirit beasts. Lu Ji, observing his elder sister Lu Yu standing motionless in silence, trembled as he spoke. Elder sister Yu, I'm fine. Let us hurry, we'll search this way. Without further hesitation, Lu Yu strode forward, following the trail of the spirit beast's departure. Meng Ye observed that her eyes were red, merely suppressing her emotions. And it seemed she had abandoned the thought of leaving without finding Lu Meng. Sighing, Meng Ye could only follow her. His ability to pick up on such subtle clues was undoubtedly due to his mental strength, yet its range was limited, preventing him from pinpointing their exact location. Along the way, Meng Ye encountered numerous spirit beasts. However, perhaps due to the recent passage of the Titan giant ape, these creatures were largely hesitant to move. After half an hour had passed, Lu Yu, in her impatience, nearly lost her way several times. Fortunately, Meng Ye occasionally discovered some clues, gradually bringing them closer to their destination. These were likely intentional hints left by Meng Meng. Lu Yu had now regained her composure. Once was an accident, but several times could not simply be coincidental. Although the clues along the way were not overt, they followed a discernible pattern, clearly left behind by the clever Lu Meng. Suddenly, Meng Ye raised his hand, signaling the group to halt. His expression had turned serious. They had found Lu Meng, but she was in a bit of trouble. This was clearly territory they had discovered first. Why should they concede it to him? Meng Ye ran, still intent on acquiring a suitable spirit ring, had once again encountered Tang San and his companions. However, Oscar had already snatched the phoenix-tailed chicken snake, and the face-devouring spider had met its end at the hands of Tang San's Zhuge divine crossbow. The dragon prince Ming Shu was not one to be trifled with and sought an explanation, but upon learning of Tang San's father's identity from Zhao Wuji, he hesitated. Initially, he had thought Tang San was merely a disciple of a theoretical master, but in the world of spirit masters, strength ultimately reigned supreme. The formidable reputation of the Haotian Douluo, who had once single-handedly vanquished the Pope of the Spirit Hall, was not something the Dragon Prince and the Snake Lady could afford to offend. Meng Ye ran. Why not allow them to help you find a spirit beast? If they fail, they can compensate, suggested Lu Meng, who had somehow found herself alongside Meng Ye ran, her voice low and coaxing. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she glanced at Tang San and the others. Yes. Upon hearing Lu Meng's sweet voice, Meng Ye ran turned to her grandfather, saying, Grandfather, I want them to find me a spirit beast of the same level as the face-devouring spider. Is that too much to ask? Indeed, that is not unreasonable. Meng Shu mused before looking toward Zhao Wuji. The members of Shrek Academy exchanged uneasy glances. Such spirit beasts were notoriously difficult to locate. They had spent over a week wandering this forest to gather just these two spirit beasts, and they had to thank Meng Ye, Meng Shu, Chao Tianxiang, and Zhao Wuji all had subtle changes in their expressions, even casting wary glances behind Meng Ye before relaxing upon seeing no one there, perhaps realizing their own slight impropriety. Yet Meng Ye maintained his composure. Meng Shu, with an air of dignity, nodded and inquired, Since you are disciples of the Spirit Hall, why have you come here alone to hunt spirits? Where are your elders? Meng Ye, are you affiliated with the money leopard? Are you hard of hearing or simply not very bright? I already mentioned that it is a case of being lost. Did you not notice the commotion earlier? Beside him, the serpent woman, Chao Tianxiang, also sensed that her husband was somewhat hard of hearing and had caused a misunderstanding, so she gently prodded him. At this moment, several teachers were stationed outside the forest, having been scattered by the soul beasts, but fortunately, there were no casualties. Thank you for your concern, esteemed elder. Meng Ye understood the need to preserve the elder's dignity. With a single phrase, he alleviated the awkwardness, and Ming Shu, who had initially intended to seek some benefit, suddenly found Meng Ye much more agreeable. Indeed, quite polite, unlike certain individuals. Casting a glance at Zhao Wujia and others, Meng Shu implied his thoughts, then nodded and said, "After all, you are a disciple of our clan. I can escort you out shortly. Please accompany us." Meng Shu was quite enraged by Shrek and his companions. The first time, he tolerated the bullying of his wife and granddaughter by Zhao Wuji, but the second time, he personally intervened only to be thwarted. This indignation was not something he could easily swallow unless compelled by circumstances. In contrast, he found Meng Ye increasingly agreeable, even though it was merely a first impression. Making a favorable one was no simple task. In the perilous Star Doe forest, having a formidable ally for protection brought considerable reassurance. Exchanging glances with one another, Meng Ye and his companions readily acquiesced. It was hardly a significant matter. Thus, they expressed their gratitude to the elder. "Thank you." Indeed, Meng Shu nodded slightly, continuing to gaze at his granddaughter. However, he noticed that the young girl appeared somewhat dazed upon seeing Meng Ye, prompting a knowing smile to grace his lips. Tianxiang, possessing the wisdom that comes with age, quickly grasped the situation, yet still gave her husband a gentle nudge. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Meng Ye snapped back to reality. And Ming Shu inquired, "Ran, what are your thoughts?" "Hi, may I have a look?" Meng Ye requested. Her cheeks tinged with a slight blush as she sought to examine the secrets of hidden weapons. "Certainly," Tang San replied, handing over the tome. While this unwavering demeanor seemed exceptionally remarkable, considering that this book merely represented the foundational knowledge for outer disciples of the Tang sect, it was an entirely different matter. After all, what was given freely could be exchanged for an exquisite soul ring. Soul rings, apart from their age, must also be compatible, to Tang San. This was indeed a premium soul ring. To be candid, Meng Ye found himself quite intrigued by the 8 spider lances. While the soul ring itself held little significance for him. After all, it was merely a 2,000-year-old soul ring, and the man-faced demon spider was renowned for its poisonous attributes, which starkly contrasted with the ultimate strength and attributes he sought. "Senior, I am willing to offer 100,000 gold soul coins for this soul ring." "Ah?" Meng Ye's sudden remark left everyone somewhat unprepared, even astonished, and then utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 26. The challenge for a soul master. Concealed weapons are ultimately but a trivial skill. Meng Ye practiced them merely as a hobby, far from attaining the level where they could enhance her true combat prowess. Indeed, concealed weapons must be paired with poison to achieve victory over adversaries. Otherwise, how could something so small possibly rival the lethality of swords and blades? Bullets, perhaps? Yet golden soul coins are an entirely different matter. The sum of 100,000 golden soul coins, though carelessly blurted out by Lu Ming, was no trivial amount if truly produced. Even for the family behind the Dragon Duke and Serpent Grandmother, this was no small fortune. "What did you say?" Meng Shu's hearing faltered once more as he stared at Meng Ye in disbelief. "This junior is willing to offer 100,000 golden soul coins to purchase this soul beast. Meng Ye merely desires the 8 spider lances. This soul bone is undoubtedly worth far more than a mere 100,000. In the realm of soul masters, the concept of soul bones being priceless prevails. However, his actions have evidently led to some misunderstandings among others, such as Meng Ye, whose cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She had been deprived of her soul rings twice and was currently in a fit of anger. Meng Ye's countenance was not conventionally attractive to the opposite sex, yet it exuded an innate vitality and spirit. Having just absorbed his 4th soul ring, his already chiseled features now carried an additional layer of domineering coldness. Such temperament often proves more alluring than anything else, inevitably leading her thoughts astray. The Dragon Duke and Serpent Lady similarly misinterpreted the situation, both assuming Meng Ye had acted out of vengeance for Meng Ye. But looking deeper, what exactly was Meng Ye's background? In the Soul Master world, formidable cultivation doesn't necessarily equate to wealth, yet those with riches invariably possess extraordinary status. You, desperate to save someone. Tang San had pinned all his hopes on this human-faced demon spider's soul ring. Already injured, these words nearly caused his blood and chi to rebel. his face paling as he trembled while pointing at Meng Ye. Xiao-san, Daimobai, and the others immediately rushed forward upon seeing this. They were aware Tang-san had endured a fierce battle. The human-faced demon spider served as evidence, and thus glared at Meng Ye with collective fury. I'm fine. Raising his hand to indicate his condition, Tang-san forcibly composed himself, though his gaze remained icy as he addressed Meng Ye. We should have no enmity between us. Why deliberately make things difficult? While this soul beast holds no value to me, its worth certainly shouldn't be measured against some dubious manual, should it? In Meng Ye's eyes flickered a spark of electricity, though his expression remained impassive. An aura of unspoken authority emanated from him, instilling an inexplicable sense of oppressive weight upon the Shrek members who met his gaze, causing their breaths to falter. This was not merely a pressure of soul power or mental force, but rather a transcendental essence, characteristic of one who has long occupied a position of power. Meng Ye was making his debut with remarkable brilliance, causing Zhao Wuji's eyes to reflect a look of astonishment. What a terrifying young talent! He gazed directly at Tang-san and spoke in a solemn tone. The path of a soul master is one of inner refinement, a journey that necessitates the accumulation of time and experience. While practicing hidden weapons may be a personal interest, neglecting one's cultivation for such pursuits is indeed a misplacement of priorities. His words resonated powerfully, devoid of any hesitation or doubt. What was truly significant was not merely a statement, but the spirit and vitality that Meng Ye infused into it. His vigorous and commanding presence seemed to strike like a mental shockwave upon the hearts of all present. Even Zhao Wuji and Ming Shu, after their initial shock, revealed expressions of newfound understanding. Having aged, their progress and cultivation had stagnated significantly. In truth, apart from physical limitations, what they truly lacked was the vigor of youth. The enlightening impact of Meng Ye's words stirred their long-dormant soul power, leaving them profoundly astonished. Meng Ye's philosophy is remarkably pure, even to the point of extremity. If one is to cultivate soul power, one should embody the essence of a soul master. In his eyes, Tang-san does not qualify as a true soul master. Although Yu Xiaojiang is hailed as a master of theory, Tang-san's soul rings have neither fully embraced the poison attribute nor exhibited control capabilities that extend beyond certain limitations against soul masters of equivalent rank. During the soul master competition, had it not been for the 2 celestial herbs granting him immunity to both ice and fire, the blue-silver grass's ability to absorb soul rings would have been merely average. The presence of 3 celestial herbs on any soul master could yield a similarly remarkable talent. In stark contrast to the astonishment of others, Tang-san's gaze was ablaze with unfathomable fury. He harbored profound sentiments for the Tang sect, and thus, in his eyes, hidden weapons were not mere trifles, and he would not toll Meng Ye frowned slightly, not out of fear of Tang-san, for the latter had yet to earn such a distinction. Rather, it was the piercing gaze that irked him. To an outsider, it might appear composed and balanced. Yet those who were the object of such scrutiny felt an unsettling chill, akin to the gaze of a venomous serpent. Ignoring Tang-san, he turned to Ming Shu and inquired, "What are your thoughts, senior?" While Tang-san had succumbed to irrationality, Meng Ye remained composed, and the current circumstances were well within his expectations. The ownership of the soul beast was not yet in Tang-san's hands, as long as Ming Shu remained resolute. Tang-san could not claim it. By challenging him and wagering the soul beast, Tang-san had overstepped his bounds. Humph. Very well. Is this the caliber of students from Shrek Academy, the disciples of the master? He cast a furious glance at Tang-san, the terrifying aura of soul power emanating from him instilling dread in all present, for it was the unmistakable presence of a soul Douluo. Ming Shu gazed at Meng Ye and directly said, "If you're confident, young friend, please teach this boy a lesson on my behalf. If you emerge victorious, this soul beast shall belong to you. I shall take not a single coin, and none shall be able to take it away. With your esteemed trust, I shall certainly exert my utmost effort." With a respectful gesture, Meng Ye turned to face Tang-san, his eyes reflecting an unwavering calmness. Zhao Wujie felt a sudden pang of anxiety. He was yet to grasp why Ming Shu had abruptly altered his stance, but upon witnessing Meng Ye's gaze, he seemed to sense that something was amiss. Everything unfolded too suddenly and appeared exceedingly bizarre. What had initially been a contest between them and the Dragon King and Serpent Lady had unexpectedly transformed into a wager involving a disciple of the Spirit Hall. The connections appeared seamless, without a hint of flaw. I shall not employ my martial spirit, but instead rely solely on hidden Meng Ye did not evade. He merely stood his ground, his body shimmering with striking arcs of electricity, continuously deflecting the incoming hidden weapons. However, evading the dense barrage of projectiles proved exceedingly challenging, let alone withstanding them head-on. As a golden hairpin pierced through his soul defense, a subsequent dark needle punctured Meng Ye's skin. His expression darkened, and in the next instant, the soul rings on his body emerged. Yellow, purple, black. The unparalleled configuration of soul rings, accompanied by the flickering of pale, ominous lightning, was far more profound than the torrent of metallic projectiles that surrounded him. Boom. With the radiance of the first soul ring, a terrifying wave of thunder coalesced into a shockwave that swept outward. Wherever it traveled, not only were the hidden weapons completely obliterated, but the more fragile ones were utterly shattered. The first soul skill, Thunderstorm. Their brother, Tang San, was taken aback by the ferocity of Meng Ye's counterattack. Not only he, but everyone else was equally astonished. Just a moment ago, they had held the upper hand, and now they faced potential peril. At this critical juncture, a pink figure flickered before him, tackling Tang San to the ground, narrowly averting disaster. Boom. Chapter 27, The Transaction. The fearsome thunder struck a distant tree trunk with immense force, causing a tree so large that it required 2 or 3 people to encircle it to crash to the ground. The side that suffered the thunderous impact was entirely charred, and the surrounding grass bore the same scorched fate. The dominance of this thunderous power transcended the realm of ordinary martial souls. It even surpassed that of the most elite martial souls. This was the epitome of martial prowess. Even the weakest first soul skill, merely 800 years old, still instilled a profound dread among the assembled Shrek members. Ma Hongjun, whose attributes were closest to the ultimate, now bore a pallid visage. His inner chaos quelled to the point where he could scarcely lift his head. Not only the Shrek contingent, but even Lu Yu and others, witnessing Meng Ye strike for the first time, were deeply shaken. Though they too were soul masters, they feared they would not withstand such a blow. No. They absolutely could not endure it. The outcome was clear, graciously accepted. Meng Ye, with a stoic expression, reached towards a wound on his chest and deftly extracted a slender, twisted golden needle, as fine as a hair. His brow furrowed slightly. Although this object was not particularly lethal, it was rather repugnant. The dragon whisker needle required a unique technique to infuse it with soul power, enabling it to become as hard as iron, specifically designed to penetrate protective energy shields. Had he been a soul master, it would have breached his protective soul power. Had Meng Ye utilized his martial spirit from the outset, this needle would have been obliterated by a bolt of extreme lightning. Once embedded in flesh, it would curl and entangle itself within the tissues, losing its soul power and becoming nearly impossible to extract, causing excruciating pain as the flesh was grotesquely distorted, which could easily hinder a soul master's ability to harness their full strength. Meng Ye, possessing the innate martial soul, is capable of exerting control over flesh and blood, compelling it to manifest externally. For an ordinary soul master, falling victim to such an ability would spell dire consequences, necessitating the excision of the entire mass of flesh. With a crackle, an arc of electricity erupted from his body, followed by a plume of white smoke. The attribute suppression rendered the poison ineffective against him. Cough. Gasped. Overcome by a surge of emotions and the tumult of recent events, Tang San, upon rising, expelled a mouthful of fresh blood. Their brother. Are you all right? Xiaowu gazed anxiously at Tang San, fearing he had sustained a life-threatening injury. In truth, it was primarily internal damage exacerbated by emotional turmoil. Xiaowu. You have finally returned, Tang San exclaimed, suddenly embracing Xiaowu, remaining in that position for an extended moment. Meng Ye did not interrupt. He held no significant animosity towards Tang San, and certainly, there was no fondness either. Approaching the colossal figure of the human-faced demon spider, which stood an imposing 3 meters tall, even in death, it exuded an unsettling aura. The soul ring gradually dissipated. With a hum, he stored the human-faced demon spider into his storage soul tool, a bracelet with considerable space, far more expansive than the average storage soul tool. Thank you, Senior, for your assistance, he remarked, slightly bowing to Mingshu. Mingshu was somewhat taken aback by the words spoken, failing to respond until Chao Tianxiang subtly reminded him. Oh, yes, indeed. With a serious expression, Mingshu then said, Young friend, you are too kind. It is I who should express my gratitude to you. I shall honor my promise and escort you out of the Stardow forest. Old man, Chao Tianxiang quietly interjected, casting a discreet glance at her granddaughter. The two elders were well aware of their granddaughter's feelings, especially since Meng Ye had yet to obtain her third spirit ring, leaving now would undoubtedly cause her distress. Senior. During my journey here, I happened to stumble upon a 1,500-year-old mandala snake. I wonder what you think of that? Meng Ye suddenly spoke up. Oh, where is it? At this, the reactions of Long Gong and Shipa finally aligned. Meng Ye genuinely wished to avoid wasting time and guided the 3 ancestors along the path they had taken. Lu Yu and the others Sui Mingshu and Chao Tianxiang exchanged solemn glances with Ghost Douluo before reluctantly departing with their beloved granddaughter. The reason Mingshu was willing to lower his status as a soul Douluo was due to the presence of an elder, a right-hand man of Bibi Dong, assisting in the acquisition of soul rings, which was a testament to their standing. This further solidified their belief that Meng Ye's identity was extraordinary, prompting their desire to form a connection. Ah, it seems your current circumstances are rather intriguing. The Dragon Duke and Snake Matriarch would not typically place such significance on a mere soul sect member. Ghost Douluo, his emotions inscrutable, stood beside Meng Ye with a faint smile. You must be seriously injured, senior. As soon as the words left his lips, Meng Ye felt a cold, piercing gaze directed at him from the side. Ghost Douluo's voice turned icy as he inquired, how did you discern that I was injured? Initially, I was Anawa. Meng Ye retrieved a jade box from the storage soul guide and presented it before Ghost Douluo, saying, this item may aid you in recovering some of your injuries. Ghost Douluo, initially dismissive, found his contempt stifled the moment a fragrant aroma wafted from the slightly ajar box. The words he had prepared to reject the offer lodged in his throat, unspoken. As he accepted the box, he inquired, what do you wish in exchange for this blood ginseng? All I ask is for you to accompany me into the Douluo forest once more, Meng Ye replied. It is a simple request. Ghost Douluo seemed to recall his previous encounter with the Titan giant ape, and, after a brief silence, ultimately acquiesced. Although this blood ginseng was not of the Millennium class nor an extraordinary treasure, it was a prized healing item, given Ghost Douluo's already diminished vitality. This ginseng would suffice for a swift recovery, saving him considerable time. For Meng Ye, while the blood ginseng was valuable, it was not essential, as he had previously consumed a millennium-old ginseng that had significantly enhanced both his vitality and soul power by 2 levels. Chapter 28, 10,000-Year Soul Incense. Soul Bone. Deep within the Douluo forest, under the protection of Ghost Douluo, Meng Ye successfully located the marsh. With a swift motion, he extracted a piece of azure-hued wood from the mire, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Indeed, it was 10,000-year soul incense, albeit in a rather unusual quantity. Despite some decay, the portion he observed was sufficient for 4 to 5 years of use. Given his talents, such an enhancement over 4 to 5 years could elevate his soul power by at least 10 levels. While this may seem modest, 10 levels of soul power could effectively bridge the innate disparity between his full soul power and that of a 6-winged angel. The distinction between a top-tier martial soul and a divine martial soul. Is it merely these broken pieces of what you seek? Ghost Douluo stood aside, refraining from intervention, oblivious to the true nature of these items, unable to discern their difference from ordinary soul incense wood. Please assist me in retrieving those logs. I would be immensely grateful. There is a soul beast below, so exercise caution, Meng Ye urged, gesturing towards the center of the marsh where no flying martial soul could approach. While a tidal Douluo could certainly fly, he had no choice but to comply, soaring towards the designated area. Roar. Just as he neared, a massive, pitch-black python erupted from the marsh, its gaping maw large enough to swallow Ghost Douluo whole. More terrifying was the swirling vortex emanating from its mouth, which began to draw Ghost Douluo downwards. Beast, die. Ghost Douluo, enraged, raised his hand and struck downwards. Boom. The overwhelming soul power caused the marsh's center to collapse, creating a vast pit with a diameter of several dozen meters, prompting Meng Ye on the shore to retreat. He swiftly collected the 10,000-year soul incense that had been dislodged, even if it was fragmented, as it still retained its value. These items were not particularly precious, which explained their obscurity. As Ghost Douluo landed ashore, he held the soul beast in his grasp, a robust serpent, over 0.5 meter in diameter and more than 20 meters long. A pitch-black soul ring emerged, indicating it was indeed a 10,000-year soul beast. This creature appeared to be a mutated soul beast, making the journey worthwhile. As he spoke, Ghost Douluo skillfully stripped the serpent's flesh, revealing a portion of its dark bones. This was a soul bone. Congratulations, senior, Meng Ye remarked, raising an eyebrow in astonishment, yet harboring no desire for it as he continued to gather the surrounding 10,000-year soul incense. Besides the growth-oriented external soul bones and the 100,000-year soul bones, he had little desire for other soul bones. It was more advantageous to enhance his cultivation, based on the potential of his martial soul. Reaching level 80 would render acquiring a 100,000-year soul ring quite feasible. His martial soul still possessed considerable potential. Are you not interested? Ghost Douluo cast a lingering glance at Meng Ye. What soul master could resist the allure of a soul bone? This is your opportunity, senior. I dare not covet it. Meng Ye replied, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he collected the fragmented wood. Ghost Douluo scrutinized him from beneath his cloak, pondering the depths of this young man's character. What a profound facade. What exactly is this child concealing? Throughout their journey, he had sought to assess Meng Ye's capabilities, cultivation, and temperament, as part of a task assigned to him by Bibi Dong. Yet even now, he felt utterly unable to fathom Meng Ye. Strangely, he found himself being led by the nose, unable to discern the reason, which left Ghost Douluo feeling quite vexed. Nonetheless, the acquisition of a soul bone brought him joy, and he ceased to dwell on it, even assisting Meng Ye in collecting the unreachable 10,000-year soul incense. Eventually, Meng Ye confirmed that he had gathered all that remained. His storage soul guide nearly filled the capacity, including his reserves, and he departed with a sense of satisfaction. Decades worth of 10,000-year soul incense had been secured. This journey was not in vain. With these resources, within a decade, he could confidently elevate his rank to that of a soul Douluo. Of course, this was merely the foundation. Mere soul power was insufficient. Suitable soul rings and other fortuitous opportunities were essential. If possible, he even contemplated acquiring a few celestial herbs from Douluo. After all, Douluo was unaware of their true value, making them relatively easy to obtain, albeit requiring some effort. As Ghost Douluo and Meng Ye departed, a colossal shadow gradually emerged from the depths of the marsh, a terrifying aura causing everything nearby to tremble slightly. Bubbles began to rise from beneath the marsh, followed by the emergence of numerous skeletal remains of soul beasts, many of which were larger than the black giant python. Boom. The distant rumble of thunder caught Meng Ye's attention as he stepped out of the forest. But he merely glanced back. The Stardow forest was expansive, with a humid climate that naturally produced ample rainfall. Occasional weather fluctuations were not unusual, otherwise maintaining such a vast area would be impossible. Elder, you have finally returned, Shiqing awaited outside the forest. He had initially sent others to the town for rest, but decided to investigate when Ghost Douluo and Meng Ye had not yet returned. Indeed, Ghost Douluo replied calmly, nodding without elaboration. Teacher Shi is injured? Meng Ye observed Shiqing with surprise. He had seemed unscathed just a short while ago. Shiqing's ability to perceive others' cultivation levels and more was something Meng Ye had grown accustomed to, attributing it to his innate talent. I was somewhat careless in a confrontation with an old rival, Shiqing admitted, nodding with an air of contrition. Ghost Douluo paid little mind. Yet Meng Ye scrutinized him closely, a piercing gaze that unsettled Shiqing, revealing that he was concealing something. The injury was internal, with a distinct palm print on his chest, indicating an opponent of remarkable strength. As a bare martial soul user, few could match him in terms of both offense and defense. Meng Ye surmised the identity of his adversary, Zhao Waoqi. Furthermore, it was likely that Shiqing was aware of Zhao Waoqi's past conflicts with the Spirit Hall, potentially being one of the Soul Emperors involved in the encirclement of Zhao Waoqi. Such a reaction implies that this individual either has a wager with Zhao Wuji or shares a certain camaraderie with him. Otherwise, if he were to speak, the evil spirit Douluo would not permit the Shrek group to return. Meanwhile, the Shrek team, having departed from the Stardow forest, is taking a respite in the town. Meng Ye might not have anticipated that Tang San's fortune did not dwindle after he intercepted the human-faced demon spider. He still acquired a soul ring from one, though it remains uncertain if he obtained a soul bone as well. How is Teacher Zhao's condition? In the inn, Tang San approached Daimobai, who was stationed at the door. He's fine. Teacher Zhao mentioned he would return to the academy tomorrow. Daimobai smiled, crossing his arms. But you were clever to have that soul sage of the Spirit Hall place a wager. Otherwise, even if Teacher Zhao managed to force him back, it would have been troublesome. Indeed, after all, Teacher Zhao's title of the Unmoved King was earned through the Spirit Hall. Tang San coughed lightly, still not fully recovered from his injuries. Daimobai frowned and said, Tang San, you should rest as well. I can keep watch here. Thank you for your kindness. What's that? We're brothers. Tang San turned and returned to his room, needing to meditate to expedite his recovery. Before long, others arrived to inquire about the situation. Daimobai, about that guy who used lightning, did you discern his martial spirit? He terrified me, Ma Hongjun expressed, still shaken by the earlier encounter. I don't know. Daimobai shook his head, his gaze sharpening. Even Tang San and Teacher Zhao couldn't identify his martial spirit, but it was undeniably formidable. This was his more diplomatic way of expressing it, as he typically assessed opponents based on two criteria, whether he could defeat them or not. That soul skill nearly scared me to death. Are the geniuses of the Spirit Hall truly that powerful? Oscar added, a hint of pessimism in his tone. After all, despite their extensive training, the principles instilled by Flander had been somewhat muddled, yet they had also fostered a confidence of invincibility, which was crucial. That confidence was now slightly shaken. That individual is likely among the strongest geniuses in the spirit hall, and he must be older than us, Daimubai remarked, somewhat exasperated. Indeed, Daimubai is correct. I have visited the spirit hall, and those disciples were not as impressive as I am, Ning Rongrong chimed in, attempting to restore the group's morale. Enough of that. I'm off to feast. Don't forget to bring some back. Of course. Chapter 29, The Arrival of Lei Jing'ongham. Is there something you need? Meng Ye returned to the inn and found Luo Xian waiting for him. The young woman fidgeted with her hands, unsure of where to place them. The evil spirit Douluo had given him a meaningful glance as he passed by. And Shi Qing also moved away. Meng Ye found it somewhat perplexing that at least two gazes were fixed upon him, even without needing to use spiritual detection. Are you all right? Luo Xian finally summoned the courage to look up into Meng Ye's concerned eyes. I'm fine. The poison has been expelled. Just a minor abrasion. My physique will recover easily, and I won't need to meditate for long. In fact, he felt more fatigued from his efforts to locate Lu Ming. That's wonderful. Luo Xian's expression lightened with relief. Oh, thank you. And wait a moment. With her hands coming together, she summoned a large white bun, her martial spirit, representing the simplest of food-type spirits. However, the efficacy of this spirit was anything but simplistic. The standard for food-type soul masters goes beyond mere soul power to include the longevity of the food produced. Oscar, praised by Philander as a once-in-a-century talent, could create sausages that lasted for 12 hours or a day, with potential for increase. In contrast, Luo Xian's spirit could last over a week. Her soul power was nearly inexhaustible, and she possessed innate soul power of level 9, having already achieved soul master status at the tender age of 15. Her future was undeniably bright. Thank you. Meng Ye took a few bites and swallowed, a warm sensation coursing through his body, restoring his soul power, physical strength, and even his mental acuity. The first soul skill was comprehensive, healing injuries, replenishing stamina, and soul power. I should be thanking you, he remarked. Luo Xian quickly crafted buns with various effects. The second soul skill was detoxification, while the third possessed purifying properties. The first two were standard abilities of food-type martial souls, without any issues, but the third was somewhat unique, capable of dispelling soul power and skill suppression, even attribute restraints. This ability was crucial in combat, allowing one to negate even formidable control skills. That's enough, Meng Ye said, noticing that Luo Xian showed no signs of stopping. He could not consume too many buns at once, especially since Luo Xian could not produce an abundance with her current soul power. Truly, thank you. Luo Xian promptly paused, bowing her head in gratitude, her ears tinged with crimson. Sighing deeply, Meng Ye, despite his resolve to relinquish the ties of his previous life, found it difficult. Each time he laid eyes on Luo Xian, he struggled to suppress his attention toward her. It's all right. Go rest. We should head back tomorrow. Luo Xian lifted her head and hurriedly departed, her graceful figure exuding a faint, enchanting fragrance. Though not as beguiling as Hulaiina's, it still left Meng Ye somewhat entranced. Zing. A spark of electricity flashed in his eyes, jolting Meng Ye awake as he glanced around in bewilderment. What had just transpired? Losing focus was normal, but it was unusual for him. He had never been caught off guard in such a manner before. Now, as a half-psychic martial soul master, mental distraction was particularly detrimental. Not dwelling on it too much, he finished the buns and returned to his room to continue meditating, while others began to rest. The next day, the group rented a carriage and embarked on their journey back to Soul Master City. The return was much smoother than their arrival, having gained valuable experience. The group was more harmonious, though Jeremy still kept his distance. That soul skill that knocked the opponent down with a single bang was incredible. Inside the carriage, Lu Ming gestured dramatically with her hands. With her presence, the journey was far from dull, and smiles appeared on everyone's faces. After her remark, she gazed at Meng Ye with admiration, seemingly having forgotten the earlier perilous encounter, despite being a few years older than him. A week passed swiftly, and upon returning to Soul Master City, the group received a brief respite, with their teacher and ghost Douluo departing. Back at the academy, Meng Ye hesitated while looking at the storage soul guide in his hand. The 8 spider lances was a commendable external soul bone, and with growth, it could rival 100,000-year soul bone. However, in terms of value, it was merely equivalent to a 1,000-year soul bone, offering little benefit to him at present. Once he matured into a soul Douluo or even a title Douluo, 100,000-year soul bone would not be unattainable. More importantly, he realized that the 8 spider lances did not suit him. He had no need for its poison attribute, and until it fully matured, it was too fragile, failing to align with his pursuit of strength. It had already shattered several times in Tang San's possession. Unpalatable to consume, yet regrettable to discard. His intrinsic martial soul was the most potent weapon. This external soul bone was merely supplementary. Ultimately, Meng Ye chose to forego it. He recalled what Lei Jingong had told him. As long as one continually harnessed the potential of their intrinsic martial soul, it could rival any divine weapon. Had it been an external soul bone with flying capabilities, Meng Ye might have considered it, but the 8 spider lances were utterly superfluous for him. Nevertheless, its value remained significant, and he could find a way to utilize it. While it was not for his use, the worth of the soul bone was indisputable, and he needed to devise a method to convert it into resources he could utilize. The optimal target would undoubtedly be the Spirit Hall, which housed numerous titled Douluos. Even Bibi Dong would likely be interested in such a soul bone. However, the Spirit Hall lacked the resources he sought, and he was indifferent to Bibi Dong's attention. Knock. Knock, knock. In the early morning, a knock at the door stirred Meng Ye from his meditation, his eyes gleaming with intensity, leaving a faint trace of electricity in the air. Zing. The room was suffused with a delicate fragrance. The effects of the Millennium Soul Incense were remarkable, and his soul power had increased more swiftly than before. Of course, it could have been even faster, but he had now transformed into an ultimate attribute, causing a slight slowdown in his soul power growth. Rising to open the door, he found Lu Ji standing there. His taciturn demeanor made it hard to imagine he was a disciple from a Soul Master family. Typically, Soul Master families were considered nobility among Soul Masters. They were not excessively arrogant, yet they should possess some extraordinary presence, much like Lu Yu's calm composure. Is there something you need? The Dean is looking for you. Thank you, I will go at once. After expressing his gratitude, Meng Ye nodded. Lu Ji returned the gesture before turning to leave. Among the 3 siblings, Lu Yu was undoubtedly the most composed and calm in the face of challenges. Lu Ming was somewhat exuberant, bordering on overly vivacious, with a touch of childish temperament. Lu Ji appeared somewhat mediocre, even sullen, rarely initiating conversation. However, Meng Ye had some understanding of them, having known them in his previous life. Lu Ji was not an ordinary individual. A few minutes later, Meng Ye arrived at the dean's office. After knocking and entering, he found Oways engrossed in conversation with the robust elder. Dean, what brings you here? Meng Ye initially intended to inquire about the matters at hand. Yet upon a fleeting glance, he became acutely aware of the figure seated before Owens, a silhouette he knew all too well. Oh, you've arrived. It seems you are faring well here, Lei Jingong remarked as he turned to face him, his eyes reflecting both pride and nostalgia. Although they had shared 6 years of life together, the gradual transformation was imperceptible day by day. However, after a month's absence, he sensed a discernible change in Meng Ye. Well, it's not too bad, he replied. Meng Ye seldom experienced intense emotional fluctuations, yet at this moment, he found himself struggling to maintain his composure. The Pope held him in high regard, having already accepted him as a named disciple, promising a future filled with boundless potential. Awei watched Lei Jingong with a smile, his tone tinged with envy. At their age, there was little hope left. The prospect of breaking through in soul power seemed dim, and the only lingering aspiration was for the younger generation to flourish. In Awei's eyes, Meng Ye undoubtedly counted as Lei Jingong's disciple, even if not by title. Indeed, this was the case. How could he not be a direct disciple? Lei Jingong furrowed his brow, fully aware of Meng Ye's exceptional talent. Logically, there would be no issue with him becoming the Pope's direct disciple. The Pope could not have 2 direct disciples, could he? Meng Ye spoke to Lei Jingong with ease. There were no unspoken barriers between them. He then continued to inquire with a smile, by the way, what brings you here? I came to see how you have been faring. Meng Ye suddenly regretted asking such a question. Lei Jingong spoke with a carefree demeanor, expressing whatever came to mind without a care for the opinions or gazes of others. Have you obtained the 4th soul ring? Lei Jingong inquired, further asking about Meng Ye's recent circumstances, appearing genuinely interested in his well-being. As for Oways, it seemed he was merely present to exchange pleasantries. Yes, I have acquired a suitable soul ring, Meng Ye nodded, confirming that the 4th soul ring had met his expectations. The pursuit of optimal attributes was a vital aspect of the training regimen he had devised for himself, originally intended to be achieved before the 7th soul ring, thus ensuring a smoother path for his subsequent cultivation. Furthermore, the enhancement of soul power through optimal attributes was constrained between levels 30 and 70. After all, maintaining such formidable strength necessitated a higher quality of soul power. His collection of 10,000-year soul incense was also aimed at overcoming this limitation. That's good to hear. Lei Jingong nodded in response, then produced a card from his possession and handed it to Meng Ye, stating, "This is your living allowance for the month." Meng Ye, He is not actually short on funds. Wang Shuo possesses a remarkable acumen for business. Ever since this realization dawned upon him, Meng Ye has offered some advice. Through the arenas of the soul-fighting field, the black market, and the auction houses, coupled with his noble lineage, he has amassed a considerable fortune over the years. His earlier intention to procure the 8 spider spears for 100,000 soul coins was not merely bluster. He possesses over 200,000 soul coins, a portion of which, several tens of thousands, were provided by Lei Jingyang as living expenses. This amount suffices for the operational costs of several minor soul master families for over a decade. He did not decline, for Lei Jingyang is certainly not lacking in finances. Although he may appear candid, Lei Jingyang is far from naive. The connections he wields represent an immeasurable asset. And there is this. Lei Jingyang retrieved a jade box from his storage soul guide, a type of packaging typically reserved for precious natural treasures, as the jade box prevents any loss of medicinal properties. Always is also intrigued. He is quite curious about what Lei Jingyang has brought for Meng Ye. As an old acquaintance of many years, he is well aware of Lei Jingyang's temperament. He either refrains from action or delivers only the finest. Let us take a look. Meng Ye casually opened the jade box, revealing a faint red glow that soon allowed him to discern the object within. It was a fruit the size of a cherry, emanating a gentle crimson light, akin to a resplendent gem radiating brilliance. Oasi could not immediately identify the item, but his eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Feng Shuigua! What a pity it is only 9,900 years old. It was so close to becoming a true celestial treasure." Lei Jingyang sighed. You. Oasi, infuriated, stood up and pointed at Lei Jingyang, trembling with indignation. "You are wasting a precious resource. In merely 100 years, it could transform into a genuine spirit treasure." Although 10,000-year-old plant-type soul beasts could no longer leave their place of growth, they possessed a degree of spirituality, even intelligence, thus rightfully earning the title of celestial curiosities. To speak without exaggeration, in 100 years, this fruit's efficacy would rival that of the divine herbs found in the ice and fire duality, perhaps even surpassing them. 100 years? What use will it be then? Lei Jingyang retorted dismissively, casting a glance at him. But Oasi found himself at a loss for words. His statement held some truth. Soul masters, upon encountering rare treasures, typically cared little for their age, often consuming them on the spot. Those circulating in the market were hardly considered true treasures, merely valued herbs at best. Indeed, it is somewhat regrettable, Meng Ye echoed with a hint of sorrow. Missing the mark by 100 years is indeed a pity, however. Even so, this fruit can still enhance soul power by 3 to 4 levels. More importantly, it possesses the ability to cleanse the marrow and strengthen the foundation. He closed the jade box and stored it in his soul guide. His philosophy aligned closely with Lei Jingyang's. Rather than allowing it to be consumed by someone else in 100 years, it was far better to partake in it now. Well, I should be heading back, Lei Jingyang declared as he stood, prepared to depart. He had no particular business here. The master of the spirit hall rarely left unless removed from office or promoted. Typically, there was no need for regular reports to the spirit hall, save for exceptional circumstances. Wait a moment, I have some findings from my recent soul hunting expedition. I should be able to summarize them by tomorrow, and they may hold some value. Meng Ye suddenly interjected. Lei Jingyang paused, glanced at Meng Ye, and nodded. Very well, we shall wait another day. Oasi, unsure of their conversation, was aware of Lei Jingyang's passion for researching martial spirits. Many of the documents and materials within the spirit hall were provided by him. Therefore, although Lei Jingyang was not an elder and possessed only the cultivation of a soul sage, his status within the spirit hall was not low, second only to the elders. Meng Ye harbored a similar interest, which did not surprise him, nor did he inquire further. Upon exiting Ovis's office, Meng Ye prepared to escort Lei Jingyang out of the academy, maintaining a somewhat contemplative silence along the way. Being a direct disciple of the Pope was not without its merits. Given your talent, even if the Pope favored her female disciple more, you still have your opportunities. He felt no desire to compete. In response to Lei Jingyang's rather blunt remarks, Meng Ye replied with equal candor. Lei Jingyang continued. You need not concern yourself with my disposition. I have never taken you as a disciple. At these words, Meng Ye furrowed his brow. Aware that Lei Jingyang's intentions were for his own good, yet he could not shake off the discomfort. After a moment's pause, he spoke, as you mentioned. The Pope indeed values her direct disciples more, and even if I were to attain that position, what significance would there be in merely standing idly in one place? Would I merely be a statue? Your audacity is commendable, Lei Jingyang said, shaking his head, his unrestrained manner becoming a hallmark of their exchange. He sighed. It is well that you have your own convictions. If you choose not to contend, then so be it. As they continued their stroll, they encountered several familiar figures. Meng Ye, what a coincidence. Where are you headed? Lu Meng, entwined with Luo Xian, inquired. The latter appearing as though she wished to escape but found herself unable to do so. Despite Luo Xian being a few years younger, she appeared tall and graceful. More mature than Lu Meng. Just a trip outside the academy. Ah. Lu Meng's eyes twinkled as she realized Meng Ye was not particularly chatty, typically responding only to direct inquiries. Thus, she turned to Lei Jingyang and asked, "And this esteemed elder, is he yours?" "Aha, I am Lei Jingyang," he chuckled. "My teacher," Meng Ye interjected calmly before Lei Jingyang could introduce himself. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they resumed their journey toward the academy's exit. Lei Jingyang possessed a residence within Wuhuan City. While not grand, it was certainly not insignificant. Meng Ye was too lazy to run, which was why he had never stayed here before. Living directly at the academy saved him a considerable amount of time. Meng Ye's teacher, Luo Xian, was said to be exceptionally talented, so his instructor must also be formidable, right? Lu Meng, linking arms with Luo Xian, continued walking. I feel that Meng Ye holds great respect for his teacher. Luo Xian felt quite uneasy. She had initially intended to return home for a little treat and perhaps to charm her mother, but after encountering Lu Meng, she could only be dragged back. Engaging in conversation along the way was not entirely unpleasant, yet it was Lu Meng who took the initiative. At that moment, Luo Xian's heart yearned for the pastries her mother used to make. Lu Meng, lost in thought, spoke less as she dragged Luo Xian to her class. Chapter 31. Concern from Lei Jingyang Bang. Ouch. After receiving a gentle rap on the head, Lu Meng, the little girl, covered her forehead and feigned a pitiful look. Glancing up at Lu Yu, with her fair complexion still carrying a hint of sternness, the tall Liu inquired with a serious expression, "What is going on?" "Hee. Big sister, I was wrong." Acknowledging her mistake, Lu Meng refrained from causing further trouble for her elder sister and obediently admitted her fault. After countless reprimands, Liu could only look apologetically at Luo Xian and say, "Luo Xian, I sincerely apologize for the trouble Lu Meng has caused you. And no, it's quite all right." Luo Xian waved her hands in a fluster, her mind having gone blank upon unexpectedly entering a strange classroom. She was so nervous that she could hardly speak. And it was Lu Yu who timely noticed and rescued her from the situation. "Big sister, we just ran into Meng Ye and his teacher." "Meng Ye's teacher?" Lu Yu frowned slightly upon hearing this, but her expression soon relaxed as she directly asked, "You didn't do anything disrespectful, did you?" "What are you saying, big sister?" "I am always the most well-behaved." "Humph." Lu Meng, despite her quirky demeanor, knew when to be serious. After ensuring Luo Xian was back in her class, Liu turned her attention back to Lu Meng. "Master Palace Master?" "Yes, I saw the badge, and Meng Ye respects him a lot," as Luo Xian mentioned. Lu Meng replied with a proud expression, eager to claim credit. She was not at all dim-witted, although she possessed a hint of cunning. Her natural disguise suited her quite well. Meng Ye's formidable strength must certainly be attributed to his teacher, hence the respect he showed. Liu glanced at Lu Meng, tapped her forehead lightly, and said with mock annoyance, "Don't get too pleased with yourself. Your little cleverness has probably been seen through already. Hurry and prepare yourself. The tests start next week." "What tests?" "I detest tests." Upon hearing about the upcoming tests, Lu Meng's spirit deflated, and she spoke in a rather dispirited manner. "Comprehensive tests. I've heard they are selecting candidates for next year's Soul Master Tournament." "What? Just put me out of my misery." The tests conducted by the Spirit Hall were notoriously rigorous. It was not simply a matter of filling out a form. Assessments would cover soul power progression, soul rings, and physical fitness. While day-to-day life had a high degree of freedom, the tests were exceedingly strict, and failing could potentially lead to expulsion. With control over 60% of the Soul Master resources, the Spirit Hall was not lacking in talent, and many aspired to gain admission to the Spirit Hall Academy. Inside Lei Jingyang's residence, Meng Ye had completed the necessary summaries within just 2 hours and handed them over to Lei Jingyang. Ultimate attributes. "You've already achieved this?" Lei Jingyang looked up in astonishment, his gaze fixed on Meng Ye. With a slight nod, Meng Ye released his martial soul. His terrifying lifeblood solidified into a tangible form, his own body. The scope of his martial soul was vast, encompassing skin, flesh, bones, meridians, hair, even blood, and internal organs. Unlike ordinary martial souls, which only manifested one aspect of the body, his possessed an unparalleled advantage. Even his brain was included, granting him greater potential in developing and cultivating spiritual techniques compared to his previous life. Zap! A white arc of lightning crackled across his body, striking the ground and leaving a fissure in the bluestone pavement. Lei Jingyang clearly sensed the overwhelming force of that thunderous energy. His own soul power momentarily stagnated before swiftly recovering. In terms of lifeblood, he still far surpassed Meng Ye at this stage. Such a domineering attribute. Is this the power of an ultimate attribute? Lei Jingyang's eyes gleamed with excitement as he studied Meng Ye, having dedicated himself to researching every facet of martial souls. Lei Jingyang had even proposed the theory of cultivating martial souls and soul masters separately. Meng Ye's spiritual visualization techniques and lifeblood cultivation methods from his past life were built upon Lei Jingyang's foundational research. Yet, these breakthroughs never gained widespread recognition. Lei Jingyang harbored no ambition for fame or conquest, only the desire to validate his theories and witness Meng Ye's growth, just as he was now. For him, this sense of fulfillment outweighed all else. Ultimate attributes are indeed formidable, but they come with minor complications, Meng Ye remarked. I've documented them. If you're interested, seek out similar martial souls, though soul beasts are out of the question, Meng Ye cautioned. Fearing that Lei Jingyang might impulsively venture into the depths of the Star-Do Great Forest or the extreme northern regions in search of spirit beasts with ultimate attributes to study, something he was indeed capable of doing. Not only were such spirit beasts exceedingly rare, but even if found, they were often dominant creatures within their territories, easily provoking terrifying spirit beast tribes. Examples included the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion and the Dark Old Terror Claw Bear. The encounter with the Thunder God Bamboo was largely due to luck for Meng Ye. I am aware of my limits, he mused, yet this extraordinary martial soul is rather difficult to assess. As he perused the documents in his hands, Lei Jingyang nodded in agreement. Although he was resolute, he was not inflexible. He was willing to take risks but would refrain from courting death when the outcome was evident. Do you truly believe that among the multitude of soul masters awakening each year, there exists a martial soul of inferior quality with innate full soul power? Meng Ye interjected. At the foundational level of the Spirit Hall, the branches and sub-branches were predominantly staffed by esteemed soul masters and soul-respected figures, whose perspectives were rather limited. They were incapable of discerning the nuances of more complex talents. In truth, innate soul power is generally proportional to the quality of the martial soul. The notion of a lackluster martial soul possessing innate level 10 soul power is sheer nonsense. Indeed, that is not incorrect, Lei Jingyang conceded. Preparing to return and embark on his endeavors, he held dominion over the martial soul hall of the Salical Duchy, which effectively allowed him to oversee the soul master resources of the entire duchy. While he might not have control over every aspect, it was certain that a significant majority would pass through his hands. By compiling a detailed roster of soul masters who awaken each year, it would not be unreasonable to expect that amidst the thousands, at least one or two would possess innate full soul power. As for the exceedingly rare odds, that was merely a metaphor. The systemic flaws of the Spirit Hall were evident. While the initial phase aimed to assist ordinary citizens in awakening their martial souls without charge, it often inadvertently overlooked a majority of genuine talents. By the way, that girl named Shui Ware seems rather persistent. I hear she has caused quite a stir at the Water Academy, Lei Jingyang remarked as he tucked away the documents. Let her be. As long as she does not cause trouble here, Meng Ye replied, rubbing his temples in mild irritation. He had no intention of contemplating Shui's Ware, nor did he wish to entertain any romantic notions at the moment. His sole desire was to elevate his cultivation swiftly. Youth should not be so heartless. You will eventually settle down, unless your heart is already taken? Lei Jingyang pondered. He felt that Meng Ye's indifference to matters of the heart was somewhat concerning. Though he did not wish to interfere in the young man's personal affairs, could it be that there is some issue with your physical condition? No, I shall return now. I will not see you off tomorrow, Meng Ye replied curtly. Meng Ye rose and departed, unwilling to delve into the subject further. Lei Jingyang remained seated, lost in thought. He understood Meng Ye's singular focus on cultivation, yet having lived to this age, he was acquainted with the musings of youth. To put it plainly, curiosity and sentiments towards the opposite sex at that age are perfectly natural, a normal response to physical maturation. Suppressing such instincts entirely could lead to psychological issues, after all. Human nature is not easily restrained. It seemed that Oways would need to invest some effort into this matter. Murmuring to himself, Lei Jingyang set off once more to the Wuhuan Hall Academy, though this time he refrained from making an appearance within the institution. Chapter 32. Dining 1 week later. In the span of a week, Meng Ye's soul power had ascended by another level. Having acquired the Thunder God Bamboo, he had already reached level 44 soul power. Coupled with the 10,000-year soul incense and his own secret techniques, his cultivation speed continued to surpass that prior to attaining the ultimate attributes. Now, he had achieved level 45 soul power, a feat also attributed to his previous suppression of soul power. Zzz. The air crackled with dense arcs of electricity as Meng Ye opened his eyes from meditation, furrowing his brow. These arcs were not a favorable sign, after all. He did not possess an innate ultimate attribute martial soul, nor did his primary martial soul have any elemental properties. His secondary martial soul was not of the lightning element either. These arcs seemed to be an indication of his inability to fully harness the thunderous power within him. Ultimate attributes are not the pinnacle. There remains room for growth. The Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor of the extreme north both command the ultimate ice. Yet the latter wields not merely ice but a power akin to the laws of nature. Thus, even among ultimate attributes, there exists a hierarchy. If Meng Ye aspired to attain a more potent thunderous force, the prerequisite was to fully master this power. With a creak, he stood and made his way to the classroom. Although he typically attended merely to clock in, his presence was mandatory. The Wuhuan Hall maintained strict regulations in this regard. While the environment afforded a degree of freedom, it did not imply a lax atmosphere or system, especially with assessments approaching. The new students had officially been enrolled for over a month, and the academy's evaluations were now underway, prompting many to engage in a flurry of last-minute preparations. Meng Ye, the transfer student who entered with Lei Zhengyang's recommendation letter, arrived slightly later than the freshman. It was still required to undergo testing. The assessments were scheduled to commence after 3 days, taking place in the second arena of the academy, with a 2-day break granted to all students. However, it was imperative that everyone attend the evaluations, otherwise, they would bear the consequences. Is that understood? A resounding affirmation echoed through the room. The rules of the Spirit Hall Academy were notably strict, and no one dared to take them lightly, except for one individual. The instructor at the podium was a middle-aged woman, charged with overseeing this class, appearing to be in her 40s. She bore faint wrinkles yet exuded an air of nobility and elegance. Her martial spirit was the Crimson Whip, a formidable weapon spirit, boasting a soul power of 60. It was rumored that on the first day, in an effort to establish authority, she had dismantled the classroom door and expelled a troublesome student on the spot. Meng Ye was a latecomer, and her unexpected arrival left her quite displeased. Suddenly, a chalk piece struck Luo Xian, who was dozing in the corner. She scratched her head but remained asleep. Luo Xian. What happened? The thunderous shout akin to a roaring lion finally roused Luo Xian, who, in a state of panic, lifted her head, revealing an impression left by her hair on her fair, slightly plump face. You to the office. And you. The teacher suddenly pointed at Meng Ye, summoning both of them out of the classroom. To the remaining students, the teacher declared, the rest of you may disperse. A few minutes later, Meng Ye stood calmly in the office while Luo Xian hung her head in silence. Luo Xian, you possess great talent. But can you explain why you consistently sleep during class? I was wrong, she weakly responded, barely audible amidst the surrounding silence. The teacher furrowed her brow and continued, this is not the first time. Today, you must provide an explanation. Luo Xian, seeing the teacher's stern expression, felt her mind go blank, unable to articulate her thoughts, with her eyes welling up. As a soul master, even one of the support type, such behavior was unbecoming. However, this seemed to be an inherent issue for Luo Xian, partly due to her martial soul. Meng Ye, she glanced at her, feeling a twinge of sympathy. It appears that Luo Xian's martial soul cultivation method is somehow related to her sleep. The teacher, naturally skeptical, retorted, absurd. I have never heard of such a meditative practice. It is not meditation, but rather assistance. Surely you are familiar with some martial souls like the gluttonous or mutated types that require unique methods for cultivation. There are indeed numerous martial souls that necessitate special auxiliary practices for their training. For instance, the gluttonous martial soul feeds on food, while the evil fire phoenix must suppress or release its malevolent flames to cultivate. The evil martial souls are even more complex. Many such martial souls exist, and the necessity for auxiliary methods does not inherently signify a disadvantage. In fact, while unconventional, it can serve as a shortcut, depending on how one utilizes it. Upon hearing Meng Ye's explanation, the teacher appeared momentarily taken aback. Whether she had encountered this information before was uncertain. Yet her position at the Martial Soul Palace Academy surely meant she had not been entirely oblivious. Turning her gaze back to Luo Xian, she inquired, is what he said true? Yes, Luo Xian nodded. All right, I won't punish you this time, but remember, this is a one-time grace. You must attend the test at Arena 2 in 3 days. Confused, Luo Xian was ultimately dismissed by the teacher. In the office, the teacher regarded Meng Ye with a hint of appreciation. I have reviewed your records. Your talent is exceptional, perhaps even surpassing that of some advanced students. However, your abilities require assessment. Have you ever been to the arena? This was a standard inquiry, as soul masters rarely possess the audacity to venture to the arena alone before reaching adulthood. After all, the difference between an arena and a beast fighting ground is merely a word, yet the implications are strikingly similar. Of course, the experiences of those who have been to the arena and those who have not are vastly different. Combat for soul masters is not akin to a turn-based game, where one hit deducts health based on defense and evasion. Lacking any practical experience, one might find themselves unable to unleash their soul skills against a seasoned opponent, potentially leading to defeat before even having a chance to retaliate. Meng Ye nodded and said, I have managed to obtain the purple gold fighting soul. What? The purple gold fighting soul from the grand fighting arena? The teacher gazed at Meng Ye with uncertainty, questioning whether he had misheard. Indeed, Meng Ye nodded in affirmation, realizing that according to the rules of the soul arena, this purple gold soul badge was not his ultimate limit, but rather the pinnacle of the soul master rank. Previously, there had been no soul sovereigns or soul ancestors at the funding level, and even soul kings were exceedingly rare. He had not initially intended to visit the soul arena, but in order to persuade Wang Shua to assist him financially, he spent 2 months acquiring this badge. Subsequently, his teacher took Meng Ye to the soul arena once more, specifically the one within the spirit hall designated for practice, to gauge his abilities. Following this, he assigned Meng Ye a task to rank among the top 5 in the academy. Currently, the most gifted and accomplished students at the Spirit Hall Academy were undoubtedly Hulaina and her companions, with no one able to rival them, a consensus widely accepted. However, if others were sufficiently strong, they too could join the Spirit Hall representative team, standing on a stage that every talented soul master across the continent dreams of, a platform of honor and an opportunity to gain renown. The significance of fame is difficult to quantify. Its practical effects may seem negligible, yet it cannot be overlooked. Beyond the sense of honor, substantial fame serves as a deterrent to others and is also indicative of one's depth. Of course, it can also easily render one a stepping stone for others, presenting both advantages and disadvantages. Upon exiting the soul arena, Meng Ye planned to treat himself to a meal outside the academy. Although the Spirit Hall Academy offered food after mealtime, it would undoubtedly be cold by then. As he arrived at the academy gate, he spotted Luo Xian waiting there. Thank you, she said, gathering her courage to approach Meng Ye and bow respectfully. No need for thanks. I would like to treat you to a meal, as I have yet to express my gratitude for the last time, she continued. A long-buried memory stirred within Meng Ye's mind, awakened by her familiar voice. The scene around him seemed to overlap with a similar one from the past, yet the figure before him remained unchanged. The shy girl who turned to smile at him made everything else around them fade into obscurity. I would like to treat you to a meal. All right. The response came almost instinctively. When Meng Ye regained his senses, he found he had no opportunity to ponder or refuse, and he followed Luo Xian to her home. Chapter 33. Luo Xian's parents. Luo Xian returning home with a friend surprised her parents, as they were well aware of their daughter's temperament. Merely managing to engage in normal conversation was commendable. I have the pleasure of meeting both of you, Meng Ye said, adhering to the customary formalities among soul masters. Ah, no need for formality. Since you are a friend of Luo Xian, we shall refer to each other as uncle and nephew, the refined gentleman replied, momentarily taken aback before revealing a warm smile. Dressed in a flowing robe, with neatly combed long hair, he possessed an extraordinary countenance. Luo Xian's mother was equally stunning. Her beauty defined the passage of time. At 40, she appeared remarkably youthful, exuding a grace that would captivate any man, with a gentle warmth in her gaze. It seemed that Luo Xian's stunning looks were inherited from both her parents, though her personality was somewhat more complex. I will take Luo Xian to change her clothes. Meng Ye, why don't you have a chat with your uncle Luo? Her mother suggested, pulling her bewildered daughter away while casting a meaningful glance at her husband. The couple exchanged several knowing looks in an instant, even nodding slightly in agreement. One a soul sage and the other a soul emperor. Such subtle exchanges would likely go unnoticed by most. Ah, Meng Ye, how old are you this year? What is your ancestral home? By the way, do you have someone you admire? Meng Ye felt a twitch in his eyelids. He did not refuse Luo Xian's invitation for dinner, yet he had forgotten about it. Luo Xian's father was named Luo Zaichen, with an obscure background, suspected to be linked to a certain soul master family. Her mother, Xian Yao, shared the same martial soul as Luo Xian, and as a Soul Emperor-level food system Soul Master, she was undeniably formidable. In their previous life, Meng Ye and Luo Xian had shared a passionate bond, almost as if they were destined for engagement. However, as events unfolded, Meng Ye developed a deep-seated resentment towards their relationship, only to find peace at the end of his life, which ultimately led to his demise. Meanwhile, as he conversed with Luo Xian's father, discussions were also taking place elsewhere. "Ah, my daughter is now bringing boys home. She's certainly grown up." With a feigned display of indignation, Xian Yao playfully tapped Luo Xian's forehead, unable to suppress a smile. What parent does not care for their children? Given Luo Xian's gentle demeanor, both parents were naturally more concerned. "What are you talking about, mother? I merely invited him for dinner," Luo Xian replied. Leaning slightly into her mother's embrace, her cheeks flushed with warmth. "What does that even mean? It's just dinner, not a marriage proposal." "All right. I know you too well. Tell me, when did you meet?" After a moment of hesitation, Luo Xian looked up and said, "During the last soul hunting expeditions. He treated me to something to eat, and he saved me. Well, our little princess is indeed charming." "And then?" Xian Yao nodded, sensing no issue, and continued her inquiry. The notion of a hero saving a maiden is not merely a cliché, it embodies profound truth. Regardless of how eloquent or impressive one may appear, lacking the courage to stand tall in critical moments renders it all meaningless. "What do you mean and then?" Luo Xian gazed innocently at her mother, her bright eyes blinking in confusion. "Hey, are you daring to speak to your mother this way? Have you grown wings?" Xian Yao teased, pinching Luo Xian's cheek, which was so soft it seemed to yield water. "Quickly tell me, do you have feelings for him? Or is it merely a fleeting attraction?" "Ah, mother, what are you saying?" Luo Xian's face flushed a deep crimson, reaching even her earlobes, as she squirmed in embarrassment. After a brief playful tussle, feeling it was enough, Xian Yao helped Luo Xian change into a fresh outfit before returning to the living room. Bringing friends home was not an excursion to a restaurant for Luo Xian. Rather, it was a gathering at her family's estate. Owning a residence in the martial Soul City was no small feat. Wealth alone could not procure it. For instance, Lei Zhongyang, the master of the martial Soul Hall, despite his extensive connections, could only afford a moderately sized estate. Of course, it was likely due to his infrequent visits that he did not seek a larger abode. Luo Xian's family was similar. Their home was spacious enough to accommodate them comfortably. The servants soon presented an array of dishes, expertly prepared, showcasing a delightful balance of taste, aroma, and visual appeal. "Meng Ye, this is your first visit. You must sample Aunt's culinary skills. By the way, this is also one of Luo Xian's favorite dishes." Nodding in acknowledgement, Meng Ye, while not overly restrained, did not indulge excessively either. He typically ate with moderation. Yet one could imagine the spectacle of him consuming a staggering amount in mere minutes, which would hardly contribute to an admirable image. As he glanced at the pork knuckle placed before him, he was left speechless. Was this an overt suggestion? Luo Xian, who had been quietly observing, suddenly looked up in confusion at Meng Ye's silence. The dinner progressed amicably, though the couple's occasional pointed remarks regarding Meng Ye's intentions were quite discomforting for him. He could only vaguely shift the topic, enduring the gathering until it neared its conclusion. "Father, mother, I'm back." A voice resonated from outside the courtyard, followed by a figure entering. Upon seeing the dining guests, the newcomer's expression darkened noticeably upon spotting Meng Ye. Who is he?" "Chuan Er has returned just in time for dinner. This is your sister's friend, Meng Ye." "My sister's friend?" His countenance shifted to one of gloom, laced with an undercurrent of anger directed at Meng Ye. How could my sister? Just as he was about to voice his grievances, he noticed the warm yet intimidating gazes from his parents, causing him to immediately clamp his mouth shut, refraining from further comment. He obediently took a seat beside Luo Xian, bowing his head to eat. As Luo Chuan, her younger brother, he understood his sister's character well. It was no small feat for her to bring a friend, let alone a boy, home. Despite being in different classes, he often discreetly observed Luo Xian's well-being from afar, only departing once he confirmed that she was safe, a fact Meng Ye had noticed on several occasions. "Meng Ye, why are you staring at me while eating? This makes me even more uncomfortable." Quickly finishing the food before him, Meng Ye took his leave and returned to the academy. "Luo Chuan, at your command." After seeing Meng Ye off, the couple sat solemnly in the main hall, their gazes fixed on Luo Chuan, who stood to the side. Luo Xian, unable to move due to her mother's grasp, looked on with confusion in her eyes. Present, Luo Chuan stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "I command you to investigate this Meng Ye. Spare no detail and ensure there are no mistakes." "Yes." Following the stern order, the atmosphere around them thickened with a chilling tension, as if frost had settled in the air, rendering it devoid of warmth. Mother, why are you investigating Meng Ye? Luo Xian asked innocently, a puzzled expression on her face. Humph. Unexpectedly, Luo Xian's mother let out a cold chuckle, waving her hand dismissively. With a sudden gasp, Luo Xian found herself pulled forward by Xian Yao, gripping her face. She bit out, "This is all for you, you little enchantress, to prevent you from being deceived without even realizing it." But why would I be deceived? Luo Xian looked up at her mother with a pitiful gaze, her face still held in a tight grip. Silly daughter, always presenting challenges to your parents, sighed Luo Zekin. With his extraordinary martial soul talent and intellect, how could he possibly be interested in you? Until you comprehend this, your mother and I cannot entrust you to him. Father. What are you saying? I've told you I only wish to repay him for saving me. Luo Xian continued to explain, her face reddening once more. With a gentle motion, Xianyao turned her daughter's face back towards her, a hint of amusement in her voice. Very well. Promise your mother you will refrain from associating with him, lest you be sold without your knowledge. Luo Xian found it difficult to meet her mother's gaze. What you require is not merely someone to protect you. Your brother is not sufficient. Luo Chuan, standing off to the side, felt a twinge of indignation but dared not voice it. In a calm tone, he continued, you also need someone who is willing to guard you for a lifetime. Otherwise, you may end up regretting it forever. Do you understand? I understand. Leaning against her mother, Luo Xian felt an overwhelming warmth envelop her. Chapter 34. The Poison Douluo. The Purple Badge. After departing from Luo Xian's home, Meng Ye returned to the Wuhuan Hall Academy, where he encountered Xiaoyu, who had come in search of him. When there is nothing happening, all is calm, yet when trouble arises, it comes in waves. Meng Ye found this occurrence somewhat uncanny. Is there something you need? He inquired. Observing the crowd parting around them, Meng Ye already possessed an air of aloofness and coolness, with looks that garnered attention, albeit primarily from those who appreciated beauty. However, facing Xiaoyu now felt akin to a clash of sharp blades, as Xiaoyu's icy demeanor radiated a chilling presence, reminiscent of the sharpness of his moon-blade martial soul. Usually, Xiaoyu's working style bore some resemblance to Meng Ye's. The Pope has summoned you, Xiaoyu stated calmly. Meng Ye furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss as to why Bibi Dong sought him out at such a time. He was not one to possess omniscience. Understood. I shall proceed at once. Despite his perplexity, the summons from Bibi Dong was not to be ignored. The two exited the academy and made their way toward the papal hall, encountering no obstacles along the way, likely due to Bibi Dong's prior orders. As they walked, a figure clad entirely in dark green approached them. Within the papal hall, nearly all soul masters donned the standard attire of the spirit hall. From the guards and attendants to the soul Douluos and elders. Although the ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo were somewhat unique, their styles remained largely consistent. This uniformity provided a clear means to identify members of the spirit hall. The dark green figure was an elderly man, his hair matching the hue of his attire, emanating an aura of danger. Upon noticing the two, he merely smiled, but the moment sent a shiver through Gui Wef, causing his heart to momentarily skip a beat as he gazed at the man in astonishment. Although Meng Ye maintained a composed demeanor, he felt a sudden stagnation of his vital energy within. The title Douluo, particularly the poison Douluo, de Gabo. How could this old poison master be present here? Meng Ye was somewhat surprised, but not to the extent of being intimidated by the casually exuded soul power pressure. The sheer density of his own vital energy and blood was such that ordinary soul power pressure could hardly shake him. Unless specifically targeted at him, or with direct physical confrontation, the poison Douluo would find it difficult to affect him. The poison Douluo noticed the two passing by and glanced at Meng Ye's retreating figure, murmuring to himself, interesting. Hiss, a small emerald green snake slithered out from his wrist, its crimson forked tongue flickering, before gradually descending to the ground and swiftly vanishing into the shadows. Meng Ye's reaction piqued his interest. In the realm of soul masters, he was known for his capricious temperament. Digabo acted with a remarkable nonchalance. Even in the face of the formidable spirit hall, he declined to join the elder hall. This individuality, while rendering him less esteemed among his peers in the title Douluo ranks, also deterred others from provoking him. It was not that the poison Douluo was overwhelmingly powerful. In terms of strength, he ranked among the lower echelons of title Douluos, and his poison was unlikely to inflict fatal harm on his counterparts. Moreover, in terms of martial spirit potency, even some top-tier assault-type soul masters could contend with him directly. However, his Bailin Snake Emperor's poison possessed an exceptionally tyrannical characteristic. It could perpetuate its infection through the corpses of those who succumbed to it. As long as a sufficient number of individuals were poisoned to death, he could single-handedly conjure a calamity. Meanwhile, Meng Ye and Xiaoyu arrived at the Pope's Hall, where they encountered Bibi Dong. along with Hulaina and Yin. At that moment, Meng Ye began to surmise the purpose of Bibi Dong's summons. Beside her stood two figures, one clad in white and the other in black, Yuguan and Gue Mei. "We pay our respects to your holiness," they intoned in unison. Bibi Dong nodded, gesturing for them to rise. She then spoke, "I have summoned you today to convey certain matters that you must be apprised of. The Soul Master competition 1 year hence is of utmost significance. It concerns the honor of our spirit hall. You four are the Sea Army de la Sea Army of our generation, bearing not only glory but also a mission. Hence, I have but one demand. Within this year, Nar and the two of you must ascend to the Soul King level." "Understood," they replied in unison, their eyes alight with fervor. Even without Bibi Dong's exhortation, they would have strived for this goal. Standing at the forefront of this extraordinary era, their renown had already spread to the two great empires. Even before claiming victory in the Soul Master competition, Meng Ye made his appearance relatively late and did not initially capture Bibi Dong's attention, thus lacking the notoriety of the three. However, this was merely a transient situation. Once the Soul Master competition commenced, Bibi Dong would not keep him hidden from the spotlight. Rather than merely elevating the three to fame, this competition served to bolster the prestige of the Spirit Hall, propelling it to even greater heights alongside them. At that moment, the Spirit Hall could harness this momentum to exert pressure on the two great empires and gradually encroach upon them. Unfortunately, as per the original narrative, the emergence of Shrek disrupted the Spirit Hall's plans, leading to a dramatic fall from grace for the Golden Generation. This downfall also tarnished the authority of the Spirit Hall, contributing to the inception of the soul hunting plan. After all, if one cannot be utilized, the most prudent course of action is to eliminate them. Moreover, Meng Ye, I now bestow upon you the purple record badge, signaling to the world. The previously indifferent Meng Ye suddenly froze, and not just him. Hulaina and the others turned their gazes towards him. Each displayed a different expression, yet both Yin and Xiaoyu wore looks of astonished anger. For they had yet to receive the purple record badge, a symbol of the Spirit Hall's honor. It represented the highest accolade, and if they successfully advanced to Soul King, their renown and talent would elevate them to a level deserving of the purple record badge. But why should Meng Ye receive it? "Do not forget to express your gratitude to Her Majesty," reminded Ghost Douluo, standing beside Bibi Dong. As Meng Ye finally came to his senses, a steward approached him, holding a tray adorned with an ancient-looking badge, intricately engraved with the emblem of the Spirit Hall. The grace of His Holiness, Pope Xie, was evident. At that moment, he still could not fathom the reason behind this gesture. Was it to incite enmity from the trio of Xiaoyu? Unthinkable. Bibi Dong possessed absolute authority and confidence over the Spirit Hall, rendering such actions unnecessary. Well, Bibi Dong waved her hand, addressing Xiaoyu and Yin. "You two should return for now. Devote yourselves to diligent practice. In 3 days, I shall summon you for an individual assessment." Although Yin felt a sense of discontent, he dared not express it, merely responding with a subdued affirmation. "Understood." The two then turned and departed. Once they had left, Bibi Dong once again fixed her gaze upon Meng Ye, her profound cultivation radiating an air of authority as she spoke in a voice laced with gravity. "Are you curious as to why I have conferred upon you the purple record badge, a distinction even my direct disciple, Nar, has not received? Your Holiness has her own considerations. I, as a disciple, am not in a position to inquire further." Hulaina could openly address her as teacher due to their close relationship, but he could not, at least not yet, as Bibi Dong had not acknowledged him to that extent, nor did he desire such recognition at this moment. With a hint of cold amusement gracing her noble visage, she continued, "I understand your reluctance to accept me as your mentor, given that Lei Xingyang does possess certain merits. I do not wish to impose. Your talent is deserving of this honor, and the Spirit Hall will not allow a true genius to languish in obscurity." As Meng Ye pressed his lips together, cold sweat beaded on his forehead, not from Bibi Dong's imposing aura, but from the pressure emanating from her unwavering demeanor. Truth be told, if it were merely a matter of transactional benefits, such as when he had enlisted the help of the ghost Douluo to procure soul rings and gather 10,000-year soul incense, he would have readily accepted without hesitation. That was a fair exchange. He adhered to the principle of not owing anyone, nor did he wish to be indebted. If Bibi Dong were to assign him a feasible task in return for benefits, he would accept it with ease. However, receiving something without any strings attached left him feeling somewhat adrift. "Of course, starting today, you are to instruct Nar in the methods of utilizing spiritual energy. I do not demand that you divulge your secret techniques. You need only teach Nar, which should not prove burdensome." Understood. Although it was troublesome, Meng Ye felt a sense of relief. He was not the least surprised that Bibi Dong was aware of his spiritual techniques. Teaching a single secret technique was hardly a challenge, as spiritual techniques were not easily mastered. Talent, perseverance, and time were all essential. In truth, even if he were to directly hand over the technique to the spirit hall, it would not pose a significant issue, for it was a method he had developed personally, and it was not universally applicable. Chapter 35. Meng Ye's disappearance. Upon exiting the Pope's chamber, Meng Ye distinctly sensed a scrutinizing gaze upon him. He paid it no mind and continued on his way. Hulaina followed closely behind, having also been assigned a task by Bibi Dong. Nar, that Meng Ye is a true genius. Though you possess remarkable advantages, I fear you may pale in comparison. You must humbly learn from him. Yes, Nar will not disappoint her teacher's high hopes, although she felt a tinge of reluctance. Hulaina had gleaned much from the ghost Douluo and had sensed long before that she was not Meng Ye's match. This intuition stemmed from her exceptional spiritual prowess. Meng Ye's spiritual strength far surpassed her own, making her acutely aware of the danger. As he walked the path back to the academy, Meng Ye's gaze drifted toward a shadowy corner by the roadside, where a small green snake lay coiled. It flicked its tongue at him. What exactly did Douluo intend? Meng Ye's mind was too occupied to ponder how to instruct Hulaina. He was far more concerned with the reason this old poison master had set his sights on him. Being targeted by a venomous snake was hardly a pleasant experience. Meng Ye, I wish to speak with you, Hulaina said as she caught up, walking alongside him, unaware of any unusual tension. Go ahead. Casting a sidelong glance at her, Meng Ye did not refuse. Most of his focus remained attuned to his surroundings, seeking out Douluo's presence. Noticing Meng Ye's apparent indifference, Hulaina frowned involuntarily. While her perception of him was sharp, her pride prevented her from readily seeking his guidance. However, due to Bibi Dong's orders, she had no choice but to confront reality. In matters of spiritual energy, even Bibi Dong could offer limited guidance, leaving her primarily to rely on her martial spirit training. However, while the fox spirit was considered a spiritual-type martial spirit, it lacked purity. I hope to exchange insights regarding spiritual cultivation techniques with you. What do you have to offer? Meng Ye halted abruptly, turning to regard her. Hulaina, born with an innate charm, wore a frown that only enhanced her unique allure. I possess a technique that augments the potency of soul skills by compressing soul energy. Is it the fusion technique? You. How do you know? Hulaina exclaimed, panic flickering in her eyes as she looked at Meng Ye. If I am not mistaken, among your peers, you have yet to encounter anyone capable of countering your alluring soul skill, correct? Hulaina's most practical and core soul skill was indeed allure, a form of coercive mental control. Those with weaker spiritual powers simply could not withstand it. Unlike the type of illusion that could be escaped through intense stimulation, Hulaina's technique awakened primal desires, ensnaring those with insufficient willpower. This was precisely why Bibi Dong regarded her as the most promising among her peers. Naturally, Hulaina still did not grasp Meng Ye's meaning but nodded nonetheless. If one were to close their eyes, could you still ensnare them? This soul skill can indeed do so. She hesitated before responding, revealing that her soul skill operated through scent. What if one were to block their sense of smell? Humph. Then how would one fight? Hulaina suddenly realized, unwittingly full if he were to teach her step by step, even with Hulaina's talent, it would take a considerable amount of time. If she failed to learn, his efforts would be in vain. The current arrangement was for the best. As for Bibi Dong's claim that she wouldn't force him to hand it over, that was merely a polite and diplomatic statement. He wasn't so naive as to take it at face value. Whether he volunteered it or not, Bibi Dong would find a way to obtain it. It was better to take the initiative and secure more benefits in return. Gazing at the visualization technique in her hands, Hulaina lightly bit her lip, her eyes gradually firming with resolve. At worst, she could repay this favor to him in the future. Meng Ye was fervently determined to locate the whereabouts of the poisoned Douluo, and curiously, he noticed an increasing number of gazes directed at him. At the other end of the street, a figure swiftly vanished. Damn it! Within the Spirit Hall Academy, Luo Chuan, just returned from outside, hurried to the dormitory to find Luo Xian, stealthily pulling his sister into a secluded area. Sister, is it true what father and mother said? Anger was etched on Luo Chuan's face. How could his sister possibly have affections for another? Luo Xian, who had just been sleeping in the dormitory, was startled by Luo Chuan's sudden appearance. After being nagged by their parents all morning, her mind was still a bit hazy. It's that scoundrel Meng Ye. Oh right. I just saw him with a woman, and he even gave her a gift. Luo Xian blinked, finally realizing the implications. Suddenly, her face flushed as she remarked, Meng Ye has been quite kind to me. Gifts? There's no need for that. Luo Chuan exclaimed, I must stop my sister from being deceived by that scoundrel. Father and mother will surely support me. Yes, I should inform father and have him take care of that rascal. As Luo Chuan plotted to eliminate Meng Ye, Hulina had also returned to the academy. However, Meng Ye, who had left before her, had not yet returned. Intrigued by the visualization secret method, Hulina immediately attempted to practice it but found it perplexing. Even the annotations were somewhat obscure. With a heart full of questions, she sought out Meng Ye. But after failing to find him, she inquired with her teachers and the dean. Not returned? The dean, Ovis, nodded in response, casting a curious glance at Hulina. The Academy's steward has reported seeing nothing suspicious. Previously, Evil Moon came to see me, stating that the Pope summoned Meng Ye. Thank you, Dean. Since they were in Spirit City, Hulina thought little of it, assuming Meng Ye had important matters to attend to. The Academy's freedom allowed for unrestricted entry and exit. Yet, without Meng Ye's guidance, she could only continue her solitary study of the visualization method. 3 days later, the Academy's assessment officially commenced. In the absence of the highly anticipated new student, Meng Ye caught Ovis's attention. This was subsequently reported to the Pope's Hall. Boom. Missing. Within the Pope's Hall, a terrifying and ominous pressure spread, causing the ghost Douluo and chrysanthemum Douluo to kneel in trepidation, cold sweat streaming down their faces. Indeed. The steward on guard found no suspicious signs. It is presumed he vanished 3 days ago after leaving the Pope's Hall on his way back to the Academy. The ghost Douluo reported the findings truthfully. However, this outcome was not what Bibi Dong desired. Her cold gaze turned lethal. A faint dark green net-like pattern flickering across her forehead. Then, where was the ghost elder at that time? Gulping, the ghost Douluo dared not speak. In truth, Bibi Dong had instructed him to follow Meng Ye for the purpose of obtaining the secret method in his possession. Although Bibi Dong's words were grandiose, such a secret was not even recorded in detail within the Spirit Hall. During the journey, Meng Ye had directly given the secret method to Hulina, causing the ghost Douluo to follow her instead, not wanting Meng Ye to discover his presence. This led to his complete ignorance of how Meng Ye had vanished. That day, who could enter and exit Spirit City, possessing the capability to silently abduct someone? Bibi Dong, despite her simmering rage, retained her composure. Having held a high position for many years, it was Douluo, the chrysanthemum Douluo interjected, having a slight acquaintance with Douluo. You will take my papal decree and personally travel to the Heaven Do Empire to retrieve him. If you cannot bring him back in one piece, then bring Douluo back, regardless of his fate. Bibi Dong's chilling voice resonated throughout the papal hall. Understood. The two titled Douluos responded, their figures vanishing from the spot. Chapter 36. The Eyes of Ice and Fire. After the two titled Douluos departed, Bibi Dong lifted her gaze towards the exterior of the Pope's Hall, as if peering through layers of obstruction towards another hall situated slightly higher behind the Pope's Hall. On Spirit Mountain resides the Douluo Hall, where the tombstones of titled Douluos who have left their names in the annals of Spirit Hall history for centuries are enshrined, symbolizing the Spirit Hall itself. However, Bibi Dong was not gazing at the Douluo Hall, but rather at the Enshrinement Hall, once considered the core of the Pope's Hall. Each enshrined figure within was a titled Douluo of level 95 or above. The Grand Enshrinement, renowned across the continent decades ago, was now one of the few remaining peerless Douluos. With the six-winged angel martial spirit, Douluo, Bibi Dong had contemplated the possibility of the Enshrinement Hall intervening to take Meng Ye, but being so close, she doubted anyone could accomplish such a feat right under her nose. Unless Douluo personally intervened, but he would not dare to do so. Having mutually checked and balanced each other for so many years, despite his superior strength, Douluo would not risk testing Bibi Dong's limits. He would not permit any unforeseen events that could threaten the safety of Qianrenxue to occur. The Heaven Do Empire, located in the northern part of the continent, is surrounded by numerous provinces and principalities with autonomy, and its ruling position is vastly diminished compared to its peak. Unable to fully control the administrative and military powers of these regions. Now, the Douluo Empire faces a similar predicament. Rather than being empires ruling the southern and northern halves of the continent, they are merely the two largest overlords, with local fragmentation and a plethora of warlords. The imperial strength is gradually waning, and with no successors in sight, disintegration is merely a matter of time. To the east of the Heaven Do Imperial City, in the heart of a sizable concealed forest, a deadly toxin isolates it, rendering it a forbidden zone for both humans and soul beasts. Perpetual thick fog spreads, exuding not the nauseating miasma but rather a potent toxin. Young man, you don't seem very afraid of me, Douluo remarked with interest. Gazing at the youth brought back before him, Meng Ye remained remarkably composed. To be precise, he scarcely paid heed to Douluo's demeanor. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings with a sense of detachment. Given his martial spirit, gaining entry here was no trivial feat. The toxic mist emanating from the azure-scaled 7 deadly flowers did not particularly concern him, yet a mere scratch could pose significant complications, while attribute suppression could counteract the toxins. Should the venom spread too swiftly, a lethal fate would be inescapable. The valley was adorned with a plethora of exotic flora, rich in toxins yet flourishing under the abundant celestial essence, evoking a sense of otherworldly paradise. Suddenly, Douluo hesitated, then raised his hand as a slender green serpent darted toward Meng Ye's neck, flicking its tongue at his face. The mere scent of the venom's sweet aroma weighed heavily upon Meng Ye's mind, a testament to the serpent's deadly potency. Predecessor, do refrain from jesting. This creature not only harbors the capacity to slay me, but its toxin is indeed a double-edged sword. With a swift motion, he grasped the serpent by its head. A flicker of electricity coursing through it, rendering it unconscious. The 9-sectioned emerald was renowned for its unparalleled toxicity. A careless brush with it could exact a toll too great to bear, even for one of resolute spirit. With a flick of his wrist, he cast the serpent towards Douluo, who caught it deftly, stowing it within his sleeve. Humph! With a cold snort, a chilling pressure emanated from Douluo. His countenance dark as he glared at Meng Ye's retreating figure, seething. You possess quite the audacity. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to end your life? That is hardly the case, Meng Ye replied calmly. I have every confidence in your capacity to extinguish my existence, however. I fear the price may be one you are reluctant to pay. Meng Ye advanced a couple of steps under the oppressive aura of Douluo's soul power, only to turn and discover a chrysanthemum beneath a tree, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. A heavenly medicinal herb, the wondrous Tongtian chrysanthemum. In his eyes, its worth was akin to that of the coveted Wanchuan Qiushui, a treasure he was determined to possess. Douluo was somewhat amused by the situation. In a fit of rage, he nearly resorted to violence. Yet, he found a flicker of curiosity in Meng Ye's ability to repeatedly disregard his oppressive aura. He inquired, "Pray tell, what price would the old man pay for this? The elder should be no stranger to such a treasure." Meng Ye produced the purple badge. This emblem bore a recognition comparable to that of the elder's order. Although rarer, as a title Douluo, Douluo could not possibly be unaware of it. The purple badge. You are a disciple of the Pope. Douluo reacted as if his tail had been stepped on, the weight of his aura dissipating instantly. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Currently, Huli and others had yet to obtain the purple badge. Once issued, it was typically heralded to the world, showcasing the Soul Hall's significance and authority. To put it plainly, one could indiscriminately eliminate a disciple of the Soul Hall, lacking status and identity. The most one would face is a bounty, which could easily be abandoned if the cost was deemed too high. However, to kill one bearing the purple badge would be tantamount to slapping the Soul Hall in the face, not to mention the badge itself represented Bibi Dong's esteem. According to the original storyline's progression, a year later, the Golden Generation lost at the Soul Arena, prompting Bibi Dong to nearly order the annihilation of Shrek on the spot. Personal grievances notwithstanding, it was also a matter of preserving the Soul Hall's reputation. Initially, Douluo regarded Meng Ye as an ordinary disciple, assuming he must possess some secret to withstand his aura, hence his decision to apprehend him. He had brought him back from the Soul City to the Sunset Forest in just 4 days, a distance that was no shorter than from the Soul City to the Star Do Great Forest. It seemed that now he could not afford to let him go. After a brief moment of contemplation, Douluo cast a venomous glare at Meng Ye, preparing to launch a direct assault to obliterate him. Have you perhaps been struck in the head by your own poison, Elder? To meet your end alongside a mere disciple of the Soul Hall would surely be most unwise. Meng Ye displayed no intention of resistance. Instead, she merely lifted her gaze towards Douluo and calmly articulated the facts. Humph. Allowing you to leave today would be akin to signing my own death warrant. Is that so? Meng Ye, observing the soul power coalescing in Douluo's hand, recognized the futility of opposition and continued, but does the esteemed elder truly believe that by ending my life, it would go unnoticed? The only one capable of silently escorting me out of Wuhuan City that day appears to be you alone. Do you perceive the Pope as foolish? Or do you consider those over 10 titled Douluo to be mere decorations? At this moment, even Douluo could not help but feel a tremor in his heart. Not due to Meng Ye's audacity, but because the situation did not permit him any relaxation. Meng Ye was indeed reminding him. Hence the deliberate emphasis on Bai Dong and those titled Douluo, in order to help him recognize the harsh reality. Douluo, though capricious in temperament, was no madman. He occupied a lowly rank among the titled Douluo and had indeed offended several of his peers, even going so far as to decline an invitation from the Spirit Hall. However, to completely alienate the spirit hall was a risk he would never dare to take, for there were more than 10 titled Douluo and the unfathomably powerful Pope. Just the thought of it sent a shiver down Douluo's spine. Humph. I have released you, that's for certain. Douluo maintained his lofty demeanor. Yet his words betrayed a hint of uncertainty. Upon witnessing this scene, Meng Ye secretly breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that his previous words had indeed borne fruit. A person like Douluo, if not subdued by a formidable presence, would hardly be deemed worthy of engaging in dialogue, let alone negotiating terms. I am grateful to you for sparing my life, esteemed senior, Meng Ye said, bowing slightly. Despite his outward calmness, he remained human. How could one remain indifferent in the face of life and death? Thus, this statement carried a measure of sincerity, for in the realm of soul masters, strength is the ultimate truth. Meng Ye has never believed in the existence of genuine fairness in this world. Humph. Douluo naturally perceived Meng Ye's words as mockery. With a cold snort, he ultimately restrained himself and said, I shall escort you out now. Do not take advantage of my leniency. Senior, you have misunderstood. Since I have arrived, it is only fitting that I provide a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, should you bear the unjust accusation of abducting me, provoking the spirit hall without cause, that would indeed be my fault. Douluo, somewhat perplexed, pondered this. It seemed as though Meng Ye was genuinely considering his position, and his tone appeared sincere, devoid of deceit. Hesitating, he inquired, what are you trying to convey? Chapter 37, The Loudspeaker. Within the ice and fire two-element eye. Douluo regarded Meng Ye with an expression of bewilderment, an absurd notion swirling in his mind. Could this brat be intentionally leading me to capture him? With this doubt, Meng Ye observed Douluo with an air of leisurely composure. He had deliberately handed the spirit bone to Douluo in advance, precisely to make it irresistible for him to let go. Few soul masters could resist the allure of a spirit bone, especially one that was nearly a perfect match for them. The characteristics of the 8 spider lances were even more compatible with Douluo than with Tang San himself. Coughing lightly, Douluo discreetly stored the spirit bone into his spatial soul tool. Very well, he said with feigned reluctance. I suppose I can bear this loss. How about letting you take 30%? 50% is hardly a loss for you, senior, Meng Ye countered smoothly. In addition, I intend to collect some water from the ice and fire yin-yang well. If you agree, I can also reveal a method to resolve the poison of the emerald phosphor snake within your body. Deal. Douluo agreed without hesitation. To him, the antidote was even more precious than the spirit bone. The venom not only plagued him but also threatened his descendants. Despite being a titled Douluo, he could only suppress the toxins with his soul power, enduring prolonged suffering with no true cure. Worse still, his granddaughter suffered the same affliction, likely to perish before him. In the original story, Tang San's solution had merely involved expelling the poison, not neutralizing it, a method Meng Ye could easily replicate. In fact, Douluo himself could achieve it, provided he possessed the 8 spider lances. Meng Ye swiftly harvested all the celestial medicinal herbs within the ice and fire yang-yin eye, leaving a portion of the roots behind, which would regrow in a few years. Additionally, he collected various rare flowers and herbs, although they did not compare to the celestial grade. They were still considered treasures of heaven and earth. Finally, Meng Ye approached the spring that contained the ice spring and fire spring. Douluo, following closely behind with a pained expression, cautioned him, be careful, young man. Should you fall, I cannot guarantee I will save you. The waters of the ice and fire yang-yin I flowed with the utmost fire and ice. Not only would falling in be perilous, but even a common soul master would feel the piercing cold and lethal heat from a distance. Douluo, curious about how Meng Ye remained immune to his oppressive aura, refrained from intervening, wanting to witness how he approached the springs. Rest assured, senior, Meng Ye replied, then proceeded to the edge of the spring, leaning down to extend his hand toward the cold spring. No, Douluo exclaimed, nearly struck with terror at the sight, as he could not bear to see Meng Ye perish here. However, the next moment, he halted just half a meter behind Meng Ye, wearing a look of disbelief as he observed. With a soft sound, Meng Ye's hand touched the cold spring. Yet he was neither frozen by the extreme ice nor scorched by the nearby fire spring. Instead, the tangible forces of ice and fire began to coalesce gradually within his palm, merging into his body. This bizarre scene left Douluo momentarily stunned. He would not dare to touch the spring himself, fearing not only the elemental suppression but also the potent poison within him being entirely dismantled by the ice and fire energies. His cultivation was intricately linked to the poison. He sought merely to avoid death by poison, not to cripple his own abilities. This process continued for a quarter of an hour before Meng Ye withdrew his hand. A portion of the ice and fire from the spring was drawn out as if under a spell, and he waved his hand to disperse it. These pure elemental energies resonated with his second martial spirit, allowing him to absorb them directly, though he knew he had reached his limit. Further absorption would be unbearable. "Thank you, Senior," he said, turning to Douluo. Upon seeing that Meng Ye bore no signs of injury, Douluo finally exhaled in relief. "What exactly are you, young man?" he inquired. After fusing with that soul bone, Senior can channel the poison in his body into it, not only resolving the bizarre toxins but also enhancing the quality of the soul bone. Having achieved his goal and not wishing to linger, Meng Ye directly shared this method with Douluo. Douluo paused, then began to circulate his soul power to test it, casting a dark look at Meng Ye. "You jest." With a piercing voice, he declared sharply, witnessing Douluo preparing to unleash a formidable attack, his spirit rings already manifesting, only to be abruptly lifted into the air by Douluo. "Jiuhua pass. Dare you desecrate my sacred ground? I shall not rest until we settle this." With a fierce roar, Douluo too felt his ire rise, summoning his martial spirit's true form to elevate Douluo skyward. The two tidal Douluos engaged in a fierce entanglement, golden light shimmering around them, while toxic mists enveloped the sky, creating a terrifying spectacle reminiscent of a natural disaster. Douluo carried Meng Ye to a more distant location. "Elder, will you not intervene?" Meng Ye had no intention of deceiving Douluo any further, as he had already reaped considerable benefits from their encounter. Moreover, should their battle continue to determine a victor, Douluo would also have to pay a significant price. Douluo remarked calmly, "It's rare for those two to meet without coming to blows. Though Yu Guan and I could easily subdue Douluo together, the cost would outweigh the gain. Still, we must teach him a lesson this time, lest others think our spirit hall is easy prey." Having been reprimanded by Bibi Dong, the two tidal Douluos were seething with unvented frustration. The long journey had also left even them somewhat fatigued. To put it plainly, Douluo could endure it, but Douluo, who already bore a grudge against Douluo, could not. The battleground was not far from the Heaven Do Imperial City, and the clash between the two tidal Douluos quickly drew attention. Fortunately, the fight did not last long. "Old ghost, lend me a hand. The Pope has already decreed that his life matters not." Despite possessing superior spirit power, Douluo found himself unable to swiftly defeat the poisoned Douluo and had to call upon Douluo for assistance. "Humph. I shall return to report first. You may continue amusing yourself with the old poisoner." Douluo had no interest in prolonging the fight and promptly took Meng Ye away. He understood that what the spirit hall needed was deterrence. If they truly killed Douluo mere dozens of miles from the Heaven Do Imperial City, it would undoubtedly provoke the already sensitive nerves of the Empire. Douluo was, after all, an honorary elder of the Heaven Do Royal Academy, maintaining a cooperative relationship with the imperial family. Though the spirit hall now held overwhelming influence, acting prematurely would place them in a precarious position, something Bibi Dong would never permit. Even now, had Douluo not provoked Bibi Dong's wrath by taking Meng Ye, she would never have issued orders to eliminate him at all costs. "Damn it, Douluo. Do you truly wish for me to destroy the ice and fire in Yangwell?" "Humph, Zhuhua Guan. If you dare lay a finger on my ice and fire in Yangwell, I'll expose your little chrysanthemum business to the entire world. You spout nonsense. You shameless wretch. You." Knowing that their strength was evenly matched, neither tidal Douluo was willing to concede defeat verbally. However, continuing the battle was out of the question. Heaven Do Imperial City. The Royal Palace. "Your Majesty, according to the scouts' reports, it appears to have been merely a spar between two tidal Douluos. No major catastrophe ensued, so there is no cause for concern." "Good, that is a relief. Your Majesty, this subject believes we should still dispatch an envoy to the Spirit Hall to demand an explanation. After all, the matter involves two tidal Douluos and should not be taken lightly." Among the assembled ministers, Crown Prince Xueqinghe stepped forward and spoke. "Very well. Then let this matter be entrusted to Qinghe. It would also serve as an opportunity to establish protocols for next year's Spirit Master Tournament. Take a contingent of royal guards and negotiate with the Pope. How does that sound?" Emperor Shuiyi smiled as he watched Xueqinghe volunteer. Among the court officials, most now supported Xueqinghe. Though the emperor still held his throne, his influence over major affairs had waned significantly. In short, he no longer even possessed the authority to depose the crown prince, unless he could present irrefutable evidence before all, exposing Xueqinghe's true identity and schemes. He was powerless to act. This subject obeys the decree. After bowing, Xueqinghe returned to his position, lost in contemplation. This arrangement suited his intentions perfectly. It had been years since he last returned to the Spirit Hall. Years of living in exile, suppressing his true strength and appearance, all for the sake of this grand scheme to usurp the throne and prove himself to his mother. Having infiltrated the Heaven Do Empire from a young age, he sometimes struggled to remember his true identity. Was he the young master of the Spirit Hall? Or the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire? Very well, today's court session is adjourned. This emperor is weary. We send off your majesty. No matter the internal strife or external threats, the Heaven Do Empire remained an empire, wielding absolute military might over its provinces and duchies. Thus, its dignity could not be slighted. For instance, the appearance of a Spirit Hall titled Douluo near the imperial capital gave the Heaven Do Empire every right to demand an explanation. Of course, whether the Spirit Hall would comply or whether they would outright dismiss the demand was another matter entirely. Spirit City. 3 days had passed since Meng Ye and Douluo returned. Douluo had also caught up along the way, and upon returning to Wuhuan City, he proceeded to the Hall of the Pope to report to Bibidong. As long as all is well, it is prudent to maintain a distance from Douluo, who is renowned as the foremost poison master of this age. The disciple understands. Bibidong nodded in acknowledgement and continued. Recently, Nar has encountered some difficulties while practicing the secret technique you provided. Please offer her some guidance. Yes, I take my leave. However, it is likely that the situation is more than just a mere obstacle. Given Bibidong's level of cultivation, she must have reviewed the visualization technique. Yet she has not discovered a solution, nor even a means to initiate her understanding. In this era, a complete mental secret technique simply does not exist. The technique that Meng Ye developed through a lifetime of study incorporates insights from later generations regarding mental strength. The gaps in knowledge are enough to induce despair. Without his guidance, truly mastering it would rely solely on luck. Upon returning to the academy, Meng Ye initially intended to check on Hu Lai's situation. But he was unexpectedly confronted by Luo Xian. The girl had emerged from the door, her face alight with joy, but upon seeing Meng Ye, she suddenly became demure. Approaching him, she exclaimed, "You're back. I heard you were missing." As she spoke, her words faltered, her fair complexion flushing crimson all the way to her ears. And Meng Ye could almost see steam rising from her head. "Yes, I am back." This scene felt oddly familiar. With a bittersweet smile, he thought he had managed to forget it. "I brought you a gift. Come with me." Saying this, Meng Ye led Luo Xian to the academy's advanced training area and retrieved a jade box from his storage soul guide. Upon opening the box, a magnificent 8-petal orchid emerged, radiating a pristine, snow-white brilliance, untouched by dust. "This is so beautiful." Although still somewhat bashful, Luo Xian could not resist leaning closer to the flower, inhaling its fragrance. "It smells wonderful. I have never seen such a flower before." "Indeed, it is for you. Remember, do not reveal it easily. This is a rare treasure of nature. When consumed, it should be absorbed with soul power." I feel this is very precious. I cannot accept it." Luo Xian did not take the gift, instinctively sensing its value without understanding its true worth. Recalling that she had vaguely heard Luo Chuan mention Meng Ye's intention to present her with a gift, her cheeks flushed once more. Having been brought here in a daze, she now felt even more embarrassed and hurriedly whispered, "I must return now, goodbye." Meng Ye did not stop her, for he himself was not entirely lucid at the moment. Memories and reality overlapped in his mind, blurring the line between illusion and actuality. A faint, peculiar fragrance wafted through the breeze, causing his brows to furrow slightly. Chapter 39. The Thunder Beast reappears. Luo Xian's gift remained undelivered, leaving Meng Ye with no choice but to continue his search for Hu Lai'na. A disturbance in spiritual cultivation was no trivial matter, if left unresolved. Even he might not be able to salvage the situation. His spiritual energy had yet to stabilize, and his reckless attempt to visualize a living entity had inevitably led to backlash. Yet, what exactly had he envisioned in his mind? Meng Ye encountered Hu Lai'na outside the teaching building, her eyes occasionally exuding a bewitching charm. The naturally alluring aura around her seemed to radiate uncontrollably, stirring restless thoughts in those around her. I tried visualizing my martial soul, he thought. It should be much easier now. Struggling to maintain his composure, he noted that at least Hu Lai'na's mind appeared relatively clear, nothing too concerning. Starting simple was key, the simpler, the better. Perhaps a single point, a droplet of water, or a flickering flame would suffice. It was best to avoid anything living for now. Meng Ye spoke. Raising his hand to lightly touch the center of Hu Lai'na's brow, withdrawing instantaneously. A faint arc of electricity flickered by, yet within Hu Lai'na's mind. It reverberated like a thunderous roar, accompanied by the furious growl of a thunder beast, obliterating the indistinct, distorted figure of a demon fox she had envisioned. "Am I all right now?" Hulai regained her senses, the allure in her eyes vanishing as she gazed at her own hands in a state of bewilderment. Indeed. Meng Ye nodded, continuing, ultimately, this secret technique is merely challenging at the outset, yet one must never err. My counsel is that it would be prudent to first enhance your mental control through fundamental methods before delving deeper. Fundamental methods? Hulai furrowed her brow, questioning whether there were indeed foundational practices for cultivating mental strength. Meditation has remained unchanged throughout history. Initially, everyone employs the same techniques, differing only in the meridians and personal martial soul endowments. There are no mental secret techniques per se. Advancement relies solely on the natural growth of one's cultivation. The visualization technique offered by Meng Ye transcends mere enhancement of mental strength. It further develops both offensive and defensive capabilities, even incorporating additional attributes. Even a millennium hence. This remains one of the most elite mental secrets. I previously mentioned that gradually closing off the five senses aids in mental control and perception. You might consider giving it a try, and should any issues arise, feel free to seek my counsel. As Meng Ye prepared to depart, having resolved most matters, he recognized that hands-on teaching was not feasible. He had never imparted such lessons even to Lei Zhenyang. To be precise, Lei Zhenyang grasped concepts swiftly. Over half of the secret techniques Meng Ye developed were attributable to his efforts, enabling him to utilize those techniques, and indeed, his understanding of the blood and qi methods surpassed Meng Ye's by a considerable margin. Wait, huh? Turning to Hulai, Meng Ye expressed his confusion. Is there something else you wish to inquire about? Hulai furrowed her brow before meeting his gaze directly. I wish to witness your strength. Let us proceed to the battle arena. This was not an unreasonable request. In fact, resolving conflicts through martial prowess can often be the most expedient approach, aligning perfectly with Meng Ye's aversion to wasting time. A few minutes later, they arrived at the battle arena, where Hulai presented a token and confidently led Meng Ye inside. Oh, Nar, what brings you here? Xiaoyu and Yin were also present, and the surroundings were populated with several students engaged in practical training, a facet of the Spirit Hall's curriculum. The great battle arena posed significant risks, but peer sparring had its merits. However, it was not without its costs, primarily necessitating personnel to maintain safety and avert serious injuries. 8 trigrams fist is effective, but in the realm of martial arts, the untrained novice is the most perilous. Yin, this does not concern you. Step aside. Hulai disregarded Yin and continued toward the largest arena. Although Yin frowned, he refrained from obstructing her, unwilling to clash with Hulai. What are you doing here? However, upon seeing Meng Ye, Yin's demeanor shifted, his eyes narrowing with hostility. Despite their previous encounters yielding little interaction, he was aware of Meng Ye's recent closeness with Hulai, which incited a simmering anger within him. Is there an issue? Meng Ye hesitated. He had no desire to squander time here, preoccupied with thoughts of how to utilize the immortal herbs. Yin's sudden emergence only soured his mood further. Humph. Why are you following Nar? You should inquire with her. Why pose the question to me? As he spoke, a flicker of lightning ignited in Meng Ye's eyes, and a formidable aura surged toward Yin. Ugh, the Flame Lord. Not possessing a mental-type martial spirit, instinctively retreated a step, intimidated by Meng Ye's overwhelming mental pressure. Enraged, Yin unleashed his martial spirit. Bear. Flames swirled around him, a fierce aura emanating as the earthy yellow glow added an air of invincibility, for soul rings materializing. A top-tier martial spirit of both fire and earth attributes. The Flame Lord. Generally, elemental martial spirits are deemed top-tier due to their inherent destructive power exceeding that of standard spirits. The prestigious title of the Five Elements Academy derives from this very distinction. Observers regarded Yan's martial spirit as formidable, commanding 2 elemental forces with astonishing destructive capability. Humph. I challenge you, Yin declared with a cold huff, pointing an accusatory finger at Meng Ye. Yin, what are you doing? Stand down. Hulai, having awaited Meng Ye's response, turned back to witness the unfolding scene. In his fury, Yin paid no heed, continuing to glare at Meng Ye. Very well. If it must be so, let us settle this. Meng Ye sighed. 1 or 2 challengers made little difference, and he stepped toward the arena. A moment later, in the largest arena, Meng Ye and Yin stood 50 meters apart. This arena lacked the vastness typical of the great battle arena. Its height was modest, about 1 meter, with a diameter of roughly 100 meters, sufficient for their purposes. Are you truly going to engage in battle? The supervising instructor regarded the two with apprehension. As a prodigy of the Spirit Hall Academy, Yin held considerable renown, while Meng Ye's reputation was still burgeoning. Yet, as an instructor, he was aware of certain facts. The purple record badge practically signified that Meng Ye's value and status within the Spirit Hall now surpassed those of Chapter 40. The truth is clear: the sheer might of the Thunderbeast strike left dozens of students and teachers frozen in place, their minds struggling to process what they had just witnessed. Yin, who had borne the brunt of the attack, swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on the space beside his ear. A mental assault never misses its mark. Meng Ye was no exception. Had he truly aimed at Yin, that single strike would have obliterated both body and soul. The chilling brush with death left Yin trembling, the icy fingers of mortality grazing his consciousness. If you seek rapid advancement, consider a spirit-type soul beast for your fifth ring. It need not be of the same lineage. Having achieved her goal of witnessing Meng Ye's strength, Hulaina absorbed his words in silence. With nothing left to say, Meng Ye turned and strode out of the arena. Yet Hulaina's eyes gleamed with unreadable intensity, her gaze lingering on his retreating figure. After this battle, Meng Ye's name would soon spread like wildfire, not just through the halls of the Spirit Hall Academy, but across the entire Spirit City. Simultaneously, the Pope's palace announced to the world the bestowal of the Purple Record Badge. Every branch, sub-temple, and main temple of the Spirit Hall, spanning cities across the continent, even the sacred halls within the two great empires, issued the proclamation as the official institution for soul masters. Such news might escape the notice of common folk, but no soul master would remain ignorant. Such was the influence of the Spirit Hall. Sarakar Duchy. Spirit Main Temple. Lei Jingyang sat bare-chested in the courtyard, his formidable muscles taut with veins bulging beneath his skin. Scattered around him were iron ingots weighing several tons, each bearing the unmistakable imprints of fists and fingers. A wizened smile curled his lips as he held the decree from Spirit City. Attendant, Temple Master, have this proclamation disseminated widely. Deliver a separate copy to Longxing City. Understood. The matter was neither insignificant nor earth-shattering to the two great empires. The awarding of the Purple Record Badge served as a signal. Originally, Hulaina and her two companions were slated to receive theirs in half a year or so, followed by a grand announcement. For this highest honor, one that might not be granted for decades, to be bestowed upon three individuals at once was anything but ordinary. Yet for most soul masters and commoners, the event held little immediate consequence. Still, Meng Ye's name quietly seeped into the consciousness of the soul master world. Noble families, academies, sects, any power with ties to the Spirit Hall began discreetly gathering intelligence on him. Spirit City, Pope's Palace. The ghost Douluo appeared before Bibi Dong. Your Holiness, scouts from various factions have begun departing Spirit City. No remnants of the Haotian sect were detected. None? Bibi Dong's eyes narrowed. With ambitions of dominating the continent, she could ill afford the resurgence of the Spirit Hall's greatest adversary. Even the slightest possibility had to be crushed preemptively. Very well. Their absence is for the best. The time is not yet right. Additionally, Nar and the others are nearing their breakthroughs. You shall oversee this matter personally, as you command. The ghost and Chrysanthemum Douluo were Bibi Dong's most trusted confidants, and thus her busiest. Most of her affairs passed through their hands. Other elders existed, but none enjoyed her complete faith. Several days have elapsed since Meng Ye resolved his confrontation with Yin and returned to his usual cultivation routine. During this period, Hulaina occasionally sought his guidance, exhibiting a newfound humility that contrasted sharply with her previous pride, refraining from reiterating her desire for a duel. Upon awakening from meditation, as his eyes fluttered open, not a trace of soul power emanated from him. His control was impeccable. His gaze sparkled with starlit brilliance, and everything around him vividly materialized in his mind. His mental prowess was effortlessly projected outward, and with a mere wave of his hand, he stirred the surrounding currents of air. Although he had not yet achieved a transformative breakthrough, his mental strength had multiplied several times over. The herb known as Wang Chuan Qiu Shui revealed its extraordinary benefits. While it could enhance one's vision to perceive the extraordinary, it was, in essence, a miraculous elixir that significantly bolstered mental acuity. With sufficient mental fortitude, one could easily pierce through illusions and comprehend the essence of all things. His soul power had also ascended a level, indicating that a visit to the ice and fire yin yang was in order. Rising to his feet, he left behind a shimmering phantom of condensed soul power. The ethereal blue flames emitted a chilling aura devoid of warmth. It exuded a terrifying essence capable of annihilating all. He had harnessed a substantial amount of the waters from the ice and fire yin yang using his second martial soul, which inadvertently rendered his primary martial soul inoperative. Without the support of his martial soul, even his formidable physique would be unable to withstand the extreme purging of ice and fire from within. He had to rely on his secondary martial soul to mitigate this effect, a process that would require some time. which also elucidated his decision to employ mental attacks during his encounter with Yin. His secondary martial soul had yet to acquire a soul ring, not due to incapacity, but rather because there was no need to reveal it. As he exited towards the classroom, he noticed an air of reverence from those who crossed his path, likely due to the recent defeat of Yin. Yet, the significance of that event seemed overshadowed by the matter of the purple record badge. Excitement filled the air as he entered the classroom, where nearly all eyes converged upon him, causing him to momentarily falter in his stride. This reaction was not a testament to his lack of composure, but rather an acknowledgement of the fervent synchrony of their attention. Such unity was rare, even among seasoned warriors. Taking his seat, he observed Luo Xian still dozing at her desk. This was indeed her method of auxiliary cultivation, seemingly linked to her martial soul. Though Meng Ye could not discern the precise connection, attributing it to the peculiarities of her food-type martial soul. Meng Ye, someone is looking for you. Today marked a rare formal class, purportedly led by the dean himself, who would expound upon self-created soul skills, one of the few invaluable lessons for students of advanced soul master academies. After all, for those without familial legacies, the essence of soul master cultivation could be distilled into the concept of meditation. Self-created soul skills were considered an advanced curriculum, though their practicality was not guaranteed. Any questions? As he approached the door, he found Hulaina standing there, though she appeared troubled, her enchanting aura noticeably absent. I attempted it again. But why can't I project my spirit as you do? Meng Ye paused momentarily, then glanced at Hulaina and remarked, for an average soul master, a level of 60 is merely the foundation for mental projection. To attain my level, a soul sage's mental fortitude is essential, alongside a profound mastery of visualization techniques. Which of these have you achieved? Soul sage. Hulaina's expression soured as she realized her impatience had caused her to overlook the disparity between herself and Meng Ye. Nevertheless, undeterred, she stubbornly inquired, you possess merely the cultivation of a soul zone. How is it that you can achieve this? Mental cultivation and martial soul cultivation are not entirely synchronized. Your mental prowess undoubtedly approaches the echelon of a soul king, which is commendable. In contrast, those like Yin merely match their cultivation levels. But I understand the reasoning, yet why is your leap so substantial? Hulaina still found it incomprehensible. The gap had widened to an extent that was difficult for her to accept. Chapter 41. Data synchronization complete. After bidding farewell to Hulaina, Meng Ye shook his head. This was a classic case of overreaching. In truth, it was not entirely Hulaina's fault. Meng Ye had not deceived her. It is a normal manifestation for a talented soul master's mental strength to keep pace with their cultivation. Conversely, for ordinary soul masters, mental fortitude often lags behind. Insufficient control can lead to the risk of madness and difficulties in breaking through bottlenecks, all of which are indicative of weak mental strength. Meng Ye was about to return to the classroom when someone strode in ahead of him, casting a glare his way before disappearing inside. Luo Chuan? What was he doing here? He should have been in the neighboring class. Yet, recalling Luo Chuan's temperament, Meng Ye wasn't entirely surprised. Outwardly, he had inherited his parents' genes, a striking blend of handsomeness and beauty, with an almost ethereal allure. He was quite popular in the academy, his martial soul being dream devourer, a spectral entity reminiscent of a ghost. Whether this trait came from his father remained unclear. How had they first met? Meng Ye vaguely remembered it was during his first visit to Luo Xian's home for dinner, shortly after they started dating. A fight had broken out, or rather, Luo Chuan had been thoroughly beaten into submission. Since then, he had mostly behaved, though he occasionally stirred up minor trouble. Time had blurred many details, leaving only fragments of memory and familiar scenes. Before long, Professor Owens arrived. The classroom was crowded, and no one noticed Luo Chuan's presence from another class. After the lecture concluded, Owens summoned Meng Ye to his office. Dean, what is it? Meng Ye inquired. Shall ye have a seat? Owens gestured with a smile that seemed a touch too amiable, though Meng Ye paid it little mind. Once seated, Owens continued, I've heard about your altercation with Yin. He instigated it, so the fault isn't yours. Dean, if you have something to say, please be direct. The incident that day was straightforward, both in process and outcome. If anyone were to be held accountable, it would be Yin. Meng Ye suspected Owens was probing about the secret technique he had employed. In the world of spirit masters, secret techniques were typically family heirlooms, such as the chaotic wind hammer technique of the Clear Sky clan or the 7 apertures exquisite heart of the 7 treasures glazed tile school. These methods, alongside martial souls, were the cornerstone of a clan's enduring legacy, often guarded with utmost secrecy. Thus, inquiring about them was considered impolite. Ahem. Owens cleared his throat, slightly embarrassed. His intention wasn't to pry outright. Composing himself, he said, "Xiao Yi, don't misunderstand. The Academy wishes for you to mentor students in their spirit techniques. With your abilities, you're more than qualified as an assistant instructor. Additionally, we can allocate a private section of the Advanced Simulated Cultivation Zone for your exclusive use." How does that sound? Spirit techniques? Meng Ye contemplated briefly before shaking his head. "Dean, it's not that I'm unwilling. It's simply unnecessary." "Oh, Xiao Yi. There is no need for modesty. I have full confidence in your capabilities." "You misunderstand, Dean. What I mean is that most students' spirit techniques are beyond correction." Meng Ye hesitated but spoke the truth. Owens frowned slightly, unsettled by the implication. To his ears, such a statement bordered on disparaging the prestige of the Spirit Hall Academy, the pinnacle of spirit master institutions. The remark did not sit well. Meng Ye sighed softly and remarked, "The dean should be well aware of the distinctions between extreme flow and balanced flow, as each possesses its own merits and drawbacks. If I am not mistaken, the Academy is likely adopting a development model that embraces both interdependence and duality as the mainstream approach, correct?" Always hesitated momentarily but nodded in agreement. "Indeed. But that pertains to teamwork. Is there an issue with that?" He added, "In the early stages, soul masters undoubtedly require collaboration. The synergy of soul skills among teammates delineates the classifications of offense, control, and support. The essence of teamwork lies in the ability of disparate soul masters to achieve a synergistic effect that is greater than the sum of its parts. Otherwise, it devolves into solitary combat, showcasing individual prowess, which is utterly devoid of significance. However, as one progresses to the later stages, reliance shifts predominantly to personal. Meng Ye comprehended the meaning, and yet it was precisely this understanding that left him in inexplicable astonishment. He realized that Meng Ye possessed a philosophical outlook on soul masters that transcended the vast majority of his peers, even surpassing the ideals of this era. Several months later, outside the Soul Master City in the southeast, on an expansive plain, the wind rustled the grass and stirred the rolling sea of clouds. Lying on the soft grass with arms outstretched, a breath of nature lingered at his nostrils, and in that moment, Meng Ye felt an unparalleled sense of ease. How tranquil it was. Nearly 7 years had elapsed since his rebirth, and although many memories had begun to fade, some places remained vividly etched in his mind. For instance, this was one of the few places he cherished visiting, where he could completely unburden himself and cast aside all concerns. Yet, there lingered a sense of incompleteness. Ding! The synchronization of data and host consciousness frequency was achieved. In the system space, Meng Ye's consciousness materialized. "What is happening? You have awakened?" The conditions for reactivating the system, which had fallen into slumber, filled him with a sense of despair. Meng Ye had always devoted himself to rigorous training, which was one of the critical reasons for this predicament. No, the system merely succumbed to slumber. The data has not vanished. The host's sleep could be understood as having a low probability of synchronizing data frequency with the system, akin to the host entering the realm of the system's dreams. "So, what is this dream you are experiencing?" Meng Ye gazed curiously at the scene before him. It was still the vast grassland and the sea of clouds. But why was there a sheep above, adorned in a riot of colors, grazing on the grass as it ambled past him? The host may interpret this as the system experiencing its own boredom. Chapter 42. Destiny. Encountering the system once more brought Meng Ye a sense of joy, for he too felt somewhat weary and disoriented. When one traverses the path of life alone, the very solitude that envelopes one is often enough to evoke despair. System. Upon reflection, it appears that if I continue my training in this manner and steer clear of past tribulations, I might be able to navigate the remainder of my life in tranquility, wouldn't I? Meng Ye hesitated, as memories of the time spent with Luo Xin flooded back. Alongside the recollection of perilous encounters he had endured, nostalgia mingled with pain and uncertainty. Though he felt beset by misfortune, it seemed a common plight among soul masters. Where indeed could one find a path devoid of obstacles? Was the host attempting to evade destiny? Destiny? What fate do I possess? Meng Ye pondered. For he was not a native of this world. Even if destiny existed, he ought to be that butterfly, foreign to this realm, merely instigating change. The world is a monstrous entity that feasts upon the ordinary. Has the host not yet grasped the stark reality? Do you truly believe that your tragic demise in your past life was merely an old twist of fate? Reflect upon it. Lacking fortune, your cultivation lacked, devoid of connections. Your beloved departed. Bereft of strength, you perished as mere fodder in a merciless war. The system can unequivocally inform the host, if you wish to thrive in solitude, you must ascend to the pinnacle of this world. Can I achieve that? The pinnacle of the world? What could that possibly be? Meng Ye found herself unable to fathom the depths of her imagination, exhausting every corner of her mind in search of either resplendent or terrifying scenes, yet failing to conceive even a single thought. The task at hand seemed insurmountable. Why should it be so? The host now possessed the most extraordinary talents, with fortunes that far surpassed those of her previous life, coupled with the accumulation of experiences from that existence. Was she truly lacking the confidence to rival the so-called children of destiny? Could fate itself be altered? Meng Ye felt a peculiar sensation. His understanding of fate should imply that it is immutable, for otherwise, causality would cease to exist. What does the host perceive fate to be? A rule that transcends time and space? Or perhaps the threads of existence manipulated by deities? Neither. For fate is akin to the teeth of a monstrous entity named the world. If you do not resist, it shall crush you. In other words, if I do not fight back, I will meet a tragic demise just as I did in my previous life, correct? At this remark, Meng Ye furrowed his brow. He vividly recalled that feeling of struggling with all his might, yet being as powerless as a butterfly with its wings grasped. Before fate, not only are other desires rendered futile, but even the control over life and death slips away. The system remains unaware. Yet it can reveal to the host the essence of their fate. Buzz. A beam of white light emerged in the skies above the grasslands, engulfing the entire world. In the next moment, Meng Ye's consciousness found itself in a familiar scene. Gazing upon the cacophony of battle and the tumult of war, his heart contracted sharply. The well-known city walls loomed over the vast plains between the martial Seoul Empire and the Tiando Empire, serving as a natural barrier. The vast army, though chaotic, still transformed the area into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, akin to the maw of a relentless grinder, ceaselessly producing severed limbs. A figure of striking handsomeness stood upon the city walls, exuding an aura of terror that dispelled the dim sky and cast down glimmers of light. It seemed to be uttering something, its gaze directed towards the heavens. At this moment, Meng Ye's consciousness finally returned, and he discovered that he was observing the world from a third-person perspective. The scene of the great battle was not as he had witnessed in his previous life. The Soul Master Legion of the Spirit Empire did not array themselves like ordinary soldiers outside the city. Instead, they held fast to the city walls, relying on the innate advantages of Soul Masters to withstand the cavalry who had lost their mounts and crossbows. The Soul Masters descending from the sky were met with resistance from the well-prepared aerial forces. A torrent of terrifying firepower, akin to lasers, rained down, inflicting heavy losses upon the besieging forces of the Tiando Empire. Turning his gaze, he beheld a divine figure standing amidst the heavens. Tang-san, with 8 sea god wings manifested from the 8 spider lances behind him, exuded an overwhelming divine might that obscured the sun. In his hand, the trident symbolizing the sea god's authority pointed skyward, summoning colossal waves that surged toward the horizon, shrouding the sunlight and drowning hope. Suddenly, a deafening sonic boom shattered the air, and in the blink of an eye, the figure upon the city wall ascended to an altitude of nearly 10,000 meters. Tang-san, you seek death. The Spirit Empire, in a desperate reversal, had slaughtered the 3 major sects and 2 great sects, while numerous Soul Master academies fell victim to their tyranny, treating the common folk as mere fodder. You are the true source of this war, proclaimed the sea god from his exalted position, his divine might causing the morale of the Spirit Empire's forces to waver. How grandiose! You, Tang-san, awakened your martial soul in the Spirit Hall of Nodding City. His furious gaze swept over Tang-san, and with another gesture toward the battlefield below, his voice resonated through the heavens, echoing into the abyss. And you, over 90% of Soul Masters awakened your martial souls within my Spirit Hall, receiving resources to cultivate to level 30. What have the 2 great empires accomplished? Governance ineptitude, division of lands, and lives trampled underfoot by the nobility. This is the fairness you desire. A terrifying will momentarily quelled the battlefield, awakening those who had been driven mad by the carnage. However, in the next moment, a warrior from the Tiando Empire stepped forward. For every 10 enemies slain, a reward of 100 gold. For every 100, 1,000. For every 1,000, 10,000 gold and a noble title. Kill. No matter how eloquent the words or how just the reasoning, those of humble origin seldom pondered the broader implications in the face of personal gain. With the roars of the rear guard and the supervising troops, the bloodied remnants began to slowly advance toward the city walls. Amid the chaos, Xuebing, donned in golden armor, turned to his side to face the Blue Lightning King, the leader of the Tiando Soul Master Legion. Yu Xiaojiang. Master, will this not harm Tianhe? I find it hard to accept a victory that comes at the cost of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Your Majesty need not worry. This is a strategy to sway the heart. We must not allow that Pope to undermine our morale, or else the sacrifices will be even greater, Yu Xiaojiang replied. Though he was not the supreme commander of the army, his words carried weight due to his status as Tang San's mentor, and Xue Bing could not disregard them. In the sky above, a bolt of lightning descended between the two opposing figures. Boom. Good. Excellent. Tang San, truly a testament to the saying, a great teacher produces exceptional students. Today, I shall witness the disparity between level 199. To aid tyranny is to be obstinate. You shall be punished. The sea god trident swept through the air, unleashing the sea god's techniques, as the azure tidal waves in the sky continued to pour forth divine power, infusing Tang San with strength. Meanwhile, on the other side, myriad thunderbolts coalesced into a colossal beast several hundred meters in diameter, roaring to the heavens, and the tempestuous lightning isolated the sea goddess domain. A giant of equal height, adorned with 9 black and crimson soul rings etched like runes, stood aloft, delivering a cataclysmic punch toward Tang San. Boom. Crack. The fabric of space fractured, the red glass-like mirrors shattered upon contact, and Tang San, now embodying the sea god, paled before this world-ending strike. A cerulean dragon shadow erupted from his hand, swiftly entwining around the attacking arm, then detonating with a thunderous roar. Void. Chapter 43. You kicked my sheep. Meng Ye gazed at the awe-inspiring scene before him, the shattering void, the indomitable giant pierced by the sea god's trident, yet still unleashing a terrifying power that made the heavens tremble, repeatedly forcing the sea god to retreat. The deities possessed bodies that were nearly immortal. Yet the giant's wounds continued to worsen under the sea god's influence. This seemingly decisive yet brutal battle raged on for 3 full days. The conflict caused the sea to sink several meters, and the area beyond Jialing Pass was enveloped in thunder, remaining a human forbidden zone for a millennium thereafter. With his left arm severed, the giant's strength appeared to be waning, reverting to its original form. Despite his grievous injuries, he could not conceal his extraordinary grace. How could this be? Tang San, now the sea god, looked in disbelief at his own left arm, which was equally devoid of substance. Golden divine blood flowing forth without restoration. Ah, the giant said with a cold smile, you may attempt to kill me and see if you perish alongside me. You. Tang San's face expressed astonishment but quickly regained composure. He felt his own wounds beginning to heal. As long as the heart or brain remained unscathed, a deity's body could withstand considerable injury. In contrast, the giant was already at the end of his strength, and the outcome was clear. You are a worthy opponent. Tang San solemnly declared, raising the sea god's trident above his head. I shall use my mightiest strike to obliterate you, leaving no trace behind. The ocean continued to boil as countless sea spirits perished in the depths. The ocean's power was a manifestation of the faith of the sea spirits and sea soul masters. And the sea god, possessing absolute dominion over the ocean, held sway over their fates. He would never resort to such measures unless forced to this extreme, as it would undermine the very foundation of the sea god's power. Brilliant divine light gathered upon the sea god's trident, and in an instant, the constraints of space shattered, bringing it directly before the giant. With precision and ferocity, the strike that could grievously wound or even slay a deity pierced straight through the giant's heart. Suspended in the void, Meng Ye felt a tightening in his chest, the suffocating sensation rendering his mind momentarily blank. He understood that this was his fate, a manifestation of his own existence. Suddenly, a dark, malevolent aura surged from behind Jialing Pass, and the terrifying scythe of the Grim Reaper struck the sea god, inflicting severe injury. This was the embodiment of fallen darkness, the Rakshasa deity. Afterwards, Meng Ye's presence faded from the ensuing battle, and the scene before him grew increasingly indistinct as the Rakshasa deity and the angelic god joined forces to vanquish the sea god. However, having ascended to the status of a sea god, he would not perish so easily. The divine realm, or rather, the sea god, would not permit it. In his final moments, Meng Ye beheld a familiar figure appear beside him, a beautiful visage marred only by sorrow. Deceiver, his consciousness fell into utter void, and Meng Ye's heart remained unsettled. This was a sight he had never witnessed in his previous life, yet the conclusion seemed little changed. Once more within the dreamscape of the system, Meng Ye stood in contemplation, unperturbed by any interruption from the system, allowing him to reflect alone. Time elapsed without his notice before he finally inquired, System, can fate truly be altered? Having witnessed his own demise, the giant indeed embodied the ideal state he had envisioned. Contending with the supreme deity at the pinnacle of his powers, merely bested by divine form and might. Yet the outcome left him with only despair and helplessness. Certainly, the system's response was unequivocal, instilling in Meng Ye a sense of enlightenment and renewed spirit. You must have many questions, such as why you faced Tang San alone in death, and why the divine realm chose him over you. No, I have some inkling, though I cannot be certain. Meng Ye mused, realizing he was more perceptive than the system had anticipated, enhancing the probability of reversing his fate. The system fell silent for a moment, caught off guard by his depth of thought. Indeed, he continued, reclining on the grasslands, hands behind his head. It must be that Qian Rinxue encountered an issue. Restraining Bibi Dong. As for the divine realm, the deities can foresee the future to some extent, especially the Shura god who controls the divine core. They likely hold an even greater belief in the irrevocability of fate than I do. This was his understanding. Ignorance often breeds fearlessness, while deities, paradoxically, could be the most timid, fearing the unknown and thus more inclined to adhere to the so-called trajectory of fate. Coincidentally, Meng Ye did not belong to this world. The factors coursing through his veins bestowed upon him the courage to contend against destiny. Indeed, in the eyes of those deities, the host is merely an inconsequential butterfly. Even if this butterfly's tempest could obliterate their fragile divine realm. I harbor no such grand ambitions. Meng Ye felt the system was subtly encouraging him, leaving him somewhat speechless. Yet he soon smiled and remarked, however, it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. This system cannot bestow upon the host divine status. Such a thing seems unnecessary. Does it not? In truth, Meng Ye believed deities were not invincible, especially after witnessing that so-called fate. It was merely the most probable future projected based on his current circumstances. However, even within that probability, he possessed the strength to confront the supreme deity. This was the reason Meng Ye remained skeptical of the notion of fate. Rising to his feet, he declared, that is sufficient. However, this system can create some miraculous occurrences for the host. If they are unneeded, so be it. Meng Ye turned his gaze to the surroundings, noticing a sheep grazing peacefully. With a swift motion, he kicked it aside, exclaiming, "Bring it forth. What treasures do you possess? My system has yet to connect with the essence of this world. Thus it can only seek the opportunities desired by the host. The success of obtaining them relies solely on the host's endeavors. I must find a divine position befitting my stature." Ding. System scanning in progress. Scan complete. A total of 4 divine positions have been identified. 1. God of Angels, a quasi-divine king, with the legacy located in the Spirit Hall, within the Douluo Hall. 2. Sea God, a quasi-divine king, situated on Sea God Island, with the medium of inheritance being the vast sea-covering umbrella. 3. Rakshasa God, a divine king, residing in the void, with 2 entrances located within the borders of the Serical Duchy, deep within the Twilight Forest, and on a solitary island 300 miles offshore from the eastern coast of the Spirit Hall, known as the Eastern Sea Abyss. 4. Shura God, a divine king, found in the city of Slaughter, in a nameless town southeast of the Heavendo Empire, concealing a subterranean city rife with sin and slaughter. Now tainted by the influence of the Rakshasa God. Twilight Forest? Meng Ye was generally aware of these 4 divine positions, as they had all appeared in the original work. However, he truly hadn't anticipated that the entrance to the inheritance of the Rakshasa God's divine position would be located in the Twilight Forest. In his previous life, he had encountered a stroke of fate in that very place, though it came with immense peril, barely escaping with his life after facing near certain death. Now, it seemed the dangers lurking there were likely connected to the Rakshasa God. Shaking his head, he continued, "Never mind. Help me find a suitable 5th soul ring. Host, please independently confirm the desired soul beast's age, attributes, and quality." Note, the host still has 5 opportunities left to search for fate's favor. Why only 5? Because the host has been reborn for 6 years. 1 opportunity was just used. Also, you kicked my sheep. Isn't this just a dream? That sheep wasn't even real. And what does the host believe this system to be? Meng Ye, I seem to have overlooked this matter. The system appears to be more aligned with the data, or perhaps, with higher dimensional beings. This dreamscape should resonate more closely with his reality. A power-type soul beast. Age between 50,000 and 70,000 years, ideally a top-tier soul beast with exceptional attributes. Ding. System is currently retrieving information. Chapter 44. Luo Xian. A total of 34. 829 soul beasts meeting these criteria have been identified, located in the Star Do Great Forest, the Evil Spirit Forest, the Far North, the Ocean, and the Sunset Forest. Halt. Meng Ye urgently called for a stop, but the system showed no signs of halting. If he did not shout to stop, he felt as if his head might explode. Just tell me the 3 most suitable options I can find. Ding. The 3-eyed golden beast located in the Star Do Great Forest possesses ultimate attributes. Though its age is lacking, nonetheless, it is undoubtedly the best choice for the host. Next, the Titan Snow Demon, situated in the extreme northern region. It boasts unparalleled power and near-ultimate attributes. The Titan Snow Demon? Meng Ye paused, The soul beast was indeed appropriate, being a top-tier soul beast with Titan bloodline. Its strength beyond doubt. It even resonated well with his second martial soul, yet the ice attribute might conflict with the ultimate thunder he had previously acquired, posing a certain risk. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, what about the last one? The mutated Thousand Gene and Emperor, found deep within the Star Do Great Forest. It possesses ultimate strength, being a 50,000-year soul beast with terrifying combat prowess rivaling that of a 100,000-year soul beast. His pupils constricted and his heart raced. This was precisely the ideal soul beast he desired. The Thousand Gene Ant was synonymous with power, arguably superior even to the Haotian Hammer or the Great Strength Gorilla among the most elite strength martial souls. To call it near-ultimate strength would not be an exaggeration. He was not surprised that the mutated Thousand Gene and Emperor achieved ultimate attributes, however. Such a gregarious creature dwelling deep underground would have been nearly impossible to locate without the system's assistance. This one will do. Please provide me with its location. The system will imprint the soul beast's location in the host's mind. A reminder, the mutation direction of this mutated soul beast is absolute power. The host is advised to proceed with caution. I understand. Meng Ye did not grasp why the system specifically cautioned him, yet he remained vigilant. Mutated soul beasts typically exhibit one of two variations, a positive mutation or a negative one. Of course, those that mutate negatively are generally swiftly eliminated by the harsh laws of nature. Conversely, those that mutate positively either become the apex of their group or may eliminate surrounding groups. Upon awakening, Meng Ye opened his eyes and gazed at the sky, where a familiar and enchanting visage appeared before him. Blocking the sunlight, her long hair, previously neatly arranged behind her head, cascaded down one side, imparting an ethereal beauty. What are you doing here? He sat up from the grass, and the stunning maiden beside him took a step back, almost stumbling in her surprise. She opened her arms, halting her steps unsteadily, then placed her hands behind her back, revealing an embarrassed smile. The academy is about to go on break, so I came here for a stroll. Not expecting to find you here. Luo Xian was in high spirits. Due to her introverted nature, she had few friends, even though she had rarely engaged in conversation, making this place her secret sanctuary where she often came to unwind, lying on the grass to relax or run about. Speaking of which, Meng Ye recalled why he had come here. It seemed he had wandered here by chance. However, this place was indeed one of the few he remembered from his past life, brought here by Luo Xian. Do you enjoy coming here? Luo Xian appeared taken aback by Meng Ye's question, but having known each other for a few months, they were relatively familiar. To Luo Xian, Meng Ye might be the only friend with whom she felt no aversion. At least, normal conversations were unproblematic. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Xian gracefully brushed the hem of her academy uniform and sat down. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing half of her flawless facial contour. Nodding slightly, she replied, "Yes, it is quite tranquil and spacious here. Moreover, sleeping here is very comfortable. I assent to it." Meng Ye interjected with a smile. Though these dialogues did not occur simultaneously, he still remembered them. Luo Xian's heart skipped a beat, and she turned to Meng Ye in surprise, exclaiming, "How did you know?" After her initial astonishment, she lowered her head, displaying a hint of embarrassment. "This is hardly something to boast about. My mother has mentioned it many times. And I mostly sleep at the academy." Being pinpointed by Meng Ye made Luo Xian feel somewhat bashful. However, this response was already considered normal for her, as she would have fled if it had been anyone else. Just a guess. Meng Ye hesitated. He had spoken impulsively, recalling the memory. "Is that so? Then, do you know what I like to eat? And was my martial soul also a guess?" Luo Xian slowly lifted her head, gazing at Meng Ye with bright, exceptionally clear eyes. Meng Ye possessed formidable mental strength, allowing him to discern others easily. Yet in that moment, he felt as though Luo Xian was peering into his very soul. Meng Ye initially believed that Luo Xian would overlook these nuances, even he had inadvertently revealed them, assuming they would remain concealed. Upon hearing this, Meng Ye could only manage a bittersweet smile and remarked, "You remain as perceptive as ever." Luo Xian, though introverted, was far from weak. Her thoughts were simple yet not dull or foolish. She shook her head and continued, "I am quite foolish. My parents often say that I never seem to grow up, yet they still indulge my whims. Luo Chuan, too, despite being my younger brother, constantly worries about me." "Are they not all your family?" "This is quite normal," he replied. Meng Ye did not perceive any issue. Rather than attributing her family's affection towards Luo Xian to her character, it could be said that it was this very environment that shaped her soul. "And what about you?" Luo Xian gazed intently into Meng Ye's eyes, her sincerity manifesting as she asked, "I am so clearly foolish. Why do you treat me so kindly?" A bittersweet smile emerged within me, filled with unspoken complexities. Meng Ye truly did not understand. He had long contemplated relinquishing this relationship, especially since Luo Xian no longer recognized him. He believed it would be a simple matter. However, reality proved otherwise. When the figure he had devoted half his life to seeking and approaching reappeared before him, a flood of memories surged forth like an incantation, rendering him incapable of forgetting. Ironically, the more he endeavored to erase those memories, the more vivid and inextricable they became. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the grass to sway gracefully in its direction, and his delicate form gradually reclined upon the verdant ground. "I apologize. I should not have asked such questions, but it is all right." Meng Ye leaned back against the grass, feeling an undeniable sense of tranquility. It was not until Luo Xian graced this place with her presence that he perceived it as complete. Turning his head to glance at the exquisite figure lying beside him, he noted that Luo Xian was asleep, a gentle smile gracing her lips. A soft hum escaped him as he brushed his palm over the storage soul guide, summoning a celestial herb into his hand. Hesitating for a moment, he ultimately decided to put it away once more. He simply chose to remain in silent companionship with Luo Xian until the sun reached its zenith, at which point she stirred, her brow knitted in mild annoyance as she rubbed her eyes. Rising from the grass, she stretched languidly, her perfect curves and contours betraying none of her youth. Soul Masters mature early, and the genes inherited from her parents rendered Luo Xian exceptionally tall. Even Meng Ye could not help but notice that she seemed to have grown significantly taller over the past few months. Of course, Luo Xian was also a few years his senior. "Let us return," she suggested. Luo Xian paused, her cheeks flushing crimson as she turned to Meng Ye, nodding in agreement. Indeed. Chapter 45. Farewell. Upon their return to Soul Master City, they were met with the sight of Luo Chuan, his countenance twisted in fury. Standing in the middle of the street as they entered the city gates, passers-by instinctively steered clear of him, although most residents of Soul Master City were themselves Soul Masters. The order could still be disrupted by the unpredictable actions of a madman. It was wise to avoid confrontation with such individuals. "Luo Chuan, what brings you here?" Luo Xian inquired. Throughout their journey, she had remained close to Meng Ye, though their interactions were devoid of excessive intimacy. This mere scene nearly drove Luo Chuan to the brink of exasperation. "Sister, where have you two been?" he demanded directly, at a loss for words. Luo Xian appeared perplexed by her brother's sudden ire. Yet, being his elder sister, she felt no need for trepidation. After a brief moment of contemplation, she offered a playful smile. "It's a secret." This response only served to incite Luo Chuan's anger further. His face tinged with a purplish hue as he cast a furious glare at Meng Ye. "Meng Ye, why are you looking at me? Are you looking for a fight?" Luo Chuan had been secretly watching him for quite some time, even following him around intermittently, which left him utterly perplexed. It was not particularly significant, but being trailed by someone was rather bothersome. Previously, only Douluo and Douluo had observed him covertly. "I shall take my leave now, farewell." Luo Xian waved her hand in farewell to Meng Ye and then proceeded towards her home. Only then did Luo Chuan cast a glance at him before following suit. "Sister, I must tell you, that guy certainly harbors ill intentions." "All right, I understand. I've seen him exchanging glances with that Hulaina several times." Yes, I know. You have mentioned it already." "Sister, dinner is ready. Come on. If we return late, it will be cold." Not wishing to endure any further of Luo Chuan's nagging, Luo Xian dashed home. Meng Ye returned to the Spirit Hall Academy, as he would soon embark on a journey back to the Serical Principality. He pondered about Lei Jingyang, whose well-being had only been communicated through letters since his last visit. The correspondents primarily inquired about each other's current circumstances, alongside the ever-important matter of living expenses. As for Wang Shua, it seemed he had opted for direct studies at the Serical Academy, albeit with underwhelming cultivation. However, his knack for accumulating wealth had elevated him to a status akin to that of a minor noble over the years. The sincerity conveyed in their letters suggested that he still regarded Meng Ye as a friend. 20 minutes later, Meng Ye arrived at the Academy's entrance, where the grandeur of Spirit City was indeed quite impressive. "Meng Ye, what a coincidence. Where have you been?" The three members of the Lu family approached, dressed in casual attire, having traded their usual school uniforms. Lu Ming, in particular, bounded towards him in a floral maxi dress. "I just had some errands outside the city. What about you?" Meng Ye gently tapped Lu Ming's forehead, acknowledging her youthful exuberance despite her being older than him, and her cleverness was notable. While she expressed admiration towards him, his discomfort grew with her overtly affectionate gestures. "Ming, Be respectful, Liu chided, pulling her sister back. She then turned to Meng Ye and explained, a week ago, our family received some news urging us to return home. We have no choice but to request leave early. Is there any trouble? Meng Ye inquired, aware that family matters were typically private, yet he felt compelled to ask, given their friendship. Liu shook her head, replying, it should merely be a trivial matter. Considering the timing, it may be my grandfather's birthday, prompting us to return and celebrate. Ah, you didn't inform me, elder sister. Lu Ming exclaimed in surprise, glancing anxiously at Lu Yu, who seemed to have forgotten such an important detail. You? Indeed, Liu sighed. Recognizing that Lu Ming was adept at playful tricks but often faltered when it came to serious matters, Liu then extended an invitation to Meng Ye, though uncertain. It seemed highly probable. Such gestures among acquaintances were a means to deepen relationships, at least in her view. The Lu family's inclination to befriend Meng Ye was mutually beneficial and could even symbolize a certain stance from the spirit hall. I shall refrain from attending. I plan to return to Serical. Perhaps I shall pay a visit another time, Meng Ye politely declined. Although he had grown somewhat familiar with the three over the past few months, a visit to the Lu family and the Xingluo Empire would require considerable time, consuming half of his break for the round trip. Indeed, I may have been somewhat presumptuous, Liu acknowledged with an apologetic smile. Then, elder sister, may I accompany Meng Ye to Serical for some leisure? Lu Ming suddenly interjected. Nonsense, Liu replied sternly, casting a disapproving glance at her sister. If you neglect your grandfather's birthday, you shall see if you dare return home afterward. Moreover, you cannot burden Meng Ye. Oh, Lu Ming was accustomed to her sister's reprimands. And Meng Ye bid farewell to the three. He soon encountered Hulaina and Yi Yu, alongside Yin. After several months, Hulaina had finally made headway in her visualization technique, barely grasping its fundamentals. This secret method relied heavily on mental fortitude. To advance further would require years of arduous training or an elevation in soul power. Fortunately, her fox spirit was indeed semi-spiritual, allowing her progress to remain steady. Humph. In a month's time, I shall surpass level 50. Do not fall too far behind, Yin boasted, adopting a somewhat haughty demeanor. Leveraging his height to loom over Meng Ye. If you seek a duel, my door is always open, Meng Ye replied with a stoic expression. Casting a brief glance at him. Yin was about to retort when Hulaina interjected, unable to bear the sight of Yan's ire directed at Meng Ye. Noting that his posturing after a failed challenge reeked of impotent rage. Moreover, Meng Ye's observation was valid. Among soul masters, strength was revered. And the most straightforward resolution to disputes was through combat. If one was dissatisfied, they could simply fight. Victory would render all words moot. Yet, Yin was uncertain about challenging Meng Ye again. Nana, Yin's bravado waned, casting a furious glance at Meng Ye before huffing in silence. Previously, Hulaina could not easily suppress him, but now she commanded a respect born from having decisively defeated Yin in a duel a month prior, solidifying her position as the captain of the Spirit Hall Academy's representative team. Meng Ye serves as the vice-captain. Meng Ye, where do you plan to go during the holidays? The peculiar aura that once surrounded Hulaina, which rendered her irresistible, has dissipated. Her enhanced mental control allows her to wield her innate abilities with ease. This marks a significant improvement in her strength. I intend to return to Salical, she replied. Is that so? What a pity, Hulaina lamented. I was considering inviting you to enter seclusion together and then pursue the fifth soul ring. The three of them have already reached level 49, poised to break through that bottleneck at any moment and subsequently obtain the fifth soul ring to ascend to Soul King. At that time, they shall all be bestowed with the purple record badge by the Spirit Hall, securing their illustrious reputation across the continent. Meng Ye had only been promoted to the Soul Sect for a few months, so they did not genuinely believe he could swiftly ascend to level 50. Humph. What level of soul power does he possess now? He is still quite a distance from reaching level 45. Yin, having finally discovered a slight advantage over Meng Ye, clung to it tenaciously, his tone dripping with mockery. Hulaina furrowed her brow, eager to interject, but before she could utter a word, Meng Ye had already taken action. A bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across the air before them, and a flicker of dread flashed across Yan's face as he fell silent. Meng Ye cast a cold glance at him and calmly remarked, "You are excessively verbose." At this moment, Yin was rendered utterly speechless, his throat constricting painfully. Reminiscent of their previous encounter where Meng Ye had decisively overpowered him, leaving him no time to react. This was the first time he felt the terrifying aura of Meng Ye up close, sending chills down his spine. Chapter 46, The Summoning of Douluo. After warning Yin and bidding farewell to Hulaina and Xieyu, Meng Ye returned to the academy to continue his training. The final examinations had concluded, and he could leave at any time. Yet, this was the Spirit Hall, and he remained, in name at least, a registered disciple of Bibi Dong. Thus, a courteous farewell was deemed necessary. Another day passed, and the bustling Spirit City experienced a rare moment of tranquility. The Spirit Hall Academy was on break, with the majority opting to return home for familial visits. However, for some disciples summoned from remote areas by the Spirit Hall, such journeys posed significant challenges. Those with less fortunate circumstances might find themselves traversing half the continent, with the nearest route cutting through the vast Douluo forest. For those whose cultivation was not particularly advanced, a return home was less a visit and more an expedition. The Hall of the Pope. A brief visit home would not be amiss, yet one must not become complacent in their training. Bibi Dong regarded Meng Ye, initially intending to encourage him not to slacken his efforts, but upon reflection, she realized that even as the Pope, she lacked Meng Ye's diligence. She thus altered her approach, stating, "Very well, a little relaxation is permissible. A soul master's cultivation requires a balance of effort and ease. Thank you, Your Holiness." After a moment of silence, Bibi Dong sighed and said, "This time, I shall have Ghost Douluo escort you home, and I present you with a token of elder status, which you may wield in times of necessity." Her initial decision to take Meng Ye as her disciple was driven by personal motives, primarily to pave the way for Huliana. However, she gradually recognized her failure to appreciate Meng Ye's true value, which resulted in his lack of identification with the Pope's Hall, her as a nominal teacher, and even the Spirit Hall itself. Yet, even now, realizing this, she found herself powerless to amend the situation, for she possessed little to impart to Meng Ye. The resources she had provided were trivial compared to the prodigious talent he exhibited. Not only did she fail to offer timely assistance, but she also offered nothing that could enhance his already impressive abilities. The only noteworthy contribution that Meng Ye might remember was Ghost Douluo's assistance in acquiring a spirit ring. "Upon your return, you must prepare for the Soul Master competition. I shall arrange for you to visit a place of opportunity to enhance your cultivation." "Understood." Meng Ye frowned slightly. What could the place of opportunity that Bibi Dong mentioned be? The Slaughter City? Unlikely. That wasn't a place one could leave easily. And although domain abilities were rare, with Meng Ye's martial soul, there was a high probability of developing his own domain upon reaching level 70. There was absolutely no need to pursue something like the Slaughter God's domain. As for domain stacking, that was pure nonsense, as if domains didn't consume soul power. Tap. Suddenly, a single footstep sounded from behind him, yet the person was already within 3 steps of him. Strong. That was Meng Ye's first thought. The newcomer's cultivation and strength were undoubtedly among the most terrifying he had ever encountered. "Who is it? What are you doing here?" Bibi Dong's noble and breathtakingly beautiful face turned cold, her gaze darkening as she stared at the figure behind Meng Ye. A terrifying pressure radiated from her, unbridled yet precisely avoiding Meng Ye, instead bearing down on the newcomer. Boom. The entire Pope's Hall was instantly engulfed in an oppressive atmosphere. The sunlight streaming through the grand entrance seemed to be devoured, as if a black hole centered around Bibi Dong had swallowed everything in its path. However, Meng Ye also sensed the newcomer releasing an aura entirely opposite to Bibi Dong's, a vast, profound force of radiant light. "Your Holiness, the Grand Elder wishes to see this disciple. I request permission to take him away." The newcomer spoke without the slightest hint of deference. "Humph! How dare you?" Bibi Dong slammed her scepter down, her terrifying soul power surging even higher, forcibly suppressing and repelling the soul power emanating from the newcomer. Her voice sharp with fury, she continued. "Since when does the Pope's Hall allow Douluo to interfere? Second Elder, return and tell him, do not make me remind him again." Under Bibi Dong's overwhelming pressure, the golden crocodile Douluo was stunned. 20 years ago, Bibi Dong had been forced by Douluo to bear Rinxue, though she had secretly killed Xuanji. Douluo had ultimately seen the hope of godhood in Rinxue and thus spared Bibi Dong. Back then, Bibi Dong had no right to assume the position of Pope. Over the past 2 decades, she had gradually seized control of the Spirit Hall's authority, yet the Elder Hall still maintained its transcendent status. The 7 elders remained the core of the Spirit Hall, and Douluo was still the unshakable pillar. As long as he stood, no one could challenge the Spirit Hall's foundation. Yet now, the golden crocodile Douluo realized with shock that Bibi Dong's strength had quietly surpassed his own. 20 years ago, she hadn't even reached the title Douluo realm. How did she achieve this? Despite his astonishment, the golden crocodile Douluo steeled himself and lowered his posture, clasping his hands in deference. "Your Holiness, the Grand Elder has made significant concessions over the years. I implore you, concessions. Bibi Dong's expression remained icy, her voice dripping with scorn. I believe he simply lacks the courage. The golden crocodile Douluo, a powerhouse in his own right, had already been simmering with anger at being suppressed. Hearing this, his fury nearly boiled over. Pope, you. Sigh. A deep, aged sigh interrupted him, followed by a resonant voice. After all these years, it seems you still have not forgiven me. Douluo, how dare you? Bibi Dong abruptly stood, slashing her hand through the air. Darkness surged forth. Yet Meng Ye's vision remained unaffected. In truth, all he saw was a flash of golden light before his surroundings shifted entirely. He now stood in a magnificent cathedral. Compared to the solemn grandeur of the Pope's hall, this place exuded a sacred solemnity, as if every inch of its walls and floors radiated divine light. An overwhelming, terrifying force of pure light saturated the air. Meng Ye's eyes flickered with surprise. This power was nearing the level of an ultimate attribute. At the center of the cathedral stood a towering statue of a six-winged angel, its angelic holy sword wreathed in flames of sacred radiance. Beneath the statue stood an elderly man with snow-white hair, his hands clasped behind his back. His face bore the vigor of youth, and his eyes, far from the clouded gaze of age, were startlingly clear. With a wave of his hand, Douluo said, Golden Crocodile, you may leave. As you command, Grand Elder. At this moment, Meng Ye realized that it was not only himself but also the Golden Crocodile Douluo who had been directly transported by Douluo in an instant. Such terrifying power. Even without spatial soul skills, an extreme Douluo could easily manipulate space. Those with profound comprehension of space could even traverse thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. However, to accurately draw a target before oneself, especially in the presence of Bibi Dong, is a feat that likely only the three unparalleled Douluos of this age could accomplish. Douluo, with his six-winged angel martial soul, Poseidon, with his sea god martial soul, and Tangchen, wielding the Haotian hammer. Among these three, the first two undoubtedly possess superior talents, yet surprisingly, when it comes to achievements, Tangchen shone even brighter. Meng Ye, with his primary martial soul and a second one, I presume I am not mistaken? Douluo raised his hand, stroking his beard, his gaze piercing as he assessed Meng Ye. I wonder what the grand offering has in mind for summoning his disciple? Meng Ye did not respond, but instead clasped his hands in respect. Given Douluo's status, even an ordinary title Douluo would likely kneel before him. It was impossible to withstand his oppressive aura. However, since Douluo had taken the initiative to seek him out, the situation was quite different. Especially considering the risk of inciting Bibi Dong's wrath. Douluo would not stoop to such a measure merely to assert his dominance. Haha, neither servile nor overbearing. A young man with a proud spirit, commendable, Douluo said, placing his hand behind him and continuing with a smile. If I were to ask you to pledge your loyalty to the Douluo Hall and become my disciple, would you consent? I must decline. He raised his head, meeting Douluo's gaze directly. Even though he was acutely aware that the man before him could easily extinguish his life with a mere gesture, he felt little fear. Chapter 47. The Faith of Douluo. Why? Douluo was not angered. Rather, he admired Meng Ye's courage and the unique aura he exuded. He could discern that Meng Ye's intellect surpassed that of ordinary individuals, recognizing his identity and strength, yet he maintained his composure. Such audacity was indeed rare in the world. I already have a mentor, Meng Ye replied, his gaze unwavering. Moreover, the grand offering does not genuinely wish to accept me as a disciple. Even if I were to pay my respects to you, I doubt it would yield the outcome you desire. Haha. How do you know I do not sincerely wish to take you as my disciple? Douluo responded with a benevolent smile. Because of what lies behind the grand offering. Douluo was momentarily taken aback, his expression gradually shifting to seriousness. You know what is behind me? He continued to inquire, while his heart surged with astonishment. What manner of prodigy is this? The six-winged angel, the god of light, the god of angels, these are the very foundations of the martial soul hall. Meng Ye astutely articulated the profound heritage that the spirit hall has sustained for millennia, simultaneously voicing Douluo's unwavering faith. At that moment, Douluo genuinely contemplated the idea of accepting Meng Ye as his disciple rather than merely binding him to the spirit hall through coercion, which would be a most inferior strategy. The current offerings, particularly the Golden Crocodile Douluo, are not merely the pillars of the spirit hall. They are also the guardians of the six-winged angel spirit. They serve as one of the guarantees that the legacy of the six-winged angel remains unbroken. Akin to the sea god's 7 sacred pillars, safeguarding the divine inheritance. Recognizing Meng Ye's exceptional talent, Douluo aspired to cultivate him as one of the offerings. Rather than elevating him to the position of pope, Casting a somewhat complicated glance at Meng Ye, Dalu sighed and continued. You must understand that the papal throne is unlikely to befall you, that you may temporarily assume the position of great offering. Given Meng Ye's discernment, he would surely grasp the situation, and thus Dalu refrained from excessive elaboration, opting instead to convey the stark reality of Meng Ye's circumstances. The Pope's position was undoubtedly reserved for Bibi Dong in favor of Hu Laina, while Dalu could appoint him as the second offering, should Rinxue ascend to divinity. He would then be the great offering. In weighing the options, it appeared that Daolu's proposal was indeed more enticing, yet he overlooked a crucial aspect. The great offering was overly concerned. Meng Ye had no interest in the papal position. With a carefree smile, Meng Ye replied, I would not dare to overstep regarding the position of great offering. How could I trust that you would remain loyal to the spirit hall? Daolu's expression suddenly turned icy, and suddenly, a surge of blood-colored energy erupted around Meng Ye, who, despite still being unable to break free from the terrifying pressure, gradually stood upright and raised his head, revealing a fierce expression as he gazed at Dalu. May I inquire, esteemed elder, about the age and cultivation of the young master? At 24, he possesses a six-winged angel martial soul, an innate soul power of level 20, and has already reached the realm of Soul Emperor, with the potential to break through to the title Douluo realm before the age of 40. Catching a glimpse of the divine. Although Dalu was astonished that Meng Ye could speak within his domain, he elaborated on Rinxue's extraordinary talent in detail. His intent was to suppress and diminish Meng Ye's spirit, hoping to make him confront reality. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated once again. A heavy metallic scent wafted from Meng Ye's mouth as he grinned malevolently at Dalu and continued, As for me, I am nearing 13. With a soul power level of 49, my martial soul being my true form, an innate full soul power, with hopes of breaking through to the unparalleled Douluo realm before the age of 30. Daolu's imposing aura dissipated, and his calm eyes narrowed in shock as he exclaimed, What did you say? Poof. Overwhelmed by pressure that nearly exceeded his limits, Dalu suddenly withdrew, causing Meng Ye to spurt a mouthful of fresh blood and stagger a few steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. The vivid crimson blood stained the floor of this sacred hall, diminishing its sanctity and grandeur. Ha 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 ha. A wild and unrestrained laughter echoed throughout the sacred domain. A scene Dalu likely never imagined would unfold before him in his lifetime. After the laughter subsided, Meng Ye's aura did not weaken due to his injuries. Instead, his spirit grew ever more focused and intense due to the emotional turmoil. A dim barrier flickered around Meng Ye's body, accompanied by faint arcs of electricity. Though seemingly trivial, it temporarily isolated this sacred domain belonging to angels. This spectacle elicited a slight frown from Dalu. Is the esteemed elder rather surprised? Meng Ye rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his hair billowing without wind, further enhancing his wild and domineering aura. In fact, it should be I who is astonished. The previous generation of Haotian Douluo, Tang Hao, entered the title Douluo realm at the age of 44, shocking the world. Surely, the esteemed elder has heard of another individual? Dalu remained silent, calmly listening to Meng Ye's words, his eyes revealing a hint of complexity. Tangshan, though little is documented about him, is often overlooked by the ignorant masses, despite being the architect of Haotian sect's position as the world's foremost sect. Does the esteemed elder believe these two Haotian Douluo can be compared? Humph. Utterly ridiculous. Dalu waved his hand, his eyes filled with disdain. Years ago, Tangshan had defeated him in a direct confrontation, an undeniable loss. Therefore, despite knowing the location of Haotian sect, he had honored the promise of defeat, never stepping foot in the mountains where it resided. Even when his own son was gravely injured by Tang Chen's descendants, indirectly leading to his demise, he bore it silently. As for Tang Hao, who had just broken through to title Douluo and emerged unscathed from Dalu, that was merely a joke, not a rumor. Did the esteemed elder truly believe that a title Douluo at the age of 40 could hope to surpass the 100-level chasm? Meng Ye wore a smile upon his face. Not one of mockery, yet at this moment, it appeared exceedingly glaring in Daolu's eyes. His pride and faith, embodied in the six-winged angel martial soul, now seemed utterly trivial by comparison. The stark reality of this truth was unbearable for him to accept. Chapter 48. Return to Seracle. The words of Meng Ye had ceased to be mere sarcasm for Dalu. They were akin to a piercing steel blade, driving directly into his heart. The centuries of cultivation and mental fortitude he had amassed wavered at that moment. He acknowledged Tangshan as his rival, despite lacking the divine inheritance. Tang had ascended to the 99th level, capable of contending with him and Poseidon, the two representatives of the gods. The unparalleled technique he created, the Haotian absolute skill, was nothing short of divine, cementing the Haotian sect status as the preeminent sect in the world. At its zenith, the Haotian sect instilled fear even in the martial soul palace. Yet, what was Tang Hao? Merely a fortunate junior. With such thoughts, Douluo felt compelled to retain him. However, despite his words, he exhibited no intention of taking action or applying further pressure. He simply observed Meng Ye with curiosity, intrigued by how he would respond. Given the profound astonishment Meng Ye had just imparted upon him, the high priest pondered whether Meng Ye had truly experienced much hardship since awakening his martial soul. Douluo fell silent, reflecting on the unfortunate choices he had made for the sake of protecting Renjue, aware of what Bibi Dong had once endured. Though he despised his son's reckless actions, he could not dismiss the fact that it was his own flesh and blood, and it was all in pursuit of the martial soul palace's future. Ultimately, Meng Ye observed that Lei Xingyang was dressed quite warmly, his complexion somewhat pallid. Although the Douluo continent is not characterized by eternal spring, it predominantly lies within temperate climatic zones, with the exception of the extreme northern territories. The Saracal Duchy, while coastal, rarely experiences any severe weather conditions. It's nothing, just a trip to the extreme north, caught a chill. A bit of medicine will suffice, Lei Xingyang remarked nonchalantly. A chill? Meng Ye sensed something amiss, furrowing his brow as he approached Lei Xingyang. A faint aura of coldness emanated from him. As a soul saint, he should be impervious to chills or even plagues. Moreover, this chill was unmistakably a sign of cold poison. Without further ado, Meng Ye swiftly placed a hand on Lei Xingyang's shoulder, channeling his soul power into him. With a hiss, a thin wisp of white smoke began to escape from Lei Xingyang as Meng Ye's soul power integrated with his essence. Such a potent cold poison. Did you encounter an ice-blue scorpion? No, it was a toad, surprisingly formidable, Lei Xingyang responded, his complexion gradually improving. He was unaware of how long he had endured this affliction. Even with his robust physique, he had nearly faced a decline in his cultivation. Meng Ye's brows furrowed even deeper upon hearing this. Had he not returned, Lei Xingyang's continued resistance would have further depleted his already dwindling lifespan. The vermilion frost toad, a soul beast possessing both ice and poison attributes, approached the pinnacle of elemental properties. Meng Ye swiftly deduced the origin of this virulent toxin. Simultaneously, he felt a quiet sense of relief. There should be no soul beasts of absolute poison on the Douluo continent, or else Lei Xingyang would have perished long ago. Didn't I instruct you to search for martial souls? Why did you venture into the extreme north instead? Meng Ye inquired with puzzlement, continuing to channel his soul power to expel the frigid toxins from Lei Xingyang's body. After returning, I scoured several neighboring provinces. I did find a few with innate full soul power, but none possessed the supreme martial soul you mentioned. In frustration, I headed to the extreme north, intending to capture one for reference. Meng Ye, speechless for a moment, it seems this is still his fault. The materials he provided were all about cultivating ultimate martial souls, but nothing on how to identify them. He had seen the ultimate thunder of Lei Xingyang before, but not the others. The only reference was probably Meng Ye's own martial soul. Chapter 49, Polar Ice Crystal Gulp. After taking a sip of hot water, Lei Xingyang set aside the heavy coat draped over his shoulders. One of his pant legs was soaked through, still clinging with remnants of frost. Attempting to stand, he winced and failed, his brow furrowing in frustration. The cold poison has dissipated, but you must have forcibly suppressed your injuries earlier, relying on your thigh muscles to move. Your lower leg was already corroded by the frostbite. Best not to move it for now. Meng Ye retrieved a rare herb from his storage soul tool. The ideal solution would be to find a top-tier healing-type soul master. The spirit hall has one, but the back and forth would be troublesome, and you can't afford to wait. What is this? Lei Xingyang eyed the peculiar herb in Meng Ye's hand with curiosity. Chrysanthemum of Heavenly Passage, a rare treasure well-suited for you. It should restore you. Without elaborating on its effects, Meng Ye handed it over. Consume the pistil first, then the petals one by one. Channel your soul power to refine its medicinal properties. This item. Lei Xingyang hesitated, recognizing its value despite never having seen it before. Yet Meng Ye said nothing, simply snapping the stem and presenting the blossom directly. The potency fades quickly. If you don't take it, it will go to waste. He left no room for refusal. In the end, Lei Xingyang consumed the herb. His soul power surged by 5 levels, his physique underwent a staggering enhancement, and his injuries were nearly healed. Originally, the herb's effects could steadily boost soul power cultivation speed for those below level 70, but beyond that, its efficacy waned. Each level for a soul sage demanded exponentially more soul power than the previous tiers. Still, as a legendary herb reputed to forge an indestructible body, it had effectively reforged Lei Zhengyang from the inside out. One more level, and you'll break through. Refining the remaining medicinal energy should suffice. Meng Ye noted that Lei Zhengyang had reached a bottleneck. How has your spiritual power improved so drastically? Lei Zhengyang, now at level 79, gave Meng Ye a puzzled glance. He remembered that during their last encounter, Meng Ye's spiritual power hadn't been this formidable. Before Meng Ye's arrival, he had experimented extensively with methods to stimulate potential, primarily for trial and error. The most extreme technique involved forcibly stimulating certain acupoints, temporarily elevating soul power by an entire tier. Naturally, the cost was severe. Had Lei Zhengyang not recklessly tampered with his potential in his youth, reaching the title Douluo level might have been uncertain. But becoming a soul Douluo would have been well within his grasp. A spiritual enhancing treasure, similar to what you just consumed. One-eyed narrowing skeptically, Lei Zhengyang studied Meng Ye, clearly baffled by how he had obtained such priceless resources. Did you raid the Spirit Hall's treasury? No. The Spirit Hall didn't possess such treasures. Though influential, their true wealth lay in their soul masters, not material accumulation. At most, they might have a few soul bones. After a brief silence, Lei Zhengyang seemed to recall something. Retrieving a frozen jade box from his storage soul tool, he said, "This was found in that toad's mouth. Its cold aura is extraordinary, perhaps compatible with your second martial soul." He was the only one who knew of Meng Ye's second martial soul. Even through the jade box's insulation, Meng Ye sensed its significance and a familiar energy, the essence of ultimate ice. Taking it, he noticed a thin layer of frost forming on Lei Zhengyang's palm within moments, which the latter casually brushed off. Had he not already been weakened by frost poison, ordinary ultimate ice wouldn't have harmed him so easily. Despite being only a soul sage, Lei Zhengyang's self-developed blood-chi techniques perfectly complemented his martial soul, making his attacks overwhelmingly fierce. An average soul Douluo, once within his range, would have no choice but to surrender swiftly unless they possessed a skill to nullify physical damage. Crack. As Meng Ye channeled his soul power, the frost on the jade box gradually receded. He opened it. Inside lay a fist-sized, deep blue crystal. "Well?" Lei Zhengyang asked, frowning. Meng Ye didn't recognize it either, though he could sense the unmistakable presence of ultimate ice and potent natural energy within. Picking it up, he found its texture unexpectedly warm, almost jade-like, soothing to the touch and invigorating his soul power. "Try it." Meng Ye handed the crystal back. Without hesitation, Lei Zhengyang took it, only for ice to instantly crawl across his body the moment Meng Ye released it, frosting even his eyebrows in a comical display. "Why does it not affect you?" Shaking off the ice with a burst of soul power, Lei Zhengyang returned the crystal. "I think I know what this is." Rubbing the crystal thoughtfully, Meng Ye confirmed its warmth. "Polar ice crystal, an extraordinary treasure. It will indeed be useful to me." Meng Ye never anticipated Lei Zhengyang's extraordinary fortune. This ice extreme divine crystal could merely be considered a supreme-grade mineral, yet its true rarity lay in being a symbiotic or of the 10,000-year profound ice marrow. Once it nurtures an ice spirit within itself, it could even be hailed as living metal, capable of tremendously amplifying the power of ice attribute soul force. A single piece like this, when wielded by an ice attribute soul master who subdues its ice spirit, could temporarily unleash effects comparable to ultimate ice. It even enhances ultimate ice itself, making it a peerless treasure in the eyes of ice system soul masters. Excellent. Lei Zhengyang felt reassured that this treasure would benefit Meng Ye. At the very least, their journey wouldn't have been in vain. At this moment, a glimmer sparkled in Meng Ye's eyes as he turned to Lei Zhengyang and inquired, "What is the precise location of the ice toad you encountered? In which direction might it be? It is rather difficult to ascertain. Please hold on a moment." Lei Zhengyang rose and retrieved a map from the bookshelf behind him, laying it on the table and gesturing over it for a few moments. "It lies to the northwest of Tiando City, approximately 3 days' journey, passing through 3 towns, and ultimately leading to a small border settlement. From there, delving 50 miles into the far north should bring you to the vicinity." The map was adorned with numerous annotations, a testament to Lei Zhengyang's experiences. When venturing into unfamiliar territories, such markings significantly enhance the likelihood of returning alive. "Do you wish to go?" Lei Zhengyang glanced up at Meng Ye. "Not at this juncture," Meng Ye replied, shaking his head. The distance spanned the entirety of the Tiando Empire. Even at a relentless pace, it would take him at least 2 weeks, day and night. Moreover, there was no guarantee of any fruitful discoveries, so it remained merely a fleeting thought for now, perhaps to be explored in the future. Then take this map. It contains many places I visited in my youth. Should you be interested, you may explore them later. And I have marked some perilous locations as well. Lei Xingyang rolled up the map and presented it to Meng Ye. To him, this was more than just a map. It encapsulated decades of experiences and journeys across the continent. Meng Ye did not decline. This item was indeed beneficial to him. Although many years had elapsed and some discrepancies might exist, the general direction was undoubtedly reliable. In this world, there exists no GPS. Possessing a map refined through empirical exploration could circumvent numerous detours. By the way, I heard that upon your return, your friend is awaiting you at the Wang family estate. You should pay a visit. Is it Wang Shua? Among his peers, Meng Ye had few acquaintances, and Wang Shua, who constantly lingered nearby, was impossible to forget. However, Lei Xingyang shook his head. No, there's more than one. Chapter 50. Undercurrents. The Duchy of Salakar can be regarded as a vassal state of the Tian-Do Empire, enjoying considerable autonomy. The primary reason for the Tian-Do Empire's recognition of Salakar's authority lies in its inability to suppress it. Not only Salakar, but many provinces within the Tian-Do Empire could be considered small nations in their own right. The only shortcoming is the internal issues within these regions. Once extraneous voices are silenced, they could function as independent kingdoms. The Tian-Do Empire, caught in a confrontation with the Luo Empire, is also wary of the Spirit Hall, rendering it incapable of addressing these matters effectively. After a brief interval, Meng Ye arrived at the Wang family estate. The Wang family, possessing hereditary titles, holds a distinguished position in Salakar. Wang Shua's mother is the emperor's sister, making him part of the royal lineage. Furthermore, the Wang family controls vast resources, arguably making them the wealthiest in Salakar. The sprawling estate is extravagantly luxurious, enveloping a small forest, with a grand castle at its center and a circular fountain shimmering under the night sky. Under the guidance of the butler, Meng Ye encountered Wang Shua and a gathering of individuals. "What brings you here?" he inquired, noting the lively atmosphere. Aside from Wang Shua, he recognized several familiar faces among the crowd. "Boss, you finally made it." Wang Shua, having grown rounder over the years, resembled a bouncy ball. He approached with the intention of embracing Meng Ye, who raised a hand to ward him off, gesturing towards the crowd. "What is going on here?" Clad in a bespoke, elegant suit, Wang Shua exuded a certain noble charm. A hint of melancholy tinged his voice as he replied, "If you hadn't returned, I'd have been devoured by these fellows." "Humph, you didn't want to entertain me, yet you don't wish to leave," a fiery figure approached, radiating an unmistakable intensity. Years had transformed Hua Wu's physique, much like her spirit, into a more alluring form, though her temperament remained equally fiery. Despite the numerous attendees, each stood out with distinct colors. "It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. It's my honor to have you all here, though I regret my inadequate hospitality." Wang Shua laughed nervously, aware of the formidable presence before him. After exchanging pleasantries, he leaned closer to Meng Ye, whispering, "Boss, these folks do not come with good intentions. I'll keep them at bay for now." Observing the rotund figure, Meng Ye remained puzzled, yet the look in Hua Wu's eyes hinted at the underlying tension. Indeed, their arrival was far from benign. "Haha, Meng Ye, you finally arrived. We've been waiting for you for several days." Hua Wushwang, possibly intoxicated, strode over, laughing heartily. Gradually, the crowd coalesced around Meng Ye, creating an encircling formation. "I heard you've gone to the Spirit Hall Academy. What a pity." A towering figure, at least 2.5 meters tall, approached, his eyes gleaming with fervor. "I've developed a new technique. I've heard you were quite formidable." Following him, a man donned in a green combat outfit exuded a warlike aura, his spirit power palpable. Lastly, a slender figure adorned with a blue lightning emblem on his forehead approached, his physique radiating an astonishing potential even without manifesting his spirit. His eyes sparkled with a mix of battle intent and curiosity, a flicker of electricity flashing before him. This was Yu Tianxin, the brother of Yu Tianheng, one of the twin stars of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. These individuals were all prodigies of the four elements, with innate spirit power exceeding 50%. Their gathering here led Meng Ye to surmise that their intentions extended beyond a mere casual assembly, as they had evidently awaited his arrival. "Meng Ye," a blue figure suddenly darted toward him from the side. Meng Ye furrowed his brow, sidestepping the oncoming rush. The individual, unable to avoid the collision, tumbled toward the ground, but at the last moment, a force grasped her shoulder, preventing a disastrous fall. "Do not act impolitely." Another somewhat aloof figure approached, each step illuminating the surroundings further. Her pale blue gown accentuated her perfect silhouette, captivating the attention of everyone present. Meng Ye casually straightened the person, only to find that in the next moment, the individual grasped his hand tightly, refusing to let go. He caught you. Meng Ye furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a twinge of distaste at the frivolous behavior of the individual before him. However, being a woman, he refrained from being overly harsh. Fortunately, at that moment, Shui Bingo approached and unceremoniously seized Shui Yuer by the ear, pulling her back without a hint of mercy. Regardless of her frantic flailing, it was all in vain. Feeling somewhat amused, Shui Binger exuded an ethereal charm, her features so exquisitely defined that they appeared almost surreal, evoking a dreamlike essence. After offering a slight bow as an apology, she remarked, "It has been a long time." Indeed, Meng Ye nodded in acknowledgement. While others displayed less decorum, he found Shui Binger's demeanor at least agreeable. He then turned his gaze toward the others and inquired, "If any of you have matters to discuss, please speak candidly." He felt somewhat exasperated. After all, Lei Jingyang had referred to them as friends, yet aside from Wang Shua, none of these individuals seemed capable of expressing even a modicum of friendliness. Each appeared intent on either undermining him or seeking some form of personal gain. The group exchanged glances, seemingly deliberating on who would speak first, as typically, no one among the Five Elements Academy would readily concede to another. However, if one were to assess strength, it was evident that Yu Tianxin was the most formidable among them. "We wish to hold a friendly exchange match prior to the Soul Master competition, primarily as a means of sparring. What are your thoughts?" Yu Tianxin proposed. He and Feng Xiaodian hailed from the Thunder Academy and the Divine Wind Academy, respectively, and had little prior interaction with Meng Ye. In fact, it was Hu Yanli who had come to seek Meng Ye due to Hu Wushuang's instigation, only to be soundly reprimanded. Though the fracture of his hand was a minor setback, the humiliation Hu Yanli experienced lingered in his memory. An exchange match? Meng Ye now comprehended their intentions. As a student of the Spirit Hall Academy, he was undoubtedly their rival in the Soul Master competition, although it was uncertain whether they would encounter one another directly. It was apparent they sought to probe his capabilities in advance. This could very well be a directive from the higher-ups of their academy as well. The purple badge he possessed had indeed granted him considerable notoriety, albeit accompanied by a fair share of troubles, such as the current predicament. "Apologies, but I must decline." Meng Ye firmly rejected their challenge, for victory would yield him no advantage. More crucially, it held no significance. None present warranted the exertion of his prowess, rendering the outcome inconsequential. Humph. Hu Yanli crossed his arms and scoffed, preparing to advance, only to be halted by a hand. Stepping forward was Feng Xiaodian, the eldest among the group, who wore a disarming smile as he spoke. "Brother Ming, there is no need to be hasty in your refusal. We merely wish to experience the prowess of a genius from the Spirit Hall. Of course, should you concede, we shall treat today as if nothing transpired." A calculating tiger behind a facade of smiles, this was Meng Ye's initial assessment of Feng Xiaodian. Among the group, he was the most mature, perhaps not the most gifted, yet undoubtedly shrewd. Leveraging their numbers and the prestige of the Five Elements Academy, his words bore an air of intimidation while simultaneously attempting to provoke. However, he had evidently misjudged Meng Ye's resolve and overestimated his own standing. "Why not concede yourselves?" Meng Ye's indifferent gaze bore into Feng Xiaodian. An overwhelming aura of unyielding authority surged forth, causing those surrounding him to shift uneasily, with Feng Xiaodian instinctively retreating a step. This mere step back dealt a devastating blow to his pride. Yet, confronted with the terrifying presence akin to that of a ferocious beast, he found himself unable to meet Meng Ye's gaze, regardless of his reluctance. In that moment, all present were left in a state of profound shock. Chapter 51. The resurgence of the exchange competition. Meng Ye's imposing aura froze the Five Elements Academy members in place, creating a tense atmosphere. Their purpose here wasn't truly to stir trouble. Moreover, Feng Xiaoyan's opportunistic tendencies were evident. Even with superior numbers, they couldn't rely on brute force. Not only did they hail from different academies, merely acquainted through competition and rivalry, but even if united, they wouldn't dare overstep. This wasn't their territory. And stern warnings from academy elders still echoed in their ears. Feng Xiaoyan's cunning had overreached itself. Hu W and her brother Hu W Shuing wore grim expressions. Yet their gazes turned accusingly toward Feng Xiaodian. Their intent had been genuine sparring, though previously defeated by Meng Ye alongside others. They bore no resentment. Defeat simply reflected inferior skill. Ironically, Hu W Shuing even felt gratitude. Meng Ye's influence had tempered Hu W's once impulsive arrogance. Unbeknownst to him, Even his own temperament had gained composure compared to the original timeline. Brother Meng, peace. Hu Shuing stepped forward as mediator, smiling as he positioned himself between them. We've traveled far, our sincerity is evident. How about placing wagers to liven things up? Meng Ye studied him. Though no deep friendship existed between them, he harbored no dislike either. Withdrawing his aura, he replied calmly, the exhibition match I accept. Wagers are unnecessary. Feng Xiaoyan's approach had displeased him. Had their purpose been stated honorably, polite refusal would have sufficed, leaving room for negotiation. But deception warranted no courtesy. Now hold on. Hu Shuing persisted with roguish charm, clearly prepared. I brought 5,000 gold spirit coins specially. At least let me win once, eh? Could you? Meng Ye sensed that Hu Wuxuang had become somewhat complacent. A few years ago, he was not even a match for him, let alone now. However, one could never be too certain. A fierce glint ignited in Hu Wuxuang's eyes, the temperature around him suddenly rising as he solemnly declared, thanks to you. My cultivation has progressed significantly these past few years, and my martial soul has grown even stronger. In the past, had the circumstances been similar, it would likely have been Hu Wuxuang and Hu Wu, the sibling duo, that would have provoked him. Yet now, he found himself rather admiring Hu Wuxuang. Feng Xiaoyan's arrogance appeared excessive to him. While impulsiveness could be manageable, arrogance was far more precarious and difficult to gauge. I possess a spirit arena within the forest of my estate. If you do not mind, you are welcome to use it, Wang Shuo interjected, wiping the virtual sweat from his brow. As the host of the gathering, he had already extended considerable courtesy to his guests, having been the one to receive them upon their early arrival, signaling their intentions. As a nobleman with considerable wealth, cultivating connections with promising individuals was crucial for their enduring prosperity. In this regard, Wang Shuo was a genius in his own right, at an age similar to Meng Ye's. With such connections, inheriting his father's title seemed all but assured. Exchanging glances, the group, guided by the butler, made their way toward the forest behind the estate. While Wang Shuo leaned closer to Meng Ye and whispered, Boss, do you feel confident about winning? Casting a glance at the portly figure beside him, Meng Ye replied, Have you ever seen me lose? Wang Shuo promptly jiggled the flesh on his face and exclaimed, That's great. As per our usual agreement, we'll split the winnings 50-50. You really ought to lose some weight, Meng Ye remarked, bemused. In his youth, Wang Shuo's baby fat had appeared somewhat endearing. Yet now it was rather alarming. How could such a transformation occur in just a few years? Even hormone treatments wouldn't yield such drastic results. Boss, don't criticize me. You know the nature of my martial soul, Wang Shuo retorted. How can you even say that? With a bare martial soul. What possessed you to add a supportive soul ring? Meng Ye couldn't help but express his astonishment. While it was indeed possible for battle soul masters to attach auxiliary soul rings, success was quite rare. For instance, a martial soul like a sword or knife, inherently aggressive, would struggle to incorporate a soul ring like the Emerald Swan, which might only produce defensive or speed-enhancing abilities. Conversely, more compatible martial souls like Blue Silver Grass or Water Element could easily alternate between supportive and combative roles. Wang Shuo's face flews. Meng Ye, generally? You truly dare to say that? Although there is an element of serendipity involved, Wang Shuo's second soul skill is, in fact, an exceptional healing ability. Moreover, while his martial spirit may resemble that of a bear, it is a unique shamanic bear. Its strength is not insignificant, although it may not rival pure strength martial spirits. It certainly does not pale in comparison to top-tier beast martial spirits, such as the white tiger spirit, and its defensive capabilities may even surpass them. It possesses both offensive and healing capabilities and can also serve as a formidable shield. The first soul skill is a battle roar that enhances both strength and speed for the team. With a little more soul power, standing at the rear of the team, it could rush forward as a shield-wielding healer in critical moments. Now that is a sense of security that is simply overwhelming. When it comes to cultivation talent, it is not lacking either. At 12 years old, reaching the 23rd level is sufficient to meet the admission criteria for Shrek Academy. Of course, such an unconventional combination of soul rings and martial spirits would likely not be accepted by Shrek. As they spoke, the group arrived at the soul fighting arena, which was quite impressive, with a diameter exceeding 100 meters and surrounded by a ring of water pools. This design was presumably intended for the convenience of noble spectators, as one might inadvertently fall from the stage and land in the water. Naturally, it also serves as a buffer to prevent secondary injuries. In an exchange match, there is no need for excessive seriousness. Since our numbers are few, why not simply guard the arena? At this moment, Wu Shuang proposed again. What does guarding entail? Hu Yanli inquired in a deep voice, as he was eager to challenge Meng Ye and redeem his previous defeat. With only 8 individuals, the first participant must not concede defeat until they are vanquished or surrender. Should the reigning champion fail, they cannot reclaim their title but may still challenge others. Huo Wushuang scanned the others, noting their silence, and continued with a smile, saying, "To demonstrate my sincerity, I shall be the first." Indeed. With so few participants and not a team competition, there is no need for grandiose regulations. However, this method of guarding poses a significant test for the champion, as the majority are soul masters, making it nearly impossible for one to defeat all others consecutively. Nevertheless, it provides a direct means for everyone to gauge the strength of the others present, aligning with Meng Ye's suspicions regarding the obvious testing nature of the situation. At this point, Huo Wushuang had already stepped onto the soul fighting arena, and Wang Shua's steward, also a soul master and a soul sect, took to the stage as the referee. Now, I invite the first challenger to the stage. This is an exchange match, adhering to the principle of friendship first. Please keep your strikes measured, the steward stated calmly, standing firmly at the center of the arena. After exchanging glances for a moment, the nature of this exchange match became clear. No one wished to expend their strength prematurely. Moreover, Huo Wushuang was no ordinary opponent, aside from Feng Xiaodian and Yu Tianqing. The others lacked complete confidence in defeating him. Suddenly, a flash of electricity arced through the air, startling several individuals who hastily turned to look, initially suspecting that Yu Tianqing had made a move. Yet, to their astonishment, it was Meng Ye who appeared several dozen meters away in the soul-fighting arena. How swift! The onlookers were taken aback. Crossing dozens of meters in an instant seemed impossible. Only teleportation could achieve such a feat. Meng Ye could not teleport, but he managed to move faster than their reactions. Chapter 52. Huo Wushuang's defeat. Huo Wushuang stepping onto the stage was not in line with the intentions of the others from the Five Elements Academy. As the exchange match was merely a pretext, the others were somewhat inclined to test Meng Ye's strength, indirectly gauging the capabilities of the martial soul temple. Now that Meng Ye had taken the initiative to step forward, it could be seen as a fortunate turn of events. Have you perhaps shifted your focus to agility-based attacks? Huo Wushuang felt an overwhelming sense of surprise. This speed would indeed outpace even their academy's agility specialists. You were rather verbose. Meng Ye did not feel the need to explain. This was merely the eruption he sought. If his base speed were merely 3, at a critical moment, he could unleash a burst of 30. In contrast, even if an agility-based fighter had a foundation of 10, they could at most achieve a burst of just over 20. The strength of one's physique determines the ceiling of such an explosion. And who would have imagined that Meng Ye had almost directed all his spirit rings towards attributes and power? I wager on Huo Wushuang's defeat. At the edge of the soul arena, Wang Shua took the initiative to act as the banker, creating an atmosphere befitting the occasion. To everyone's surprise, the first to place a bet was Huo Wu, who bet on Huo Wushuang's loss. "Sister, this is a bit excessive. Isn't it? I am your own brother," he exclaimed. "If you lose, you won't be anymore." Huo Wu crossed her arms, unfazed. Over the years, she had grown significantly in her mindset. Yet completely relinquishing the challenge against Meng Ye was out of the question. Back then, their soul power had surpassed Meng Ye's, but they had failed to progress. If they lost again now, it would indicate their inherent talent was inferior to Meng Ye's. As prodigies, if their most cherished attribute, their talent, was defeated, there would be little left to take pride in. "I too wager on Huo Wushuang's defeat," Feng Xiaodian chimed in, matching Huo Wu's bet with 500 gold soul coins. Well aware of the betting rules of the arena, "I wager 1,000 gold soul coins, also on Huo Wushuang's loss." The crowd, influenced by the collective mentality or perhaps simply eager to join in the excitement, began placing their bets on Huo Wushuang's defeat. As the banker, Wang Shua felt the pressure increase slightly, yet it was manageable since the crowd was not too large. After all, this was merely for entertainment. TCH. Acknowledging it is one thing, but the conditions were proposed by him. Huo Wushuang shot a displeased glance at Meng Ye. "Are both parties ready?" the steward inquired. Glancing at the two, the number of spectators may have been few, yet the established rules must still be upheld. "No problem, we can begin at any time." Meng Ye nodded in agreement. "Release your martial spirits." Buzz. The brilliance of the martial spirits and the hues of the soul rings intertwined, emanating an astonishing aura as flames and thunder clashed at the center of the soul arena. The onlookers, who had been observing casually, suddenly changed expressions upon witnessing Meng Ye's soul rings: yellow, purple, black. What is happening? Although Feng Xiaodian was somewhat older, he too could not comprehend the reason behind such a peculiar arrangement of soul rings. A disparity of a few hundred years between soul rings would not pose a significant difference for a soul master. But a gap of several thousand years could yield a monumental disparity in augmentation, let alone a 10,000-year soul ring, which could signify an overwhelming power difference. Barring any advantages from martial spirits, such formidable thunderous power. What kind of martial spirit is this? Even the usually composed Yu Tianxin displayed astonishment. He found himself more captivated by the thunderous energy radiating from Meng Ye, upon the instant Meng Ye released his martial spirit. His blue lightning tyrant dragon trembled with a sense of foreboding. The battle in the soul arena commenced. Zing! A bolt of electricity shot forth from Huo Wushuang's shoulder, causing his expression to grow increasingly grave. Attempting to feign ease, he jested, "What is this situation? The soul rings are one thing. But why has the aura of the martial spirit changed?" Zing! Crack! Meng Ye did not respond to his inquiry. Streaks of electric arcs had already coalesced into lightning, the frenzied serpents of thunder intertwining around him with increasing ferocity. In the next instant, the second soul ring upon his body blossomed with a violet radiance. Fire Wushuang was startled, yet there was no time for contemplation. He immediately activated his third soul skill. A golden crimson brilliance erupted, the scorching heat intensifying dramatically. However, the suppression was far too overwhelming. Even with the augmentation of his soul skill, he merely managed to disperse the surrounding electric arcs, his soul power still being suppressed by half. Realizing he could not afford to hesitate, Fire Wushuang charged straight toward Meng Ye. His speed was not remarkable, but the tyrannical might of the unicorn raging dragon was no laughing matter in a head-on confrontation, even among the 5 elemental academies. He was renowned as the one whose frontal assault prowess was second only to Feng Xiaodian. Roar! A faint yet unmistakable draconic roar resonated, the terrifying momentum further dispelling the suppression of the thunder. Meng Ye nodded slightly, demonstrating an astute judgment by choosing to maximize the advantages of his martial spirit, even under the constraints imposed upon it. However, it was still insufficient. With a powerful stomp, a deep rumble resonated as though the very ground trembled beneath him. The second soul skill, Rampage. Harnessing the strength and speed of a 3,000-year-old mutated blood tiger, he achieved a remarkable enhancement of 50%. In truth, by channeling his entire vital energy, both his strength and speed could double, not to mention his defensive capabilities. Huo Wushuang surged forward, covering a distance of over 10 meters. Yet Meng Ye, though delayed, struck first as a bolt of lightning tore through the void. Boom! The clash of fire and thunder erupted, engulfing the center of the battle arena in a cloud of dust, where the ferocious flames and crackling lightning collided with intensity. In the next moment, Huo Wushuang's silhouette was hurled backward from the dust, swiftly regaining his stance upon landing, resembling a poised cheetah, his entire form flickering with flames intermingled with arcs of lightning. Attribute suppression. Moments ago, it was merely his momentum that had been subdued. Now, he sensed that nearly 10% of his soul power had been restrained. He could not afford to delay any longer. The next move would determine the victor. With this thought, the fourth soul ring on Huo Wushuang's body glowed brilliantly. Roar! A force to be reckoned with. As his fourth soul ring activated, this move represented an unequivocal and formidable single-target soul skill, transforming his already exaggerated physique into something even more extraordinary. Fiery red scales emerged on his surface, his hands grew broad, and his fingertips sharpened. Most significantly, a single horn sprouted from his forehead, with rippling golden-red flames swirling around it. In the next instant, he charged fiercely toward Meng Ye, who stood resolute. Meng Ye narrowed his gaze, feeling the immense force of the move. Crack! Amidst the surrounding lightning, a stark pallor began to emerge, and his muscles expanded slightly, reaching a level comparable to that of Huo Wushuang when unleashing his fire dragon martial spirit. His finely tailored suit was stretched to its limits, revealing sharp, defined lines, each contour seemingly a masterpiece sculpted by divine craftsmanship. Boom! A more terrifying thud resonated as a clear footprint appeared on the granite-paved soul-fighting arena. In their next clash, lightning crackled in Meng Ye's hand, coalescing into a devastating thunderball, the arcs of electricity within predominantly shifting to white. Zing! The moment the unicorn horn made contact with the thunderball, Huo Wushuang sensed impending danger, yet it was too late to retreat. Kaboom! The violent explosion surpassed all previous encounters, dust swirling to envelop half the arena, which was on par with the central stage of the Grand Soul Fighting Arena. Whoa! Huo Wu exclaimed in shock. Although she didn't believe Huo Wushuang could win, she never anticipated the ferocity of their clash. A scream pierced the air as Huo Wushuang was struck by a tremendous force, tumbling off the stage and plunging into the water below. Wang Shua's servant rushed to rescue him, pulling Huo Wushuang from the depths, despite appearing disheveled. He did not suffer the catastrophic injuries everyone feared. Merely a red mark adorned his forehead, with a significant portion of his soul power depleted. "I concede," Wu Wuxuang said, clasping his hands in gratitude towards Meng Ye. This gesture left others bewildered, and Wu Wu, relieved that her brother was unharmed, disdainfully remarked, "Have you lost your mind? Sister, should we return now?" With a wry smile, Wu Wuxuang was certainly not dazed. In fact, he was acutely aware that Wu Wu stood little chance against Meng Ye. He alone understood the magnitude of Meng Ye's actions during their encounter. He had forcibly neutralized Wu Wuxuang's strongest strike while still possessing the strength to send him flying, skillfully controlling the force to avert severe injury. This precise control was, in fact, the most formidable aspect, indicative of his remaining power. Chapter 53. You two repulse me. Zing. In the second match, Hu Yanli made his move. Years ago, he had suffered a broken arm from a direct hit, harboring a grudge ever since. Now, with his cultivation heightened, he sought revenge. The terrifying aspect of the diamond mammoth martial spirit lay largely in its colossal size, towering over 2.5 meters. Resembling a mountain of flesh. Excluding other factors, in terms of vitality, Hu Yanli was the strongest opponent Meng Ye had encountered among his peers, aside from himself. Lightning gathered in his hands, resembling a thunderous punch, crashing toward the descending mass of flesh. This was Hu Yanli's core attack soul skill, Crush. It locked onto its target, applying pressure while leveraging his massive physique to overpower the opponent, a true manifestation of utilizing their size and martial spirit advantages to the fullest. Bam! The instant his fist collided with the abdomen, a ripple of water-like patterns spread from the impact site throughout his entire body. Thud. The thunder beneath Meng Ye's feet was directly crushed by this force, yet he himself displayed no signs of being overwhelmed. With a sudden cry, Hu Yanli was sent flying. Theoretically, this move was one that could never be countered head-on, yet it was astonishingly shattered by Meng Ye in the most direct and violent manner. Meng Ye's expression darkened as he stared at Hu Yanli. To be honest, Hu Yanli's appearance combined with his bizarre fighting style was rather repulsive. The surrounding layer of white smoke dissipated rapidly. This punch was nearly his full-strength strike under normal circumstances. Below the arena, Wu Wuxuang swallowed hard, feeling a surge of relief that Meng Ye hadn't gone all out earlier. Otherwise, he doubted he could have even crawled away. Though Hu Yanli's technique was disgusting, breaking through it wouldn't be easy. The other members of the Elemental Academy could either use control-type soul skills to keep their distance or resort to stronger soul skills at the cost of greater soul power consumption. As for facing it head-on, even if they could, the sheer unpleasantness of it was enough to deter them. Hell, looks like Hu Yanli's done for. Feng Xiaotian smirked with schadenfreude. Among the group, he was the one who countered Hu Yanli best, and also the one who despised him the most. Such terrifying power. Yu Tianxin frowned and turned to Wu Wuxuang. Wu Wuxuang, didn't you figure out his martial soul and soul skill patterns? Don't ask me. If I could, I wouldn't have lost so miserably. Go ask him yourself if you're curious. Though Wu Wuxuang had accepted his defeat, frustration still lingered. Yu Tianxin might be the strongest among the 5 elemental academies, but bringing this up now was just rubbing salt in the wound. Yu Tianxin didn't press further, instead focusing back on the battle. Hu Yanli's defeat was inevitable. Gah! Hu Yanli clutched his stomach, rising with a pained grimace. His face twisted as he glared at Meng Ye. How do you still have so much soul power left? After Meng Ye's fight with Wu Wuxuang, Hu Yanli had assumed his opponent would be drained, perfect for him to exact revenge. Yet reality proved otherwise. That punch had nearly knocked the wind out of him. The Diamond Mammoth was a top-tier martial soul renowned for both strength and defense, with his reinforced flesh and soul skills. Even the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon would struggle to deal such devastating damage through brute force alone. Crackle, lightning sparked at Meng Ye's fingertips. He had no intention of wasting more time. This defensive battle format was favorable for the challenger. No matter how strong he was, his soul power was infinite. If not for knowing these guys were here to probe his limits, he wouldn't have bothered fighting them one by one to avoid tedious mind games. Boom. The next instant, a terrifying spear of lightning tore through the air, piercing the entire arena. Hu Yanli's body was hurled straight into the ground before being blasted out and plunging into the water beyond the stage. The sheer destructive force of the attack had penetrated the arena floor, a sight that left Wu Wuxuang and the others wide-eyed in shock. Damaging parts of the granite-made stage wasn't difficult for them, but piercing through it in a single strike? Impossible. None of them could achieve that. In their minds, this level of destruction was beyond what a soul ancestor could accomplish. Perhaps only a pure strength-type soul king might stand a chance. Next, splash, Hu Yanli was fished out, unconscious. A helmet-like soul bone had protected his head, otherwise, that strike would have left him on death's door. Feng Xiaotian stepped onto the stage, his confident smile unwavering from start to finish. Allow me to introduce myself. My earlier rudeness was uncalled for. I apologize. He even performed a noble-esque courtesy. I am Feng Xiaotian from the Divine Wind Academy. I don't care about your name. Can we begin? Meng Ye had no intention of conversing with him. Feng Xiaotian belonged to the type who fancied themselves clever, outwardly amiable, yet inwardly harboring arrogance surpassing all others. It should be me asking you that. Considering your soul power must have been significantly depleted, Feng Xiaotian continued with a smile. You're welcome to test that theory. ZT. Electric light flickered once more. Sensing the undiminished might radiating from Meng Ye, Feng Xiaotian's smile stiffened slightly. How is this possible? After unleashing a soul skill of that magnitude, his soul power should have been considerably drained. Not just Feng Xiaotian, others, too, found it inconceivable. Regardless of the martial soul, the potency of a soul skill was typically proportional to the soul power expended. Considering the formidable power and destructive force previously exhibited by Meng Ye, it is likely that an ordinary soul master has already expended over 70% of their soul energy. Excellent. Haha. Feng Xiaotian, displaying considerable cunning, quickly recovered from his momentary astonishment and exclaimed with laughter, I shall engage you in battle using my self-created technique, the 36 slashes of the Gale Demon Wolf. Please enlighten me. As he spoke, the sound of cracking bones resonated throughout his body, and he began to swell in size, his hair transforming to a vivid shade of blue. Simultaneously, a fearsome wolf's head emerged from his left shoulder, emanating an eerie chill. The Gale Demon Wolf had mutated into a dual-headed Gale Wolf, elevating Feng Xiaotian's abilities from that of a mere ordinary martial soul to the pinnacle of martial souls, granting him innate full soul power. Let the battle commence. The steward glanced at both warriors, noting their readiness, and with a swift gesture, he retreated to the edge of the arena, drawing upon the experience gained from Hu Yanli. Feng Xiaotian was acutely aware of Meng Ye's astonishing speed and formidable strength. Thus, he opted to showcase the advantages of his mutated martial soul, charging toward Meng Ye while leaving behind a lengthy azure shadow. The dual-headed Gale Wolf exemplified both speed and power, justifying its status among the elite martial souls. With a swift motion of his palm, dozens of sharp air currents converged to form wind blades, directly sealing off Meng Ye's position. Meng Ye dodged to the side. Yet a sharp blade of wind still sliced through his chest, leaving a faint trace of blood. His body lacked any petrifying defenses, rendering him somewhat vulnerable to such incisive attacks. However, the greatest folly of Feng Xiaotian was his reckless advance towards him. Boom! In an instant, his figure vanished from sight, only to reappear before Feng Xiaotian with a speed that surpassed before, no afterimages left behind. What? Bang! Poof! A punch landed, and Feng Xiaotian's haste became his undoing, amplifying the force of the blow and causing blood to spatter. When he regained his senses, Feng Xiaotian lay unconscious at the edge of the arena. His shoulder where a wolf's head had been was now obliterated. If he had possessed some fur, it would not have mattered. Having multiple heads was rather pitiful, and he deserved Fire Dance's disdain. Feng Xiaotian paid the price for his overconfidence. Had he employed his self-created soul technique from the outset, the outcome might not have changed, but it would not have been so disastrous. The already defeated Huo Wushuang and the awakened Hu Yanli exchanged glances, secretly relieved that Meng Ye's previous actions had not been so ruthless. A shattered martial soul, that injury would take at least 10 days to heal. Chapter 54. The conclusion approaches. Lei Xingyang, your disciple is rather heavy-handed, isn't he? Within the castle of the Wangshuo family, several figures were intently observing the exchange competition, one middle-aged man in a blue suit glaring angrily at the composed Lei Xingyang. Surrounding him were others, including a robust man with snow-white hair standing nearly 3 meters tall, resembling a small giant. However, in terms of physique, Lei Xingyang was not significantly inferior. This is a world of unrestrained combat. Moreover, your disciple was careless. Who can be blamed? Lei Xingyang cast a glance at him, dismissively responding, You speak nonsense. Your disciple clearly intended to inflict serious harm. Has anyone died? Lei Xingyang nonchalantly dug at his ears, maintaining an indifferent demeanor. You. The other party was infuriated, their chest heaving, yet faced with Lei Xingyang's attitude, they felt utterly helpless. Enough, let us continue to observe. The middle-aged man in red attire glanced at the other, halting further arguments. They were not present to quarrel. In previous Soul Master competitions, the martial soul hall had dominated and given its current might. Even those capable would not dare to contest. It was, however, essential to comprehend the strength of the martial soul hall, at least to understand the vast difference in their power. The battle continued, and Feng Xiaoyan's swift defeat had shaken the confidence of the remaining participants. While they did not favor Feng Xiaoyan's arrogance, they acknowledged his strength. Aside from Yu Tianxin, none dared to claim absolute certainty in defeating him. His soul power must be nearly depleted. Yu Tianxin, will you not make your move? Wu Wushuang glanced at Yu Tianxin, believing that, judging by the soul techniques employed, Meng Ye must indeed be low on soul power. Casting a glance at him, Yu Tianxin, with a stoic expression, approached the arena. Sensing that Meng Ye's soul power likely was limited, though it seemed somewhat unfair, the critical matter was not merely winning but the necessity of victory. They had come together as the Five Elements Academy. Being completely defeated would not only reflect poorly on individual reputations but would also complicate their return. Despicable. Unexpectedly, Shui Yuer, who had been standing beside Shui Binger, disdainfully regarded Huo Wushuang. Hey, whose side are you on? The Five Elements Academy is merely in competition. The opponent belongs to the Martial Soul Hall. Regardless, you are not on their side. Shui Yuer showed no mercy to Huo Wushuang, though she retreated behind Shui Bingo upon catching Fire Dance's glare. Humph. Fire Dance cast a sidelong glance at the grinning Huo Wushuang, frowning as she remarked, does that fellow look like someone with little soul power left? She felt that Huo Wushuang was not merely undermining Meng Ye but was instead setting a trap for Yu Tianxin. Meng Ye exhibited no signs of significant soul power depletion. It was merely his physical stamina that had waned considerably. Hee, isn't this meant to enhance your chances of victory? Just observe for a while. If Yu Tianxin falters, you can then seize the opportunity to defeat him. Huo Wushuang scratched his head, acutely aware of the gap in strength between himself and Meng Ye. Witnessing both Hu Yinli and Feng Xiaoyan's defeats, he was astonished yet calculated Meng Ye's energy expenditure. As a soul master, while the quality of soul power could differ, the total amount would not vary significantly. After 3 consecutive victories, it was impossible for Meng Ye to be as effortless as he appeared. In reality, Meng Ye's extraordinary attributes and foundational strength allowed him to unleash power far surpassing that of his peers, yet the consumption of soul power and stamina was not negligible. Exhaling deeply, he stabilized his breath. I can wait for you. Yu Tianxin wished to win, yet if the victory were unearned, it would gnaw at his conscience. No need. It is sufficient. Meng Ye nodded at the butler. Both sides unleashed their martial souls. Begin. Z bang. The moment they released their martial souls, fierce bolts of lightning erupted between them, clashing violently, while the thunder serpents surrounding Yu Tianxin were evidently suppressed. Indeed, your martial soul attributes surpass mine. Yu Tianxin gazed intently at Meng Ye, his eyes filled with astonishment. Instead of attacking immediately, he inquired, what kind of martial soul is this? Is there a thunder martial soul stronger than the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex in this world? The latter question felt more like a self-reflection. For the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex had long been recognized as the continent's premier beast martial soul and could be considered the strongest thunder attribute martial soul. Though it may not truly be the strongest, it could at least be assured that those surpassing it were few and far between, firmly placing it among the top-tier martial souls. The innate martial soul. What kind of martial soul is that? Yu Tianxin furrowed his brow, regarding Meng Ye. Having never heard of such a martial soul, you will come to know in due time. Not only Yu Tianxin, but few across the continent had heard of the term innate martial soul. However, it would not be long before the value of such a martial soul would be unveiled. Let us wait and see. Their exchange was not intricate, indeed, it was quite brief. Following this, Yu Tianxin fully transformed, his arms enveloped in deep blue scales, fingers morphing into claws, a form that was not the most suitable for human combat. The human arm and fingers are among the most agile and efficient organs in all terrestrial beasts, should they possess strength and hardness comparable to dragon claws. Human hands would undoubtedly surpass them. While most might find this impossible, Meng Ye could. Bang. Boom. Amidst their fierce collision, sparks of electricity flew as Meng Ye had yet to fully harness the power of his extreme attributes, leading to considerable soul power consumption. Thus, he was entirely reliant on sheer strength to confront Yu Tianxin directly, gripping those dragon claws tightly, with his human flesh and blood resisting their sharpness. Such immense power. Roaring with fervor, Yu Tianxin's fighting spirit surged, a bolt of lightning flashing in his eyes as he unleashed even greater soul power. Third soul skill, Wrath of Thunder. Buzz. Meng Ye furrowed his brow slightly. Though he intended to conserve his soul power, upon reflection, the remaining opponents seemed easier to handle. He decided to directly unleash his second soul skill, Frenzy. Though merely a second soul skill, its enhancement effect was no weaker than Yu Tianxin's third soul skill, perhaps even surpassing it. His second soul ring had already reached 3,000 years, far exceeding the 2,000-year limit for a battle soul master's third soul ring. The only shortcoming was the attribute enhancement, but that was negligible. Meng Ye's lightning attribute was inherently stronger than Yu Tianqin's. Additional enhancement would be redundant. A deafening dragon's roar resounded across the sky as violent bolts of lightning coalesced into a radiant beam shooting straight into the heavens. Blue lightning, divine dragon swiftness. At the final moment, Yu Tianqin had pushed the destructive power of the blue lightning tyrant dragon to its limits. A colossal dragon formed of thunder and lightning struck Meng Ye at point-blank range. The blue lightning tyrant dragon's fourth soul skill, Shatter. Facing this attack, even Meng Ye showed a flicker of emotion. The lightning serpents erupting from his body suddenly transformed into a pure, ghostly white. This peculiar white lightning carried an aura of absolute annihilation, as if bleaching all color from the surrounding world. While Yu Tianqin's lightning couldn't harm Meng Ye, the sheer kinetic force behind the soul power was another matter entirely. The concentrated energy of a soul ancestor could shatter mountains with but a casual strike. At the critical moment, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the center of the arena. A figure was sent flying backward, landing in the water with a hiss as the terrifying heat instantly vaporized the surrounding moisture, sending plumes of steam skyward. As the dust settled, a bare-chested figure emerged, his well-defined musculature glistening. His eyes crackled with violent electricity, radiating an oppressive aura of destruction that made the spectators tremble, unable to meet his gaze. All except one. Shui Wei stared at Meng Ye with infatuated eyes, even licking her lips unconsciously. Yu Tianqin was fished out of the water in poor condition. His body had been invaded by the extreme lightning. Had his martial soul not also been lightning attributed, he might have suffered grievous injuries. Even now, he stood rigidly, his muscles twitching sporadically. I've learned much, Yu Tianqin managed after expelling some of the lightning, clasping his hands in salute. Though defeated, Meng Ye had shown him the pinnacle of lightning attributes, proving the blue lightning tyrant dragon wasn't the ultimate. This revelation alone made the battle worthwhile. Meng Ye nodded slightly. He held Yu Tianqin in high regard. Both his talent and composure placed him among the continent's elite. The blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul could grow stronger still. But this was the inherent limitation of inherited martial souls. While following ancestral cultivation methods ensured safety from errors and maintained strength, it also capped one's potential. The Clear Sky Hammer was perhaps the most telling example. Since Tangchen, none in the Clear Sky clan had reached the limit Douluo realm through their own cultivation. Turning his gaze to the others, Meng Ye asked calmly, "Shall we continue?" At this stage, the outcome mattered little. Ending early or declaring a draw would both be acceptable conclusions. Humph. Why stop now? I'm still here. Huo Wu strode onto the arena, her graceful curves forming a striking silhouette against the battlefield. Meng Ye furrowed his brow, realizing that the situation was becoming increasingly precarious. His soul power was dwindling. Defeating Huo Wu was not an insurmountable challenge, yet it would necessitate revealing some of his hidden cards, a trade-off that seemed unwise. He had already exposed most of his strength, and suddenly he raised a hand. I concede. Huh. The others were taken aback, not expecting Meng Ye to make such a declaration. Although this was merely a friendly exchange and not a significant competition, their years of rivalry had ingrained a fierce sense of victory and defeat within them. Losing was acceptable, but conceding was out of the question. They believed Meng Ye should adhere to this principle as well. Stop right there. Huo Wu, incensed, halted Meng Ye as he prepared to leave the arena, her expression a mixture of anger and indignation. Do you look down on me? Not at all. It's just that my soul power is almost depleted. This is merely an exchange. Meng Ye turned back to the soul fighting arena, standing in his designated position. This lavishly constructed arena now bore numerous dents and scars. Yet it remained sturdy enough to host a few more battles without hindering the Soul Master's performance. I'll wait for you to recover your soul power. No need. Meng Ye glanced at the steward and nodded once more, signaling him to commence the duel. Release your martial souls. Begin. Whoosh. A figure wreathed in flames materialized behind him. And in the next instant, the fiery apparition lunged toward Meng Ye with astonishing speed. You dare humiliate me? Huo Wu's furious voice rang out. This first soul skill was her swiftest technique. Though Meng Ye had effortlessly nullified it years ago, that did not diminish its potency. Few could evade such velocity. Thud. Yet, the moment the blazing figure closed in, Meng Ye raised his hand with uncanny precision, seizing it squarely in his palm. Hiss, a plume of white smoke dissipated, and the flames vanished without a trace. Don't misunderstand. I seldom harbor mundane prejudices toward others. As for how others interpret my actions, that is beyond my control. Moreover, crack. A series of bone-deep snaps echoed through the air as Meng Ye's frame expanded abruptly, his height surging to rival that of Hu Yinli. Yet this transformation was not mere muscular inflation. It was as though his very bones and flesh had undergone proportional enlargement, his musculature retaining perfect symmetry. Once the metamorphosis concluded, Meng Ye's voice emerged, deep and resonant. At present, I am indeed somewhat displeased. The spiritual secret technique of attack developed by Meng Ye is embodied in the form of the Thunder Beast. While the Bloodchi secret method is a continuation of Lei Zhengyang's work, refined and enhanced thereafter, Meng Ye named it the War God Body. As long as one's vitality and physique are sufficiently robust, this technique can unleash power that rivals the true form of a martial spirit. It retains the most adaptive form of humanity, possessing strength and speed that can match, or even surpass, the true essence of a martial spirit, along with formidable defensive capabilities. An overwhelming sense of oppression spread through the air, as Huowu stared rigidly at Meng Ye, her long, elegant legs instinctively retreating. In fact, it was not just her. Even those at a considerable distance, such as Huowu Shuang and Feng Xiaoyan, were rendered momentarily speechless. "Sister, it's terrifying," Shui Yue said, somewhat frightened. As she hid behind Shui Binger, the sight of Meng Ye in this state instilled a profound sense of fear within her. The terrifying aura he exuded was akin to that of a ferocious beast. Not even the Soul Kings would remain unperturbed in his presence. "Meng Ye," Huowu concedes. "Please show mercy," Huowu Shuang shouted urgently. At this juncture, he genuinely feared that Meng Ye might lose control and strike Huowu directly. Under normal circumstances, a single punch could have nearly incapacitated Hu Yinli. In this monstrous form, it appeared highly unlikely that a single blow would leave anyone unharmed. "I will not." To everyone's astonishment, Huowu suddenly emitted a brilliant blaze, which rapidly intensified, a blazing fireball gradually forming above her head. "Sister, stop." Huowu Shuang rushed onto the stage in a panic, desperate to intercept Huowu. However, at that moment, a fiery ring burst forth from Huowu, sending Huowu Shuang flying. Though he sustained no injuries, the fiery ring was a control-type soul skill and bore no lethal power. With an unyielding gaze fixed on Meng Ye, Huowu raised her hands high, continuing to gather her soul power. With a sigh, Meng Ye suddenly appeared before Huowu, grasping the blazing fireball in his hand. A thunderous explosion ensued as the fireball detonated, sending a shockwave of flames that engulfed the forest in a searing heat. With a splash, Huowu was cast into the pool, while Meng Ye effortlessly descended onto the stage, reverting to his original form. His intention had been to deter Huowu. Yet she insisted on forcing his hand. To confront him with fire? One could only commend her audacity. "Surely, you do not wish to continue with the final match?" Meng Ye inquired, glancing at the Shui sisters. He casually donned the robe handed to him by Wang Shua, as his trousers had nearly been reduced to mere rags. And he had no desire to expose himself. "Of course not, thank you," Shui Binger replied, her demeanor elegant and composed. Unlike Huowu, she was not impulsive and recognized that Meng Ye's actions had preserved the dignity of the Five Elements Academy, which could have been regarded as a successful exchange tournament. Had Huowu not acted rashly. Chapter 56. Return to the Spirit Hall. With the exchange competition concluded, a banquet naturally followed. Wang Shua had even summoned the imperial chef from the royal palace to celebrate Meng Ye's return. Many members of the royal family and nobility, having caught wind of the event, attended, emboldened by the esteemed reputation of the Five Elements Academy within the Tiando Empire. "Ah, this young friend possesses extraordinary talent. You have truly broadened my horizons." A middle-aged figure in a blue formal attire approached Meng Ye. Turning to face him, Meng Ye noted the man's remarkable presence. A title Douluo, the specifics of his cultivation eluded him. This instinct had become second nature, while others might first observe facial features and mannerisms. Meng Ye immediately sensed the faint ripple of soul power emanating from the individual, allowing him to gauge his strength. "You flatter me, esteemed senior. May I inquire your identity?" Meng Ye was certain he had no recollection of this person, although the aura felt somewhat familiar. "I am Yu Yunting, elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and currently the principal of the Thunder Academy, as well as the uncle of Yu Tianqing." The man revealed his identity with ease, betraying no hint of condescension towards the younger generation. "Ah, I see. It is an honor to meet an elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan." Meng Ye responded with a respectful bow, adhering to the necessary courtesies. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Meng Ye found the elder amiable, as there was no palpable hostility or disdain. To his surprise, several other academy heads from different elemental institutions approached him subsequently for brief conversations, seemingly just to make their presence known. This left him puzzled. He was aware they had observed the exchange tournament from the shadows, yet he did not expect them to harbor any particular sentiments towards him. "Boss, what do they mean by this?" Wang Shua asked, equally bewildered. Coming from a hereditary noble family with ancestors who barely reached the Soul Emperor level, He lacked insight into the Soul Master community. How should I know? Do I appear to be a deity to you? Let us eat, Meng Ye retorted, shooting him an exasperated glance. If he had the ability to read minds, he would not be in this situation. He could simply sit on a stone bridge and reap wealth effortlessly. The nobles and high-ranking officials from the Soul Master academies had little in common. Though figures like Wu Wushuang were certainly individuals the aristocrats sought to befriend, even if only to cultivate a slight rapport. It was easy to envision that the prodigies from these various academies would have promising futures, and establishing connections with them would greatly benefit the nobles. As for Meng Ye, whether out of self-awareness or intimidation from his aura, they chose not to approach him. Brother Meng, thank you, Wu Wushuang, now clad in a new formal outfit, approached him. Meng Ye continued to eat, disregarding him. Neither of these siblings was to be underestimated, and it would be prudent to keep a distance from them in the future. After the banquet, Meng Ye departed from the manor, making his way toward the spirit hall. As he walked halfway, he furrowed his brow, glancing at the corner of the street, sensing a particular spiritual energy. Moments later, Lei Zhengong emerged from the shadows, looking quite refreshed, as if he had just relieved himself. Don't tell me you came all the way here for that, Meng Ye remarked with a peculiar look at Lei Zhengong. Clearing his throat, Lei Zhengong awkwardly acknowledged, well, nature calls. Meng Ye nodded in agreement. Although it was merely a few minutes' walk, one could not simply hold it in if the urge was strong. Just like now. Meng Ye had not felt the need until he had consumed quite a bit at the banquet, compounded by the earlier whistle. Where are you going? Lei Zhengong inquired curiously as Meng Ye suddenly moved toward the shadows of the street. Nature calls. 2 months fleetingly passed, and Meng Ye returned to the spirit hall. With less than 6 months remaining until the start of the Soul Master tournament. Your Holiness, he greeted. In these 2 months, he had broken through a bottleneck, however. He had been unable to secure that soul ring, which had delayed his journey to the Stardow Forest. It seemed that he would have to rely on the Spirit Hall's strength to obtain that soul ring. It appears you have not been idle during this time. That is commendable, Bibi Dong noted with a satisfied expression, recognizing Meng Ye's enhanced cultivation. The improvement in spiritual energy was indeed quite evident for a Soul Master. With the tournament approaching, once Naora emerges from her seclusion, I will arrange for you to enter that place of opportunity alongside her. You may return and await further instructions. Understood. Leaving the papal hall with an outward calm, Meng Ye's heart was filled with confusion. He was now certain that it was not the city of slaughter. What then? Was this place of opportunity? Without dwelling too much on it, Meng Ye returned to the Spirit Hall Academy. He arrived relatively early, yet numerous students had already begun returning. Upon reaching his dormitory, he opened the door to a musty odor, despite his absence being brief. He promptly opened the windows for ventilation and tidied up the room, ensuring everything was aired out. After a flurry of activity, the day passed, and he went to the dining hall for lunch before returning to his dormitory to meditate. He had thought the day would simply pass until he would seek out Bibi Dong the next day. However, someone came knocking at that moment. Knock, knock, knock. Ah, it's you all. What brings you here? Upon opening the door, Meng Ye discovered it was the 3 siblings from the Lu family. Although 2 months had elapsed, there was a subtle change in their demeanor. Of course, it could also be attributed to the passage of time and memory. We heard you just returned and wanted to invite you to gather, and we have also invited Luo Xian, Liu said with a smile. The 3 were acquainted with many, especially Lu Ming, who could easily be regarded as the darling of the academy. The many seemed to have been charmed by her. Is that so? Very well then. Meng Ye wished to decline, desiring more time for cultivation, yet he felt that pursuing his training so deliberately was indeed exhausting. Although others perceived his progress as remarkably swift, he did not share the same sentiment. Each increment of soul power enhancement, due to his intense focus, was slowed down exponentially. And the mental fatigue from prolonged meditation was even more intense than that caused by employing soul techniques. Even his willpower felt somewhat strained. Upon closing the door, the group made their way out of the academy. Along the way, the lively Lu Ming could not restrain herself and began to act playfully. I feel like you've become even more handsome, Yi, she proclaimed, smiling brightly as she approached Meng Ye. Lu Ming, are you asking for trouble? Liu shot an admonishing glare at the young girl, questioning her choice of words. My apologies, big sister. Lu Ming feigned innocence, closing her eyes and retreating behind Meng Ye, pretending to be pitiful. Despite her outward charm and reactions being quite endearing, her tongue was rather troublesome, leaving Meng Ye speechless. Indeed, he was relatively young. By age, there were hardly any peers younger than him in the Spirit Hall Academy. However, in terms of cultivation, few surpassed him. Strictly speaking, in the realm of Soul Masters, it would not be inappropriate for the young girl to address him as senior, which was indeed a bit rude. I apologize for my lack of discipline, Liu said to Meng Ye, her tone filled with regret. Humph, just like mother, Lu Ming muttered softly from behind Meng Ye. Suddenly, Liu sprang forward, seizing Lu Ming by the ear and dragging her out from behind Meng Ye, prompting a cry of distress. It seems the elders have spoiled you over these past 2 months. If I don't discipline you today, I am not your sister, Liu exclaimed. Visibly irate, a rare display of emotion from her. Ah, uncle, forgive me. Lu Ji shook his head helplessly, casting an apologetic glance at Meng Ye. It's nothing. After the comedic interlude, Meng Ye and his companions arrived at the academy gates, where Luo Xin awaited them. She appeared significantly more cheerful and natural than before. Her youthful features evolving into more refined contours, her smile exuding newfound confidence. It's been a while, she greeted Meng Ye warmly. Indeed, Meng Ye replied, momentarily taken aback. Nodding in acknowledgement, yet words failed him. We've made a reservation at a restaurant. Let us go. Liu gestured for them to lead the way, while Lu Ming, having been reprimanded, now behaved much more submissively. As they exited the academy, this scene was witnessed by Yin and Xiaoyu, who were passing by. Humph. Ever since Meng Ye bested me, and with Bai Dong showing greater favor towards him, I've harbored a growing discontent, Yin thought. His displeasure becoming more pronounced following his recent cultivation advancements. They had both reached level 50 and obtained their 5th soul ring, successfully earning the purple badge bestowed by the Papal Hall, thus establishing their names across the continent. Yin, don't stir up unnecessary trouble, Xiaoyu advised. I know. No need for your reminders, Yin retorted, simmering with anger. However, after a moment he inquired, that woman seems to frequently appear beside Meng Ye. Do you know her? I'm not familiar with her, but she appears to be Meng Ye's close confidant. Close confidant? Are you certain? Yan's eyes widened in surprise, pressing further. What do you intend to imply? Xiaoyu inquired, concerned that Yin might provoke trouble. They had come to understand Meng Ye's style. He was a solitary cultivator. As long as one did not provoke him, he was merely a fanatic of training. But should one cross him, one could only hope he was in a good mood. Do you think Nar is aware of this? Yin cast a sidelong glance at Xiaoyu, a cold smirk gracing his face. He recognized that Bai Dong valued Meng Ye more, and now Hu Laina was interacting with Meng Ye more frequently. Although he had been seeking opportunities to draw closer to her over the past 2 months, Hu Laina remained indifferent to him. After much contemplation, he resolved that even if he could not obtain her, he must ensure that Meng Ye did not either. She likely remains unaware of this. Meng Ye was blissfully unaware of Yan's mischievous antics as he made his way to the restaurant. The journey was characterized by an unspoken agreement among Lu Yu and the others to provide space for Meng Ye and Luo Xin. It was effortless to draw the two closer together when they all walked in tandem, after all. One can hardly just move into the center of a group without raising eyebrows. The distance maintained by the others made it awkward to lean toward the edges. Was one pretending not to recognize the other? Yet, throughout the journey, the two remained silent, exchanging only a few casual remarks before continuing on their way. Upon arrival, Luo Xin gracefully raised her hand at the entrance, her demeanor a delightful blend of elegance and playfulness. This restaurant belonged to her family, and it was customary to extend hospitality to friends, although she would not have acted this way in the past. At this hour, patrons were sparse, having passed the mealtime rush. The group chose a private room, and as they entered, Luo Chuan promptly followed with the menu in hand. Esteemed guests, would you like to order? He inquired, ostensibly there to take their orders. Yet Meng Ye could distinctly sense that a significant portion of Luo Chuan's attention was fixated on him. His eyes seemed ready to pop out of their sockets. Please go ahead and order. I've dined here before, Meng Ye said, handing the menu to the others. Luo Xin, you are more familiar with the menu. Why don't you make the selections? Liu suggested, passing the menu to her. Thus, Luo Xin ordered the dishes and returned the menu to Luo Chuan. Noticing that he was still staring at Meng Ye, she playfully pinched Luo Chuan's hand from behind the group, hidden from their line of sight. Ouch! He exclaimed. What's wrong? The others jumped at the sight of Luo Chuan's contorted expression, though Meng Ye noticed but chose not to comment. No, nothing. Please wait a moment. I'll fetch your dishes, Luo Chuan replied, albeit somewhat puzzled. Lu Yu and the others were unfamiliar with him, despite his resemblance to Luo Xin. They could not discern much from that alone. In the kitchen, Luo Chuan instructed the staff to serve Meng Ye and his companions, then hurried upstairs. What's the rush? You're acting all flustered. I called you here to help. It's good for your development, Luo Zekin remarked, setting down his teacup to regard his son. Father. I object. What is it that you oppose? Luo father inquired, perplexed. Is it regarding my 7 wolves? Bang! Luo Chuan slammed his hand on the table, causing tea to splatter. I oppose my sister's association with that fellow named Meng Ye. Luo father regarded the spilled tea for a moment, then calmly glanced at Luo Chuan and said, "What faults or bad habits did your mother ask you to find in him? It seems he possesses only virtues. He flirts with other women, but I've heard that he is the one pursuing Meng Ye. He can maintain his integrity, remaining steadfast and principled, much like I did in my youth. He is a cold-faced man. He has no affection for my sister. Men prioritize their careers. This is commendable. I see no issue here. My father has 7 wolves. Luo Chuan, this is perilous." Meng Ye was blissfully unaware of the commotion occurring upstairs, as he was quite engrossed in the lively atmosphere around him. During the meal, Lu Ming began to initiate conversations once more. This spirited girl could hardly contain her thoughts, freely expressing whatever came to mind, only to be gently silenced by Lu Yu. Ultimately, the meal concluded on a harmonious note, filled with nostalgia and casual banter. As the gathering came to an end, the group made their way toward the academy. To his surprise, Meng Ye spotted Yin and his companions waiting at the academy's entrance, seemingly anticipating his arrival. "Why didn't you say anything upon your return?" Hu Laina inquired, her brow furrowed as she glanced at Luo Xian beside Meng Ye. Yet she approached him nonetheless. "I have already visited the Pope's Hall." Meng Ye, perplexed, noted that the current acclaim of these 3 individuals had reached an unparalleled zenith. Should they remain undefeated henceforth, they might very well become legends of their era. Of course, Meng Ye himself was also included in this narrative. "Well then, we shall take our leave," said Lu Yu, exchanging brief pleasantries before departing, evidently reluctant to engage further in the conversation. "After all, we are teammates. It has been a long time since we last met. Shall we not gather for a small reunion?" Hu Laina remarked with a smile, displaying a commendable mastery over her emotions and expressions. Glimpsing at the side, where Xie and Yin stood, the former appeared to be an amused spectator. Meng Ye shook his head and replied, "I shall refrain from joining. The Pope is to summon me tomorrow." Despite being called teammates, in the context of the Wuhuan Temple's representative team, it was merely the 4 of them who formed a cohesive circle. While there were no issues with Xie and Hu Laina, it was Yin who elicited a sense of aversion in Meng Ye. This individual was no mere child. His temperament was unchangeable, and his grudges were not trivial whims, but rather sentiments he harbored deeply within, though such inclinations in themselves might not pose a problem. The principle of tit-for-tat required discernment. He would hold grudges against anyone, without exception. "Very well then, regarding that secret method, there are certain aspects I do not comprehend. I trust you can assist me?" Hu Laina fixed her gaze upon Meng Ye, an unusual aura beginning to permeate the air. Which part? Meng Ye did not intend to evade the awareness of others. It was likely that this secret technique had long since reached the hands of the elders within the papal hall. While its dissemination was undoubtedly impossible, he remained unperturbed. His secret method was not something easily mastered. With a slight bite of her lip, Hu Laina remarked, "I cannot visualize living beings. That is merely a sign of your insufficient mental strength. Continued cultivation is imperative." A flicker of inscrutable emotion passed through Meng Ye's eyes. His secret technique was far from simple to cultivate, residing within an era that was utterly devoid of any spiritual methodologies. Even if there were issues, no one would be able to discern them. However, I have successfully acquired my 5th soul ring, significantly enhancing my mental prowess. That alone is insufficient. Meng Ye is undoubtedly the supreme authority on this arcane technique, beyond reproach. Chapter 58, Opportunities and Perils. Within the Pope's Hall, Bibi Dong gazed at the ghost Douluo beside her and inquired, "Elder Ghost, how fares your cultivation of that secret method? Forgive my inadequate aptitude. I have yet to unravel the crux of that technique," the ghost Douluo replied, harboring his own doubts. He had even eavesdropped on Meng Ye's guidance to Hu Laina. Yet he discerned no shortcomings. Logically, with his rank as a titled Douluo, he should have achieved some progress simply by emulating the method. Stuck at the initial stage. Nearly observing, am I correct? Bibi Dong asked coolly. Yes. It seems I have underestimated the situation. Meng Ye must be concealing something and has already sensed my intentions. What does your holiness desire? The ghost Douluo, though only having practiced a portion, understood the significance of the secret method due to his substantial cultivation. Even a fragment of it was sufficient for him to attain the preliminary application of spirit power at the level of a titled Douluo, akin to a bespoke spiritual assault soul skill. What do you think? Do you believe Meng Ye is a fool? A single purple badge is hardly sufficient to obtain such a precious secret method, Bibi Dong remarked with a piercing gaze directed at the ghost Douluo. The ghost Douluo refrained from speaking further, acutely aware that to accompany the sovereign was akin to treading alongside a tiger. Misreading Bibi Dong's thoughts was a sign of incompetence, while accurately guessing her intentions was a capital offense. Very well, permitting him to cultivate within the secret realm is a demonstration of my stance. After the soul-fighting tournament, he shall be allowed to select a soul bone from the treasury. Bibi Dong perceived clearly that the secret method Meng Ye provided was incomplete, acting as a bargaining chip. The extent of benefits she could offer would determine how much of the secret method Meng Ye would relinquish. As for outright theft, it was unnecessary. She considered Meng Ye's intrinsic value to be no less than that of the arcane technique itself. The following day, Meng Ye and Hu Na both arrived at the papal hall, where they met Bibi Dong. "Follow me," she commanded, rising from her throne and moving toward one side of the dais. Though puzzled, the two complied without question. The grandeur of the papal hall was undeniable. As they traversed a dimly lit corridor, Meng Ye sensed that they remained within the hall's confines, yet an oppressive aura weighed heavily upon them. At the end of the passage lay a chamber inscribed with a crimson magic circle, the unmistakable source of the sinister energy that permeated the air. In the shadowy space, only the faint glow of candlelight reflected off the eerie patterns, casting a ghostly shimmer. The atmosphere reeked of corruption, suffocation, darkness, and decay. "Step onto it," Bibi Dong instructed, gesturing toward the center of the formation. "This is a teleportation array. I shall personally send you on your way." Once the two had taken their positions, she turned her gaze to Meng Ye and declared, "Your task is to assist Naer in completing her trial and ensure her safe return." "Understood," he replied. Meng Ye nodded slightly, unsurprised by this outcome. If entry were so easily granted, Hu Na would likely have ventured in long ago. Bibi Dong was never one to withhold resources from Hu Na. This place clearly held both fortune and peril in equal measure. Thud. With a decisive strike of her scepter, Bibi Dong unleashed a blinding radiance from the sinister murals adorning the walls. In the next instant, the two vanished in a flash of light. "Nana, do not resent your master." A faint sigh escaped Bibi Dong as she turned away. This was a two-way teleportation array. Yet returning from the other side came with conditions. Desolation. Silence. Amidst a swamp of withered trees, Meng Ye and Hu Na materialized. The sky hung heavy with gloom, veiled by oppressive clouds, while faint luminescence from scattered ore and algae cast feeble light upon the barren earth. Shaking off the disorientation of spatial displacement, both immediately tensed, scanning their surroundings with wary eyes. "Did the Pope not inform you of the opportunities here?" Meng Ye frowned. She spoke of spiritual essences, akin to spirit beasts, that, when absorbed, can enhance the potency of one's spirit rings. "After 3 days, we will be forcibly expelled," Hu Na replied, clearly privy to more details than Meng Ye, who had received no such briefing from Bibi Dong. Roar. No sooner had she spoken than a shadowy figure lunged from the trees, its form blending seamlessly with the environment, rendering it nearly invisible. Boom. Though the creature moved with terrifying speed, Meng Ye reacted faster. A single punch sent it hurtling through the air, crashing into a trunk with enough force to splinter the wood and embed it deep into the earth. A pale white ring materialized above the slain creature. A spirit ring? No. This is the essence. Absorbing it can directly enhance a spirit ring by 10 years. Only 10? Disappointment laced Meng Ye's tone as he turned to explore further. "You're not absorbing it?" Hu Na blinked in surprise. The minor, incremental gains could accumulate. For her, even advancing her second spirit ring to a 1,000-year level would be a monumental boost. "Too weak. I'll search for stronger prey. Absorb it if you wish." His voice already echoed from a distance as he vanished into the murky swamp, where even the sky remained obscured by an impenetrable fog. Hu Na's eyes widened. Channeling spirit energy to sharpen her vision, she found no trace of him. Meanwhile, Meng Ye, though equally unaware of the growing distance between them, possessed an uncanny ability to sense Hu Na's presence, even without sight. Hey, it seems an intriguing one has arrived. In the depths of an unknown void, a sinuous figure flickered amidst the shadows, her every motion resonating with the dark laws surrounding her. Such remarkable talent. Let us see if his will matches it. A slender, jade-like hand emerged from the darkness, fingertips grazing the air. Ripples of unseen energy pulsed outward. SSSK, another essence fell to Meng Ye's blade, yet it, too, yielded only a decade's worth of enhancement. Displeasure flickered across his face as he ignored it, instead studying the terrain for patterns. All creatures adapted to their environments, and even the harshest lands bore zones of stark contrast in strength and weakness. Initiating trial of slaughter. Survive the next 20 minutes alongside your companion. Rewards shall be granted based on performance. Failure will erase one of your spirit rings. HM? The voice in his mind gave him pause. His first instinct was not to question the system, but to scour every corner of his mental realm, every fragment of his spiritual sea, down to the core of his soul. There, upon his spiritual origin, he found it, a crimson sigil. Roar. Within his mental space, the thunder beast, nurtured through years of meditation, unleashed a deafening bellow. A single swipe of its claws shattered the mark to pieces. Meng Ye then expanded the beast's domain, erecting an impregnable barrier within his spiritual sea. Cough. In the physical world, blood sprayed from his lips. Even a glancing assault on one's spiritual origin was no trifling matter. Yet he loathed the idea of any presence, divine or otherwise, trespassing within his mind. Oh? A murmur of surprise echoed. Meng Ye's gaze sharpened like a hawk's, piercing the void where he sensed a presence, elusive and tangible. Who's there? Crack. His bones groaned under the strain as his aura surged. Blood and energy boiling in readiness for battle. Hey, it seems my gift displeased you. Very well. Return to your companion. My trial remains. How amusing. A low, androgynous voice caressed the air, its chilling touch slithering across his skin like a blade's edge. Such terrifying killing intent. Meng Ye bit his tongue, using the pain to steady his mind, yet his perception had entirely lost its target. After a moment of contemplation, he made his way towards Douluo. For this place was steeped in an unsettling aura. It seemed that in order to fulfill Bibi Dong's task, he could not stray too far from Douluo. Chapter 59. The unknown deity. Meng Ye once again found Douluo, surrounded by numerous spirits. With the cultivation level of a soul king, her control abilities were formidable. Yet her offensive power remained rather limited. For a moment, Douluo found herself trapped, encircled by the relentless horde. Crack. Boom. A thunderous roar split the heavens as terrifying arcs of lightning tore through the massive spirits. Amidst the scattering white halos, a single yellow one finally emerged. Meng Ye. Startled by the sudden assault, Douluo initially recoiled, but upon recognizing him, her face brightened with relief. Are you all right? Douluo's complexion was unnaturally pale, her soul power visibly drained. Yet, the seductive aura in her eyes had intensified, her gaze unsettling, a clear sign of cultivation deviation. If anything were to happen to her here, Meng Ye would have a hard time explaining it to Bibi Dong. I heard a voice in my mind just now, she murmured through clenched lips, visibly struggling to suppress something. It spoke of a trial, promising rewards upon completion. What trial? Meng Ye was nearly certain that the entity before him was a deity, though the specific nature of this god eluded him. It was improbable that it was a Rakshasa deity, for the aura emanating from the being differed significantly from that of Bibi Dong's martial spirit. The entity he encountered, whom he was more inclined to believe was the god of slaughter, left a profound impression on him. Douluo's complexion appeared rather unusual, and she hesitated to speak, her lips poised yet silent. Upon witnessing the scene, Meng Ye discerned the peculiar glimmer in Douluo's eyes. However, he dared not attempt to assist her in unraveling the so-called trial. His own sea of spirit could endure a bit of turbulence, and he felt confident in that regard. Yet the sanctity of another sea of spirit was not to be trifled with, as it could lead to dire complications, should the essence of one's spirit sustain grievous harm. The consequences could range from amnesia or a descent into idiocy to the catastrophic collapse of one's psyche, resulting in immediate death and dissolution of the soul. At that moment, a monstrous creature, seemingly assembled from fragmented shards, drew nearer to the two. Its limbs were disproportionately short, while its legs curled like those of a frog. Yet its claws were nearly the size of its entire body, and its grotesque exterior was shrouded in darkness, rendering it nearly indistinguishable. Surrounding it was an indistinct haze. Whether fur or some other substance, drifted ominously in the air. Meng Ye's gaze sharpened as he beheld the colossal creature before him, towering at least 7 or 8 meters high. Judging by its aura, it was no less formidable than a 10,000-year soul beast, though its precise strength remained uncertain. The immediate priority was to neutralize this beast. Douluo, too, was fully alert. Her seemingly frenzied state was merely a fade, not affecting her mental acuity. With a crackling sound, intense arcs of lightning erupted, scattering in all directions. Given that they were to remain in this place for 3 days, Meng Ye was unsure if there were any relatively safe locations, compelling him to conserve both stamina and soul power. With a clang, a nearly 2-meter-long thunder spear materialized in his grasp, yet Meng Ye refrained from hurling it. This third soul skill, the Thunderstrike Spear, was a manifestation of thunder, perfectly capable of harnessing his strength. Its range-throwing power was commendable, but its true utility lay in close combat. You absorb that soul essence first. I will handle this creature, and then you can take over, Meng Ye instructed, gesturing towards the yellow soul essence. This object clearly resembled a soul ring, Although the mechanism for enhancing soul ring age was unclear, he was content as long as there were no adverse effects. Hulaina nodded in agreement and approached, unaware that a peculiar red glint flickered in her eyes as she turned her back to Meng Ye. With a clang, the thunderstrike spear tore through the earth around them. To conserve soul power, it had not yet reached its ultimate thunderous potential. Yet the spear still rent the ground asunder. In a swift, explosive burst, it sliced through the air like a horizontal bolt of lightning. The impact unleashed a cacophony of destruction, high temperatures, and all manner of lethal elements concentrated within that singular strike. Roar. The creature emitted a thunderous roar, only to be repelled a few dozen meters, its strangely shaped legs clinging to the ground with a magnetic grip, refusing to topple. Hiss. The lightning that coursed through its body failed to hinder its movements. Instead, it charged wildly toward Meng Ye. Clang. Its claws were remarkably tough, glinting with a metallic sheen, rivaling the thunderstrike spear in strength, perhaps even surpassing it. Bang. Once more, Meng Ye forced it back, suddenly leaning backward, his body bending at the waist like a drawn bow, and with all his might, he hurled the spear. Crackle. Boom. At the moment of release, the contact between his palm and the thunder ignited a thunderous explosion, and as the spear was cast, a circular shockwave erupted forth. Sound barrier breached. Hiss. In an instant, an attack more terrifying than thunder itself pierced through the creature, pinning it to the ground, the emanating lightning acting like chains, binding it firmly in place. Boom. In the next moment, a beam of white light burst forth from Meng Ye's fingertips, and a small mushroom cloud gradually ascended. The destructive property of the utmost thunder was pushed to its limits by Meng Ye, if the strike landed, unless faced by a purely defensive soul master. Even a soul emperor would face dire consequences. The battle unfolded in under 10 seconds. A torrent of rapid assaults allowing him to fully leverage his physical prowess and martial soul advantage. Buzz. A ring of purple light emerged from the creature, hovering silently in the air. 1,000 years? Meng Ye was evidently dissatisfied with this outcome. The creature should undoubtedly possess the strength of a 10,000-year soul beast. Approaching the soul essence, Meng Ye did not absorb it. Instead, he raised his hand and drew it toward him with soul power. To his surprise, the soul ring produced by the essence instinctively merged into his body. Crackle. Lightning flared, and Meng Ye's martial soul was unleashed once more. As the color of the yellow first soul ring gradually deepened, ultimately transforming into a rich purple hue, the soul ring had undergone a metamorphosis. Meng Ye furrowed his brows, yet still activated his first soul skill with lingering apprehension. Zap. A bolt of lightning coalesced in his palm, though he hadn't channeled much soul power. Its potency was undeniably greater than before. With a casual flick of his wrist, he hurled it forth. Boom. The thunderclap reverberated as a shockwave of crackling energy radiated outward, obliterating the withered trees and lurking spirits in its wake. A roughly 30% enhancement. Meng Ye meticulously assessed the amplified effects of his soul skill and the soul ring's augmentation. Everything had indeed improved without any anomalies, allowing him to exhale slightly in relief. Returning to Hulaina's side, the surroundings remained shrouded in darkness, the only illumination emanating from the island's mysterious bioluminescent algae and minerals. While Hulaina continued her absorption, Meng Ye resumed his cautious exploration of the eerie terrain. Within an unknown void, two figures materialized from spatial distortions before a silhouette enshrouded in shadow. An intriguing newcomer this time, unyielding and domineering. One of them, a being whose very form seemed sculpted to tempt mortals into depravity, murmured in a voice dripping with honeyed allure. How delightful. Humph. Impressive, indeed. Pity his will for slaughter lacks conviction, countered the other, their voice a low, rasping enigma, utterly androgynous. Arms crossed, the figure's physique suggested femininity, were it not for the sharply chiseled musculature that resembled carved stone. Must you always revel in violence? How dreadfully dull. Hiki. Enough. Report, what has Bibi Dong sent us? Her personal disciple. Mediocre, but passable for my trial. Though, the embodiment of temptation shook her head, clearly dissatisfied. The twin-souled one rejected my trial. His talent is exceptional. Oh? The shadowed figure stirred, features emerging slightly as they regarded the speaker with surprise. Explain. Hiki. Since when can mortals refuse our trials? The embodiment of temptation chuckled. He acted ruthlessly. The embodiment of slaughter interjected flatly, struck directly at his own spiritual core. Had he dared target his soul, he'd have been utterly ruined. Proceed with your trial, corruption. Observe that mortal discreetly. Very well. Chapter 60, a fate worse than death. By the time Hulaina awoke, Meng Ye had already gleaned the nature of this place from the whispers in her mind. The abyssal depths of the eastern sea, the gates of hell, the land of corruption. All names for this ancient realm, its origins lost to time. Douluo shared the knowledge imprinted upon her, yet still withheld the specifics of the trial she'd undertaken. The abyssal depths. Meng Ye fell silent. The other titles were likely mere variations. Now, he understood which deity governed this domain, the Rakshasa god. His system had previously detailed several divine legacies, but the Rakshasa god stood out most vividly. This deity, the most enigmatic in the original records, had never manifested directly, nor was its sacred ground ever disclosed, yet its feats were legendary. Once, it had vied with the Asura god for the title of divine king. Though ultimately defeated, the Asura god had not emerged unscathed. The notion that Asura inherently countered Rakshasa was merely a hierarchy illusion. The Slaughter City housed the Asura god's divine will, yet even now, it lay tainted by the Rakshasa god's influence. Clearly, Bibi Dong's inheritance of the divine mantle did not equate to becoming the Rakshasa god itself. Neither the Rakshasa god, the sea god, nor the angel god were innate deities of the divine realm. These beings, ascended through faith or extraordinary means, were anything but ordinary. Each wielded a supreme divine artifact, capable of crossing blades with a divine king. Let's proceed. We've a realm to explore. Meng Ye refrained from further inquiring about Douluo's trials. The Rakshasa god had long departed from the divine realm. Otherwise, it would not dare to challenge the Asura god. The method of inheritance likely differs from that of the divine realm, yet it can be confidently asserted that it would not fall upon him or Douluo. It is reasonable to assume that Bibi Dong has already completed more than half of her trials. Douluo nodded, her condition showing no signs of improvement. Rather, the peculiar allure in her gaze became increasingly pronounced. Over the course of the past 2 days, the sporadic appearances of spirit souls were not particularly formidable. Even when they did manifest, they merely contributed to an enhancement of a century's worth of cultivation at best. Meng Ye had fully augmented his third soul ring. Now at the 9,000-year level, a mere 1,000 more years would elevate it to the coveted 10,000-year tier, a qualitative leap far surpassing the mere quantitative difference between millennia and centuries. As he surveyed their surroundings, Douluo suddenly halted. Sensing her stillness, Meng Ye turned to inquire, only to collapse without warning, consciousness slipping away like sand through fingers. Alarm bells blared in his mind, but it was too late. His body crumpled weakly to the ground. Trial of corruption. Lure your companion into corruption. Duration: 2 days. Failure penalty: 5-level cultivation regression, forfeiture of 1 soul ring. A trickle of blood escaped Douluo's lips as despair hollowed her heart. Her talent was undeniable. Yet every ounce of her current strength had been carved from years of relentless toil. To lose 5 levels and a soul ring in an instant was not merely a setback, it was a shattering of her very spirit. She knew, with icy clarity, that her future was now irrevocably broken. Trial of corruption, 2nd stage. Unite with your companion in carnal union to claim their cultivation, talents, and a reward, the evolution of your martial soul into the 9-tailed heavenly fox. Refusal condemns your cultivation to eternal stagnation below the 50th rank. The sudden decree rooted Douluo in place. Her gaze fell upon Meng Ye's prone form, and she knelt beside him, her expression a portrait of anguish. "Why must you be so unyielding?" she whispered, though he could not hear. Deities wield absolute dominion over mortals. Without nearing the 100th rank threshold, defiance against divine law was futile. Leaning down until their noses nearly touched, a flush crept across Douluo's pallid cheeks. Tenderness flickered in her eyes as she murmured, "Do you know? I've longed for your gaze. But as the Pope's disciple, burdened by my master's sacrifices, I dared not, could not, betray her expectations. So I lied to myself." Her voice wavered. "Yet each time your brilliance shone, each time she praised you, I rejoiced. I, Douluo, despise weakness in men. So why couldn't you have been bolder? Taken the initiative?" Even if the memory of Luo Xian surfaced, bitterness rising like bile. "She is beautiful. I envied her. But tonight, you are mine." Their lips met, soft, searing, igniting every nerve. Breath mingled, heat surged, and garments slipped away. 800 words omitted. Ding. Host consciousness synchronization complete. What is happening? Meng Ye reappeared on the vast grassland from before. Though aware this realm existed within the system's internal space, its authenticity mirrored reality without distinction. "Host, your kidneys are about to be harvested." Meng Ye, upon arriving here, the first words I heard were this, causing Meng Ye's expression to darken. He pressed further, inquiring, "What exactly is happening? How did I end up here?" The sheep was grazing nearby, although its nature was unclear. He presumed it to be merely a quirk of the system, thus he paid it no mind. "Oh, it was I who brought you here." Meng Ye momentarily froze, then replied darkly, "You had better have a valid reason. Do not misunderstand. This system has saved you. In this realm, even deities cannot harm your soul. As for your physical form, well, get to the point. Meng Ye was reluctant to squander time, aware that his current surroundings were far from secure. The Rakshasa deity possesses 3 incarnations, embodying death, slaughter, and corruption, each representing a fragment of the deity's consciousness and considered as avatars, with each incarnation holding a divine position. Is that even possible? Can a deity attain multiple divine positions? Hearing this, Meng Ye furrowed his brow. If that were the case, how could the Rakshasa god possibly be defeated by the Asura god? With a few more clones. Couldn't it engage in a group battle if it couldn't win in a one-on-one? It seemed implausible. The host was overthinking. The Rakshasa god had merely seized the divine position in a fit of rage after being vanquished by the Asura, having only mastered the technique of creating clones. Nevertheless, this method was indeed formidable. Unfortunately, the Rakshasa god's actions had provoked the other 2 divine kings, leaving it almost on the verge of soul annihilation. And its true form remained in slumber. What relevance does this have to my current predicament? Meng Ye still failed to grasp the crux of the system's words. It is indeed pertinent. The host is currently too weak, unable to even perceive the shadow of one of the clones. That embodiment of slaughter seemed to hold you in high regard, yet you rebuffed its trial. Now, the fallen clone has sent Hulaina to target you. Meng Ye's expression darkened significantly as he inquired, "What impact does this have on me?" The system replied uncertainly, stating that it had brought the host into this predicament to avert unforeseen circumstances. Even if she did indeed target you, you would not suffer any consequences. Upon hearing this, Meng Ye exhaled in relief. These clones of the Rakshasa god were deities in their own right, and he was utterly powerless to contend with them. However, a surge of anger continued to swell within him. "Do not be upset, dear host. You are not at a loss." The little sheep also raised its head in agreement. Then, with a resounding bang, Meng Ye decisively kicked him flying away. "Ah, that felt much better. My sheep. Host, you will suffer retribution." "I will suffer. What?" Meng Ye naturally didn't believe in such things. He rebelled against fate itself. Yet before his words even finished, his consciousness was forcibly expelled from the space. Currently, his entire being was merely a consciousness, squeezed through a narrow passage. Though there was no pain, the sensation was deeply unpleasant. Imagine being a rag, twisted into the shape of a rope. See? Retribution. Chapter 61. Hunting the 5th Spirit Ring. When Meng Ye opened his eyes again, the first thing he did was inspect his entire body. No abnormalities were found. "You're awake." Hulaina stood not far away, the strange glint in her eyes now gone. A faint, sweet fragrance lingered in the air, but Meng Ye paid it no mind. Instead, he checked his spirit power, vitality, and mental C. Finding no irregularities, he finally relaxed. "What time is it now? We can leave now. The exit is over there." Hulaina pointed in a direction, likely the same place they had appeared upon arrival. "Ah, right?" She then retrieved a black crystal from her storage spirit tool, its appearance nearly identical to the surrounding rocks. "The senior said this is your reward and asked me to pass it to you." Meng Ye had refused the trial of the slaughter incarnation. Though it couldn't directly manifest a divine miracle upon him, it seemed the promise of a reward was still honored. Taking the crystal, a stream of information flowed into his mind, that there was no divine imprint or the like. Reward: increase the age of one spirit ring by 5,000 years. Though it fell short of expectations, Meng Ye had no desire to linger in this place, nor did he wish to return. After absorbing it immediately, he strode toward the exit. After the 2 departed, 2 figures silently emerged from the void. "What happened?" "Ah, it seems we failed. There's a force within him that protected his origin. Now, he can't inherit your divine position." "Humph. You didn't do this on purpose, did you?" The slaughter incarnation crossed her arms, glaring at the other. "Don't say that. I rather admire that girl, willing to destroy her own cultivation rather than harm him. If her talent were just a bit better, I might have considered passing it to her. Well, let us see what fate has in store for her later." "Humph." Meng Ye remained oblivious to the presence of the 2 incarnations. Upon returning to his original position, he utilized the teleportation array to arrive back at the spirit hall. As they traversed the corridor, Hulaina remained unusually silent, refraining from speaking until they reached the papal chamber, where she once again encountered Bibi Dong. "Your Holiness, Master," Hulaina murmured, lowering her gaze, unable to meet Bibi Dong's penetrating stare. Noticing Hulaina's unusual demeanor, Bibi Dong inquired, "Nar, what troubles you?" "The disciple has failed to meet your expectations," Hulaina confessed, her voice heavy with remorse. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong furrowed her brow. Rising immediately to stand beside Hulaina, she infused her with a surge of soul power, meticulously sensing her condition. After a brief moment, Bibi Dong calmly withdrew her hand and assisted Hulaina to her feet. Nar, although your cultivation has diminished, your soul power has become more refined. And it seems your martial spirit has undergone some transformation. This is a positive development. There is no need for concern. You shall recover with diligent practice. Master, I am acutely aware of the immense hopes you have placed upon me, Hulaina responded, her heart laden with guilt. Enough of this. There is no need for further words. Focus on your cultivation. I shall not hold it against you. Bibi Dong reassured Hulaina, her demeanor devoid of disappointment. Meng Ye remained silent, but at this moment, he could roughly surmise what Hulaina had done, letting out a sigh inwardly. Your Majesty the Pope, I have obtained a rare treasure from that fortuitous location, which may prove to be of some utility. Standing aside, Meng Ye retrieved a jade box from his storage soul guide and handed it over. Oh? Bibi Dong turned her gaze towards the jade box, while Hulaina looked on in puzzlement. Although they had spent 3 days in the East Sea Abyss, they had not been apart for long. Initially, Meng Ye had explored alone for less than an hour, and she had not witnessed him discovering any fortuitous opportunities in between. This item is known as the Chiluot tulip. Its medicinal essence can be absorbed from the flower's core, but it is inedible. It has the effect of enhancing soul power and consolidating one's foundation. Without elaborating on the value of the item, Bibi Dong could discern its significance. As for Hulaina, even if she refused it, Bibi Dong would find a way to help her absorb it. This item is indeed extraordinary. Nar, do not forget to thank Meng Ye. Bibi Dong reached out to take the jade box, not providing Hulaina an opportunity to decline. She was Hulaina's mentor, and despite Meng Ye being her registered disciple, there was a distinction in their closeness. Thank you. Hulaina pursed her lips, her delicate, rosy lips shimmering faintly as she revealed a charming smile. Nodding, Meng Ye chose not to speak further. His own gains from this journey were considerable, and having already consumed the Wangchuan Qiushui Du, he had no need for the immortal herb again, if he sought merely to enhance his soul power. A visit to the ice and fire yin yang would be far more effective than consuming the herb. Given that his soul power was gradually aligning more closely with spiritual cultivation, any further haste would only exacerbate the disparity with his physical strength, adversely affecting his foundation and resulting in a net loss. He required a period of consolidation, and the increase in the age of his soul rings was a pleasant surprise. Purple, purple, black, black. This was quite a formidable soul ring configuration for a soul master. After a brief moment, Meng Ye departed from the papal hall, leaving Hulaina behind with Bibi Dong. Nar, I will not press you about what transpired. You simply need to tell me if it is related to him. Bibi Dong asked seriously, gazing intently at Hulaina. Hulaina's expression faltered, and she hurriedly replied, Teacher, this matter has nothing to do with him. It was my own decision. Enough. Bibi Dong waved her hand, then suddenly reached out to gently stroke Hulaina's head, sighing, You are truly much like me. I do not intend to make things difficult for him. Even if he were to not present this rare treasure today, I would not have troubled him. Yet I would not let him leave unscathed either. Nar, men are often fickle-hearted. If you are fond of him, I can arrange a marriage for you. But he will never truly cherish you. Do you understand? Biting her lip, Hulaina's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she managed to reply, I understand. Teacher, what do you comprehend? Bibi Dong set the immortal herb before Hulaina, her tone gentle. Had it not been for this rare treasure, I would have bound him to you today. He may wait, but your youth cannot. Teacher, I. For the first time, Hulaina discovered this noble figure she revered had such a fierce side. And her face grew even redder, leaving her at a loss for words. Enough, come with me. I shall assist you in absorbing this rare treasure to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Only then did Hulaina regain her composure, following Bibi Dong into the papal hall. On the other side, Meng Ye returned to the academy's dormitory and entered into meditation. A faint arc of electricity emanated from his brow. To prevent being influenced by divine consciousness, he had kept the seal on his spiritual sea intact, simultaneously suppressing the injuries to his spiritual essence. Puff. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he felt considerably better. Though the spiritual sea still ached faintly, it was gradually recovering and had not sustained any fundamental damage. He meditated until the next day, sensing a slight improvement in his spiritual power and cultivation, confirming that no hidden risks remained. Once more, he ventured to the papal hall and encountered Bibi Dong. The fifth soul ring? Yes, disciple has broken through the bottleneck and discovered a suitable soul beast trace. Bibi Dong did not respond immediately but waved her hand, causing a dark shadow to appear beside her. Elder Ghost will accompany you. with the Soul Master competition approaching. You must return within a month, and Nar will join you as well. Hulaina's fifth soul ring had been removed, and she would need to regain it. However, the immortal herb would sufficiently compensate for her loss, perhaps even surpassing her previous state. Seeing that Meng Ye had not spoken, Bibi Dong inquired, "Do you have any other requests?" "The soul beast I wish to hunt is a mutated beast emperor of the 50,000-year level. Relying solely on Elder Ghost may pose some risk." Meng Ye had long since broken through. But the delay in hunting for a soul ring was due to this very reason. On his own, even with Lei Jingyang, it would be unfeasible, as the risks in that area were considerable. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow upon hearing this, surprised that Meng Ye sought such a soul beast. However, considering Meng Ye's value, a stronger soul ring would undoubtedly be advantageous, and given the current circumstances, she found it difficult to refuse. Once more, she waved her hand, and a white figure appeared beside them, standing alongside Elder Ghost. "The two elders will accompany you." "Thank you, Your Majesty the Pope." This was an unspoken transaction, understood by both Bibi Dong and Meng Ye. Meng Ye's worth lies in his innate talent and secret techniques, and now perhaps in Hulaina's presence as well. Thus, Bibi Dong would find it impossible to refuse his demands. Even if he desired to hunt a 10,000-year soul beast, Bibi Dong would acquiesce. Chapter 62, The Peril of Soul Hunting. As they embarked on their journey to the Douluo forest, the group, all possessing formidable cultivation, moved swiftly. Bibi Dong had mentioned a month's time, but with Hulaina's addition, any delays could be accommodated. "Meng Ye, I appreciate your assistance with the prior matters." "Not at all." Meng Ye glanced at Hulaina beside him, having already inferred the circumstances. Otherwise, he would not have produced that celestial herb. However, some truths are better left unspoken, for they benefit no one. "Hiki, it seems our Laina has matured," came the effeminate, androgynous voice of Douluo, causing Meng Ye to instinctively distance himself. The two titled Douluo maintained their positions at the front, always slightly ahead of Meng Ye and his companion. He preferred to stay closer to Ghost Douluo, as Douluo's presence was discomforting both inside and out. "Elder Ju, Elder Gue, I must trouble you once more on this journey." Hulaina appeared quite familiar with the two esteemed titled Douluo, as Bibi Dong's right hand. They were aware of her significance to Bibi Dong and thus treated her with great care. "You girl, why the formalities with us? But why has your soul power diminished?" Douluo inquired with concern. Bibi Dong would not divulge such information, nor would Hulaina volunteer it. "Encountered a minor setback, but my foundation has been restored." "Thank you for your concern, elders. That is good to hear. We shall find you a superior soul ring on this journey." "Indeed." Hulaina nodded with a smile. The last soul ring she acquired was from a 10,000-year red-tailed fox. Soul masters typically hunt soul beasts that are either of the same origin as their martial soul or directly related. This ensures optimal effects. The quality of the obtained soul ring is also the most stable. At the very least, it cannot be poor. Even though Meng Ye had previously suggested she seek out some psychic-type soul rings, Hulaina did not dare to take such risks, as Bibi Dong had invested too much hope in her, and she could not afford to gamble. A fox-type soul beast would suffice, but to elevate her strength further, she must pursue a soul beast of a similar kind that surpasses her martial soul. In Meng Ye's view, this was merely a fundamental requirement. As Bibi Dong's disciple, she had the privilege to select such soul beasts. Even for Meng Ye, his prior acquisition of soul rings relied significantly on luck, striving to obtain higher-age soul rings to compensate for the deficiency in their quality. 3 days later, with a smaller party and each member being quite capable, they reached the outskirts of the Douluo forest in just 3 days. After resting for an hour, they ventured into the forest. "Laina, last time we found a 10,000-year red-tailed fox. How about searching for a mutated soul beast this time?" Douluo suggested. As the two titled Douluos had a high probability of locating suitable soul beasts if they intended to search, Hulaina cast a sidelong glance at Meng Ye, hesitating to speak. "Elders, I propose we seek a psychic-type soul beast around 20,000 years old, or a fox-type soul beast without a specific variety," Meng Ye offered proactively. Douluo paused. He was not well acquainted with Meng Ye. Although he had learned a little from Ghost Douluo, he remained perplexed. Just as he was about to speak, Ghost Douluo interrupted, casting a penetrating glance at Meng Ye before stating, "Follow his suggestion. He has his methods." Ghost Douluo had witnessed Meng Ye employing the scatter soul secret technique, which allowed one to absorb the essence of soul rings, transcending levels, or even doubling their capabilities at the cost of the soul ring's inherent soul power. However, this technique held deeper mysteries. Ghost Douluo understood the principles but had witnessed only failures when attempting to relay this to Bibi Dong. compared to that psychic technique. The scatter soul technique appeared to yield immediate results and seemed simpler. Very well. As they approached the inner region, the two titled Douluos took turns scouting the area. After thoroughly searching their surroundings, they soon moved to the next zone, with one protecting Hulaina and Meng Ye while the other continued the search. Ghost Douluo's speed was remarkable. He could scour all soul beasts within a 10-mile radius in mere minutes. During this time, they encountered several creatures: red-tailed foxes, demon-eyed foxes, blazing fire foxes, and even a three-tailed fox, yet none were suitable. Hours later, the trio awaited Ghost Douluo in a clearing, while Meng Ye pondered. Kid, none of these are suitable. What exactly are you searching for? The soul rings Laina has obtained in the past were the most appropriate. After a prolonged search, Douluo began to grow impatient. Casting a glance at Douluo, Meng Ye's thoughts were interrupted as he calmly replied, among those, the strongest bloodline belongs to the three-tailed fox, but it does not align with the psychic attribute. The red-eyed fox is merely superficial, lacking any psychic qualities. Its enhancements are primarily in speed and strength. Are you suggesting that the demon fox martial soul should charge into battle head-on? Douluo's anger flared, yet upon reflection, he found himself unable to counter Meng Ye's reasoning. Hulaina's martial soul was fundamentally about control, while control-type abilities did require some close combat capability. That was merely auxiliary, the core was control. The potency of her charm soul technique relied primarily on her spiritual power, aside from the strength of her martial soul. Whoosh! Ghost Douluo's figure flew back from the distance, barely visible as a shadow, before he stood before the group. How about this? Ghost Douluo presented a small monkey with translucent white fur and striking azure eyes. Despite its diminutive size, Meng Ye felt an overwhelming wave of spiritual power emanating from it, marking it as a true psychic-type soul beast. Azure Sea Spirit Monkey. Old Ghost, how did you manage to catch this little creature? Douluo expressed surprise. Capturing such a creature was no easy feat, although small. As a psychic-type soul beast, its offensive power was substantial. A single mental impact could severely injure even a typical soul sage if caught off guard. Coupled with its small size, its speed was astonishing, allowing it to vanish in the blink of an eye. Humph. Ghost Douluo snorted dismissively, ignoring Douluo. He was an agile attacker, a titled Douluo. In terms of speed, even a 10,000-year soul beast would struggle to match him. Quite a fine choice. Its age is approximately 18,000 years, which suits well. Meng Ye nodded. This soul beast psychic attribute undoubtedly ranked among the top soul beasts. While it employed psychic attack techniques, the advantage of psychic-type martial souls was that its spiritual power increased. The efficacy of other soul techniques naturally improved as well. What is it? The two titled Douluos and Hulaina noticed Meng Ye's sudden change in expression, assuming he had sensed something unusual. Run! Meng Ye's countenance abruptly changed, and with a startled exclamation, he seized Hulaina and dashed towards the edge of the forest. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted, reverberating through the air. The Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo, momentarily stunned, were taken aback by the terrifying sound, with the Blue Sea Spirit Monkey nearly slipping from the Ghost Douluo's grasp. What manner of beast is this? The Chrysanthemum Douluo fumed, charging towards the soul beast. Massive trees were uprooted in its wake, revealing a fearsome figure towering over 20 meters tall, a cyclopean giant cloaked in a hue of blue-gray. Possessing a cultivation level of at least 50,000 years, the Chrysanthemum Douluo, fueled by rage, showed no fear and unleashed a cascade of golden light. Elder, cease at once. That soul beast is accompanied by one of 100,000 years. Meng Ye's voice resonated from afar, the ferocious sound wave sending tremors through the surrounding forest. The Chrysanthemum Douluo paused momentarily, while the Ghost Douluo, quick to react, vanished from sight, pursuing the direction of Meng Ye. Who dares disturb the auspicious beast? Face your demise. He roared. Old Ghost, wait for me. Amidst the colossal roar, a fire dragon, conjured from dark red flames, soared towards the heavens. Ultimately, the fluctuations of the Chrysanthemum Douluo's soul power roused the attention of the soul beast that hunted the cyclopean giant. What followed was the retaliatory strike from the guardian beast, a creature of over 100,000 years, having withstood at least 2 tribulations. Chapter 63, The Enhancement of the Spiritual Soul Ring. The group finally halted after fleeing an indeterminate distance, gasping for breath. Meng Ye and Hulaina were indeed fatigued, given their current levels of cultivation. However, to describe their state as disheveled, one could not overlook the sight of Douluo, whose white attire was charred and clinging to his form. His hair was tousled and appeared somewhat frayed, and despite having escaped the perilous situation, he was still gasping for breath, visibly shaken. Hulaina and Meng Ye sat beneath a tree, the former, albeit belatedly, noticed Meng Ye grasping her hand, her cheeks flushing slightly, yet she remained silent. "Young man, what on earth was that monstrous being?" Douluo inquired, his mind clouded with confusion. Were it not for the extraordinary qualities of the Qirong Tong Tianju, a celestial-grade treasure, he might not have escaped at all. Soul beasts over 100,000 years old could be referred to as ferocious beasts by the elders. Yet that particular beast was not the crux of the matter. "What do you mean?" Douluo, hearing the term ferocious beast for the first time, questioned curiously. "Elder Ju must have seen the golden soul beast behind that one-eyed giant? Are you referring to that little creature resembling a lion? Could it be the offspring of that three-headed hound?" Douluo, still reeling from the flames of the hellhound, was understandably agitated. "Yes, that is indeed the case, however. It is not the offspring of that three-headed hound, but rather the target it was guarding. Thankfully, the senior did not harm it, for otherwise a beast tide would undoubtedly erupt in the Douluo forest," Meng Ye interjected, noting the nonchalance of the two tidal Douluos. "A beast tide sweeping across the entire continent." He added. At that moment, even the two tidal Douluos felt a sudden pause in their breath. They were unconcerned about ordinary beast tides, as these rarely affected vast areas typically. Only the towns near the Douluo forest would suffer. However, the thought of a tide encompassing the entire continent rendered them uneasy. One could only imagine the multitude of creatures dwelling in the depths of the Douluo forest surging forth. Even the profound foundation of the spirit hall could not help but instill a sense of dread. While others may not comprehend the gravity of the situation, they were acutely aware of what lurked in the uncharted territories of the Douluo forest. 10,000-year soul beasts, ferocious beasts, estimating conservatively. There could be hundreds within the expanse of the Douluo forest. "Young man, do not frighten me. That was merely a soul beast of less than 10,000 years. How could it possess such prowess?" Douluo remained skeptical. What could a soul beast of less than 10,000 years possibly pursue a 50,000-year soul beast for? The latter would not dare to resist, especially with a ferocious beast lurking in the shadows. Meng Ye rose to his feet, casting a contemplative glance at Douluo, and remarked, "That is the essence of the Douluo forest fortune. Even the sovereign of this realm must guard it. Do you still believe I jest?" It was only then that Douluo fully grasped the gravity of the situation, recalling how he had nearly unleashed his ninth soul skill, his complexion paling at the thought. Had he faltered in that moment, it was likely that they would have met their demise here today. "Elder, I request that soul beast," Meng Ye said, his breathing steady as he approached Douluo to claim the blue sea spirit monkey. "This little creature is quite swift. Do exercise caution," Douluo advised. "For if it were to escape, it would prove difficult to capture." "Understood." With a swift motion, Meng Ye accepted the creature, which suddenly erupted with two beams of azure light from its eyes, directly penetrating Meng Ye's own. "Meng Ye!" Douluo exclaimed in alarm as she hurried to his side. Yet, to her astonishment, Meng Ye exhibited no change. Instead, he summoned a surge of lightning that rendered the blue sea spirit monkey unconscious. "This little fellow is astute. Weighing less than 10 pounds, half of that is its brain." It recognized it was no match for the elder and had been waiting for the opportune moment to escape using a mental attack, Meng Ye elucidated, subsequently handing the blue sea spirit monkey to Douluo. "Only soul beasts slain by one's own hand yield soul rings that can be absorbed. I was prepared for that mental assault, but I cannot speak for Douluo." "Thank you." "Not at all," he replied calmly before sinking into meditation nearby. Douluo regarded him with a complex expression, ultimately letting out a soft sigh as she began to prepare for the absorption of the soul ring. Typically, soul masters would not casually absorb soul rings. At the very least, they would not do so under unfavorable conditions. Given her already limited mental capacity, a further decline in her state could lead to backlash from the soul ring. "Old ghost, what is the situation with this lad?" Douluo pondered, feeling as though he had squandered years of wisdom and experience, as if he were being overshadowed. "Humph," Douluo scoffed, glancing at Douluo. "Spare me the chatter. This boy is a prodigy, defying common reasoning. I shall investigate whether that fierce beast is in pursuit. You remain here." "Very well." Douluo departed again, realizing he should have detected the impending threat sooner, yet who could have anticipated that the three-eyed golden lion would chase after that one-eyed giant? They had scarcely the opportunity to react. Meng Ye's foresight had stemmed from his prudence, utilizing mental detection to sense the danger. Approximately 10 minutes later, Douluo had fully restored her soul power and physical stamina, preparing to absorb the soul ring. However, upon gazing at the 18,000-year soul ring before her, she hesitated, for it exceeded her limits by a considerable margin. Typically, the upper limit for the fifth soul ring of an average soul master is around 12,000 years. Even for a powerful offensive spirit beast, this threshold remains the same. 18,000 years, surpassing the limit by 50%, posed a significant challenge for absorption. I shall impart to you a secret method for soul absorption. This technique is quite simple, and once the key is grasped, absorbing a soul ring beyond one's limits becomes effortless, Meng Ye announced, having approached unnoticed. He raised his hand, fingertips lightly tapping, as he transmitted information directly into Hulaina's sea of consciousness. After a moment of contemplation, Hulaina nodded in agreement, resolved to proceed with the absorption. The process, however, did not unfold smoothly. Her comprehension and application of the secret method were relatively shallow, having only recently learned it. Midway through, she encountered a moment of peril due to backlash. Meng Ye placed his hand gently on Hulaina's shoulder, an act that was certainly not intended to take advantage of her, as disturbing the absorption of a soul ring would be inappropriate. However, shortly thereafter, a surge of soul power was drawn forth, merging into his being. By maintaining a steadfast mind, he knew that the loss of both the soul ring and physical form would not result in a prolonged backlash from the Millennium Soul Beast. After offering a brief reminder, Hulaina gradually calmed her soul power. Ultimately, after nearly an hour, she successfully absorbed the soul ring. Nana, how does the soul skill feel? The esteemed Douluo inquired with genuine concern. It is a mental impact, but I sense that my other soul skills have also improved, Hulaina replied, casting an incredulous glance at Meng Ye. She had not anticipated that the enhancement from the mental soul ring would be so profound. Having previously acquired a fifth soul ring, she could distinctly perceive the differences. In contrast to her last soul ring, this one provided a comprehensive enhancement. Although a portion of her soul power dissipated, the higher age of the soul ring compensated significantly for this loss. More importantly, it bestowed upon her a formidable single-target soul skill, greatly amplifying her explosive potential while simultaneously enhancing the control of her other soul rings. In terms of results, it was almost more than double the effectiveness of her previous soul ring. Level 54, it seems that Herb has granted you considerable improvement. Although Meng Ye had anticipated that the exquisite Kira tulip would be suitable for Hulaina, he did not foresee such a significant enhancement. She had originally been at level 52, but after a decrease of 5 levels, she found herself at level 47. The singular Kira tulip elevated her directly back to level 50, and even without the spirit ring from the Azure Sea Spirit Monkey, she had still gained over 5 levels. This represents a 5-level difference between Soul Sect and Soul King, not to be confused with Soul Douluo. Hulaina felt somewhat at a loss as to how to express her gratitude. She wished to approach Meng Ye but found herself uncertain upon drawing near. With a slight lift of her beautiful visage, she gazed into Meng Ye's eyes and said, "My martial soul has undergone a transformation. My mentor indicated that the metamorphosis of the martial soul is of greater significance than the enhancement of soul power, thus I must sincerely thank you. It is getting late. Let us strive to exit the forest today." Meng Ye evaded slightly. From the distance he had just been, he could even perceive a faint, delicate fragrance. Chapter 64. The Eerie Sovereign of the Thousand Gene Ant. Young One, your soul dispersal secret technique possesses a remarkable peculiarity. How about I exchange a soul bone with you? Rest assured, I shall also agree to assist you with 3 matters, ensuring that you do not suffer any loss. Douluo expressed his intrigue toward Meng Ye's secret technique. Recognizing the profound significance of the soul dispersal secret technique for soul masters, although he could not utilize it himself, his curiosity remained unabated. On the journey toward the domain of the Sovereign of the Thousand Gene Ant, he proactively proposed an exchange with Meng Ye. You Guan. Has your mind been scorched by that soul beast? Before Meng Ye could utter a word, Ghost Douluo took the initiative to speak. Regardless of whether Meng Ye agreed or not, he would be at a disadvantage in this matter. Having previously established a modicum of camaraderie with Meng Ye, he naturally could not stand idly by. A single soul bone, given Meng Ye's innate talent, would merely be an embellishment, perhaps even something he would disdain. Conversely, the value of that secret technique was known to every soul master. The higher one's cultivation, the more one would appreciate its worth. As a title Douluo, they were acutely aware of the benefits that even a slight enhancement in each soul ring could bring. It was not merely about quantity. Ensuring that every soul ring could be absorbed at a higher level would guarantee the attainment of level 95, a certainty beyond dispute. Historically, this ratio among titled Douluos had never exceeded half. Within the Spirit Hall, only Bibi Dong, Ghost Douluo, and Ju Douluo, along with the 7 great offerings, had surpassed the 95th level. The other dozen or so elders were all stuck below this threshold. The audacity of Douluo to suggest exchanging a mere soul bone for a treasure capable of sustaining a soul master family for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, or reshaping the entire soul master realm, was indeed bold. Douluo, already irked by Ghost Douluo's previous attempt to escape, retorted furiously, "You old ghost, cease your nonsense. I swear, I shall never divulge this in my lifetime. Then shall we wait for someone to unearth your grave? I would not mind doing it myself." The titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall are buried on the sacred mountain of Douluo Hall upon their death, and Douluo's remarks were clearly an attempt at subterfuge. "What do the dead care for oaths? You are truly shameless." As the two continued their quarrel, Meng Ye interjected, "Elders, we have arrived." Before them lay a vast chasm, exceeding 10 meters in width, and more ominously, the rocky walls were thickly covered with thorny rocks, with the remains of soul beasts hanging above. The sides extended for over 1,000 meters, indicating that this was indeed a perilous place. A careless misstep could result in a gruesome demise. "Are you certain the soul beast you seek is here?" Douluo, no longer entangled in the previous topic, cast a skeptical glance at Meng Ye. "Indeed," Meng Ye nodded. The location in his mind was provided by the system, leaving no room for error. Approximately 500 meters below lay an underground cavern, where a mutated Ant King resided. At the level of 50,000 years, this area had already penetrated deep into the Douluo forest to avert any mishaps. "I request both elders to act swiftly to subdue it together." Douluo and Ghost Douluo exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Ghost Douluo inquired, "What on earth is happening?" Cold sweat trickled down as Douluo unleashed a beam of golden light, directly controlling his martial soul's true form. Its soul skill, Gate of Holy Light. Chapter 65, Fifth Soul Ring. Hiss. The 1,000-gene and Emperor, struck by the attacks of two titled Douluo, could not withstand the onslaught even with its extreme attributes, plummeting from the sky, leaving a faint trail of golden blood scattered around. Bang. Nevertheless, the uniquely shaped giant foot at the forefront crashed onto the ground, causing the earth beneath to tremble. A faint golden light enveloped its body. Resisting Douluo's eighth soul skill, despite not exerting full strength, its aura remained undiminished, a testament to its terrifying vitality. This beast possesses formidable jaws, nearly overwhelming my martial soul. Douluo felt a surge of anger rising within him. The two titled Douluo surrounded the 1,000-gene and Emperor, denying it any chance of escape, with the ground itself cloaked by Douluo's barrier. "Thank you both, esteemed elders." Meng Ye approached the two titled Douluo, intending to eliminate the soul beast. Hiss. As if sensing Meng Ye's murderous intent, the 1,000-gene and Emperor erupted with even more dreadful soul power, its golden light surging violently. "Insolence!" Ghost Douluo struck again. A massive ghostly hand descending to suppress the 1,000-gene and Emperor, but it could not completely subdue it, only restraining it in place. Although not a power-type martial soul, Ghost Douluo's cultivation was undeniably that of a titled Douluo. A single strike from him could force even a soul sage to kneel, and a soul Douluo would also be suppressed. Yet the soul beast merely remained anchored in place, supported by its 4 pairs of legs, resisting the tremendous ghostly hand. "It seems I must teach this beast a lesson." Douluo's gaze turned cold as he released his martial soul once more. This power, they believed to be purely strength-based. Yet soul masters do not possess such terrifying defense and vitality. Even with their martial soul's true form, it was inadequate. Swoosh. Clang. A series of blade-like petals swept through, severing the 1,000-gene and Emperor's legs, yet when they struck its front limbs, they failed to cut through, thwarted by a surge of golden light. Hiss. The more grievously injured the 1,000-gene and Emperor became, the more its ferocity intensified, emitting an even more chilling roar. Yet all was coming to an end. With such grave injuries, it stood no chance of escaping from the two titled Douluo. Zzz. Clang. A thunderous spear shot forth, instantly piercing the 1,000-gene and Emperor's weak point, ending its suffering as a pitch-black soul ring materialized. Ghost Douluo retracted his soul technique. Although its combat power rivaled that of a 100,000-year soul beast, it did not equate to being one. Lacking a domain and relying solely on raw power, it was destined to differ from a true 100,000-year soul beast. To endure such a relentless assault from two titled Douluo and persist until now is already formidable. "Young man, the soul ring is not easy to absorb. You must think carefully." Douluo and Ghost Douluo initially assumed it was merely around 50,000 years in age, and knowing Meng Ye possessed secret techniques, they had no particular concerns. However, having personally confirmed the matter, they realized this was no mere 50,000-year soul beast, although the soul power might align. The strength of the soul ring was likely far beyond that. Absorbing at such a high level with such a significant disparity posed risks that could not simply be described as great for an ordinary soul master. It would be tantamount to certain death. Furthermore, should any mishap occur, prolonging the time would also be detrimental. They were deep within the Douluo forest, a locale not particularly safe for either humans or soul beasts. Thank you. Meng Ye clasped his hands together, a confident smile adorning his face as he spoke. With both elders assisting me so, how could I possibly fail? Excellent. Douluo's eyes lit up at Meng Ye's words, finding them quite agreeable, and he replied directly, you may proceed with the absorption. Even if 100,000-year soul beast were to come today, I shall ensure your safety. Although Douluo harbored some envy for Meng Ye's secret technique, he had no means to utilize it himself and was not overly fixated on it. Instead, he greatly appreciated Meng Ye's demeanor throughout, resolute, wise, composed, and even adept at seizing opportunities, devoid of the arrogance typical of youth. While he lacked some of the youthful vigor, this was a positive trait. In this world, the cost of impulsiveness could be dire. Crack. Under the moonlit night, Meng Ye sat cross-legged by the murmuring stream, his soul power remaining at its zenith. Without hesitation, he activated a secret blood chi technique, his body swelling into a towering giant as he began absorbing the spirit ring. This served dual purposes, accelerating the absorption process while also compensating for the ring's overwhelming power that exceeded his limits. The crux lay in its extreme strength attribute, whose domineering nature he had witnessed before. Strictly speaking, it couldn't be classified as a conventional attribute due to its indefinable nature. Unlike elemental attributes that demonstrated clear hierarchical suppression, strength proved difficult to quantify. Even the legendary Clear Sky Hammer, hailed as the mightiest tool spirit and the pinnacle of strength-type spirits, couldn't achieve this extreme strength without employing the Clear Sky clan's specialized power-amplifying techniques. However, strength attributes differed from elements in one crucial aspect. They wouldn't conflict with his existing extreme thunder attribute, existing in perfect harmony. Hiss. Terrifying blood chi erupted from his pores, enveloping the surroundings in a dense, crimson-tinged mist that gradually solidified into a barrier. The intense heat and pressure warped the very air around him. Materialized blood chi. Chrysanthemum Douluo exchanged astonished glances with Ghost Douluo. Despite their vast experience witnessing everything from Bibi Dong and Qian Daolia's domain-based sacred light purification to materialized killing intent, they had never encountered blood chi manifesting externally. This was neither soul power nor spiritual force. That boy's secret techniques grow ever more peculiar, Ghost Douluo muttered. His physique rivals that of spirit beasts. It was he who suggested our joint cultivation session. Ah, Chrysanthemum Douluo snapped his fingers in realization. So that explains why you suddenly sought me out, you old specter. Silence. Ghost Douluo growled, visibly irritated by his companion's effeminate mannerisms despite their long-standing camaraderie. Humph. How cruel, Xiao Mimi, Chrysanthemum Douluo pouted theatrically. You weren't so cold when you came asking for my help earlier. One more word. Ghost Douluo's eyes flashed crimson with murderous intent, and you'll regret it. Chrysanthemum Douluo. Silence descended as the two titled Douluo resumed their patrol, standing guard. Meanwhile, Hulaina remained by Meng Ye's side, gazing at him with an inscrutable, dreamy expression. As time passed, Meng Ye's blood chi showed no signs of weakening. Instead, it intensified, expanding from a 3-meter radius to 5 meters. Its oppressive force actually depressing the surrounding terrain. Clang. His eyes snapped open as the blood chi erupted uncontrollably, sending shockwaves that stripped leaves and turf from the ground. Crack. His body shrank back to normal proportions, the shirt shredding to reveal sculpted musculature. Having learned from past incidents, he wore specially crafted resilient trousers to avoid any indecent exposure. Success already? Chrysanthemum Douluo marveled for the umpteenth time. That Meng Ye completed the absorption in merely 2 hours, a duration comparable to ordinary Soul Kings absorbing mundane 10,000-year rings, left him awestruck. Your assistance is appreciated. Let's depart. Changing into fresh clothes from his spirit storage device, the group exited the Douluo forest. Shortly after their departure, a golden spirit beast traced their scent to the site. Chapter 66. Return to normalcy. Sniffing the familiar traces, the crystalline golden beast bristled with a low growl. Beast Lord, those humans have likely fled. Allow me to summon spirits to hunt them down for your judgment, offered Chi Wang, one of the fierce beasts now relegated to bodyguard duty. The three-eyed golden lynx, having lived millennia in carefree seclusion within the forest depths, burned with unprecedented fury after the near-fatal ambush. I shall tear those humans apart myself, came a clear, girlish voice brimming with murderous intent. Had the tone been gentler, one might mistake it for a princess's speech. Beast Lord, your attacker was a titled Douluo. Moreover, they wouldn't dare return. Ji Wang reasoned helplessly. While capable of pursuing and eliminating the chrysanthemum Douluo, he dared not leave the links unprotected. The consequences from Emperor Tian would be dire. I've memorized their scent and fate lines, the lynx declared, its third eye glowing ominously. They will return, and one human in particular must die. The three-eyed golden lynx earned its title as imperial beast not merely for doubling nearby spirit beast growth rates and 10,000-year beast breakthrough chances, but for this third eye. Legend spoke of its power over fate, making it the linchpin of Star Do Forest fortune in Emperor Tian's eyes. After Meng Ye and his companions departed from the Starry Forest, they spent several days returning to the Soul Master City and the Hall of the Pope. It can be said that Meng Ye is indeed a veritable treasure on the move. After Meng Ye's brief visit, he returned to the academy, his presence here resembling more of a customary obligation than a prolonged stay. Indeed, thus far, the power he has demonstrated far surpasses that of his peers, conservatively estimated. Even an ordinary Soul Emperor would likely prove no match for him. The ghost Douluo conveyed the situation to Bibi Dong with utmost candor. He has consistently served as her eyes, aiding her in navigating the entire continent and gathering intelligence. Meng Ye once remarked to Lei Xingyang that the Pope is confined within the papal hall, unable to venture beyond its confines. While this was said in jest, it holds an undeniable truth. Bibi Dong would seldom, if ever, leave this place, which is precisely why the presence of Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo is essential. The Soul Emperor? I fear there is more to it than that, Bibi Dong remarked, casting a glance at Ghost Douluo. Throughout their acquaintance, Ghost Douluo had never witnessed Meng Ye unleash his full power, or perhaps he had simply never been afforded the opportunity. Whether the opponent is overwhelmingly strong or weak cannot serve as a definitive measure of one's strength. The vast disparity in Meng Ye's prowess only complicates the matter further. There is no need to focus on him excessively. Maintaining the status quo will suffice, since he has assisted Na in acquiring a suitable spirit ring and has imparted equally precious secret techniques to her, Bibi Dong observed, glancing at the silent Hulaina with a smile. After all, he is also my disciple. Indeed, the two titled Douluos exchanged knowing glances, discerning the subtle implications in Bibi Dong's words. This was a cue for them to be mindful of their future actions. Previously, Bibi Dong had regarded Meng Ye merely as an astute yet ordinary disciple, difficult to manage and lacking any means of restraint, thus failing to fully acknowledge him. However, with Hulaina now in the equation, though unspoken, Bibi Dong chose to trust her judgment. Teacher, I shall take my leave as well. Yes, Na. The Soul Master competition is imminent. You all need to synchronize and prepare diligently. Na understood the gravity of her teacher's words. Upon departing the papal hall, Hulaina returned to the academy with a radiant smile, her spirits lifted not only by the restoration of her powers but also by their enhancement. Her martial spirit underwent a transformation, evolving from the demon fox to the true celestial fox martial spirit. However, her joy was short-lived. Upon arriving at the academy, she discovered that Meng Ye had gone to the dining hall accompanied by Luo Xian and the three members of the Lu family. Her light-footed steps faltered as she stretched out her hand. Though the distance was not far, she found herself unable to utter a sound. Meng Ye, have you been hunting spirits? Meng, mind your manners. You are no longer a child, Liu admonished, gently restraining the overly excited Lu Meng. This spirited girl resembled a cat, squirming and refusing to settle down. Yes, he nodded, having coincidentally encountered them upon his return. Lu Meng had sought out Luo Xian to go for a meal. Typically, Luo Xian refrained from dining at the academy due to the crowd, which made her reluctant to venture alone, prompting Lu Meng's suggestion to find her. Along the way, they fortuitously encountered Meng Ye, who had just returned and had yet to eat, so he decided to join them for a meal. Meng Ye, does this mean you have acquired your fifth spirit ring? Li was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. Initially, she thought Lu Meng was merely asking casually, but to her surprise, it was indeed true. You've just returned, but how did Meng find out? Meng Ye also found it somewhat peculiar. This young girl is not lacking in intelligence, yet it seems unlikely that she could fathom such matters. At best, she possesses merely a touch of cleverness. It was Luo Xian who informed me, you know. Lu Meng smiled mischievously, flashing a V sign, her expression brimming with pride. Meng Ye turned to look at Luo Xian, who responded with a serene smile, her graceful demeanor untouched by the dust of the world, enhancing her already exquisite beauty. I cannot quite articulate the reason, but I seem to faintly sense the essence of your soul. The delicate blush that adorned her face added an extra layer of breathtaking allure to her already stunning features. Meng Ye found himself momentarily entranced. Oh. However, the once delightful atmosphere was abruptly shattered by Lu Meng's call. The group continued their journey to the dining hall, where the crowd was sparse, nearing mealtime. The cuisine offered at the Spirit Hall Academy was quite commendable. Each dish had been meticulously prepared, ensuring that hygiene and ambience were well within standards, and the variety was abundant. Furthermore, there were dishes prepared to order, so the selection they made was just sufficient. Sitting beside Meng Ye, Luo Xian wore a perpetual blush and smile, savoring her favorite dish, the braised pork. Meng Ye believed that it was purely a matter of sensitivity, combined with their occasional meetings, which allowed Luo Xian to perceive his soul power cultivation without much thought, just as he had demonstrated. As long as the disparity in cultivation was not significant, or through certain special means, he could discern the abilities of other soul masters at a glance. This was a matter of experience and established patterns, all of which were traceable. Subsequently, he had little to occupy his time and returned to his previous training rhythm, further developing his secret techniques while occasionally corresponding with Lei Xingyang. This state of affairs was precisely what he deemed ideal. As for the future, he preferred not to dwell on such matters. Have you heard? Senior Hulaina seems to have been in quite a rage at the soul-fighting arena. How could one speak of her in such a manner? You must not speak ill of my goddess. But aren't you a woman? And what of being a woman? Hulaina's appearance, while not exceptionally striking, nor her figure so alluring as to provoke immediate desire, possessed a charm that was deeply enchanting. The combination of her ordinary features imbued her with a unique allure that transcended mere physical beauty. What is the story? It is said that the senior has experienced a remarkable surge in her cultivation lately, overpowering both Yin and Xiaoyu, and in her displeasure, she even took it out on Xiaoyu. Wow. The students listening to this gossip were instantly captivated, their excitement palpable. Around them, discussions of this nature echoed. And since the cafeteria was not crowded, Meng Ye and his companions overheard. They paid it little mind. A boost in strength and the desire to test oneself was a normal reaction, or at least that was Meng Ye's perspective. Chapter 67, The Grapevine of Always. Clang. Meng Ye emerged victorious. Nearly a month had passed since the return from the soul-hunting expedition, and the 7-member team representing the Spirit Hall had already been determined. There was no doubt about Hulaina and her 2 companions. Meng Ye was the vice-captain, yet his unique strength and methods often left others feeling somewhat out of place. In simple terms, Meng Ye had never considered collaborating with others, a sentiment shared by Hulaina and her companions. Even if Meng Ye chose not to participate, he would merely select 4 to fill the ranks. Currently, he opted for the 3 strongest soul powers available, which still amounted to mere numbers. Apart from a support-type soul master named Suyu, who wielded a level 48 radiant golden staff martial soul, the other 2 were insignificant in Meng Ye's eyes. Moreover, there was no synergy among the 4, let alone any semblance of cooperation. 3 attackers and 1 controller, this composition was inherently flawed. Meng Ye silently returned the fruit. Always cleared his throat and stated, "Ahem, the dean has considered the matter, and the committee of the academy has unanimously decided to reject it." Meng Ye blinked, patiently awaiting the continuation. Only then did Always delve into the crux of the matter, stating, however, "We sincerely hope that you can assume the responsibilities of the vice-captain for the academy's representative team." He skillfully cracked open a luscious, crimson melon, its juices flowing freely. Indeed, he was rather parched. Always remained unperturbed, simply gazing at Meng Ye with a smile, eagerly anticipating his response. Meng Ye was certainly not merely indulging in idle gossip. Rather, he was contemplating the implications of Ovis's words. It was indeed true that he held the position of vice-captain, yet it appeared that Hulaina was the captain. Furthermore, he had never believed that Hulaina and her companions would genuinely consider the synergy within the team. Had they not always fought independently, while others did the same? Their overwhelming prowess alone was sufficient to instill despair in the representatives of other academies. "What does the dean expect me to do?" Meng Ye inquired, wiping the corners of his mouth after his meal. "The dean recognizes your exceptional abilities and unparalleled understanding of martial souls. Thus, he hopes you will select a new batch of disciples to bolster the academy's representative team or serve as reserves for the preparatory squad. What do you think?" Ovis replied with a cunning smile reminiscent of a wily fox. "Such a task is hardly a responsibility for a vice-captain. At most, I would merely dismiss those who are unsatisfactory and invite those I find agreeable. Ultimately, the decision rests with the academy's higher-ups," Meng Ye asserted decisively. "Are you suggesting a complete replacement of Suyu and his companions?" Ovis was momentarily taken aback by Meng Ye's resolute stance. "Is that not a bit extreme?" "They are, after all, the most talented disciples after you. Does the dean believe they possess any real synergy with us?" Meng Ye asked. Ovis shook his head slightly. "Aside from Suyu's marginal supportive role, the others do not even add a finishing touch to our efforts." "Do you believe that, fighting independently? They stand a chance against the blue lightning tyrant dragon or the netherworld white tiger. This statement left Ovis momentarily speechless, and he could only manage a rueful smile as he continued to shake his head. The blue lightning tyrant dragon was universally recognized as the continent's premier beast martial soul. When it came to the strength of martial souls, both Yin and Xiaoyu would struggle to compete. The blue lightning tyrant dragon was certainly on par with them. Particularly in close combat, the white tiger martial soul could easily hold its own against Yin. As for Xiaoyu, he exhibited no glaring weaknesses. Xiaoyu is indeed commendable. At least he can provide support for the four of you, Ovis remarked. The dean must have heard of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School's seven-hearted skill. As a support-type soul master, relying solely on soul skills would yield rather limited effects. The enhancement provided by the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was specific to individual enhancements, not akin to an aura that instantaneously boosts everyone. This specificity accounted for their formidable amplification ratios, coupled with the sect's unique secret techniques. The enhancements from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower could reach their zenith, nearly achieving simultaneous multipliers for multiple individuals. Very well, yet they cannot be entirely dismissed. They should remain as a reserve team for unforeseen circumstances, Ovis conceded, albeit somewhat conservatively. Meng Ye did not respond, merely furrowing his brow slightly. What kind of reserve team was this? His intention was to select a few talented but still developing disciples to observe up close, simply to gain some experience. So you would undoubtedly have no chance to participate in the next tournament. He was too old, far past the point of growing any experience. Could he even master the secret techniques of the Seven Treasure Glazed Pagoda? Moreover, this fellow was Yan's staunch loyalist. Kicking him out was bound to stir discontent. And now to leave him dangling on the fringes, watching from the sidelines, wasn't that adding insult to injury? Dean. I still think. Meng Ye was about to refuse when, I'm counting on you. Ovis produced yet another watermelon. In the end, Meng Ye relented. It wasn't a major issue anyway. At worst, he could simply select a few more candidates. The reserve team wasn't entirely without opportunities to take the stage. Chapter 68, Selecting New Teammates the next day, at the Douluo Battle Arena. Humph. Yin stormed up to Meng Ye, his face twisted in anger. The latter was seated in the spectator stands, leisurely eating a slice of watermelon. What do you think you're doing? Yin snapped. Why did you kick out one of my men? Your man? Meng Ye glanced up at him, swallowing a bite of watermelon before asking, puzzled, who? Suyu. Ask anyone in the entire academy who doesn't know he's one of mine. Meng Ye set down the half-melon in his hand and retrieved a sheet of paper from his storage soul guide, densely filled with information and names of numerous students. This implies that factions have formed within the academy, where a group of family and noble offspring gather to collect intelligence and suppress talented disciples. You are involved in this, aren't you? Yin was momentarily taken aback. This was not a significant matter, so you, being an auxiliary soul master, naturally needed to curry favor with him by doing his bidding. Although the Advanced Soul Master Academy was small, it was replete with intrigue, and open or covert struggles were inevitable. As one of the Academy's most formidable geniuses, Yin, while not arrogant, was certainly not overly discreet. And he had made enemies along the way, those he could not deal with personally. Individuals like Suyu played a pivotal role in this scenario. I have no idea. It has nothing to do with me. Although Yan's expression was grim, he could only accept the situation. This incident, while minor, could tarnish his reputation, especially since he had just received the purple record badge, which was quite the news. What did you just say? Who in the academy does not know that he is associated with you? I crack. Yin nearly shattered a tooth in his fury. Yet he dared not confront Meng Ye too recklessly and could only walk away in frustration. After dismissing Yin, Meng Ye resumed eating the melon, contemplating the events taking place in the soul fighting arena. He did not wish to act this way, but in the realm of business, by whatever means. One must earn the respect of others, at least in one aspect. This was necessary to avoid any criticism, otherwise, the fairness would be compromised. What you are doing will not sit well with Yin. Hulaina approached, a drop of sweat gliding down her enchanting visage. It was unclear why. But after her martial soul's transformation, Hulaina could entirely control her alluring powers, at least enough not to incite distractions while walking down the street. Nevertheless, Meng Ye still sensed an almost imperceptible aura of charm emanating from her, capable of igniting a forbidden desire if one were not cautious. He glanced at Hulaina and frowned. Yin is not the key. His strength is inferior to mine, and he will never dare confront me directly. As for his subordinates, Captain, Vice Captain, good morning. At this moment, Siyu approached with a fawning expression, holding an exquisite lunchbox. Is there something you need? Meng Ye replied calmly, seemingly anticipating this encounter. This is a small gift for you, a token of respect. I apologize for any previous offenses. Please understood. You may leave now. Meng Ye waved his hand, accepting the lunchbox. Siyu bowed with a broad smile and retreated, his demeanor exceedingly cordial. Meng Ye then nonchalantly opened the box, revealing an array of exquisite delicacies: earth dragon tendons, extreme north ice shrimp, and eastern sea red ginseng. Such a box was not inexpensive. It contained limited dishes from the finest restaurant in Wuhuan City, priced at around 100 gold soul coins. What is happening here? Hulaina observed the scene with some surprise, puzzled by the situation. He is an auxiliary soul master, and naturally dares not offend me. The yin he relies upon now wishes to distance himself from him. Can you imagine the outcome if I were to have the Academy expel him based on those accusations? An auxiliary soul master with no background but decent talent would generally be treated as a guest by various sects or soul master families. Of course, that is the best-case scenario. The reality is that he might not survive long. There are many wolves and little prey. A pack of wolves feasting on a single car. Meng Ye possesses a unique philosophy regarding soul masters, one that is remarkably advanced, and Ovis aims to leverage this. While it may be unrealistic to expect him to identify a cohort of prodigies akin to himself, it would be beneficial to discern a suitable direction for the Academy's future development. This soul master system has remained largely unchanged for centuries. Liu sighed in relief. She felt a twinge of anxiety about the matter. As the Soul Master competition is not an event that just anyone can participate in, particularly as representatives of the Spirit Hall Academy. In recent competitions, the Academy's team has become synonymous with victory, bringing with it an even greater burden of pressure. Is my soul power too weak? Luo Xian timidly voiced her concern, feeling somewhat out of place among the crowd. Do not worry, it is merely a matter of gaining experience. The food system requires less hands-on combat experience. As long as you grasp the rhythm of the battle, Meng Ye reassured her. His selection of companions was not merely based on familiarity. These individuals indeed exhibited remarkable talent. Although Luo Xian's soul power may seem feeble, it does not diminish the utility of her soul skills, which are contingent upon the circumstances. Furthermore, the final individual, who appeared on the verge of collapse, was crucial. Chapter 69. Do not perish here. The seemingly aged disciple named Jeremy was a soul master. Yet he was merely 21 years old, possessing a 46th-level heavenly mechanism plate soul, classified as an auxiliary type. Despite being an auxiliary soul master, his cultivation level surpassed that of Suyo. However, his peculiar appearance and soul were so bizarre that the Academy regarded him as an eccentric, neither placing emphasis on him nor expelling him. He was often mistaken for a faculty member. Ah, ahem. Before he could complete his thought, Meng Ye's face darkened. I told you to lie down, not to actually die. He pressed his hand firmly against Jeremy's back, channeling a surge of immense soul power into him. A flash of electric light later, Jeremy's breathing stabilized. After a series of convulsions, Jeremy's consciousness finally steadied, not daring to provoke him further. Meng Ye simply let him sit in the spectator stance. This guy's soul skill was rather peculiar. It didn't require much experience or battlefield control. All he needed to do was follow orders at critical moments, unleash his soul skill, and then promptly lie down. Soon, a few more individuals arrived. Meng Ye naturally didn't have time to offer extensive guidance, but he could at least screen them or point them in the right direction. This was precisely what Ovis most wanted him to do, advising them on what type of soul rings to hunt, or suggesting supplementary methods for cultivation. With just a glance, Meng Ye could discern most of these details. Of course, not everyone was even qualified for such advice. A certain level of innate talent was required, and their existing soul rings, whether obtained through luck or effort, had to meet basic standards. Regrettably, most who met these conditions were disciples from established families. These scions would eventually graduate from the Spirit Hall Academy, with very few choosing to remain within the Spirit Hall. As a result, the instructors paid them little attention. Hulaina stood beside Meng Ye, idly observing. Originally, these tasks should have been hers, but the gap between her and Meng Ye was simply too vast. Even she herself was still receiving guidance from him. Understood. That's why I had them come, just to give the ordinary disciples a bit more experience. Meng Ye does not perceive himself as omnipotent. Rather, he understands the value of leveraging advantages. In his perspective, those soul master families with a lineage possess, at the very least, sound foundational soul rings and training methodologies. Crafting a comprehensive tutorial from scratch would be a time-consuming endeavor. Yet having access to existing educational materials significantly alters the landscape. Are you suggesting? Hulaina felt she was on the cusp of grasping the crux of the matter, though uncertainty lingered. Your soul skills, if I am not mistaken, should encompass enchantment. Foxtail needle, amplification of strength and speed, as well as enhancement of enchantment and illusion. How does it feel now that your fifth soul skill has transformed into mental impact? Meng Ye cast a glance at her and effortlessly articulated her soul skills. Although he had not inquired, a cursory observation would suffice to deduce nearly all details. Douluo, however, was taken aback, while such matters may seem straightforward in discourse. Discerning them without explicit revelation is no trivial task for outsiders. This undoubtedly signifies a considerable advancement. Nevertheless, had one possessed a modicum of understanding regarding mental prowess, or had they observed the soul ring configurations of other soul master families, they would have refrained from selecting the second and third soul skills in such a manner. The mere presence of two soul rings does not confer substantial physical lethality, and the ethereal fox martial spirit, not inherently of pure mental attribute, had its initial mental strength elevated to a level comparable to that of a formidable assault type due to these two rings. Typically, soul master families would not err in this fashion. After all, their enduring legacy speaks to their wisdom, and those unable to persist are deserving of their fate. The teacher permitted me to heed your counsel when absorbing soul rings. Douluo smiled gently and shook her head. She still did not fully comprehend that this necessitates the accumulation of extensive experience. Meng Ye furrowed her brow, perplexed by Bibi Dong's intentions. Was she suggesting that her own disciple should be instructed by others? The quality and longevity of spirit attribute soul rings are paramount. After casting a glance at her, she uttered a single remark before proceeding towards the soul fighting arena. The training was nearly complete. It was time to take a brief respite and enjoy lunch, for the afternoon would be dedicated to evaluating their achievements. So you and your companions come and assist. Just employ the tactics we have previously utilized. So you had not anticipated being singled out by Meng Ye, yet he rose to head towards the arena. However, before he could make his move, another figure stepped forward. I will. It was Yin, who seemed to be brimming with pent-up frustration, likely eager to reclaim his honor. Meng Ye did not oppose Yin leading the team. But there were only 4 members. No need, I can manage alone. Yin strode arrogantly onto the battle arena, knowing he was no match for Meng Ye. He sought to regain his pride against the others. Aware that Meng Ye was acquainted with Liu Yu and the others, his actions reflected a calculated intent. Under Yin's insistence, the battle commenced. With a resounding cheer, Liu Yu's first spirit ring illuminated, casting a brilliant light that compelled all present to squint, though not overwhelmingly intense. The radiance created an illusion akin to a thin veil obscuring their vision. For Yin, who bore the brunt of this attack, the effect was particularly disconcerting, akin to the haze of cataracts, rendering his sight momentarily unclear. With narrowed eyes and a grim expression, Yin slammed his hands on the ground, his own first spirit ring igniting in response. Unable to contend with Meng Ye, he was already simmering with anger, and thus his attack was merciless. He aimed to crush these insignificant foes before him. Boom! Terrifying lava erupted from beneath, instantly raising the surrounding temperature to a lethal level. And even more alarming was the relentless spread of the molten flow. The others, mid-technique, were momentarily taken aback by the sheer ferocity. Stay calm. Liu Ji will continue with the spirit technique. I will hold him off. Liu Yu, composed, stepped forward to shield against Yan's onslaught. The others felt a wave of relief wash over them, the pressure alleviating as they began to execute the strategy devised by Meng Ye. At the heart of the team stood Liu Ji, brother to Liu Yu, while behind him was Liu Ming, cradling a sunflower, gradually channeling her spirit power to empower Liu Ji. Thus, the luminous nature of their spirit abilities made it difficult to discern the techniques employed. Yet Meng Ye observed with clarity. Almost simultaneously, the spirit rings of the sunworm, light, and sunflower spirit abilities flared to life. These rings were identical, derived from a premier light attribute spirit beast, representing the core spirit technique of their family, sunlight radiance. However, the distinction lay in Liu Ming's enhancement of others' light attributes, while Liu Yu and Liu Ji augmented their own. Oh, has it already begun? The chrysanthemum Douluo appeared beside Meng Ye, observing the unfolding scene on the arena with keen interest. Chapter 70, The Celestial Mechanism Spirit. Meng Ye observed with clarity that the figure standing at the forefront, Liu Yu, possessed attributes that were truly formidable, teetering on the edge of perfection. The radiance surrounding her even distorted the air itself. At this moment, under Liu Ming's enhancement, Liu Ji's solar insect became even more resplendent. With the innate solar radiance soul skill and Liu Ming's secondary amplification, the solar insect transformed into an ultimate martial soul. In an instant, It was as if an artificial sun materialized above Lu Ji's head, whose soul power surged, breaking through the confines of the Soul King realm. With no sign of halting, Lu Ji unleashed his fourth soul skill, Light Explosion, a skill that had been acquired during a hunt undertaken by Meng Ye and his companions. Yet, this was not the culmination of the spectacle. With the appearance of a compass in Jeremy's hand, an aura of mystique enveloped him, as though he were channeling some profound celestial knowledge, emanating a mysterious glow. As the enigmatic light cocooned Lu Ji, the terrifying artificial sun, which was already nearing the Soul Emperor level, expanded exponentially in size. How could this be? A resounding crack echoed as the composed Douluo crushed the ground beneath him, his eyes filled with disbelief. Even as a titled Douluo, he found this spectacle astonishing. One could only imagine the reactions of others present. The luminous sphere now resembled the sun itself, radiating a deadly heat that warped the very fabric of reality. Lu Ji had previously utilized his third soul skill to amplify his attributes, and with the secondary enhancement from the solar flower, he had ascended to the pinnacle of power, nearly exuding the aura of a soul emperor, with the compass enhancing his soul skills yet again. Lu Ji's complexion flushed crimson as he felt the power surpassing his limits. Were it not for the compass's enhancements being solely directed at soul skills, and the fact that this technique was being released externally, he would have already been gravely harmed by his own soul skills backlash. Yan, realizing the gravity of the situation, understood that should this technique be unleashed, not even he, nor any soul emperor, could withstand its might. He could not fathom how several soul ancestors could amass such tremendous power in such a short span of time. He had only one desire now, to win. A torrent of flames, accompanied by swirling sands, surged towards the group, enveloping nearly half the arena. His fifth soul skill, Raging Sands and Blazing Flames, was Yan's most formidable 10,000-year soul skill, though it was an area of effect attack. The combined forces of fire and earth meant that those caught in it would not only endure the terrifying heat but also suffer grievous injuries from the abrasive sands. Were it not for the difficulty in controlling it, such a soul skill could easily obliterate a 7-member team composed of soul ancestors in the arena. On the other side, facing Yan's reckless soul skill assault, the 5 individuals turned pale. Even Lu Ji, the main attacker, found it challenging to maintain control over his soul skill. At this critical juncture, Liu, standing at the forefront, resolutely raised her hand to release her soul skill, buying time for Lu Ji. Having already utilized her third soul skill, Solar Radiance, she not only amplified the light attribute but also gathered surrounding light elements. When the 3 of them executed their abilities simultaneously, they could indeed amplify one another's powers. With her martial soul nearing its zenith of brilliance, Liu's strength surged. Suddenly, a chain formed from concentrated light elements ensnared Yan without warning, binding him firmly in place. Trivial technique. Let go of me, Yan roared, attempting to break free, only to hear the sound of the chain tightening. The light lock. Although her fourth soul skill was merely 4,000 years old, Liu's attributes were now approaching perfection, and Yan's soul enhancement skill only fortified his defenses, yielding no increase in strength. Even with an additional soul ring, he could not escape for the moment. More alarmingly, his soul power was gradually being suppressed and drawn back within him. The attack of Raging Sands and Blazing Flames was also momentarily stifled. Damn it! Sensing the impending suppression, Yan unleashed his soul power recklessly, causing the chains to begin to fracture. With a muffled grunt, Liu took a half-step back, glancing over her shoulder, exchanging a knowing look with her brother. They understood that Lu Ji had completed his soul skill, prompting Liu to decisively retreat. Lu Ji then directed the artificial sun above him downwards, causing the void to tremble. The lethal heat and fluctuations of soul power rendered the onlookers breathless, aside from Douluo. Perhaps only Meng Ye could maintain composure amidst such overwhelming force. With a sudden hum, Douluo appeared beneath the sun, raising his hand to reveal a brilliantly radiant, peculiar flower that enveloped the entire luminous sphere. 7th soul skill, true form of the weapon soul. Had he not been present, unforeseen calamities might have ensued, and it would not have been easy for Meng Ye to withstand such an attack. Thank you, Elder, Meng Ye said, offering a slight bow of gratitude to Douluo. Not at all, Douluo replied, smiling at Meng Ye. Whether his presence here was mere coincidence or fate, it was inconsequential. He was evidently more intrigued by the synergy displayed by Lu Ji and his companions. How did you come across these young talents? Douluo paused upon seeing Jeremy, surprised. Their 3 martial souls shared a common origin, ensuring seamless cooperation. As for the compass, it had piqued his curiosity. Meng Ye glanced at Jeremy, who lay motionless after expending his soul skill, while Lu Meng curiously observed him, wondering if he was still alive. The compass's singular effect was to amplify soul skills, nearly doubling the potency of any known soul skill. Naturally, the stronger the soul skill, the greater the soul power consumption, which might explain Jeremy's precarious state. Indeed. A pleasant surprise. The Pope wishes for you and Nar to make an appearance. Is this matter concluded? Douluo nodded, transitioning to the pressing matters at hand. Meng Ye cast a glance at Douluo and remarked, I shall attend shortly. As you wish, Douluo replied with a smile, unperturbed, and turned to depart. For ordinary disciples, even the elders would not dare to delay when summoned by Bibi Dong, yet Meng Ye and Hulaina were exceptions. Bibi Dong would not take offense. That will be all for today. The remaining matters can await further notice. Tomorrow, the list of official and reserve team members will be announced. Dismissed. Most disciples began to disperse, and Lu Yu approached with her companions. Meng Ye, that fellow seems to be in trouble. Lu Meng pointed at Jeremy. Meng Ye, glancing at Jeremy, who was barely clinging to life, he watched as the deacons from both academies carried him away. This wouldn't do. This was someone he had intended to nurture. Even in the later stages, no. It should be said that it was precisely in the later stages that this individual would become a true game changer, capable of doubling the effects of soul skills. In high-level battles, this wasn't merely a factor in determining victory or defeat. It could instantly turn the tide. Don't worry, you probably won't die. You may return and await further instructions. Wait, I refuse to accept this. Yan's face flushed with rage as he glared at Lu Yu and the other two. Clearly dissatisfied with the outcome of the match. He had been under Lu Yu's control for nearly the entire duration, unable to even unleash his full strength naturally. He was indignant. I gave you a chance. Tomorrow, there will be another opportunity for you to seek revenge. Meng Ye regarded Yin with an unreadable calm, though he said little more. The quiet authority in his gaze was enough to make Yin hesitate and cool his temper slightly. Meng Ye refrained from immediately heading to the papal palace to prevent Yin from causing trouble for others, intending to issue a warning. Luo Xian, unable to take the stage, felt somewhat dejected as she walked towards the arena's exit. Luo Xian, let's go together, Lu Meng said, rushing over to clasp her arm. Chapter 71. Methods to restrain the Haotian hammer. The papal palace. The Haotian hammer martial soul? Indeed, there are rumors of remnants of Haotian appearing in Tiando City. Given your understanding of martial souls, what do you think of the Haotian hammer? Bibi Dong's gaze was intense as it fell upon Meng Ye. At that moment, Meng Ye was somewhat taken aback. Had Tang San revealed himself prematurely? No, upon closer reflection. It seemed Tang San had not first showcased the Haotian hammer during the Soul Master competition. The encounter with Talon occurred when the Titan blocked the entrance of Shrek Academy. At that time, there were quite a few people present, making it entirely plausible for scouts to have spotted them. Bibi Dong likely only harbored suspicions. Your Majesty, you wish to inquire about methods to counter the Haotian hammer, do you not? Indeed, it is the strongest offensive martial soul on the continent. Bibi Dong had heard of Owase's high regard for Meng Ye, particularly regarding his understanding of martial souls, which inspired her line of questioning. After a moment of contemplation, Meng Ye raised his gaze and said, forgive my candor, but there is no such method. The Haotian hammer is revered as the most formidable weapon spirit. A fact that I believe His Holiness the Pope also comprehends in its full significance. Can it be that you cannot fathom this? Bibi Dong naturally cannot accept the notion of a weapon spirit devoid of weaknesses. Were that the case, the Haotian hammer would not merely be the premier assault spirit, but would hold the title of the continent's supreme weapon spirit. Neither the six-winged angel nor the sea god spirit dares to claim the title of the strongest. The Haotian hammer is not invincible. Without the profound legacy of the Haotian clan, it would merely be a top-tier weapon spirit. Meng Ye frowned and said, if there is indeed a feasible method, it would likely be to create a peerless technique that could rival it. This is the only approach he could conceive of, especially given the overwhelming dominance of the great Sumera hammer when wielded with the Haotian hammer. Even if he understood its principles, replicating such a divine skill would be nearly impossible. Tang Xin was truly a once-in-a-generation genius. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong fell into a brief silence. The primary reason she feared the Haotian sect lay precisely in this aspect. Otherwise, a few aged titled Douluos would hardly be worth her concern. As Meng Ye had pointed out, the Haotian hammer was merely a top-tier martial soul, not something elevated to the realm of myth. Suddenly, Bibi Dong cast a profound glance at Meng Ye, recalling the secret techniques he had mastered. Yet, she refrained from pressing further. The remnants of the Haotian sect bear an irreconcilable enmity with our spirit hall. Should you encounter them in the future, remember, show no mercy. Your disciple understands, Meng Ye nodded. Though inwardly indifferent, had fate not destined him to oppose Tang San, what connection would the Houtman sect have with him? You have performed admirably at the academy. If you require anything, simply inform Ovis, he will assist you. After offering a few words of encouragement, Bibi Dong dismissed him. You may leave now. As you command. Meng Ye departed from the papal palace, his mind consumed with contemplation. Bibi Dong's words served as a timely reminder. He would inevitably confront Tang San. And it was prudent to devise strategies in advance, at the very least to formulate methods of restraint. Although he had considered severing Tang San's opportunities directly, he refrained from such overt actions, for the concept of destiny was exceedingly enigmatic, and he could not ascertain whether his efforts might backfire. Take, for instance, the 8 spider lances and the celestial herbs. He awaited a resolution, pondering whether Tang San would regain those opportunities through a series of fortuitous events, grow even stronger, or perhaps meet with downfall. These uncertainties were matters he could not yet determine, serving as an exploration of fate itself. Lord Meng Ye, here is a letter for you. Upon his return to the academy, the steward presented him with an envelope. Thank you. As he accepted the letter, he noticed it was signed by Wang Shuo, who occasionally corresponded with him. In this era, sending a letter was no simple feat, boss. I've arrived in Heaven-Do City and will be exchanging at the Royal Academy for a year. It's utterly torturous. What are you up to? You're so handsome. There must be beautiful women surrounding you, right? Had I known, I would have infiltrated the Spirit Hall Academy too. I'm so envious. By the way, things have been quite chaotic in Do City lately. Just the other day, a Madden smashed the ground, creating a massive pit. It was terrifying. Chuckling, Meng Ye recognized that Wang Shuo's letters generally maintained this light-hearted tone, arriving at intervals. Thus, when he returned last time, he did not exhibit any signs of estrangement. Their relationship had always been amicable, akin to that of close friends. With Wang Shuo in Heaven-Do City, Meng Ye began to entertain some thoughts. Meng Ye continued, subsequently, we shall arrange some evenly matched one-on-one duels, primarily to familiarize everyone with their respective soul skills and combat styles. It won't be overly intense. Lu Ji nodded in agreement. Though rather exhausted, he was unwilling to squander this opportunity. Ultimately, Meng Ye had decided to designate the 3 of them as the core combatants. Lu Ming's soul power might be somewhat lacking, yet her healing and enhancement abilities were no weaker than the Golden Scepter. More crucially, when paired with either Lu Ji or Lu Yu, their combined strength could instantly elevate to the level of a Soul King. Her synergy with Lu Yu was particularly exceptional, capable of unleashing area of effect crowd control that could annihilate entire enemy teams. Jeremy served as a reserve, to be deployed when necessary. He was their trump card. As for the others, the original trio, including Su Yu, had been reassigned to the backup team as substitutes. As for Luo Xian, come with me. Having finalized the training arrangements, Meng Ye led Luo Xian to a combat arena. There, an instructor stood waiting on the opposite side, none other than Shi Chong, who had once accompanied Ghost Douluo to guide them in spirit hunting. Thank you for your assistance, Meng Ye acknowledged with a nod toward Shi Chong. No trouble at all. However, my strength is formidable. Are you certain about this? Yes. I appreciate your effort. With another nod, Meng Ye signaled Luo Xian to conjure 2 buns for him before directing her to step outside the arena. Crackle. Amidst a surge of electric arcs, 5 soul rings manifested purple. Purple, black, black, black. Since departing from the Eastern Sea Abyss, he had refined his 1st and 3rd soul rings through hunting spirit essences. The reward that enhanced soul rings by 5,000 years had been applied to his 3rd soul skill. Having mastered the pinnacle of thunder, he had long envisioned developing his strength after obtaining his 5th soul ring. Thus, the potency of his lightning spear had to be amplified. Very well. Then be prepared. Shi Chong roared, his body swelling explosively as the 7th and final ring among his optimally configured soul rings ignited. Bear martial soul, true body. His colossal frame, even while crouched, loomed nearly 5 meters tall, the oppressive aura of a soul sage crashing forth like a tidal wave. Meng Ye consumed 2 steam buns directly, representing Luo Xian's 2nd and 3rd soul abilities. The 3rd soul ability, Purification, grants immunity to soul power, attributes, and aura suppression effects for a duration of 5 minutes. The 2nd soul ability, Amplification, enhances strength by 30 for a duration of 10 minutes. Even the oppressive soul power of a soul sage, with its extreme attributes, cannot be completely disregarded, but with these 2 enhancements, Meng Ye can unleash his full potential. Chapter 72, Victory. Roar. The barbaric bear martial soul unleashed its battle roar, going berserk with a fierce charge. In the manifestation of his martial soul, he executed a signature series of skills, charging towards Meng Ye with terrifying might, causing the entire soul-fighting arena to tremble. Ziz. Clang. With the augmentation provided by Luo Xian, Meng Ye's already formidable strength surged to an even greater level. The Thunderstrike spear in his hand resembled a divine weapon, and amidst the exaggerated disparity in size, the spear collided with the bear claws of the barbaric bear. Boom. In the midst of a fierce explosion, Meng Ye was propelled back to the edge of the arena. Taking a deep breath, he felt a transformation occur within him, his stature expanding to over 3 meters, while a brilliant silver light erupted from his entire being. His martial soul underwent a secondary awakening at the silver level. With the stacking of the blood essence secret technique, the god of war body emerged. Meng Ye found himself in a position where he scarcely required the assistance of amplification-type soul skills, for any further augmentation would prove overwhelming for his physique. With merely these 2 elements, his combat prowess soared to its zenith. The second soul ring then illuminated, and in an instant, boom. The arena trembled beneath his feet as Meng Ye's speed transcended the limits of the naked eye. A terrifying lightning aura enveloped Shiqing, unleashing relentless assaults. Even with the formidable defenses of his martial soul manifested, Shiqing found himself being pushed back under the sheer ferocity of Meng Ye's explosive power. Attempting to break free with a charging bear technique, he was met with a thunderous fist that sent him reeling. With a surge of energy, the lightning intensified, culminating in a devastating strike as Meng Ye unleashed a Thunderstrike spear. Realizing he could not contend with Meng Ye's velocity, Shiqing activated his 5th soul skill, Barrier, curling his body into a spherical form while a robust, earth-tone soul power shield materialized around him. As a martial soul that emphasized both strength and defense, this maneuver was capable of withstanding a full-force assault from a soul saint of equivalent rank. Boom. Meng Ye's combat style is characterized by a singular concept, explosive power. Absolutely unparalleled in its ferocity. Once initiated, it is nearly impossible to halt until the battle reaches its conclusion. The terrifying might of thunderous energy crashed violently against Shiqing's defensive soul technique. Even without employing the ultimate thunder, the attribute suppression was palpable, and the soul power barrier shattered in an instant. Beneath the physical defense formed by his martial soul's true body, Shiqing was still forcefully propelled backwards several meters. Seizing the moment, Meng Ye showed no signs of hesitation. Like a cheetah, he suddenly appeared before Shiqing, manifesting the Thunderstrike spear, poised to thrust. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. The commotion from this clash reverberated through the entire battle arena, the sheer power of their confrontation far more awe-inspiring than any ornate soul technique. While radiant soul skills only reveal their effects, true power allows those in proximity to tangibly experience the earth-shattering impact. Gula swallowed hard, his gaze transfixed on the seemingly sinking battle platform. Initially harboring some animosity towards Meng Ye, he now found himself utterly reconciled. What kind of monster have I offended? While there are soul emperors capable of engaging with soul saints, few can contend with a soul saint wielding their martial soul's true form and emerge unscathed. The martial soul's true form signifies a qualitative transformation, rendering soul saints nearly invincible against opponents who have yet to reach such a level. Moreover, the disparity brought about by a soul ring is substantial, and in this case, there are 2. Although both combatants possess 3 10,000-year soul rings. Meng Ye's ability to unleash power rivaling that of a soul saint left everyone in a state of profound astonishment. He maintained the upper hand throughout the encounter. Bang. Boom. What is happening? Even Ovis was taken aback. The entire battle arena trembled, the disturbance impacting the academy itself. The principal, sure, and teacher Shiqing are engaged in combat. A trembling soul emperor teacher pointed towards the arena, where the battle was drawing to a close. And Shiqing had been forced to the very edge of the fighting platform. The arena is not a place for life and death. Falling from the stage constitutes a loss, rendering further conflict unnecessary. His eyes widened, and his grizzled beard bristled with indignation as he exclaimed, "Nonsense. Why are you not intervening?" The Martial Soul Hall Academy does not prohibit, but rather encourages, sparring among students. However, this has escalated to an unacceptable degree. He would believe it was a life-and-death struggle. Meng Ye clarified that this was merely a sparring session, and we must not interfere. The teacher found himself in a predicament. While they could intervene due to Meng Ye's purple badge, the appearance of the Elder's command forced them to weigh whose orders to heed, Ovis's or his own. Ovis gasped in exasperation as he observed the intensifying battle, hesitating to intervene. Despite being a soul Douluo, his age and the non-power attribute of his martial soul made him wary of potential repercussions should he intervene. Such a lively commotion. What is transpiring? The figure of Douluo materialized behind Ovis without warning, astonished by the spectacle unfolding in the arena. Elder, I do not know. I implore you to take action. Ovis, after his initial shock, could only request Douluo's intervention. No need. Is this not an exhilarating contest? Why should we interrupt? Douluo observed the duel with a smile. His voice smooth and enigmatic. What Ovis perceived as a terrifying confrontation, Douluo regarded merely as a sparring session. Yet, witnessing such a duel between a soul saint and a soul king was undeniably astonishing. He had simply passed by, drawn by the noise, and was taken aback by the scene before him. A flicker of inscrutable emotion flashed in his eyes as he scrutinized Meng Ye's combat approach. The soul techniques were domineering. The transformation secrets even more so, and the speed and precision of his movements and attacks were as swift as thunder, yet remarkably accurate. Just how many hidden talents does this young man possess? The abilities wielded by Meng Ye are largely unfamiliar to him, and he can only simplistically categorize them as self-created soul techniques. However, relying solely on self-created soul techniques cannot bridge the fundamental gap between a soul king and a soul saint. The disparity in soul power is immense. A difference of over 20 levels in power, speed, and defense is simply incalculable. The potential advantage of 2 soul rings at a 20th level soul power is unfathomable. Yet, through multiple instances of absorbing soul rings beyond his level, Meng Ye has ingeniously erased this gap. A thunderous roar reverberated through the arena as Qing teetered on the brink of falling from the stage, his body severely injured by lightning power. In a moment of desperation, he unleashed his 6th soul skill, the barbaric bear shockwave. This formidable 10,000-year soul skill, derived from a ground dragon soul beast, unleashed a terrifying orange-yellow energy that erupted forth. In the guise of his martial soul, he launched this powerful attack at close range towards Meng Ye. At that instant, even Douluo felt a tinge of anxiety, his soul power surging dramatically. Outside the soul fighting arena, Luo Xian stood frozen, her mind blank. With a resounding boom, the entire arena trembled as a shadow was forcefully blasted out of the confines of the stage, crashing down beneath the earth. Gasping heavily at the edge of the arena, Meng Ye's body had reverted to its original size. Not only that, but his martial soul had also been retracted into his body due to the depletion of soul power. He had truly reached his limit. Nevertheless, his achievements shone brightly. Qing bore significant injuries, and after narrowly evading that last strike, he was ultimately knocked unconscious by a thunderbolt spear. With the cultivation of a soul king, he had triumphed over a soul saint, not just any random opponent, but a formidable expert among soul saints. This accomplishment is undeniably remarkable, even when viewed against the entire history of the Douluo continent. Chapter 73, Untitled, in simple terms. The author couldn't think of a title, so they just settled for one. A soul saint, a power-type soul saint, was defeated head-on. Yes, the subordinate happened to pass by and witness the entire event. Unsurprisingly, Douluo promptly reported the situation to Bibidong. A flicker of disbelief crossed Bibidong's eyes. She too found it inconceivable that any method could enable a soul king to vanquish a soul saint, unless one possessed twin martial souls. With both souls simultaneously enhancing their soul rings, perhaps that could mitigate the vast disparity. However, no twin martial soul would dare to do so, as randomly attaching soul rings to a second martial soul before reaching the title of Douluo is not only a waste but also a path to ruin. No one understands the method of cultivating twin martial souls better than she does. Was there no sign of a second martial soul? Bibidong had once speculated that Meng Ye might possess a second martial soul, but without any evidence, it remained mere conjecture. Given her own level of cultivation, she could not perceive it, thus abandoning the notion. No, his combat style is uniquely his own. The explosive power of his secret techniques is remarkably formidable, perhaps rivaling that of his martial soul's true form. At this juncture, Douluo could only voice his judgment. Meng Ye's soul power aura had remained unchanged throughout. Thus it was impossible for him to employ a second martial soul. Secret techniques. Bibidong furrowed her brows, pausing in silence for a moment before saying, "Very well. Let always act according to his own ideas. As you wish." Bibidong could not fathom Meng Ye's motives, yet it was evident that his actions were deliberate and methodical. She was not concerned that he would squander his talents. Furthermore, regarding whether this matter needed to be addressed, no need. Suppress it. Affirmative. Ordinarily, such an event could significantly enhance one's reputation. For a soul king defeating a soul saint is no trivial matter, and Bibidong was somewhat taken aback. The martial soul fusion technique of Xiaoyu and Hulaina had previously triumphed over a soul emperor, and the announcement of the issuance of the purple record badge was intended to further elevate their standing. Overcoming the strong with the weak evokes a sense of inexplicable awe in anyone's eyes. Bibidong's decision to suppress this event was simple: the tall tree catches the wind. And Hulaina and her companions had also received the purple record badge. If Meng Ye's achievements shine too brightly, they may completely overshadow the other three, especially Hulaina. If the gap becomes too vast, even if she wishes for Hulaina to inherit the position of Pope, it would likely prove difficult. Meanwhile, Meng Ye was recovering his soul power. With the dual assistance of Luo Xian and Lu Ming, his recovery was swift. "I can't take it anymore." Thud. "Stop fooling around." Liu lightly smacked the mischievous Lu Ming on the head. Her Sunflower Spirit's second soul skill was soul power recovery, a single target ability, yet its effects were remarkably potent. To put it simply, with her soul ancestor cultivation, as long as she continuously channeled it onto one person, it could roughly generate the soul power equivalent of 3 soul ancestors. Earlier, when suppressing Yin and the other 3 alongside Lu Yu, this skill had been indispensable. TCH, pouting. Lu Ming continued releasing her soul power. Luo Xian, standing quietly to the side, pursed her lips slightly. Her first soul skill restored both soul power and injuries, and she had poured all her remaining soul power into Meng Ye. However, as a soul elder, her efforts alone weren't enough to fully replenish him immediately. A few minutes later, Meng Ye finally regained his full soul power, and the internal injuries sustained during the battle were mostly healed. Exhaling a turbid breath, he felt his soul power surge with renewed vitality. "You're awake." The first sight that greeted him was Luo Xian's breathtakingly beautiful face. Meng Ye paused briefly before nodding in acknowledgement. Rising to his feet, he retrieved an emerald green leaf from his storage spirit tool. A faint medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. Summoning an attendant, he instructed, "Give this to teacher Shiqing. It will aid his recovery." After all, it was he who had sought Shiqing to test his strength. Though both had held back in their final exchange, Shiqing had still suffered significant injuries. Without this dragon's tongue leaf, even with the help of a healing-type spirit master, his recovery would take considerable time, not to mention the backlash from his spirit avatar. Yes, the attendant accepted the leaf with reverence before departing. "What's this?" Lu Ming blinked curiously. Leaning in closer. "A medicinal herb," Meng Ye explained. "It stabilizes one's foundation, replenishes vitality, and aids in both injury recovery and soul power enhancement." As he spoke, he took out another leaf and consumed it. One was enough to turn severe injuries into minor ones, though he didn't strictly need it. He preferred to avoid any hidden, lingering damage. Lu Ming simply stared at him without a word, her large eyes sparkling expectantly. Unable to resist, Meng Ye handed her a leaf. Smack. Liu intercepted Lu Ming before she could recklessly devour the precious herb, scolding sternly, "This is a rare treasure of nature. How can you waste it so carelessly?" But he ate one too. "I just wanted to taste it." Rubbing her head, Lu Ming pouted at her elder sister before pointing accusingly at Meng Ye. "You." Meng Ye paid no mind. To him, the leaf was tea particularly valuable, not because it lacked worth, but because he rarely sustained injuries serious enough to require it. Meng Ye would not easily allow himself to sustain any grave injuries. Should he bear a wound that is difficult to heal, it could significantly impact his future endeavors. A scenario he resolutely forbids. Luo Xian stood beside him, her countenance adorned with a smile. Witnessing Meng Ye's recovery, she felt a sense of relief. However, it appeared that the depletion of her soul power was rather severe. As she relaxed, a sensation of lightheadedness washed over her. Her body, no longer under her control, began to tilt to the side. Awakened by the sudden shift, she found herself utterly weak and feeble, and thus could only close her eyes in anticipation of the impending pain. Contrary to her expectations, the anticipated ache did not manifest. Instead, a strong arm caught her. The moment they made contact, Meng Ye sensed the complete exhaustion of her soul power, stirring a myriad of emotions within him. Upon being caught, Luo Xian felt a pang of panic. At that moment, Meng Ye was not clad in attire, his pants remained intact. Yet her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she attempted to struggle. However, her inherently delicate physique was presently weakened, rendering her even more pliable and powerless. "Let us take a moment to rest." Meng Ye, feeling helpless, could only assist Luo Xian to a nearby resting area, where she gradually felt better. "Luo Xian, are you all right?" Lu Ming, ceasing her previous antics, leaned forward with concern. I'm fine." Her frail visage bore an unusual blush. Not a fleeting moment of vitality, but rather a simple expression of shyness. Meng Ye once again produced a leaf of dragon ginseng and brought it to Luo Xian's lips. "Consume it. It will be beneficial for you." Although still somewhat at a loss, Luo Xian felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance upon seeing Meng Ye, and she swallowed the leaf. It is a common affliction among support-type soul masters that their physical constitution is generally weak. While beast martial spirits or weapon martial spirits may possess battle soul masters who, even devoid of soul power, remain significantly stronger than ordinary individuals, support-type soul masters, when stripped of their soul power, are indeed no different from the average person, unless there is a fortuitous encounter or through rigorous training. One cannot expect support-type soul masters to demonstrate any combat prowess. However, Meng Ye was somewhat astonished by Luo Xian's soul power level, merely half a year ago. She had just acquired her third soul ring, and now she had already reached level 35. If this pace continues, she is likely to approach level 40 by the conclusion of the Soul Master competition. Such a rate of advancement is undeniably swift, especially considering that Luo Xian is a few years younger than Lu Ming. Meng Ye, our training here has concluded. At this moment, Hu Laina approached. As the others had already been dismissed and were gradually departing from the battle arena. With a smile, she gazed at Luo Xian and said, "Hello." Chapter 74. Wang Shua's Mission Wuhuan Temple Academy, Cafeteria, Second Floor Private Room. Meng Ye and the others were enjoying a meal together, which was perfectly normal. Merely a way to replenish some energy after their training. However, Hu Laina also arrived, followed closely by Xiaoyu and Yin. Xiaoyu is Hu Laina's brother, and Yin was just tagging along. At the table laden with dishes, only Meng Ye was genuinely indulging in the feast, while the others seemed somewhat restrained in their enjoyment. Meng Ye felt rather indifferent, as everyone present were of the same age. Dining did not require excessive formality. Hu Laina appeared to be quite intrigued by Luo Xian, engaging in lively conversation filled with laughter. "Oh, Luo Xian, are you in the same class as Meng Ye?" "Yes." It was unclear whether it was Hu Laina's enchanting charm that captivated both genders or some other reason, but Luo Xian exhibited no signs of discomfort. The two even delved into discussions about their personal preferences, seemingly embodying the camaraderie of close friends, albeit viewed as somewhat peculiar by onlookers. Xiaoyu, being familiar with Hu Laina, understood that his sister would not easily become so intimate with someone without reason, yet he could not pinpoint what felt amiss. Yin, on the other hand, fixated on Meng Ye, rapidly consuming his meal as if to assert his worth through his appetite. Lu Yu and the others hesitated to speak, as the four from the Spirit Hall Academy who had obtained the purple badge were present, although they shared a decent rapport with Meng Ye. An inexplicable sense of oppression lingered in the air. Only Lu Mingdong seemed restless, glancing around incessantly. "Are you really able to eat like this?" He finally directed his gaze towards Jeremy, who was seated alone but had also received an invitation. Meng Ye placed great importance on his soul skills, and Ovis also exceptionally elevated his treatment. "No. No problem?" His hands trembled uncontrollably even while eating, as if the food might slip onto the table at any moment. This state hardly convinced anyone that he was fine. Strangely enough, his soul power consumption wasn't excessive. Whether amplifying Lu Ji's abilities or intermittently boosting Lu Ming's supportive soul skills, he never depleted his soul power. Yet his body simply couldn't endure the strain, collapsing before the battle concluded. Moreover, his amplification could affect supportive type soul skills, an anomaly in itself. Normally, supportive types cannot amplify fellow supportive types without suffering backlash. Not even food-type soul masters, as they technically fall under the supportive category. Upon reflection, it made sense. If two supportive types endlessly amplified each other, what would that entail? Jeremiah's unique case led Meng Ye to speculate that his amplification didn't target the soul master directly but rather enhanced the soul skill itself, thus circumventing this limitation. As the meal concluded, the group dispersed. Lu Yu and the others departed, while Jeremiah was escorted away by Lu Ji, no less. Though one couldn't shake the concern that he might collapse midway. Luo Xian headed home, making her way toward the academy gates, while Hu Laina proceeded to the Pope's Hall. Yu, who typically accompanied Hu Laina, initially intended to follow but was deterred by her sharp glance. "What's your fifth soul ring?" Yin, for reasons unknown, refrained from provoking Meng Ye this time, merely inquiring about his fifth soul ring. Frowning slightly, Meng Ye replied calmly, 50,000-year tier. "Don't even consider it." Humph. Veins bulged on Yan's forehead, his resentment palpable. Yet in the soul master world, strength reigned supreme, defeat left no room for complaint. Without another word, Yin turned and left, with Yu following suit. Thus passed approximately a month. The Spirit Hall Academy buzzed with preparations for the upcoming Soul Master Tournament. Merchants arriving in Spirit City from across the continent brought tidings. Talented soul masters from various academies had already gathered in the imperial capitals of the two great empires. Months prior, the Spirit Hall and the two empires had reached an agreement regarding the tournament. Preliminary and advancement rounds would take place within the two empires. each granted one direct qualification slot. The top 15 from the advancement rounds would proceed to Spirit City for the finals, including the 2 Empire-sponsored teams. 33 teams would compete, though the outcome would likely boil down to the Imperial teams facing the Spirit Hall representatives. Boss, I've gathered intel. There was indeed a fight on the streets that day, a Soul King versus a Soul Elder. The commotion was significant, and a Soul Douluo eventually intervened. Witnesses were knocked unconscious, so details remain unclear. As for that so-called Shrek Academy, it was reportedly renamed recently, formerly known as Blue Tyrant Academy. Rumor has it the headmaster gifted the institution to an old flame. Cough, just joking. The Shrek 7 Devils are quite enigmatic, but I've uncovered some intel. They're nearing level 40, all remarkably young. The Soul Elder involved in the fight was one of them. Do you know them, boss? Wang Shua. Reading Wang Shua's letter. Meng Ye's gaze sharpened. Just as he'd suspected, he had intercepted the immortal herbs, yet Tang San's group still broke through their bottlenecks prematurely. Reaching level 40 wasn't extraordinary, but achieving it at an average age of 15 without immortal herbs bordered on fantasy. Hulaina's trio, now 21 or 22, had only recently broken through to Soul King status, earning them the title of Spirit Hall's Golden Generation. Consider Wind Laughing Sky from the Elemental Academies, though approaching level 50. He was already 24, nearly exceeding the tournament's age limit. Others hovered around 20, still distant from level 50, excluding Meng Ye himself as an outlier. This era defined geniuses as those reaching Soul Ancestor level by their early 20s. Breaking through to Soul Ancestor by 18 marked indisputable top-tier talent. As for 15-year-olds, only divine-level martial souls or extraordinary fortune could explain such feats. Meng Ye's body had undergone systematic reconstruction, and his innate talent was, in fact, not inferior to that of a divine-level martial soul. Coupled with the experiences accumulated over a lifetime and the abundance of fortuitous opportunities, he had reached his current state. After a moment of contemplation, he penned a letter and dispatched it again, this time utilizing expedited channels for delivery. 9 days later, outside the royal city of Tiando. At the Tiando Royal Academy, Wang Sha received the letter. Despite the expedited service, it still took 9 days for the letter to arrive in Tiando City. Just as the Soul Master competition was approaching. A letter from the boss. Thank you for your trouble. In the future, please deliver my letters promptly. This is for you. Wang Sha tossed a gold soul coin to the messenger upon receiving the letter. Thank you. The messenger, clearly surprised by this unexpected reward, knew that although the Tiando Royal Academy was filled with nobles and royal members, few could rival Wang Shua's wealth. Having mingled with Meng Ye in various black markets, soul fighting arenas, and even auction houses over the years, Wang Shua's already considerable business acumen had flourished rapidly. His principle was simple. If a matter could be resolved with money, it was not a problem. He opened the envelope and began to read. After a moment, a frown creased Wang Shua's face as he remarked, "Boss, this puts me in a difficult position." "Wang Shua, what is the matter?" At that moment, a charming young woman in the academy's uniform approached, affectionately linking her arm with his. "It's nothing," Wang Shua replied, swiftly tucking the letter into his storage soul guide, ensuring she did not see its contents. "I might have to leave the academy soon to request a leave of absence from the committee. Is there something I can assist with? I can ask my father for help." "No need. Your father doesn't think highly of me. It's best I handle this myself. My boss has assigned me a challenging task, and I must see it through." Chapter 75, Selection of Soul Bones. Wang Shua. Who is this boss of yours? Why do you follow his orders so readily? The young woman expressed her discontent, frowning. After all, Wang Shua was a member of royalty, albeit not from the Tiando imperial family, and she found it somewhat unsatisfactory that he lacked the nobility typical of the aristocracy. "You wouldn't understand. My boss is quite formidable. Even if I told you, you wouldn't grasp it. Anyway, I'll bring you a gift when I return. Enjoy your time." Wang Shua offered a perfunctory response before making his way outside the academy. Although somewhat displeased with Wang Shua's demeanor, she chose not to dwell on it, as they were indeed in a relationship. Meanwhile, Wang Shua descended from the mountain where the Tiando Royal Academy was situated. The exaggerated weight of his descent made the journey challenging for his unprepared mind. "Boss, if you assign me such tasks again, I might just sever ties with you." He steeled himself and headed towards the Tiando Royal City. After approximately a day's journey within the Imperial City, Wang Shua returned to the academy, bringing back a cat girl for his girlfriend. "Wang Shua, are you trying to kill me? Spare me." The entire Tiando Academy echoed with Wang Shua's cries that day. "What is happening?" "I'm not sure. That is an exchange student, supposedly a descendant of some noble from Salik. TSK, I wonder what the little princess sees in him." Perhaps it's his wealth. Didn't you see that chubby fellow scattering gold soul coins everywhere? Humph. He'll run out of money eventually, that detestable fat man. It is natural for jealousy to arise when some live in abundance, as fairness is a rare commodity in this world. As for Wang Shua's tendency to distribute money freely, it was indeed true. His family held an hereditary title, primarily engaging in commerce, rendering them the wealthiest in all of Salik, even within the Tiando Empire. While many nobles were affluent, few could rival Wang Shua's financial prowess. After all, wealth does not come easily. Wang Shua's advantage lay in his ability to transform his resources into tangible wealth rather than idly awaiting fortune. About a month later, Meng Ye finally received Wang Shua's reply. Ugh, boss, I've suffered greatly to assist you. My girlfriend is threatening to break up with me. If you don't compensate me the next time we meet, I might just sever ties with you. Meng Ye paused, pondering the implications of this situation. What did this fellow mean? It was merely a matter of investigating some issues. Yet it seemed his girlfriend had vanished. Furthermore, what relevance did this hold for him? He chuckled softly, shaking his head as he continued to read. It appeared that Wang Shua had not disappointed him. Boss, I managed to secure a batch of scouts to investigate that Shrek Academy. The one named Tang San has been thoroughly scrutinized, and it appears he indeed possesses a soul bone. Moreover, it is said that they arrived from Soto City just 6 months ago, where he was still a soul master at that time. Among the Shrek 7 monsters, there are members from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and suspected ties to the Douluo imperial family. That Ning Rongrong is quite adorable, and Zhu Qing is remarkably imposing. Ahem. Returning to the main point, they ventured into the Sunset Forest for soul hunting 10 days ago. The scouts I deployed disguised as mercenaries managed to gather intelligence that Tang San is quite formidable. He, much like you, boss, has absorbed soul rings beyond his level, although it is certain he does not surpass your prowess. Additionally, boss, by the time this letter reaches you, the elite tournament for advanced soul masters across the continent should have commenced. In a few months, I shall visit you in Wuhuan City for some camaraderie. You must strive to excel. With a smile, Meng Ye tucked the letter away, his demeanor gradually shifting to one of calm, even tinged with a hint of coldness. He now held a remarkably clear assessment of this so-called fate, which seemed almost infallible, akin to an established program. Even if certain influences arose, they appeared to be corrected or patched through various means. Given the circumstances, he relinquished any further ambitions to impact Tang San. Instead of fixating on him, he resolved to dedicate more time to enhancing his own strength. Knock, knock, knock. Meng Ye, the teacher has summoned us to find her. Meng Ye opened the door and was greeted by the sight of Hu Laina. Without hesitation, he remarked, "Let us go." This recurring summons had become a vexing burden, significantly impeding both his training time and efficiency. Upon their arrival at the Spirit Hall, they were met with an unexpected figure, clad in an opulent robe of deep green, his hair and beard entirely white. This appearance was unusual. Under normal circumstances, one would expect him to exhibit green hair as a result of his own toxic afflictions. Upon seeing Meng Ye, he nodded amicably, acknowledging, "I have met your holiness." "Ah, Meng Ye, Laina, today marks the commencement of the Soul Master competition. I summoned you primarily to allow you to select appropriate rewards," Bibi Dong stated with a smile. This expression seemed to extend beyond Hu Laina alone. Meng Ye felt a disquieting discomfort under her gaze, yet he refrained from voicing his unease. "Teacher, might this be somewhat inappropriate?" Hu Laina expressed her concern, considering that the Soul Master competition had not yet concluded. Although the prizes were indeed provided by the Spirit Hall, their intent was largely to generate momentum for the competition and for their group, and they possessed absolute confidence. However, such actions could easily attract criticism, especially from the elders within the Spirit Hall, not all of whom possessed suitable soul bones. Bibi Dong's actions felt somewhat disheartening. Was it not true that each title Douluo was a cornerstone of the Spirit Hall? Yet, Bibi Dong merely shook her head slightly and stated, "It matters not. This is the decision of the Elder Hall. I am simply here to facilitate your selection of appropriate rewards." Meng Ye felt a twitch in his eyelid, aware that Hu Laina's concerns were entirely unfounded. It was likely that the entire Elder Hall would not dare to oppose Bibi Dong. Although those in the worshipful ranks held high status, who among them, aside from Qian Dalu, would dare to challenge Bibi Dong? Not to mention a few soul bones. As long as Bibi Dong did not touch Qian Rinxue, she could deplete the entire treasury of the Spirit Hall, and Qian Dalu would still not show himself. Like all hereditary families, the legacy of the six-winged angel, a divine martial soul, was the foundation of the Spirit Hall. "Follow me," Bibi Dong declared as she rose, preparing to lead the two to the treasury. However, she turned to Poison Douluo and remarked, "Are you truly expecting me to personally escort you?" Your Holiness. I wouldn't dare trouble you, Poison Douluo replied with a respectful bow before turning to exit the hall of the Pope. Having previously abducted Meng Ye, Bibi Dong had known Meng Ye approach the corner and retrieve the book, which was nearly half destroyed. Upon merely glancing at the remaining content, he felt a pang of headache. Intricate lines delineated a plethora of runes and patterns, intertwining with one another. Not only was comprehension elusive, but even disentangling the individual elements proved to be an insurmountable challenge. Moreover, as he progressed further into the text, the complexity escalated to a point where discerning the specific meanings became nearly impossible. Nevertheless, he surmised the nature of this artifact. It was a blueprint for a soul guide device, although many parts were missing, rendering the latter sections entirely indecipherable. The information contained within undoubtedly pertained to the long-lost techniques of soul guide devices. In this era, the origins and decline of the soul guide devices circulating in the market have become utterly obscure. Yet, from the existing fragments of these devices, it is evident that there once existed a remarkably prosperous age of soul guide technology, which ultimately succumbed to an unknown demise. What? You can decipher the contents within? Bibi Dong appeared behind Meng Ye, wielding a scepter. I cannot comprehend it, but if my disciple has no interest in the soul bone, might this artifact serve as a reward? Meng Ye directly seized the tattered book, a cloud of dust enveloping him, revealing that this object had undoubtedly accumulated years of neglect in this place. Moreover, it appeared not to have been torn but bore signs of scorching. Nevertheless, despite its presence, this artifact remained indecipherable, devoid of significance. One could take it away, yet the soul bone remained an option to be selected. Bai Dong gestured with her hand, indicating that Meng Ye could choose the soul bone. As she had stated, this object was indeed beyond comprehension, likely preserved here merely as a relic. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will choose this one, Meng Ye said, casually pointing to a soul bone without any deliberation. 20,000-year-old left-arm soul bone of the celestial tree? Bai Dong approached the shelf, initially expecting Meng Ye to select a more impressive piece, only to be taken aback by his choice. With a furrowed brow, she remarked, "This soul bone appears to Sir." Meng Ye shook his head. He found the soul bones here unworthy of his attention. The finest among them barely exceeded a mere 10 pieces over 50,000 years, with a few reaching 80,000 years. However, upon entering, he had already scanned them with his mental perception and determined that none truly met his expectations. Perhaps most of them were remnants passed down from the former titled Douluos, resulting in damage or a depletion of soul power, which further diminished their quality. Nevertheless, the Spirit Hall's presentation of several soul bones as rewards was merely a show of grandeur, and he felt compelled to select one. As he genuinely had no desire for these artifacts, Bibi Dong evidently recognized this sentiment and refrained from further commentary. "Master, I have made my choice," Hulaina said, approaching with a piece of soul bone that resembled a blue crystal. "This is the wisdom skull, derived from a 60,000-year-old azure sea spirit monkey. It was indeed the best preserved and highest quality piece available, perfectly suited for Hulaina." "Very well," Bibi Dong replied, accepting the soul bone while also taking the piece Meng Ye had casually selected. "Allow me to hold on to this for you. It shall be yours after the competition. Let us proceed." "Indeed," Hulaina smiled brightly. Bibi Dong treated her as if she were her own, always providing her with the finest, and this occasion was no different. Upon exiting the papal hall, Meng Ye pondered the soul guide blueprints, remaining silent throughout the journey. Suddenly, a dark green figure appeared before him, blocking his path. Poison Douluo. Hulaina, who was walking alongside him, tensed upon seeing the newcomer but quickly regained her composure, respectfully inquiring, "Is there something you require, Your Excellency?" Despite being a disciple of the Pope, ordinary title Douluos would not dare to challenge her, yet the respect due was still paramount. After all, title Douluos wielded formidable power. One's background was of little consequence without personal strength. "Ah, no need for formality. I have come to seek him." Douluo smiled amiably, lacking any airs. Among the title Douluos, he was arguably the least pretentious, despite his considerable renown. "Senior," Hulaina's expression faltered, wanting to say more. But Meng Ye raised a hand to stop her. "It's fine. I am acquainted with the senior." He signaled for Hulaina to remain calm, then turned to Douluo, saying with a smile, "From your countenance, it appears you are in good spirits. Congratulations. Haha, you are still as astute as ever, young one." "Indeed, I have come to register my rank and to reminisce with you." Douluo laughed heartily. "Then please follow me, senior," Meng Ye replied with a smile, leading Douluo towards a tea house. Hulaina felt a twinge of unease, but, observing their familiarity, gradually calmed down and chose not to intrude. instead returning to the academy alone. Inside the tea house, Douluo joyfully recounted his circumstances to Meng Ye. He had heeded Meng Ye's advice and, leveraging the power of the 8 spider lances, not only resolved his own toxicity but also experienced a significant enhancement in his cultivation. Advancing from level 92 to 93, and now striving towards level 94, a culmination of years of suppressed toxin finally erupting. Have you encountered Tang-san? Douluo paused. Tea poised before his lips, and with a hint of confusion replied, "How do you know I met Tang-san? Interestingly, he and I share quite a rapport." "Indeed. It must be the eye of ice and fire," Meng Ye explained, taking a sip of his tea. "I happened to hear some news about the Sunset Forest and, knowing Tang-san's affinity for toxins, I surmised you might be acquainted." "Precisely," Douluo's eyes brightened with excitement. "That young man exchanged some medicinal materials with me for a volume on toxins. His alchemical skills are truly extraordinary. I wished I could have kept him around." Meng Ye felt somewhat speechless. Although he could be considered a master of deception in a certain sense, as the 8 spider lances were not originally his. At the very least, he had not deceived Douluo. However, the matter regarding the poison scriptures was rather absurd, much like the myriad of concealed weapons. It was merely a compulsory course for the outer disciples of the Tang sect. The crucial varieties of toxins, such as the yin wang tai, were not even documented among the numerous rare materials within the ice and fire duality. What was the issue? Douluo, observing Meng Ye's reaction, was momentarily taken aback. "It's nothing, as long as the senior is pleased." Meng Ye set down his teacup and remarked, "Now that you have resolved the issue of the bighorn snake's venom, perhaps you could contemplate the utilization of poison for cultivation." How does one cultivate with poison? Douluo did not grasp the underlying implication of Meng Ye's words. Indeed, he had suffered a loss concerning the poison scriptures. Meng Ye imparted his comprehension of the cultivation of martial souls, specifically the cultivation of the malevolent martial soul, to Douluo, whose own martial soul, the phosphorescent serpent king, was indeed of a sinister nature. However, he did not intend for him to resort to direct violence. If you are intrigued, Venerable One, you might seek out soul beasts with toxic attributes as potential targets. By harnessing the phosphorescent serpent king's capacity to absorb toxins, your own poisonous abilities could potentially reach new heights. This method was rather peculiar, and Douluo, growing increasingly animated, agreed to try it upon his return. His understanding of poison had always been that the higher the cultivation of the target, the more lethal the poison. He had never encountered the notion that a toxic attribute could also be augmented. The ability to infect and subsequently reclaim toxins within oneself to enhance one's cultivation was, from this perspective, indicative of Douluo's martial soul's terrifying potential. Since Douluo owed him a favor, Meng Ye was more than willing to assist him in becoming stronger. As for whether Douluo might one day stand against him on the side of the Tiando Empire, Meng Ye was content as long as he maintained neutrality, which would indeed be a blessing for the entire continent. Chapter 77, The Secret of Visualization Soulbone? Before Douluo departed, Meng Ye inquired once more about Tang-san. After a moment of contemplation, Douluo remarked, "Strangely enough, he possesses an external soulbone. Much like myself, it is indeed a remarkable occurrence. Safe travels, Venerable One." After bidding farewell to Douluo, Meng Ye found it difficult to feel elated. This was not merely a remarkable event, but rather a situation that, in theory, should be impossible. It was not that such soul beasts were exceedingly rare. The probability of high-tier soul beasts producing soul bones was not negligible, and the occasional emergence of 2 identical soul bones was entirely plausible. However, the likelihood, both theoretically and practically, was lamentably minuscule, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. The mere existence of such a probability led him to ponder whether it could alter the outcome of the Soul Master competition, as this was a significant confrontation that would influence the future dynamics of the continent. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that without this competition, the war would not have escalated so rapidly. The Spirit Hall would not have adopted the extreme soul-hunting plan, forcefully annihilating numerous sections. While the soul-hunting initiative appeared to diminish potential threats, it was, in truth, a desperate gamble that would ultimately erode the Spirit Hall's support among the populace. Although over 60% of the continent's Soul Master resources were under the control of the Spirit Hall, in terms of sheer numbers, the population they commanded was vastly outstripped by either of the 2 empires. This figure did not even account for the actual populace under their control, but rather reflected their ability to suppress cities and mobilize forces through their numerical advantage in Soul Masters. Facing 2 adversaries, their strength fell short of even 70% of either faction, and despite their substantial numbers of Soul Masters, the elite warriors held the advantage. Yet, It was limited to this. The so-called greater trend was merely the will of the people. The spirit hall was effectively swimming against the current, resisting the prevailing sentiment, which could only lead to unfavorable outcomes. Victory in war is not solely determined by winning battles. A month passed, and a letter from Wang Shuo arrived once again. Boss, the battles here are exceedingly intense. The preliminary rounds are akin to a frenzy. Those academies we faced previously remain the strongest. By the way, that Shrek Academy is quite formidable as well, having already defeated several others, and their main force has yet to fully engage. I've placed a significant bet. This should yield a profit. In the days that followed, Wang Shua's letters continued to arrive, detailing the developments of the Soul Master competition. Meng Ye gazed at the letters, though he had not witnessed the grand competition firsthand. He had a comprehensive grasp of the unfolding situation. Boss, it's a calamity. Shrek has defeated both the Heavenly Water Academy and the Elephant Armor Academy. It feels rather formidable. That Tang San's martial soul appears to be something other than blue silvergrass. After approximately 2 months, Meng Ye's hand hesitated slightly as he perused the letter. Then he promptly took up his pen to compose a reply, dispatching it without delay. Although Wang Shuo possessed average abilities, his exposure had afforded him considerable insight into martial souls, rendering him far more knowledgeable than the typical soul master, making it impossible for him to overlook the nature of a blue silvergrass martial soul. Having completed these tasks, Meng Ye proceeded to the soul arena. In the span of 2 months, he had meticulously prepared for the forthcoming challenges, and everything was programmed. Meng Ye wisely chose to withdraw, which allowed him to recognize the disparity in strength, accepting his defeat with grace. How are you? Hulaina approached, offering him a piece of fruit. That's sufficient. The preparations for the competition should be adequate. Meng Ye nodded, taking a bite. Unlike others, his training was conducted in solitude, seeking various soul saints for combat. He had challenged those specializing in offense, defense, and agility, even engaging with soul saints who focused solely on singular attributes. Only within the Spirit Hall could he find such a diverse array of high-ranking soul masters. As for the Soul Douluo, he had not entertained that notion. The reasoning was straightforward. A Soul King exerting the strength of a Soul Saint in the offensive category was nearly his limit, and he could not sustain it for long. Thus, his battles were swift. If he could not resolve a fight within 3 minutes, his condition would rapidly deteriorate, even if he could hold his ground. A Soul Douluo would dominate solely based on their advantage in soul power, leaving him with little hope of victory. Buzz. At that moment, Luo Xin approached. She had been assigned to the reserve team, and following Meng Ye's suggestion to Ovis to pay more attention to several talented disciples. Many at the Soul Master level or those possessing innate full soul power received additional resources. With many Soul Masters in the Spirit Hall, naturally, there were numerous gifted individuals. Although Lei Jingyong had failed to identify an ultimate attribute, he still managed to discover 3 innate full soul power prodigies from several provinces. This indicates that the true potential of the Spirit Hall lies within this fresh talent, awaiting discovery. Take Jeremy, for instance, the Heavenly Mechanism Disc. Even if it were to maintain its current characteristics without growth, would become a formidable weapon. Meng Ye wished for her to possess some means of self-protection. If this arcane technique were mastered to perfection, it would be no less formidable than a spiritual-type martial soul. Hearing this, Meng Ye immediately raised his hand and lightly tapped Luo Xian's forehead, assuming she had visualized something improper and intending to erase it directly. However, the outcome took him by surprise. Zap! A distinct arc of electricity flashed momentarily, and Meng Ye's hand was repelled by a palpable force of repulsion. His pupils contracted sharply. In that fleeting instant, he sensed an extraordinarily powerful surge of spiritual energy, conservatively estimated to approach the level of a Soul Emperor, already capable of external manifestation. What did you visualize? Hesitant to proceed recklessly, Meng Ye inquired. It seems it was myself. Upon hearing this, Meng Ye furrowed his brow. The art of visualization harbors significant risks, as it can easily stir elements deep within one's consciousness. For instance, when Hulaina visualized her martial spirit, she began to exude an enchanting aura, not due to a loss of control, but because her subconscious was invoking the innate talents of her martial spirit, while her conscious mind struggled to restrain it. Thus, it is advisable to initially visualize inanimate objects, which will not adversely affect oneself. The transformation from inanimate to animate is a profound metamorphosis in mastering this secret technique. Chapter 78. Another Luo Xian, did you not sense any discomfort? Meng Ye inquired earnestly, observing Luo Xian's delicate features. She averted her gaze slightly, her cheeks flushing deeper. This is a normal reaction. At least it appears that her consciousness remains unaffected. No, it's just that according to that secret technique, I feel as though the sequence seems to be incorrect. Meng Ye remained silent, instead seizing her hand directly, infusing it with a surge of spiritual energy to meticulously examine whether there were any anomalies. This sequence, of course, was not correct. The practice of visualization was akin to learning to paint, where one first outlines the rudimentary forms with mental prowess, followed by the intricate contours of more complex objects. Who begins with an exquisite portrait? Without sufficient mental control, one might inadvertently conjure incongruous images, which could easily distort the practitioner's psyche and consciousness. A misstep could lead to a mere slip into madness. In his previous life, Meng Ye had been stuck at this juncture for several years. Relax a little. I shall attempt to enter your consciousness space with my mental energy. Do not let your thoughts wander, he advised, noticing that Luo Xian's hand was somewhat warm. Her face flushed to the roots of her ears. Nodding, Luo Xian endeavored to calm herself. The realm of the mind is an exceedingly private domain, typically. Individuals maintain a wariness toward unknown entities encroaching within half a meter of their personal space, a distance that even the majority of wild animals would perceive as threatening and react with aggression. Engaging with the mental space is akin to direct, intimate contact. Mere relaxation cannot dissolve the instinctive defenses. Generally speaking, unless one possesses an overwhelming spiritual superiority or the other party perceives a bond of life and death, traversing the mental barrier without hindrance is simply unattainable. Bang! A sharp, cracking sound reverberated in Luo Xian's mind, prompting her to instinctively close her eyes in trepidation, yet she made no effort to resist. Meng Ye furrowed his brow as the situation unfolded with an unexpected smoothness. Luo Xian's mental realm was vast, surpassing his anticipations, encompassing a grassy expanse shrouded by the lake. With a diameter exceeding 100 meters, this magnitude was already comparable to that of many Soul Emperors. It was not that Luo Xian's mental strength rivaled that of a Soul Emperor, but rather the stability of her realm. The mental space was supposed to be an abyss of nothingness, devoid of anything but the essence of the mind. It was only upon reaching the level of Soul Emperor that, with the growth of soul and mental strength, an inner world gradually materialized, with the essence of the mind concealed within. This was where Meng Ye's spiritual entity found itself on the grassy field, confronting the embodiment conjured by Luo Xian. Her skin was flawless and pale, not a single blemish to be found, and her breathtaking curves resembled the elegant lines of a canvas. Clad in a flowing black veil gown, even with her eyes tightly closed, she could not conceal her noble aura. Yet, why was it thus? At this moment, Meng Ye's mind was in complete disarray. What he was envisioning was no longer merely a perfected projection but a flawless manifestation of life itself. The essence of temperament, intangible and elusive, was present in the thunderous beast he conjured, yet it lacked the soulfully captivating aura characteristic of living beings or spirit beasts. According to his deductions, should visualization reach this level, it transcended mere mental energy and became a form of life. In that instant, a chilling sensation coursed through Meng Ye, a shiver running down his spine. A mocking laughter resonated through the air, and Meng Ye fixated his gaze upon Luo Xian, speaking in a low, intense tone. Who are you? It was inconceivable that this was conjured by Luo Xian. She simply could not possess such capabilities, at least not at this moment. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously, plunging Luo Xian's mental realm into shadow, and Meng Ye's limited mental energy left him momentarily bereft of awareness of his surroundings. Yet, he remained unperturbed. This was merely a fragment of his consciousness, and even if extinguished, it would amount to nothing more than a slight loss of mental energy, posing no threat to his true self. A warm breath brushed against his ear, and Meng Ye sensed the presence of something behind him, likely the enigmatic Luo Xian. Instead of turning around, he continued to inquire, "What exactly are you?" Even in his previous life, he had only mastered visualization to a significant extent. The notion of a perfect manifestation beyond that was entirely foreign to him. It was as though it ought not to exist. He merely sought to create an idealized avatar, not a true independent consciousness. To possess an independent consciousness transcended the realm of secret arts. It ventured into the domain of creation. A languid, soft voice whispered near him, and through his peripheral vision, Meng Ye noticed the figure had drawn so close that their faces nearly touched, a palpable warmth radiating between them. "It was you who awakened me, and it is your secret art that birthed me." "What do you mean?" Meng Ye was bewildered, unable to recall any such actions on his part. Man. Suddenly, the environment shifted, returning to its original state. With the mysterious Luo Xian standing before him in a flowing gown, a familiar smile gracing her face. "You may leave now. I will not harm her. Nor should you attempt to destroy me, lest she encounters trouble as well." Despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, He recognized that this was Luo Xian's spiritual sea, and he dared not act recklessly, resigning himself to depart. After the disappearance of Meng Ye's spiritual entity, Luo Xian lazily reclined onto the grass, murmuring in a dreamlike state, "Just a little more, and we shall meet again." As she sank into slumber, the sea of consciousness around her seemed to dim slightly, as if veiled by a gossamer shroud. "It's nothing to worry about. It's a good thing. You should continue your cultivation," Meng Ye reassured her, having exited Luo Xian's conscious realm without disclosing the actual circumstances. Luo Xian nodded, choosing to place her trust in Meng Ye. Her situation was indeed peculiar. While Meng Ye harbored some suspicions, the enigmatic visualization entity still surpassed his comprehension. Attempting to move was certainly out of the question, once the form of the visualization method became completely solidified. Its shattering would be akin to a catastrophic blow to the very essence of the spirit. The consequences could range from severe injury to the outright collapse of the sea of consciousness. "Luo Xian, have you truly cultivated to that stage?" Hulaina gazed at Luo Xian in astonishment, as she herself had only just begun her journey. It remained uncertain how much time and accumulation would be required to reach a state of mastery. "I am unsure," Luo Xian replied. Her rapport with Hulaina had been rather amicable. Over the span of 2 months, no conflicts had arisen between them. Hulaina had even invited her to go shopping, which could be deemed a sign of genuine friendship. "You haven't taught her anything else, have you?" Hulaina cast a skeptical glance at Meng Ye, harboring doubts about her own abilities in comparison to Luo Xian's. "Not at all," Meng Ye replied succinctly, affirming the equivalence of their progress. Hulaina remained somewhat unconvinced, but chose not to pursue the matter any further, instead taking Luo Xian aside for a more personal conversation. Meng Ye was still contemplating the situation regarding Luo Xian. Indeed, the visualization secret technique was his own creation, thus it resonated completely with him. For others to master it, they would have to rely on their own exploration. To put it succinctly, it was akin to cultivating soul power. This secret technique also depended on innate talent. It was entirely possible for a user to possess greater aptitude than the creator himself. If one could directly visualize a deity, surpassing Meng Ye, the originator, would not be out of the question. Chapter 79, Soul Guidance Devices. After more than half a month, Meng Ye finally received a reply from Wang Shua. "Boss, this blue silver grass is remarkable. It burns without ceasing. After your suggestion, I took a closer look. And there is a golden section in the middle of the blue silver grass, which is thicker and possesses exceptional toughness. It truly differs from ordinary blue silver grass." It must be a mutated mar. Upon hearing the words, Meng Ye's expression shifted from surprise to gravity. It was undeniable that Tang Hao would follow, and the potential for conflict loomed large. Furthermore, any loss of life on the competition grounds, regardless of who perished, would tarnish the reputation of the spirit hall. As the host, Bibidong must have been blinded by rage, for such a decision was utterly irrational. "Teacher, who is that person?" Hulaina inquired directly, adhering to Bibidong's intent. "Tang San, son of the Haotian Douluo. Tang Hao possesses twin martial spirits, his second being the Haotian hammer." A chilling murderous intent flickered in her gaze, suggesting that this was not merely a vendetta against the Haotian clan, but rather a misplaced anger. Disciple Hulaina was about to speak when Meng Ye stepped forward, asserting, "I find this course of action ill-advised." Bibidong's eyes, filled with lethal intent, bore down on Meng Ye. Though she remained silent, her oppressive aura was palpable. Seizing the moment before Bibidong lost all reason, Meng Ye persevered against the pressure, stating, "The Soul Master Tournament is a grand event, taking place in Spirit City. Should fatalities occur openly, it would severely damage the Spirit Hall's reputation." Bibidong fell into contemplation, silent, while Yin began to fidget restlessly. "Humph." Yin glared at Meng Ye and exclaimed, "Are you afraid? What is the Haotian clan to fear?" Ignoring Yin, Bibidong, still consumed by fury, sought an outlet for her anger. Such words could be uttered in their presence, but once a command left the Pope's hall, retracting it would prove challenging. Gradually regaining her composure, Bibidong surveyed the four before her and raised her hand, saying, "Xiaoyu, you and Yin should return." Yin responded, "Understood." Xiaoyu, having remained silent throughout, merely nodded before turning to leave with composure. Speaking may not always be prudent, but saying less certainly avoids missteps. After the two departed, Bibidong turned her gaze to Meng Ye, her voice low and stern. "Do you understand that the Spirit Hall and the Haotian clan are irreconcilable enemies? They are as incompatible as water and fire." Disciple comprehends, yet this action cannot extinguish the Haotian clan. It would merely force them to emerge sooner than anticipated. Meng Ye was aware that Tang Hao and his son had long been abandoned by the Haotian sect. However, Bibidong was oblivious to this fact. His intent in stating such was merely to stabilize Bibidong's demeanor. As anticipated, upon hearing his words, Bibidong furrowed her brow in contemplation, fully cognizant of the pros and cons at play. Moreover, her prior impulsiveness was largely fueled by anger towards Yu Xiaojiang. So it was hardly surprising that she struggled to maintain her composure. "You are correct. This time it was indeed my impulsiveness," she conceded. Casting a deep glance at Meng Ye and realizing that she had underestimated his sagacity. "Humans are not sages," Meng Ye replied, shaking his head. Stabilizing Bibidong was merely the initial step. It was imperative to address the pressing issues that lay ahead. He continued, "Furthermore, since that son of Tang Hao has come to participate in this tournament, it stands to reason that his father will also make an appearance." A sharp glint flickered in Bibidong's eyes, as if the fog had lifted. Her anger was directed solely at Yu Xiaojiang. Yet she was not so far gone as to completely lose her reason. Meng Ye had already hinted, even made it explicit, that if she still couldn't figure it out, then her position as Pope would be rendered meaningless. Nar Bibidong cast a glance at Hulina. "Disciple present. From now on, you may draw closer to Meng Ye. Today's matters shall be set aside, and the competition will proceed as usual, without any reservations." Bibidong regained her former nobility and tranquility as she spoke to Hulina. "Disciple obeys." Hulina curtsied, her cheeks slightly flushed, seemingly lost in thought. "Well, you may return now." "Understood." As they left the Pope's hall, Meng Ye did not dwell on Tang San any further. It was nearly certain that Tang San would not perish. Instead of plotting against him, it would be wiser to find a way to keep Tang Hao. "Meng Ye, what is this?" Hulina inquired curiously. Observing the exquisite headpiece Meng Ye held in his hand, as he meticulously carved something into it with a small chisel. "Oh, it's nothing. Just a trinket." "A trinket?" Hulina expressed skepticism, for the crystalline object was evidently a soul bone, though she couldn't fathom why Meng Ye would choose to carve it. The value of a soul bone is immeasurable. Wouldn't it be a pity to damage it? In truth, Meng Ye was quite indifferent. This soul bone was from a previous year, and after he unexpectedly eliminated it using a mental secret technique, it had fallen into his possession. It was a gem-like spirit head soul bone of decent quality, but Meng Ye truly found its accompanying soul skill unremarkable and could not envision a practical application for it. Thus, he decided to practice his skills on it. The book containing numerous soul guide blueprints was beyond his comprehension, yet he had deciphered nearly all the independent runes, though their precise meanings remained unclear. However, a lack of understanding did not preclude imitation. Imitation is indeed the first step in the as Meng Ye arrived at the entrance of the Soul Master City. A carriage slowly approached and came to a halt before him. "Boss." Wang Shua, clad in resplendent attire adorned with golden patterns on a white background, exuberantly leaped out of the carriage and lunged forward. Thud. With a single hand, Meng Ye blocked the nearly 200-pound figure, effortlessly pushing him aside after dissipating the force. He remarked with exasperation, "What a timely delivery of your message." Approximately an hour earlier, Wang Shua's letter had arrived, indicating their imminent arrival at the city gates. And he inquired whether Meng Ye was surprised. Indeed, it was quite a surprise. Boss, you remain as formidable as ever, resembling a humanoid soul beast," Wang Shua chuckled, scratching his head, then suddenly called towards the direction of the carriage. "Schwer, come down, we've arrived." Meng Ye paused, as he typically refrained from using spiritual perception when meeting acquaintances, thus failing to notice that there were others in the carriage. The curtain of the carriage was drawn back, revealing a delicate, alabaster hand, followed by a petite figure adorned in exquisite attire, gracefully descending with Wang Shua's assistance. She bowed slightly to Meng Ye, her demeanor exuding the elegance of royal protocol. "Greetings." Meng Ye nodded in return. Though surprised, he recalled Wang Shua mentioning he had a girlfriend from Tiando City, so it wasn't entirely unexpected. However, this young woman, despite her tender years, seemed to possess a remarkable stature. Boss, this is Shueku, my girlfriend." Wang Shua introduced her with a hint of pride, his expression somewhat boastful. "Shue? Princess?" Meng Ye hesitated, his gaze shifting markedly. His immediate reaction was to recognize the surname Shue, and then it dawned on him, wasn't she the little princess of the Snow Knight Emperor? Casting a peculiar glance at Wang Shua, he thought, what has this rotund fellow gotten himself into? Boss, you know, huh? Wang Shua was taken aback, not expecting Meng Ye to directly identify Shueku. He quickly leaned in and whispered, "Boss, please don't expose me." It took considerable effort to bring Shuer here quietly. She mentioned she had never left the Imperial City and wanted to see the Soul Master tournament. "You both sneaked out." Now, Meng Ye's expression shifted from peculiar to astonishment. How could this be accomplished? A princess of a nation eloping? What a farce. This was no fairy tale. The guards of Tiando City would not be lax, much less the palace, which they could not even breach. The royal guards were all soul masters, starting from at least the soul sovereign level, not to mention the elite troops constantly patrolling, with formidable experts in the ranks of soul emperors and soul saints. Meng Ye did not dare to assert that he could silently extract a living person without permission, especially not from within the borders of the Tiando Empire. Shoo! Wang Shuo grimaced, hastily grasping Meng Ye's arm. Boss, please lower your voice. Consider it a request from me. I will return Shwed afterward. She claims it is her lifelong wish, and it is also a singular request of mine. With a half-closed eye, Meng Ye did not intend to expose them, but straightforwardly stated, I will keep your secret and arrange for someone to escort you back afterward. Just tell me how you accomplish this. As expected of my boss. It's settled. Once their discussion reached a consensus, Shweka could not remain visible for long and returned to the carriage. At this hour, the spirit city was bustling with soul masters from the two great empires. They might encounter someone who recognized Shweku, and a keen observer could reveal her presence. Just as the trio prepared to depart, another carriage halted nearby, and as Meng Ye was about to board, he suddenly paused, turning to glance at the carriage. An expression of astonishment crossed his face. What a coincidence! A sweep of his spiritual energy revealed a familiar aura, confirming that the newcomer had already noticed him. A girl with a ponytail poked her head out of the carriage, her lively eyes scanning the surroundings, brimming with curiosity about the world. Following her, a second girl, looking at least 70% similar, also emerged, her expression eager and playful. Suddenly, upon spotting Meng Ye, she exclaimed with delight, Brother Meng Ye, without a hint of fear. The little girl leaped down from the 1-meter-high carriage, and Meng Ye could only helplessly step forward to catch her. Unlike Wang Shuo, who might have handled it differently, he cradled her in his arms. The little girl, around 6 or 7 years old, appeared exceedingly adorable. After being caught, she affectionately nuzzled Meng Ye's cheek and promptly wrapped her arms around his neck. Xiaoling, Xiaoxi, why did you also come? Meng Ye asked, catching the other little one who attempted to jump down. He felt a tinge of helplessness. These two were quite the handful. Hee. Old Lei said Brother Meng Ye was here, so we came. The petite figure that had jumped down first settled onto Meng Ye's shoulder, flashing a sweet smile. MHM. The second little one chimed in, nodding in agreement. Brother. At this moment, the carriage curtains were fully drawn back, and Lei Jingyang stepped out, accompanied by a handsome young boy. The boy muttered something, his expression somewhat cold, yet a faint smile could be discerned at the corners of his mouth. You all can stop. Meng Ye initially intended to say more, but upon seeing everyone had arrived, he opted for a wry smile instead. How is it? Do you have confidence? The first thing Lei Jingyang asked upon disembarking was this. Clad in the formal black uniform of the Spirit Hall, his neatly combed silver hair exuded an undeniable aura of authority, and his imposing figure radiated an innate power. Not a significant issue, Meng Ye nodded, then paused, looking at Lei Jingyang with surprise. You've broken through? Yes, I made the breakthrough a month ago, Lei Jingyang replied, stroking his beard with a smile. A few months prior, when Meng Ye returned to Salik, he had given him the rare Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, having been on the verge of a breakthrough. After a month or two of consolidation, Lei Jingyang smoothly shattered the bottleneck and successfully acquired a soul ring, rising to the rank of Soul Douluo. Chapter 81. 3 with innate full soul power. Brother Meng Ye, I want that. Me too. The two little ones chimed in. Meng Ye, trailing behind the two energetic children, wore an expression of exasperation. As a distinguished soul king, a genius capable of surpassing even soul saints and a disciple of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, albeit a nominal one, he had never felt so speechless as he did now, being led about by these two little girls. The trio consisted of Gu Ling and Gu Shi, the former being the more vivacious younger sister, while the latter was the elder twin. The last boy, Wu Yu, appeared somewhat aloof. All three were orphans whom Lei Jingyang had brought back, with the sisters found at the border of the Tiando and Xingluo empires, and Wu Yu was purchased from a black market dealer in the Xingluo imperial city. Initially, they were so frightened that they hardly dared to speak to Lei Jingyang after being rescued. Over time, Lei Jingyang nurtured them, caring for them and using medicinal baths to reshape their foundations, thus preventing the premature demise of these three prodigies. In a way, Lei Jingyang waved his hand, his gaze filled with inquiry as he looked towards Meng Ye. Meng Ye, why are you looking at me? The two little girls exchanged glances, their faces adorned with a mischievous smile. They were undeniably charming, yet Meng Ye found himself somewhat exasperated. Children can be quite a handful, but fortunately, These two were relatively sensible and did not cause any trouble, obediently staying close to Lei Jingyang. Hulaina, being a disciple of Bibi Dong, exuded an impressive demeanor, displaying grace and courtesy as she engaged in conversation with Lei Jingyang. Luo Xian was considerably more reserved, while she was not shy. It turned out that the two little girls were particularly fond of her, clinging to her sides and affectionately calling her sister. As they continued their journey, they unknowingly arrived at Lei Jingyang's residence, where they were graciously invited in. Sir, the steward and servants, responsible for maintaining the estate, greeted them at the entrance. Yes. Please see to it that the preparations for lunch are ample today. Observing that the courtyard was tidily maintained, Lei Jingyang nodded in approval. Understood. Given that he rarely resided there, it was imperative to have servants maintain the estate. Otherwise, it would likely devolve into a neglected abode within a year or two. Meng Ye is welcome to stay, yet residing alone in the entire mansion may feel rather desolate. It would be more time efficient to reside in the academy's dormitory. He chuckled. Addressing the two ladies, since you are friends of Xiaoyi, why not stay for lunch at noon? Lei Jingyang stroked his grizzled beard, casting a warm smile towards the two women. Though his beard was not particularly long, and despite having surpassed the age of 80, he did not bear the weariness often associated with the elderly. He preferred to keep his beard trimmed, as he believed that a longer beard would make him seem as though he was taking undue advantage of his age. Meng Ye was uncertain about the method he used to judge temperament based on appearance. Thus, he decided to comply with the request. Thank you, Elder Lei. He then added, please wait in the living room for a moment. Xiaoyi, come with me. Lei Jingyang summoned Meng Ye to the central courtyard, which was spacious enough to accommodate more than 10 residents and featured a considerable open area. He left a few young ones in the front yard with Hulaina and Luo Xian, while Wang Shua was likely with Shui Ke, selecting rooms, and was nowhere to be seen. What is going on? Lei Jingyang turned to Meng Ye, his expression laced with confusion. What do you mean? What is going on? Meng Ye raised an eyebrow, puzzled by the inquiry. Among those two ladies, which one do you prefer? Meng Ye felt a bit overwhelmed by the directness of the inquiry, exclaiming, how could you not even ask if she has any feelings for me? You know I am not in a position to consider such matters right now. Shaking his head, he expressed his helplessness. Upon hearing this, Lei Jingyang furrowed his brow and replied, but you cannot keep these two young ladies waiting indefinitely. A response is necessary. What response? I have done nothing, Meng Ye shrugged, acutely aware of the implications but genuinely reluctant to confront them at this moment. He intentionally chose to disregard many emotions that could easily sway him, focusing solely on enhancing his cultivation. With a sigh, Lei Jingyang shook his head and remarked, you are still like this. Do you perhaps harbor some emotional burdens? Lei Jingyang, who had watched Meng Ye grow up, was puzzled. He had never perceived any past romantic injuries in him. Aside from an extraordinary maturity and wisdom, there seemed to be no issues. Yet, this very maturity sometimes appeared overly composed to Lei Jingyang, which he considered Meng Ye's sole flaw. No, Meng Ye replied after a moment of silence, opting for denial. He himself was uncertain if he bore any emotional burdens. Chapter 82. The Shadow on Luo Xian's sister Luo Xian. This is for you. The little girl, Gu Ling, had found a small flower from somewhere and presented it to Luo Xian with an adorable charm. Thank you. Luo Xian was quite fond of these two little ones, having developed a rapport with them throughout their journey. As they waited in the living room, the two girls clung to Luo Xian, bouncing around energetically. Whether out of excitement for their outing or simply because they found Luo Xian endearing was unclear. We remained silent throughout the journey and, at this moment, chose to sit quietly in a chair, closing her eyes in meditation, though there were no fluctuations of soul power. In order to lay a solid foundation for them, Meng Ye meticulously imparted his knowledge of secret arts to the trio during his last visit to Salakar. Unlike his initial endeavor with Hulaina, which was merely to comply with Bibi Dong's orders, the techniques he taught the three young ones were both refined and simplified, aiming to facilitate their swift entry into the realm of cultivation. Among the three, Wu displayed the utmost diligence, often compared by Lei Jingyang to Meng Ye's former self, tirelessly immersed in his practice. Gu Ling was the most vivacious, while Gu Shi struck a balance between the two, exhibiting a commendable composure, though often swayed by her younger sister's exuberance. Little sisters, your names are Gu Ling and Gu Shi, correct? Hulaina, seated nearby and initially disinclined to speak, could not help but smile upon noticing the evident bond between the two girls and Luo Xian. Her smile, imbued with warmth and an inadvertent charm, left even Luo Xian, a fellow woman, feeling somewhat mesmerized. However, perhaps due to their youthful sensitivity, Gu Ling and Gu Shi seemed reluctant to approach Hulaina. After exchanging glances, Guling nudged Gushi forward a few steps before retreating to Luo Xian's side, as if to convey, I leave my sister to you. Please do not seize me. Hu Laina could not suppress a chuckle at this scene, yet she quickly turned her gaze to Gushi and inquired, You are the elder sister, are you not? Yes. I am in my first year, half a minute. Gushi replied, raising a slender, pale finger. Having been orphans for a considerable time and seldom experiencing parental affection, the two were inherently not adept at communication and instinctively wary of unfamiliar faces and surroundings. Apart from Lei Xingyang and Meng Ye, they rarely exhibited closeness to others, with Luo Xian being a notable exception. Are you Meng Ye's younger siblings? Hu Laina, evidently inexperienced in handling such situations, smiled gently and extended her hand in an attempt to comfort Gushi. However, Gushi recoiled, retreating with Gu Ling, who swiftly grasped her hand and pulled her back. I'm sorry, Hu Laina stammered, taken aback as she realized her actions had frightened them. The two girls huddled together, eyes closed and motionless, their small forms trembling slightly, the fear of this world deeply etched in their souls. It was difficult to fathom what they had previously endured. It is all right. Luo Xian stood and gently embraced the two little ones. A subtle warmth enveloped them, and after a moment, they began to calm down, though their faces remained pale. Hesitant to meet Hu Laina's gaze. What has happened? Meng Ye and Lei Xingyang emerged, sensing something amiss. The two little ones rushed toward Meng Ye, clutching his hand as if he were a lifeline. I apologize. I did not anticipate this, Hu Laina admitted, her tone laced with regret. Having reassured the two girls, Meng Ye surmised the cause of their fright with a sigh. This is not your fault. Among the trio, Wu Yu was quite different, having been reborn. He saw through the world's facade and was thus singularly focused on cultivation. Wu Yu's distrust of the world led him to evade it in such a manner. The two little sisters, however, still harbored a palpable fear of their surroundings. For them, the safest realm was one where they could see Lei Xingyang or Meng Ye. Even in their mutual dependence, they were left with nothing but helplessness and trepidation towards the world. Meng Ye observed that they did not reject Luo Xian, which was why he encouraged them to acclimate to the unfamiliar environment. Once they were calmed, the little ones began to interact with Hu Laina gradually, though they still gravitated more towards Luo Xian. Meng Ye found this perplexing yet ultimately a positive development. Brother, Wu Yu suddenly appeared in the corridor, seeking Meng Ye just as they were preparing for lunch. Wu Yu, is there something you need? Meng Ye inquired, turning to face him. That sister named Luo Xian. She has a shadow about her. Excuse me? Meng Ye furrowed her brow. Wu Yu's martial soul was quite unique, belonging to a category reminiscent of the ghost Douluo, yet distinct in its own right. It exhibited greater strength and a more aggressive disposition, known as the soul of the Dark War General. Although it was a spectral entity, it possessed formidable power and defense, allowing Wu Yu's eyes to perceive many things that eluded the ordinary gaze. Meng Ye recalled the enigmatic presence within Luo Xian's spiritual sea, a heaviness settling in his heart. Had it truly awakened? No, that seemed unlikely. It was merely Wu Yu's uniqueness that allowed her to sense that potent force. It's nothing to worry about. Let us proceed, he reassured, guiding Wu Yu back to the living room to invite everyone to dine. Lei Xingyang, typically unpretentious, found himself restrained by the presence of the two visiting ladies. Were it not for them, he would have changed into more comfortable attire. For though the black robe of the spirit hall exuded authority, it was quite uncomfortable to wear. Dinner is served. Come on, Gushi. Gushi, caught by Gu Ling, dashed forward, nearly tripping over the threshold in her haste, her eagerness rendering her speechless. Oh, my little ancestor. You all must slow down. Wang Shuo hurried after them, his concern for the youngsters evident as he assumed a protective elder brother role. Haha, Uncle Wang, it seems you ought to consider a diet, Gu Ling exclaimed, laughing heartily, her playful spirit shining through. Hey, you little rascal. So, in my presence, you call me uncle instead of brother, is that it? Have I been overly indulgent with you? Wang Shuo responded, his round face betraying no signs of age, despite the jocular banter. After the meal concluded, Wang Shuo, unable to resist Shueke's relentless coaxing, consented to accompany her for a stroll, ultimately seeking Meng Ye's company for the outing. Meng Ye had no choice but to summon Shiqing to temporarily protect them. Ordinarily, the rules of Spirit City were strict, and few dared to cause trouble. However, with the influx of people from the two great empires, the situation had become chaotic. If anything were to happen to Shueku within Spirit City, the consequences would be dire. As for the guards brought by Wang Shuo, they were merely commonplace in Spirit City. Since his defeat at Meng Ye's hands and the subsequent healing with the Dragon Spirit Leaf, Shiqing had sworn loyalty to him, as had several other soul sages, none of whom were foolish. Meng Ye's future is exceptionally bright, and at this juncture, Choosing to align oneself will undoubtedly yield countless benefits without any detriment. Although they belong to the spirit hall, the differences in positions and treatment are evident, which reflects the existence of factions. We wish to visit Brother Meng Ye's academy. Gu Ling and Gu Shi are equally unwilling to remain at the estate, clamoring to venture out for leisure. I am eager to witness the soul battle arena. To Meng Ye's surprise, Wu Yu has also uncharacteristically voiced a request. Frankly speaking, Meng Ye finds this more exhausting than battling a soul sage. Indeed, children are quite challenging to manage. Why did he not encounter such troubles in the past? They might as well go. There is still a week before the arrival of the representatives from the two empires, so there is no rush. At this moment, Lei Jingyang, wearing a smile, added that he did not bring these three little ones out on a whim. Exposing them to new environments is also part of the purpose. Let us proceed. Meng Ye can only take the lead, as Hu Laina and Luo Xian also intend to return to the academy, making it a fortuitous opportunity to travel together. Hooray! Chapter 83. A title eludes me. Water Meng Ye has become quite a prominent figure at the Spirit Hall Academy, serving as the vice-captain of the Spirit Hall representative team and rumored to have fought against Soul Saints. As a result, he naturally attracts considerable attention while traversing the academy, especially now that he is accompanied by three young children. Who are those kids? Someone inquires. I don't know, but they are brought in by Meng Ye. Those two little girls are simply adorable. I absolutely adore them. Gu Ling and Gu Shi, however, now feel a twinge of regret. Initially, they had come out of curiosity, but they soon discovered that the gazes of those around them were rather intimidating. They cling closely to Meng Ye, hesitant to wander off. Come, let me take you to the soul-fighting arena. There should be fewer people there now, Meng Ye suggests. Wu Yu's eyes light up, displaying a keen interest in the arena. However, being just over 7 years old, her body is still developing, and engaging in combat could lead to hidden injuries. Consequently, Meng Ye and Lei Jingyang refrained from teaching them any combat techniques. Hu Laina and Luo Xian, having no pressing matters, decided to join them as well. Upon reaching the arena, they found that while it wasn't overly crowded, there were still some engaged in battles. With the upcoming Soul Master competition, the atmosphere was charged with an irresistible urge to engage in physical activity. Boom! The dazzling clash of soul skills erupted, producing brilliant flashes and visuals that captivated the senses. This is the allure of soul battles. How impressive! Wu Yu exclaimed, her gaze fixed on the arena, her body leaning forward in excitement. Pfft, Wu Yu. What is so fascinating about them just exchanging blows? Gu Ling retorted, swinging her legs as she sat beside Meng Ye. Gu Shi also sat near them, her attention on the arena but clearly less enthralled than Wu Yu. Gradually acclimating to their surroundings, the girls felt less intimidated, primarily because Meng Ye was right beside them. We are too weak, which is why we get bullied, Wu Yu remarked, glancing at her companions. A spark ignited in her bright eyes as she declared, I will become stronger than anyone else in the future. That is impossible. Lei Lao and Brother Meng Ye are the strongest. Gu Ling dismissed her ambition, delivering a blow to her enthusiasm. I said in the future. Wu Yu insisted. In the future, Brother Meng Ye will still be stronger. Wu Yu's resolve flickered. She had felt her fighting spirit rising, only to have it extinguished. Observing the exchange between the two youngsters, Hu Laina and Luo Xin couldn't help but chuckle, reminiscing about their own friendships. Hu Laina, having been discovered early by the Spirit Hall alongside Xieyu, reflected on their experiences, recognizing echoes of her past in these three children. Luo Xian simply found the interaction amusing, noting that Luo Chuan lacked such ambition. Haha, Meng Ye said with a smile. Having aspirations is a good thing, Wu Yu. Your talent is remarkable. There is no need to rush. He held a genuine appreciation for Wu Yu, believing that if she continued on her current path of cultivation, she might have a chance to become the strongest in the next era. In this era, however, such aspirations were unlikely to materialize. Six-winged angels, the Haotian hammer, and the blue-silver emperor all represented a pinnacle of innate talent that might not be seen for decades. Moreover, the interference from the divine realm meant that ordinary geniuses would struggle to find their place. Brother, I understand. Wu Yu replied obediently, particularly attentive to Meng Ye's words. Though she accepted Lei Jingyang's suggestions for rest and care, her dedication to cultivation remained unwavering. Yet, Meng Ye's words resonated deeply with her, as he embodied her ideal of strength. Lei Jingyang was undoubtedly formidable, but who could envisage their own self at 70 or 80 years of age? Gu Ling, perhaps genuinely disinterested, tugged at Meng Ye's clothing and gradually closed her eyes, leaning against him. Feeling drowsy after a hearty meal was a natural occurrence, though it amused Meng Ye, who had noted her earlier vitality. Yushi was also succumbing to fatigue, rubbing her eyes and swaying drowsily. Eventually, both girls fell asleep, leaving Meng Ye reluctant to disturb them. He adjusted their positions to allow them to rest for a while. Meanwhile, Wu remained lively, captivated by the ongoing battles. Bang! Although the arena was sparsely populated, there were always individuals engaged in sparring. The Spirit Hall Academy was not lacking in soul masters, boasting a diverse array of offensive, agility, defensive, beast, and weapon soul masters. Meng Ye's combat style had long been established, rendering these fighting spirits of little significance to him. However, for Wu Yu, these styles were worthy of emulation. He would observe which tactics were more likely to yield victory or which he deemed most suitable, and then proceed to imitate them. Through imitation, he would gradually refine his approach, ultimately developing his unique fighting style and seeking soul rings that resonated with him. Rather than relying on the experiences and guidance of others, no matter how abundant another's experience may be, it cannot replace one's own encounters and insights. Brother, why are soul masters categorized into different types? The disparity in strength is not inherently tied to these classifications. A control-type soul master is not necessarily at a disadvantage against a strong attack-type soul master, is he? Wu pondered, observing the clashes on the fighting stage. The reality of combat seemed somewhat divergent from his understanding, filled with unpredictability. A formidable control could counter a powerful assault, while the explosive potential of agility type could subdue control. In direct confrontations, agility type struggled against strong attack, creating a seemingly closed loop, with support type often becoming the target. However, in genuine combat scenarios, victories based on countering relationships merely had a slight edge, perhaps a 60-40 win rate. Your soul power, physical strength, and mental fortitude, your teacher has surely imparted these lessons to you, Meng Ye remarked with a smile. Wu Yu's thinking was already quite advanced, especially compared to his peers. Guling and Gushi embodied the carefree spirit typical of their age. Wu Yu nodded earnestly in agreement. You should understand that the disparity in soul power between soul masters increases significantly with each ascending level, correct? Wu Yu furrowed his brow slightly. His current soul power was still low, and his time spent in training was limited, making it challenging to fully grasp these concepts, though he had a rudimentary understanding. Different martial souls exhibit varying increments of power, speed, defensive capability, and mental strength with each advancement. Yet the cumulative impact on combat can surpass the influence of mere soul power. Wu Yu appeared contemplative, seemingly grasping a fragment of insight. Meng Ye continued, with your talent, if you diligently search for your first 3 soul rings and supplement them with the secret techniques I've imparted, how significant do you think the gap between you and an ordinary soul zune will be by the time you reach level 30? Wu Yu remained silent, lowering his head and occasionally furrowing his brow, as if genuinely calculating the difference. Huh? He was roused from his thoughts by a gentle tap on his forehead from Meng Ye. You only need a rough concept. These matters cannot be deciphered through calculation alone. Wait a few years until you truly engage in combat, and you will comprehend it fully. The human brain and body are the most efficient machines. Any action that might require countless calculations and reiterations could be mimicked by humans after merely a few repetitions. Well, time's nearly up. The 2 young girls have awakened. Meng Ye then led them back. Chapter 84. Catching rabbits. A few days later, Meng Ye took the 3 little ones on a stroll around the martial soul city. They had indulged in all the amusements, and now, thoroughly exhausted, he decided to lead them outside the city. The weather was splendid, with the grasslands adorned in vibrant green, and the occasional sighting of wild rabbits would attract the attention of soaring eagles. This was perhaps a paradise for 10-year-old soul beasts, at least far superior to many hunting forests. Meng Ye failed to catch them, and the 2 young girls dashed outside. Wow, what a strong wind! Ah, little Ling exclaimed. Sister Luo Xian said that if you speak with your mouth wide open, you'll become an idiot. Gushi chased after her sister, turning the vast grassland into a lively playground. What did you say? I can't hear you. The weather was splendid, with a brisk wind that soon made the 2 little ones lose themselves in joy as they ran freely. Wu Yu, with a glimmer of longing in her eyes, restrained herself and remained stationary. Wu Yu, keep going. Huh? Upon hearing Meng Ye's voice, Wu Yu turned around, only to find Meng Ye had somehow procured a rabbit and tossed it her way. Startled, Wu Yu failed to catch it and instead stumbled back a few steps, causing the rabbit to flee. Go catch it back, and then I will teach you a unique soul technique. All right. Wu Yu's eyes ignited with determination as she swiftly turned and pursued, her movements reminiscent of a young tiger, lacking only a touch of composure and experience. Meng Ye displayed a smile for him. The creation of soul skills paled in comparison to the significance of possessing a complete childhood, a sentiment shared by Wu Yu. Guling, and Gushi. The three of them truly considered themselves fortunate to have encountered you, and old Lei. Hulaina also joined them. Her presence either intentional or coincidental, as she frequently crossed paths with Meng Ye on the streets alongside Luo Xin in recent days. No. It is I who am truly fortunate to have a mentor like you. Unconcerned with his appearance, Meng Ye reclined directly on the grass and remarked with a smile. It is through them that I can perceive the myriad experiences I once overlooked. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he realized that he had never truly experienced a complete childhood. Even in this lifetime, he had missed out on numerous splendid moments. This too was a form of regret, one that could not be remedied through mere effort, but rather required alternative means of compensation. Yet, I still believe they are quite fortunate, he mused. Exchanging glances, Hulaina and Luo Xian seated themselves nearby, basking in the sunlight and gentle breeze, allowing their minds to find solace. As the Soul Master Grand Tournament drew ever closer, Wu Yu and her companions trailed Meng Ye throughout the day, while Lei Jingyang found himself with some leisure time, ultimately seeking out old friends for reminiscing. In the office of a WC, he inquired, "Old Lei, how goes it?" With a sip of tea, Lei Jingyang leisurely responded, "Not much, really. We have a long-standing friendship. Besides, those 3 children will inevitably come to the Wuhuan Temple Academy, which is superior to Salikil, is it not?" Owisi, growing somewhat impatient, pointed out that the Wuhuan Temple Academy also had its junior divisions. However, the strict regulations within Wuhuan City rendered it far less relaxed than typical academies, potentially fostering a rigid mindset among the younger students. Lei Jingyang, skilled in tailoring education to individual needs, contended that it was sufficient to merely guide the seedlings in their growth, occasionally correcting their course. Thus, he was fundamentally opposed to the educational methods employed by the Wuhuan Temple. After a moment of mutual scrutiny, he nodded in agreement, candidly stating, "Salikil is indeed superior." Owisi, taken aback, retorted, "Am I to lose face over this?" Yet, Lei Jingyang added, "Which disciple from the Wuhuan Temple Academy can match Meng Ye?" His words left Owisi momentarily speechless, incensed to the point of silence. While the Wuhuan Temple Academy had produced numerous advanced soul masters and several prodigies, none could compare to Meng Ye, and Hulaina and her companions were far from his level. Currently, the Pope had even requested Meng Ye's assistance in teaching others, leaving Owisi without any grounds to counter. "Very well, then. I shall also prevent those 3 children from coming to the Wuhuan Temple Academy ahead of time. But you must tell me how to locate them," Owisi persisted, unwilling to concede. The prospect of a child with innate full soul power was no trivial matter. Such rare talent was not to be underestimated. In the past, while the Wuhuan Temple Academy occasionally encountered such geniuses, they were far more common in prestigious sects and soul master families with established lineages. Typically, those with exceptional martial souls inherited equally remarkable talents, making it easier to select from taller individuals than from shorter ones. Moreover, even if those disciples attended the Wuhuan Temple Academy, they would ultimately return to their families upon graduation. Therefore, the true fresh blood of the Wuhuan Temple consisted of those disciples without significant backgrounds. Identifying promising talents among ordinary disciples truly relied on luck, with many being sent from the various sub-branches scattered across the continent. It was already considered fortunate to encounter 1 or 2 children with innate full soul power in a year, yet Lei Jingyang had stumbled upon 3, which left Owisi's composure shaken. To seek them out amidst the countless orphans on this continent who have yet to awaken their martial souls, there are not merely millions, but possibly tens of millions, he lamented. The incompetence of the underlings was exasperating. They dismissed those with subpar martial souls, advising them to abandon their aspirations, all while the individual starved without the means to cultivate. Having traversed the 2 great empires, Lei Jingyang had witnessed the chaos and conditions of the lower sub-branches firsthand, which naturally ignited a spark of indignation within him. In this world of suffering, those who stand high can only behold the scenery atop the mountains, indifferent to the corpses lining the roads. What? With a sudden burst of anger, Owisi stood and exclaimed, "Which scoundrel dares to act in such a manner? Sub-branches? Branches? You should question how many can genuinely select capable disciples." Lei Jingyang remarked, "This is not an isolated incident. It is a widespread issue. Sub-branches and branches existed in nearly every city and town across the continent. While each year there may be tens of thousands awakening their martial souls, the number of true geniuses among them is alarmingly scarce, which itself is an aberration." Sighing, Owisi eventually sank back into his seat, recognizing that merely being anxious would yield no results. With so many sub-branches, the distance between them and the emperor was vast. Even the Pope's orders might not be fully executed, not to mention that the lower-tier members could hardly be blamed for their circumstances. The stewards of the sub-branches and branches were primarily great soul masters and soul saints. If they could truly discern talent, they would not possess such meager cultivation themselves. Alas, this matter requires careful deliberation. We shall speak of it another time. You remain unchanged, always advocating for long-term planning. Lei Jingyang suddenly recalled something Meng Ye had casually mentioned, stating, in this world, if no one takes action, it will forever remain mere words. Owisi winced, unable to refute the truth of this statement. On the grasslands, Meng Ye accepted a rabbit handed to him by Wu Yu, having run for a while, his body drenched in sweat and hair disheveled. Yet his eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement. Well done, he praised, then turned to Gu Ling and Gu Shi. Hee. Gu Ling beamed, holding up a rabbit, looking quite like a little kitten, her ponytail now undone. Gu Shi, on the other hand, bore a guilty expression, her dress slightly soiled. The three of them had all gone to catch rabbits. Gu Shi had come up empty-handed and felt somewhat dejected. You all did splendidly, let us roast the wild rabbits, Meng Ye declared as he stood up, affectionately patting Gu Shi's head to soothe her spirits. Yay, I didn't catch one. Not to worry. I'll share mine with you. Gu Ling lifted the rabbit in her hands, flapping it about. Chapter 85, Leisurely moments draw to a close sizzle. The wild rabbit roasting over the fire crackled and oozed with fat as they settled by a nearby stream. They also caught a few fish, making for an impromptu picnic. This world was abundant in resources. Anyone with a modicum of experience could forage without going hungry, and those with a bit of strength could live comfortably. Gu Ling was salivating incessantly, while Gu Shi maintained a semblance of decorum, at least not drooling openly. Come wash your hands, or you shan't eat. Oh. Summoning the two girls to wash their hands, he then began to portion the meat, their mouths smeared with grease as they gorged themselves. Children growing rapidly and loving to frolic would quickly find themselves famished. In just over 10 minutes, they devoured 4 or 5 plump wild rabbits and several fish. Ah, I'm full, Gu Ling exclaimed, patting her belly contentedly as she sat on the ground. Little Ling, get up. You look utterly unrefined like this. Gu Shi tugged at her sister, but to no avail. Gu Ling rolled over, nearly toppling Gu Shi in the process. I can't. I'm too stuffed to move. You. Clearly aware that she was merely tired from play and reluctant to move after a satisfying meal, Gu Shi found herself at a loss regarding how to handle the situation. The gentle sound of the babbling brook seemed to invite a deeper sense of drowsiness. Gu Ling, if you lie down now, you'll turn into a little chubby girl. Luo Xian teased as she squatted nearby, playfully coaxing Gu Ling's sister. Luo Xian is teasing me, hee, Gu Ling murmured, her eyelids growing heavier as sleep threatened to overtake her, showing no intention of getting up. Hu Laina and Luo Xian exchanged glances filled with resignation, ultimately deciding to carry Gu Ling and Gu Shi to the shade beneath a tree, allowing them to rest in their embrace. Meng Ye chose to disregard the matter, as his intention in bringing these 3 young ones out was merely to unwind and indulge a little, after all. Even he found the daily training of a soul master to be somewhat monotonous, let alone these 3 children. Brother, my soul skill Wu Yu, having finished his meal, approached Meng Ye and broached the subject. Almost forgetting about it, Meng Ye inquired, so what kind of soul skill do you desire? While fetching water to extinguish the fire and prevent the wind from carrying embers and igniting a blaze, he posed the question. I want the strongest, Wu Yu declared, his eyes sparkling with fervor as he articulated his wish for a soul skill, a request that momentarily took Meng Ye aback. With a scoff, Meng Ye doused the flames with water, stirring up a cloud of dust, and casually dispersed the ashes. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, what constitutes the strongest? Is it the most formidable offensive skill, or perhaps a defensive one? To be frank, this request posed quite a challenge. Every individual's martial spirit is unique. Even if the martial spirit and soul rings are identical, the soul masters themselves differ significantly. It is akin to a woman wielding the Haotian hammer, despite its power. She may find it difficult to leverage a significant advantage in strength. This leads to the notion of the compatibility between the martial spirit and the soul master. Wu Yu's Nether Soul Battle General undoubtedly represents a formidable martial spirit, capable of both offense and defense, and even capable of adding peculiar soul skills tied to the spirit. However, to forge a unique soul skill, one must possess a profound understanding of a martial spirit, encompassing the soul master's own circumstances and attributes. Wu Yu hesitated, as he recalled Meng Ye's earlier words, interpreting them as suggesting that a powerful soul master could wield any type of soul skill without concern. While this interpretation was not entirely erroneous, it remained somewhat naive. Meng Ye smiled and remarked, I never expected that one could ponder slowly. There exists no ultimate soul technique. only the mightiest of individuals. Have you forgotten what I said earlier? Wu Yu contemplated earnestly, seemingly at a loss as to what kind of soul technique he truly desired. However, he soon lifted his gaze towards Meng Ye, his eyes sparkling with newfound clarity. I've thought of something. I no longer desire the strongest soul technique. I wish to see the most formidable soul technique of Brother Meng Ye. This young lad possesses considerable insight. In this world, there is no such thing as the strongest soul technique, only the most powerful soul masters. Even if there were the strongest soul techniques, they could only be wielded by the mightiest of soul masters. What Wu Yu currently lacks is accumulation. As long as he strengthens himself sufficiently and gathers ample experience, he will naturally create a soul technique that suits him best. You, young rascal, Meng Ye said, shaking his head with a hint of exasperation as he ruffled Wu Yu's hair. Is that not possible? Wu Yu's initially hopeful expression dimmed slightly. It's not that it isn't possible. You've presented me with a challenge, for my most powerful soul technique isn't easily utilized. He then turned to gaze at the stream before him, the hills in the distance, and added with a faint smile, yet, it is not entirely unfeasible. About an hour later. Crack. A fierce bolt of lightning danced through the forest, startling a multitude of flying soul beasts. As a terrifying aura unleashed a whirlwind that radiated outward. Boom. A deep rumble echoed across the sky as a streak of white lightning descended. In the next moment, boom. The fearsome white lightning pierced through the earth, the explosion giving rise to a mushroom cloud that shot skyward, while the ground began to crumble amidst the deafening roar. A day after Meng Ye and his companions departed, the terrifying scene of flying sand and stones finally subsided, leaving behind a massive crater with a diameter of several hundred meters, and at its deepest point, it reached a horrifying depth of 20 meters. The extreme heat of the thunder had crystallized the minerals. Observing this phenomenon, the Spirit Hall promptly dispatched scouts. Such a significant disturbance occurring within mere dozens of miles naturally alarmed the papal palace. Meanwhile, Meng Ye had returned to the entrance of Spirit City with his companions. Wu Yu gazed at Meng Ye with admiration, his divine-like demeanor and catastrophic power eliciting no fear, only excitement. If you diligently cultivate, one day you too will be as strong as I am, Meng Ye reassured him, patting Wu Yu on the shoulder. Though it was somewhat challenging, dreams must be harbored, even if they seem unattainable. Wu Yu nodded vigorously, having already regarded Meng Ye as his goal, his resolve further solidified upon witnessing his strength. Geez, Wu Yu. You were so dull. You even made Brother Meng Ye expend so much spirit power. Gu Ling, led by Luo Xian, stuck out her tongue at Wu Yu. Gu Ling. You are becoming increasingly mischievous, Luo Shi remarked, almost reaching out to tug at her sister's tongue. Ouch. Gu Ling exclaimed as Meng Ye lightly tapped her head. She quickly covered her forehead, her big watery eyes looking innocently at Meng Ye. I won't have time to play with you next, Meng Ye advised. You should be obedient and focus on your cultivation. He needed to prepare for the upcoming competition, although victory seemed assured. He would not allow himself to commit the most basic of errors when necessary. Why not? I haven't had enough fun. Gu Ling pouted, her spirit dampened, appearing utterly dispirited. Luo Xian smiled gently, finding Gu Ling quite adorable. As for cultivation, most spirit masters of their age had yet to fully grasp the concept of meditation, let alone serious cultivation. Strictly speaking, these three youngsters could indeed be considered geniuses in various respects, as they had all learned the basics of Meng Ye's secret techniques. Aside from their martial spirits, initially, the three had shown such maturity that Meng Ye felt a twinge of sympathy, as it was their first encounter with him. Gu Ling was not lazy, she simply had little time to rest, and after several months of separation from Meng Ye, it was only natural that she felt a surge of excitement. Chapter 86, The Surprise of Xueqinghe. Boom. Who? A cacophony from the distance startled the numerous carriages and cavalry, causing everyone to halt and gaze toward the direction of Spirit City with expressions of uncertainty. What has transpired ahead? Xueqinghe emerged from the foremost luxurious carriage, a grave expression on his face. Merely a week prior, they had encountered an ambush on their journey, beset by both bandits and titled Douluos. Thus, the numerous participating teams and their accompanying guards had become particularly skittish. This sudden explosion was more than just a fright to the horses, it left everyone shaken. Your Highness, the leading general rode forth, cupping his hands in salute. The scouts have been dispatched and should return in about a quarter of an hour. Shall we proceed? Xueqinghe furrowed his brow, hesitating to respond to the general's query. Instead, he turned to the interior of the carriage, asking, Teacher, within the spacious carriage sat a refined middle-aged man, accompanied by two elderly gentlemen, one composed and sharp, the other exuding warmth. The elegant man was none other than Ning Fingxi, the current leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. With an indifferent smile, he replied, No need for concern. We are less than 20 miles from the Spirit Hall. At our current pace, we shall arrive within an hour. So there is no need for undue anxiety. Understood, Xue Qinghe nodded, turning back to the general to command, General, instruct the convoy to continue forward. Yes. Following orders. The general rode ahead to command the convoy to proceed. The convoy then resumed its journey in an orderly fashion. With 15 carriages and a continuous journey of over 20 days, leaving everyone somewhat fatigued, even the spirit masters among them, while a sense of panic lingered. The sight of Spirit City within reach spurred them to hasten their arrival for a chance to relax. Before long, the convoy successfully reached Spirit City, and the scouts reported back to Xue Qinghe. A crater, seemingly created by a soul technique, measuring 500 meters in diameter, and residual high temperatures of thunder? Xue Qinghe furrowed his brow again, glancing at Ning Fengji and inquiring, Teacher, does the Spirit Hall boast any predecessors with such formidable thunder martial spirits? There should be none. But concerning the power of thunder, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect might have some involvement. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding, Ning Fengji replied. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect as predecessors? Our party includes the Tiando Royal Academy, with Yu Tianheng as the young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, alongside Yu Tianxin from the Thunder Academy. Thus, there are indeed experts from the Thunder Academy escorting them. However, no one has departed along the way, leading Xue Qinghe to dismiss the possibility that it was someone from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect who acted. She inquired of Ning Fengji not out of ignorance, but rather because, at that moment, her identity was Xue Qinghe, not the Hall Master Qian Renxue of the Spirit Hall. Upon entering Spirit City, everyone proceeded to the accommodations prepared by the Spirit Hall in anticipation of the competition, with a few days remaining for preparation. The participants from the two great empires were separated to prevent early probing or any consensus between their teams, thereby ensuring the integrity of the competition. In the Papal Palace, Hulaina and others were summoned once more along with Meng Ye. As the competition loomed, Bibidong reiterated the significance of the tournament and offered words of encouragement. Your Holiness, the Crown Prince of Tiando Empire and the Prince of Xingluo Empire, Xue Qinghe and Daiyun, request an audience. The guards stationed at the Papal Palace reported. Bibidong waved her hand, signaling Meng Ye and the others to stand aside. Within the Grand Hall, there were no guards or elders present. Only the Pope and two hidden title Douluos, embodying the solemnity of the Pope while reflecting Bibidong's absolute confidence in her strength. She ordered to let the visitors enter, recognizing them as envoys from the two empires, who had evidently comparing their respective stances. Initially, they expressed respect for the Pope, presenting an imperial document alongside the roster of participating teams. As the host, the Spirit Hall would naturally be comprised of their people, with Xue Qinghe counted among them. Yet ultimately, the Spirit Hall held the final say. Your Holiness, these individuals must be the prodigies of your esteemed academy, Xue Qinghe remarked with a subtle smile, glancing at Meng Ye and the others. Indeed, Bibidong's gaze remained exceptionally indifferent, even knowing that the person before her was her own daughter in disguise. Her heart felt little turbulence. Ha, truly remarkable, a youthful hero, Xue Qinghe said, his admiration for Meng Ye evident in his tone. Meng Ye wore an impassive expression, yet within him stirred a trace of sorrow for her. He even questioned whether Qian Renxue could still discern her true identity, whether she was indeed Qian Renxue or Xue Qinghe. Your Highness, you flatter me. When it comes to genius, I cannot compare to one so young as yourself. Possessing the cultivation of a soul emperor, Meng Ye said with a slight bow, eager to conclude this pointless conversation as swiftly as possible. Xue Qinghe's countenance faltered momentarily, while the regent minister of the Xingluo Empire also exhibited a subtle change in expression. Bibidong remained as inscrutable as ever. Yet the eyes of Hulaina and others widened in astonishment. In the current world, many were aware of Xue Qinghe's age, but very few knew of her true talents. She had long labored to disguise her identity, and her cultivation was merely at the soul master level, a fact that had never been disclosed. However, Meng Ye's sudden remark contained an overwhelming amount of information for those oblivious to the truth. To outsiders, this prince was still under 25 years of age. He was well within the age limit for the Soul Master competition, yet possessed a cultivation level that surpassed even that of the Golden Generation and Meng Ye himself. This revelation was undoubtedly explosive, especially for the Xingluo Empire. Your Excellency, you jest. How could I possibly possess the cultivation of a Soul Emperor? Surely you mean this esteemed elder, Daiyun, Xue Qinghe replied with a serene smile, attempting to divert the attention of those present. Gazing at her calmly, Meng Ye responded, Perhaps. As anticipated, Xueqinghe relinquished her probing of Bai Bai Dong's attitude and the thoughts of the others, hastily taking her leave, with Dayan following suit. After this brief interlude, Bai Bai Dong chose not to elaborate further, instructing Hu Laina and the others to depart first, leaving Meng Ye alone. "What have you disowned?" Bai Bai Dong observed Meng Ye, realizing that she was increasingly unable to fathom this disciple before her. "What does your majesty inquire about?" Xueqinghe's cultivation and her identity. Although Bai Bai Dong's expression revealed no discernible emotion, Meng Ye could distinctly sense a tinge of pressure. While she did not acknowledge Qian Rinxue as her daughter, only she and Qian Douluo were privy to the so-called conspiracy to usurp the nation. The remaining knowledge lay primarily with the two elders dispatched to protect her. The fewer who knew of this affair, the better. Indeed, it would be best if no one were aware at all. Naturally, she is undoubtedly a soul emperor. I am quite astonished and relieved that she did not participate in this tournament, Meng Ye remarked. Bai Bai Dong fell into silence, aware that Meng Ye was being disingenuous. Although she found it difficult to fully grasp Meng Ye's character, she could easily discern the falsehood in his words. Historically, Meng Ye would never shy away from a peer. And on the contrary, he should be elated. This matter must not be disclosed to anyone. The disciple understands. It was evident that Bai Bai Dong still could not let go of certain sentiments. Her response left Meng Ye feeling somewhat unsettled, for one who aspired to achieve greatness. Indecision was the gravest of pitfalls. Regardless of how impeccably she presented herself, Bai Bai Dong's heart still harbored unresolved burdens. Such a mindset rendered her ambition to unify the continent a mere farce. While she may be an iron-fisted and formidable empress, she was far from being a competent ruler. At this moment, Meng Ye found himself in a state of hesitation. If he wished to defy the so-called fate, he feared that Bai Bai Dong would not only fail to provide support, but her emotional reasoning might even become a hindrance. Initially, he had no interest in the position of the Pope. However, if he chose not to compete, he dreaded the thought of facing failure in the most humiliating manner. Chapter 87. The anticipation before the great tournament. Meng Ye, that Xueqinghe possesses the cultivation of a soul emperor. Are you certain? Yan and the others did not depart, but instead awaited Meng Ye's emergence from the papal hall, eagerly inquiring. Meng Ye cast a glance at the sullen Yin and remarked, "Of course not." With a disdainful huff, Yin fell silent for a moment before turning away in anger. This news was indeed a blow to the three of them. Meng Ye's appearance was akin to a towering mountain, shattering their most cherished pride in their talents. Yet now they realized that there were even greater heights to scale. And the profound psychological disparity was difficult for them to accept. It was not just them. If Qian Rinxue truly refrained from embarking on a foolish treasonous scheme and devoted herself to cultivation, she could potentially dominate 2, even 3, Soul Master tournaments. At that point, wielding an unparalleled might, it would be far easier to conquer the 2 great empires. Holding at least 2 trump cards yet insisting on dismantling them was akin to tearing apart 2 winning hands. Sister, the evil moon, looked toward Hu Laina, preparing to summon her back to the academy. However, Hu Laina gave him a knowing glance, and Evil Moon discreetly followed Yin. Only Meng Ye and Hu Laina remained. The former smiling as she said, "Shall we return together? I have some matters to attend to. You may head back first." Meng Ye chose not to accompany Hu Laina, instead opting to make his way alone to the vicinity of the residence arranged for the Heaven Do Empire within the Spirit City. After some twists and turns, he finally located the individual he sought in a restaurant. "Ha ha ha, I knew you would find your way here. You truly are an enigmatic fellow," Douluo exclaimed. Seated in a window-side position, laughing heartily, Meng Ye sat across from him, calmly remarking, "It appears that you have made significant gains, senior, and your strength has notably increased." Douluo paused, gazing at Meng Ye with astonishment, and replied, "I even suspect that you might be the reincarnation of a 10,000-year soul beast." "How could you discern this?" Ever since being alerted by Meng Ye, he had sought out numerous soul beasts to experiment with, injecting his own poison into their bodies before reclaiming it. The nature of the Bilan snake's venom was indeed formidable, and as a result, his soul power had markedly improved. Within a mere few months, he not only broke through to level 94 but even progressed further. After years of stagnation, his soul power not only advanced, but he also discovered a shortcut to enhancing his cultivation. How could he not feel elated? "I came here to caution you, senior," Meng Ye advised. "Though this method is remarkably effective, moderation is essential. Otherwise, it may spiral out of control. The evil martial soul itself poses no inherent threat. Yet it can influence the mindset of a soul master without directly altering it. Ultimately, it depends on the individual. Given the temperament of the poison Douluo, there should be no significant issue. However, the concern lies in him unknowingly relying on the Bylon Snake Emperor to forcefully break through his boundaries. The swifter the breakthrough, the greater the potential peril. A soul master cannot ascend to profound levels solely through soul power, without the necessary mental state and realm. It is entirely plausible to fall into madness and self-immolate. Upon hearing this, Douluo's expression turned grave. He then expelled a dark green orb from his mouth, placing it in the palm of his hand. Meng Ye shivered momentarily, for he recognized that this object was the poison pearl of Douluo, containing half of his cultivation within. This peculiar trait served as a unique aspect of Douluo's martial spirit. Typically, only certain extraordinary soul beasts could produce such entities. This item is the key to my cultivation, encapsulating half of my soul power. However, as I practiced using your method, it appears that its soul power has begun to conflict with mine. The absorbed soul power requires a period of sedimentation and refinement. The senior has been somewhat hasty. Meng Ye discerned the terrifying soul power contained within the poison pearl. It was exceedingly pure, extremely potent venom? No, perhaps not quite, but it was perilously close. Should this object be cultivated further? If Douluo were indeed able to achieve the pinnacle of Douluo in his lifetime, he could ascend directly to the demigod level with the aid of this poison pearl. He would stand shoulder to shoulder with the three unparalleled Douluo. Of course, that is the ideal scenario, given Douluo's age. Even with the assistance of the path of the evil soul master, the ultimate Douluo remains an unattainable dream. Nevertheless, ascending a few more levels should pose no significant challenge. Thank you. I, Douluo, shall remember this matter. Douluo said solemnly, clasping his fist in respect. Meng Ye had provided him with an abundance of assistance, and Douluo found himself at a loss as to how to repay such kindness, opting instead to await an opportune moment. Moreover, there was indeed a matter for which I must trouble you, esteemed elder. You stated that as long as it does not contravene your principles, you would do your utmost. Douluo was a man of his word. Having pledged to return the favor to Meng Ye, he would not waver. I require your assistance in eliminating someone, however. If this task proves insurmountable, there is no need to insist. Meng Ye promptly disclosed to Douluo the task he intended for him. Upon his arrival, the surroundings were enveloped in silence, courtesy of his mental fortitude, and even his appearance had undergone slight alterations, rendering them indistinguishable to any outsiders who might have previously encountered them. This undertaking, when scrutinized closely, bore no semblance of honor. Indeed, Douluo might harbor some distaste for it. Nonetheless, when the situation deemed it necessary, he would not overly cherish his own reputation, and he was not averse to engaging in less than savory tasks. This matter was indeed well suited for him. After listening attentively, Douluo furrowed his brow and remarked, "This individual presents quite the challenge." "No matter," Meng Ye replied. "Should you find it too burdensome, I shall seek assistance elsewhere." Meng Ye did not insist. If it came to taking a life, he possessed ample leverage to summon a titled Douluo, yet none were as suitable as Douluo. You have misunderstood my intent. In this spirit city, should any harm befall him, it would be challenging for me to extricate myself, particularly regarding the Pope's stance on the matter. As the conversation progressed, Douluo too became cautious. If the matter pertained to the Pope's disposition, even if he owed Meng Ye a favor, he would not dare act recklessly. Favors can be repaid, but one cannot repay a life. He was not prepared for such a sacrifice. Rest assured, elder. This matter does not necessitate your actually taking his life. Rather, it is imperative that he returns alive, albeit precariously. Douluo was perplexed by Meng Ye's meaning, yet ultimately acquiesced. Should there be any fatalities, he would indeed be apprehensive. However, if no one perished, then there would be no issue with his titled Douluo prowess. He could easily fabricate an excuse, and neither of the two great empires would dare to trouble him. 5 days later, the grand competition commenced. With the venue set in the heart of Spirit City, less than a kilometer from the Pope's palace. To maintain order, the audience was limited to several thousand, all of whom were soul masters. The finals consisted of 5 rounds, with eliminations being fiercely competitive. On the first day, the Spirit Hall Academy and the 2 great empire seed teams were granted a round of byes. Initially, Yin and his companions had little desire to attend, as the reigning champions. Their presence might be perceived as a sign of insecurity. Thus, Meng Ye decided to attend. The atmosphere felt exceedingly solemn, and the cultivations of those present were formidable. Wu stood beside Meng Ye, observing the soul battle arena, and remarked, "Indeed, the audience here comprises no commoners. While not everyone may be an expert, they possess enough discernment to grasp the nuances." Meng Ye nodded, acknowledging the atmosphere of the finals, solemn and grave. Filled with intense anticipation, unlike the incessant clamor and cheers that permeated the arena of the soul duel. While the noise may not directly affect one's strength, an overly fervent ambience could easily overshadow the true brilliance of the soul duel. This event gathered the most exceptional talents from across the continent, competing for supremacy. Treating it like an ordinary contest would inevitably diminish its mystique and authority. Is there something worth noticing? Lei Jingyang, seated beside him, inquired. He understood Meng Ye's temperament, generally. He was disinterested in the soul duels, relying not on experience, even in the grand finale of the Soul Master competition. Certain matters required prior confirmation. Chapter 88. The premature awakening of the Blue-Silver Emperor in the first match. The Blaze Academy faced Shrek Academy, a confrontation that left Meng Ye feeling somewhat perplexed. In the original narrative, Fire Dance was supposed to be unwilling to relinquish the opportunity to vie for rankings with Blaze Academy, opting instead to merge with the Divine Wind Academy to challenge Tang San anew. Although her decision was foolish, she undeniably exhibited remarkable strength, causing Shrek Academy some trouble. Boss. Blaze Academy has a significant feud with Shrek. That fellow named Tang San humiliated Fire Dance, nearly provoking a deadly confrontation, Wang Shuo remarked, seated behind with Shueku. They had thoroughly enjoyed their time wandering the Spirit City these past few days. Are you certain? Meng Ye asked, somewhat skeptically. Absolutely. I heard Fire Dance was almost enraged to the point of exploding. Fire restrains grass. Having never faced it, she must feel quite disheartened, Wang Shuo replied. Indeed. It was no ordinary grass. The first round had already commenced. Meng Ye observed that Tang San's use of his martial spirit was rather uncoordinated. He turned to Wang Shuo and inquired, has his martial spirit undergone any changes? Changes? Wang Shuo scratched his head. Before coming here, he had been gathering intelligence from Meng Ye. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he exclaimed, I remember now. It indeed wasn't he like this at the beginning. During the battle with the Elephant Armor Academy, his martial spirit appeared as ordinary blue-silver grass. Later on, however, it transformed. And even the color of Tang San's hair seemed to change. Indeed, it had only been a short while since his second awakening. It is likely that Tang Hao had visited him, or perhaps some other fortuitous event occurred. Otherwise, the bloodline of the Blue-Silver Emperor would not awaken so easily. To be precise, without extraordinary circumstances, he would never awaken in this lifetime. The Blue-Silver Emperor is the royalty of the blue-silver grass. Wei Meng Ye and Lei Jingyang departed with 3 little ones in tow. At that moment, Hulaina and the others were also present, but after watching a few matches, they had chosen to leave. HM? Seated among the organizing committee, Qian Rinqiwei's attention was drawn to Meng Ye. Upon noticing him rise, her gaze wandered, only to land on a familiar figure seated behind her. After more than 20 years, she could hardly recall acquaintances from the Spirit Hall. Yet she knew the details of the Tiando Empire like the back of her hand. The appearance of her sister here was nothing short of astonishing. Your Highness, do you have any questions? Dian inquired, noticing Xueqing his unusual demeanor. As a prince, he naturally possessed royal blood. However, due to the harsh rules of the Xingluo royal family, he was unlikely to wield much power. Since Meng Ye had pointed out Xueqing's cultivation level, he had taken a keen interest in the hidden prince of the Tiando Empire, a matter of considerable significance for their Xingluo Empire. The heir to the throne is tied to the fate of an entire nation. In these tumultuous times, both empires were precariously balanced. Should a formidable ruler suddenly emerge from the Tiando Empire, it would spell danger for Xinghua. While innate talent as a soul master may not equate to imperial capability, a high-ranking soul master certainly has the longevity to make an impact, and that alone is sufficiently compelling. Nothing of concern, this soul battle is truly spectacular. The strength displayed by Shrek Academy likely surpasses that of the Tiando Royal Academy, Xueqing Hao remarked with a serene smile, deftly diverting the conversation. Oh, indeed, Dian replied, visibly intrigued. The competition between the two empires in the Soul Master tournament was fierce, especially against the powerful Spirit Hall Academy, which united them in common cause. Yet, should one side of the two empires suddenly grow strong, their fragile alliance could falter. Casting his gaze towards Shrek Academy, he noted the presence of Dai Mubai and Zhu Xing, filling him with delight. To him, the stronger Shrek Academy became, the better, as it meant their Xingluo Empire had placed its bets on 2 contenders. Regardless of who achieved excellence, it was a rivalry among princes. As for contesting against the Spirit Hall Academy, both empires had largely abandoned that unrealistic aspiration. 2 days later, the second round of matches commenced. The teams that had received buys were the top contenders from both regions, with each area selecting 15 strong teams to participate in the finals, totaling 32 teams. Including the Spirit Hall representative team, there were 33 in all. The objective of having 3 seed teams receive byes was to prevent strong teams from being eliminated prematurely due to early encounters. The second round also afforded them a brief respite. The finals spanned 10 days, consisting of 5 rounds. And now it was time for the Spirit Hall Academy to take the stage. Boom! Thunder roared as the entire Soul Battle arena was engulfed in a tempest of lightning. In the next instant, the team from the Xingluo Empire facing the Spirit Hall Academy was violently hurled from the arena by a terrifying shockwave. The first match of the second round began and ended in just 5 seconds. A profound silence enveloped the venue, as all eyes fixated on the solitary figure slowly exiting the battlefield, hearts trembling. In the contestants' rest area, Shrek Academy had secured the top position in the Tiando Empire's qualifying rounds, thus they enjoyed a bye for this match. However, out of prudence, they had sent Dai Mubai and Tang San to observe the arena in advance. Big Brother Dai, how is it? Has it started? Ma Hongj, neither of the 2 great empires was willing to confront the Spirit Hall head-on. They were merely a few spirit sages in an academy. What could they possibly use to wage a desperate battle? Dean, I apologize, but I have reasons that compel me to oppose the Spirit Hall, Tang San said, lowering his head. Everyone on this journey, even his mentor, Yu Xiaojiang, had opposed the decision. Yet here he stood, having revealed his clear sky hammer without reservation. To call it a suicidal move would hardly be an exaggeration. Dai Mubai exchanged glances with the others before breaking into a smile. He clapped Tang San firmly on the shoulder and said, "Speak. What is the plan? We're with you. Thank you, everyone." When it came to teamwork, the foundation Yu Xiaojiang had laid for them was indeed solid, forging them into an unbreakable bond. Thus, even in the face of such an unreasonable decision, as long as Tang San willed it, the others had no choice but to follow. Meng Ye was naturally unaware of what Tang San was up to. His personal intervention to secure the first victory in the soul battle was, in fact, a strategic move to ensure smoother progress in the subsequent rounds. By the third round, their opponents unsurprisingly chose to forfeit. However, the fourth round brought an unexpected twist. The Spirit Hall team faced the Divine Wind Academy, while Shrek Academy was pitted against the Star Luo Royal team. On the battle stage, Feng Xiaoyan's expression twisted into a bitter smile as he watched Meng Ye step onto the platform alone. "If you wish to leave with dignity, step down yourself," Meng Ye said calmly, his gaze steady. His direct approach had a clear purpose: to draw attention and secure an advantageous position in the following rounds. If Feng Xiaoyan refused to yield, Meng Ye would have no choice but to assist him in maintaining his dignity. After a moment of hesitation, Feng Xiaoyan signaled for his teammates to retreat. Though this was meant to be a team battle, circumstances had forced them into a one-on-one confrontation. "Captain, let's fight together. He can't possibly eliminate all of us at once." "Yeah, Captain. Fight together?" Feng Xiaoyan cast a cold glance at his teammates. "Then I can't guarantee you'll walk away unscathed." After exchanging glances, the members of Divine Wind Academy steeled themselves and stepped forward, standing firmly before Feng Xiaoyan. "Captain, we'll buy you time." "You." The icy expression on Feng Xiaoyan's face softened. With a deep breath, he spread his arms and summoned his martial soul, gritting his teeth. "Don't you dare die on me." He knew that surrendering now would invite scorn. No one would blame him. But his pride as Divine Wind Academy's prodigy refused to let him yield without a fight. Though he loathed dragging his comrades into this, he understood the flaw in his self-created soul skill. Without someone to stall Meng Ye, he wouldn't have the time to gather his strength. Just like last time. The likely outcome would be Meng Ye shattering his martial soul with a single strike. Whoosh! A tempest erupted as all 7 members unleashed their martial souls. Violent winds sweeping across the arena. "Go. Buy me 1 minute." Feng Xiaoyan's eyes burned with determination as he soared into the air, channeling the force of his dive into razor-sharp wind blades. Understood. The other 6 pushed themselves to their limits. The gale wasn't merely confined to the stage, it coalesced into a miniature tornado, trapping Meng Ye within its fury. Gasps rippled through the audience. Meng Ye's solo challenge had already stunned them, but now, with 7 opponents attacking in unison, the spectacle was on an entirely different level. Everyone watched intently, eager to see whether Meng Ye would break free or if his legend would meet its end here. Impossible. The Shrek team, whose match had yet to begin, observed the battle with bated breath. Having faced Divine Wind Academy before, they knew their strength. Ranked just below Shrek in the qualifiers, they were no pushovers. This should reveal his full power, Dai Mubai murmured, his heterochromatic eyes locked onto the stage. Beside him, Tang San's violet-hued gaze sharpened, analyzing every move Meng Ye might make. On the battlefield, the storm reached its peak. Feng Xiaotian's charging speed accelerated, each dive amplifying the wind's ferocity. Overestimating oneself. Crack. A web of lightning exploded outward, tearing through the combined storm with a thunderous barrier before lashing toward the edges of the arena, leaving scorched earth in its wake. Look out. Feng Xiaotian's warning came too late. Boom. A bolt of white lightning descended from the heavens, coalescing in Meng Ye's grasp before detonating with apocalyptic force. Divine Wind Academy was renowned for their speed, but against the velocity of lightning, they were laughably slow. Fourth soul skill, 9 Heaven's Thunderfall. A skill derived from a 20,000, your Thunder God Bamboo. This was the pinnacle of lightning, enhanced further by his first soul skill, Thunderstorm, amplifying its destructive potential to the extreme. Chapter 90. Tang San's hidden power combined soul skills, though not the same as Soul Ring Fusion, demanded even greater mastery from the Soul Master. Victory goes to the Spirit Hall Academy team. The outcome was inevitable. Feng Xiaotian's 36 slashes of the Gale Wolf was forcibly interrupted, and his teammates were blasted off the stage. The sheer devastation of Supreme Lightning left no room for resistance. Meng Ye had given his warning, opposing it head-on was suicide. TCH Feng Xiaotian staggered to his feet, surveying his charred and unconscious comrades. A wave of despair and helplessness crashed over him. The stage bore the scars of the lightning strike, its surface etched with terrifying electric patterns. As Meng Ye's figure faded from view, Feng Xiaotian's vision blurred, his injuries too severe to remain conscious. Medics. Now. The Spirit Hall's healers rushed forward, ensuring no lives were lost. The Shrek team watched in silence as Feng Xiaotian was carried away. 2 soul skills, both first rings at the 1,000-year level. The fourth ring's grade and age are indeterminable. Tang San had discerned this much, but revealing it would only further demoralize their already shaken spirits. Everyone, prepare yourselves. The next battle won't be easy. Leave it to me, Boss Dai. The fourth round pitted Shrek against the Douluo royal team, a clash that could determine the future heir of the Douluo Empire. Brutal as it was, the Empire's ruthless elimination system ensured stability and legitimacy in succession. After all, Douluo's emperors tended to reign longer and faced fewer unexpected crises. Roar. The duel of the Netherworld White Tigers erupted, 2 monstrous beasts locked in a life-or-death struggle. With the throne at stake, neither side held back. My dear brother, you've grown bold. Humph. Though Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhiqing's combined Netherworld White Tiger was slightly weaker in soul power, the 40 amplification from Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed pagoda tipped the scales. Had Zhu Zhiqing's cultivation been higher, they would have held an overwhelming advantage. Mubai, Tang San and the others swiftly dealt with Dai Weixi's teammates and rushed to assist. Roar. Stay out of this. Dai Weici roared, repelling the fused Netherworld White Tiger before swiping a massive paw at Tang San. The sheer might of the 2 soul ancestors rivaled that of a soul emperor, a testament to the Douluo royal family's legacy. The Dai and Zhu families' generations of intermarriage had perfected their martial soul fusion, making the Netherworld White Tiger a symbol of the empire itself. Bam. What? Davis's palm came crashing down, yet the anticipated outcome eluded him. Though Tang San was momentarily repelled, his hands, glimmering with a jade hue, remained unscathed. More significantly, he managed to halt his retreat after merely a few meters. Mubai, now's your chance. Davis, recovering from his astonishment, noticed the phantom white tiger ensnared by a peculiar layer of blue-silver grass, rendering him momentarily unable to break free from this formidable spirit fusion technique. The blue-silver emperor's second soul skill, Parasite, was activated. Roar. The Douluo battle team has been defeated. In the resting area, Meng Ye turned away with a calm gaze, murmuring to himself, has Haotian Hammer been cultivated as well? No wonder he dares to come here, but he remains too naive. He had a fair understanding of Tang San's strength, aside from the unutilized soul bone, which seemed to be another 8 spider lances. He comprehended the situation regarding soul skills and martial spirits. Those hidden weapons were certainly out of the question, as they relied on poison for lethality, which held little significance in such a high-stakes confrontation. Thus, while Tang San's strength had undeniably surged, it did not exceed Meng Ye's expectations by much, at least. The probability of victory remained at 90%. The only variable was perhaps Tang Hao. If Tang Hao intervened prematurely, the match might be interrupted. Yet the outcome would remain unchanged. On the final day, the arena was relocated to the front of the Pope's Hall. Bibi Dong and Ning Fengji made their appearance, and a resplendent golden throne was brought forth, placed before the Pope's Hall. The palace knights in silver armor stood guard, and the grandeur of the martial soul hall was fully displayed, emphasizing the solemnity of the Pope's Hall. Bibi Dong, adorned in a splendid golden gown. With her purple gold crown and radiant scepter, exuded an indescribable authority, embodying the dignity of the Pope. After a series of formalities, normally only those of significant status, such as direct descendants of the seven treasure glazed tile school or the imperial families of the two great empires, would be required to kneel. However, to the astonishment of all, no one from Shrek knelt. In fact, in the presence of Bibidong's overwhelming aura, Tang San boldly utilized his purple extreme magic to counter her invisible pressure. Impudent! How dare you show such disrespect to Her Majesty the Pope? A cardinal in crimson robes bellowed, only to be silenced by a gesture from Bibidong. You are indeed the disciple of the master. You possess a semblance of his former spirit. Bibidong's expression remained neutral, indifferent to such trivial matters, particularly in this public setting where she would not act in a manner that would undermine her authority. I do know relying on the might of the domain to exert pressure is indeed effective, yet this is merely the beginning. Tang Sen must now endure greater soul power consumption. Although the consumption of this blue-silver domain is minimal, it is far from the Stardew Forest, where he could operate with almost no cost. The clash of momentum persists, and the domain released by Tang San astonishes Ulaina and the others. Not only them, but the expressions of several titled Douluo seated before the Pope's palace also changed dramatically. A domain. The Bone Douluo, standing beside Ning Fingji, exclaims, unable to conceal his astonishment. This ability, said to only manifest in the ninth soul skill of titled Douluo, unexpectedly appears in the hands of a mere youth. Ning Fingji, 2. Displays a face of wonder. The limitations of the seven treasure glazed tile pagoda are immense, rendering this a true legend for him. Even formidable figures like the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo lack such domains. Indeed, it is no simple matter. Bibidong's demeanor remains calm, but her heart is far from tranquil. Previously, she had dispatched the Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo to ambush Tang San, only to have their plans thwarted by the seven treasure glazed tile sect. Now, she cannot afford to act again so brazenly. Yet, upon witnessing the domain, a flicker of murderous intent stirs within her. Your Majesty, the Ghost Douluo also exclaims, taken aback. They had not seen Tang San utilize a domain before, and at that moment, the Chrysanthemum Douluo had indeed had the opportunity to eliminate him but hesitated to strike. It matters not, given the circumstances. Bibidong cannot allow the Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo to act openly in front of the crowd. She must seek another opportunity. In the soul battleground, the two opposing sides lock eyes. Meng Ye furrows his brow, sensing hostility, which does not surprise him. However, he is puzzled by the faint yet palpable aura of malice. Although he has been closely observing Tang San lately, it seems he has only encountered him once before in the Stardew Forest, when that human-faced demon spider sought to kill him. Now, Tang San is acutely aware of the rapid depletion of his soul power and the immense pressure he faces. He must act preemptively. With a sudden burst, an abundance of peculiar blue-silver grass erupts from the ground, unpredictably sprouting beneath everyone's feet, enveloping Meng Ye and the others. The fourth soul skill, a mutated soul skill blue-silver spike formation. Facing this instantaneous and bizarre soul skill, Lu Ming, lacking much battle experience, is startled and instinctively retreats. A sharp blue-silver grass stabbing forth. Meng Ye scoffs as everyone assumes defensive stances in preparation to counter this attack. He lifts his foot and slams it down. Boom. The entire arena trembles violently, a terrifying force fracturing the ground, and more alarmingly, a visible shockwave ripples across the surface, shattering the bizarrely rigid blue-silver grass in its wake. A perfect demonstration of power control. Observing his fourth soul skill being neutralized in such a simple yet exquisitely refined manner, Tang San's expression grows serious, but he resolutely raises his hand to grasp. The fourth soul ring bursts forth with an inky glow. With a swift motion, a multitude of spikes materializes, forming a cage that confines Meng Ye and the others in place. Just some weeds. Watch me burn you. Yin, seeing his earlier attack evaded by Meng Ye's swift footwork, remains oblivious to the fact that these are not ordinary blue-silver grass, and thus unleashes his martial soul. His form grows larger, and terrifying crimson flames surge from his hands. However, upon contact with the blue-silver grass, he finds himself unable to ignite it, instead being suppressed and rendered unable to unleash his power. What is happening? Realizing the predicament, Yan's fury escalates as he channels his soul power. Clang. Crack. On the other side, Xiaoyu relies on the sharpness of his moon blade, striking the blue-silver grass, but only manages to sever two stalks, failing to break free immediately. Crack. The only one unaffected is Meng Ye. The blue-silver grass is more abundant this time and fully activated. making it challenging to shatter directly. Yet, relying solely on the blue-silver emperor to restrain him is insufficient for the current Tang San. With a wave of his hand, he shatters the sturdy blue-silver grass, which scatters and dissipates upon hitting the ground. Roar. The moment he breaks free from the blue-silver cage, he is met with the oncoming phantom white tiger, its massive form extending over 5 meters. Boom. But it is not merely the phantom white tiger. A wave of faintly dark, high-temperature flames shoots from the side, accompanied by a dark hammer augmented with 2 10,000-year soul rings crashing down. The triple assault converges instantaneously. Amplified by the 7 treasure glazed tile and food type enhancements, clearly a meticulously designed annihilation. A glimmer of cold light flashes in Meng Ye's eyes as a terrifying aura begins to emanate from within him, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Heavenly Fox transformation. Boom. At this critical moment, a delicate cry resonates from behind. In an instant, 5 massive white tails sweep out, wrapping around his waist and yanking him backward, simultaneously colliding with the phantom white tiger and the Haotian hammer. The soft, radiant tails of the fox exhibit no signs of damage. Instead, they suffer slight harm from the phoenix flames. Chapter 92, The Annihilation Scheme. The Qilua Yujingxiang, known as the King of Immortal Herbs. Reputed to contain the essence of heaven and earth, the radiance of the sun and moon. Its rank is slightly above other immortal herbs, except for the eye-side Duanchang Red. Although Hu Laina did not pass the trials upon departing from the East Sea Abyss, she was not penalized, and her martial soul underwent a certain transformation. With the addition of this immortal herb, she has completely transformed from the demon fox martial soul into the 9-tailed heavenly fox. The two are incomparable, if classified by rank. The demon fox martial soul barely reaches the pinnacle of martial souls. Yet it faces the same awkward predicament as the blue-silver grass due to insufficient mental power in later stages. Insufficient control leads to similar explosive limitations. The 9-tailed heavenly fox can be viewed as a comprehensive elevation of the demon fox martial soul, directly advancing it to the ranks of the most elite martial souls. Her soul power has also surged within merely a few months, now reaching level 55, surpassing Meng Ye's current level by 1 tier. You all shall perish. Upon witnessing Meng Ye being besieged, Hu Laina unleashes her full soul power and fury. 5 snow-white foxtails sweep through, not only blocking the phantom white tiger's assault but also rendering the Haotian hammer's strikes nearly ineffective. However, she remains somewhat wary of Ma Hongjuan's flames. The tails of this heavenly fox martial soul are wholly supple, yet they encapsulate an immense soul power, making them nearly impervious to physical attacks, while flames pose a significant threat. Moreover, this evil fire phoenix, albeit possessing only a fraction of its bloodline, is far more potent than ordinary flames, not to be underestimated. Meng Ye was forcibly pulled aside, yet he refrained from engaging. Hu Laina was in a fit of rage, attacking fiercely, making collaboration difficult. He raised his hand and gestured towards Tang San and the others behind him. During this time, their preparation had not only involved training for cooperation but also developed a basic level of tacit understanding. Buzz. In the next moment, 2 beams of blue light erupted from Hu Laina's eyes, swiftly crossing most of the soul-fighting arena and striking towards Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Mental impact. This attack, nearly impossible to evade, was launched unexpectedly. Oh no. Tang San barely reacted, but it was too late. He watched in disarray as the 2 mental attacks hurtled towards them. Swish. At a critical moment, a figure teleported in front of the mental assault, a burst of intense pink light illuminating the scene. Invincible golden body. However, the invincible golden body could not withstand the mental attack. Puff. The 3 seconds of invincibility from the invincible golden body was shattered as it barely blocked the mental assault. And Xiaowu coughed up a mouthful of blood. Even with the foundation of a 100,000-year soul beast, reincarnated as a human, she possessed far superior mental strength and physical resilience than the average person. Otherwise, this strike would have severely injured her. Xiaowu. Tang San was momentarily distracted and was directly struck by Hu Laina's foxtail, causing him to stagger back. Though the tail appeared soft, each strand contained immense power. This was the Celestial Fox, a top-tier martial soul with both physical and mental attributes maximized. Buzz. Brother, I'm fine. Xiaowu indeed had not sustained a fatal injury, but the blue mark on her forehead suddenly shattered, and her eyes emitted a bewitching light. Hu Laina also employed a lure, neutralizing each other. The drawback of such strong control soul skills was that, if the difference in mental strength was not significant, it was challenging to form an unidirectional suppression effect. Before the Popes Palace, the several title Douluo changed their expressions simultaneously, looking at the figures on the soul-fighting platform with uncertainty, fearful of having missed something. Bon Douluo whispered to Ning Fingji, who similarly displayed surprise, glancing discreetly at the Pope. A strong aura of malice was subtly emanating, suggesting that today's events might not end amicably. On the soul fighting platform, Meng Ye narrowed his eyes, sensing the change in Xiao Wu's aura just moments ago. But he paid it no mind. The Shrek team's offensive had faltered, and it was now time for their counterattack. The Phantom White Tiger could no longer retreat. The martial soul fusion technique was essentially a high-explosion soul skill. The greater the explosion, the more soul power it consumed. Retreating would result in a weaker subsequent offensive. At that moment, the Phantom White Tiger was ensnared by Hu Liena's foxtail and could not escape, unable to retreat. Buzz. Suddenly, a strong golden light erupted from the soul fighting platform. Crash. Chains materialized from light elements and instantly enveloped Tang San and the others. Lu Yu's group control. The chains of light, activated. Boom. Damn it. Get down. Yin, in a fit of rage, detonated his soul skill, successfully breaking through the blue-silver cage despite suffering some backlash from the flames. Xie did the same, swinging the moon blade towards the back of the Shrek team. A torrent of scorching sand surged forth, engulfing the Shrek team bound by the chains of light, except for the Phantom White Tiger, which managed to break a few chains. And Xiao Wu, who evaded using teleportation, Tang San and Ma Hongjun found it difficult to break free in that instant. Ning Rongrong and Oscar were too far away to be affected, but Xie was drawing closer, putting them in peril as well. Damn. What kind of soul skill is this? Third brother. Ma Hongjun's face turned pale. His phoenix flames, usually unstoppable, were now ineffective against these golden chains. Moreover, even his martial soul felt as though it was being gradually suppressed back into his body. At this moment, Tang San, using the power of the Haotian hammer, barely broke free from his restraints, his heart heavy with the question of what kind of soul skill this was, and what was that guy waiting for. He had orchestrated everything to eliminate Meng Ye first. If that failed, he anticipated that Meng Ye would unleash an irrational counterattack out of anger. Then they would exploit Xiao Wu's invincible golden body to forcibly deplete Meng Ye's soul power. That was his plan, but now he realized how wrong he was, terribly wrong. With the same cultivation level, the opponent was comprehensively superior, and their tactical coordination was equally adept. How could he expect to execute his plan smoothly? He had underestimated not only Meng Ye but also the others from the Martial Soul Hall Academy. This sensation was all too familiar to him. In past encounters, his opponents must have felt the same, as if ensnared in an inescapable web, forced into a corner. However, it was he who was now being cornered. Clang. Tang San transformed into a series of afterimages, swiftly appearing beside Ma Hongjun and striking to rescue him, then quickly turning to assist the Phantom White Tiger. As for what lay behind him, he could not afford to care. Xiao Wu, relying on her invincible golden body and teleportation, could manage to hold off Xie Yu for the time being. Before their soul power was exhausted, Xie Yu would find it hard to achieve anything significant. Hiss. The surging yellow sand was blocked by a layer of pale blue domain, simultaneously diminishing the light elements that spread around. Blue-silver domain. Switching back to the blue-silver Emperor Martial Soul, Tang San felt his heart sink. Domains were not to be used lightly, typically. Only titled Douluo's ninth soul skill had a chance of manifesting. The reason was that lower-ranked soul masters, even if they possessed a domain, lacked the sufficient soul power to sustain it for long. Buzz. Third brother. Look. Ma Hongjun pointed towards the back of Meng Ye and the others, where a golden light orb was slowly rising. Light explosion. This charged soul skill, even without the enhancement of the heavenly mechanism disc, could reach the destructive power of a Soul Emperor level full-force attack when fully charged. The situation became increasingly precarious. Ziz. A flash of lightning raced past before them, and Meng Ye calmly observed the still-resisting Shrek team. He coldly proclaimed, surrender or die. He had orchestrated events to this point, and Shrek had no chance of victory. Even if they had not suffered casualties yet, once they began to falter, the imminent scenario would lead to a foregone conclusion of annihilation. Absolutely not. Tang San's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, unleashing the remaining soul power within him. Roar. As Tang San unleashed his power, the Phantom White Tiger also erupted with its final strength. They were prepared to fight to the death. Chapter 93. God of Death Domain. Break. Ziz. Boom. The violent lightning exploded across the soul-fighting platform, and with the Phantom White Tiger's anguished cries, two figures were hurled out of the arena. Terrifying lava surged from the ground towards Tang San and Ma Hongjun. After forcing Xiao Wu back, Xie Yu decisively withdrew. His objectives had largely been achieved. Buzz. Meng Ye effortlessly eliminated the Nether White Tiger with a single strike of the Thunderbolt Spear, as blinding golden light enveloped the entire battle arena. Accompanied by the surging magma from the ground, a 10-meter diameter golden orb descended from the heavens. At this moment, Hulayina withdrew her foxtail, having expended considerable soul power to hold back the nether white tiger. Observing Tang San and the others, isolated on the other side by the magma, Meng Ye's expression remained devoid of sorrow or joy. They were left with two choices: to endure the impending explosion of light or to concede defeat. Their brother, Xiaowu, appeared beside Tang San, her face etched with anxiety. Her 3-time invincible golden body had been exhausted, and she could not withstand the pressure from the evil moon without it. Xiaowu, you all should retreat. The ensuing battle will be mine alone. Tang San retracted the domain that had been gradually pushed back into his body, even in peak condition. He could not diminish such immense light elemental energy with his current blue-silver domain. At this moment, Lu Ji, bolstered by Lu Ming's enhancement, radiated with an unparalleled light attribute. No, brother, I will stand with you. And I as well. Douluo was knocked down, and if he jumped in, he would certainly be reprimanded. Ma Hongjun, also feeling the pressure, stepped forward, slamming his hands onto the ground as terrifying flames brewed beneath. And us, Ning Rongrong and Oscar, too, summoned their remaining soul power, bestowing all enhancements upon the trio. Bus. It was no surprise that the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda delivered an enhancement that allowed the remaining 3 to unleash an aura rivaling peak condition. Phoenix crying to the heavens, rise. With a resounding cry of the phoenix, a fiery phoenix surged from the ground to the sky, dispersing the surrounding magma as it collided with the golden orb. Boom. A fierce explosion erupted above Tang San and the others, its power failing to reach its zenith. As the aftermath gradually subsided, Tang San utilized the blue-silver emperor to hurl the drained Ma Hongjun off the stage, while the remaining blue-silver domain temporarily shielded Xiaowu. Behind them, Oscar and Ning Rongrong, having applied all enhancements, leapt off the stage, aware that Tang San could not protect them from the residual explosion. In contrast, Meng Ye's state remained near its peak, having expended only a fraction of his soul power. Zing. Standing beside Hulayina, an almost imperceptible arc of electricity flickered before him, effortlessly countering the earlier explosive aftermath. TCH. That fatso dares. Yin glared furiously at the flung Ma Hongjun, who had also consumed substantial soul power. However, a soul skill had been directly countered by a mere soul ancestor. This was an intolerable humiliation for him. Taking a step forward, Meng Ye calmly regarded Tang San. With a hiss, 8 uniquely shaped spider legs erupted from his back, supporting his body in midair, each measuring between 2 and 3 meters. The Haotian hammer in his hand emanated a profound black light from its 2 soul rings. It appears you still do not intend to concede defeat. Meng Ye's gaze remained steady. By his calculations, Tang San should have been eliminated by this stage. There was no need for him to reveal too much strength before a formidable adversary. In truth, conceding at this moment was the most rational choice for Tang San. Defeat was inevitable, and futile struggle could be deemed courageous or foolish. I will not concede. A glint of cold light flickered in Tang San's eyes as he consumed the sausage in his hand, with Xiaowu mirroring his actions. Subsequently, their unleashed soul power surged stronger, with Oscar activating his 4th soul skill, the exhilarating pink sausage. This enhanced all attributes by 10% for 5 minutes. Buzz. The 2 soul rings on the Haotian hammer simultaneously lit up, causing the hammer, initially the size of a handheld tool, to expand significantly, transforming into a standard warhammer measuring half a meter in length, cloaked in a layer of dark luminescence that cast a formidable pressure around them. One ring was meant to amplify strength, and the other, clang. The piercing sound of the 8 spider lances striking the battle platform resonated as he swung the Haotian hammer, the rotational force beginning to accumulate. Haotian hammer, chaotic wind. This technique, when fully charged, could unleash terrifying power beyond its limits. Although Tang San could not yet wield the 81 hammers, Meng Ye would not permit him to succeed. You're courting death. Boom. Yin witnessed Tang San's defiance and slammed the ground, unleashing a torrent of molten lava from beneath. Boom. However, Tang San seized the momentum and smashed down with his hammer, creating a 1-meter-wide pit in the ground as Yan's first soul skill was rendered ineffective. With widened pupils, Hulayina and the others exchanged glances, sensing the extraordinary nature of this move. Yet they refrained from intervening, turning their attention to Meng Ye, who remained stationary. Crack. The sound of bones cracking echoed as Meng Ye stood still, his body unyielding. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead, veins bulging as if he was exerting tremendous force against something. As Tang San gradually completed the accumulation of the Haotian hammer's power, Meng Ye still did not act. In the audience, Lei Zhengyang sensed something amiss, his expression shifting as he surveyed his surroundings with piercing eyes. What is happening with Brother Meng Ye? Questioned Gu Ling. Nestled in Luo Xian's arms, her innocent gaze reflecting confusion, perhaps sensing something unusual. It seems someone is targeting him, Luo Xian mused, furrowing her brows. Feeling a wave of oppression and unease wash over her. Little girl from the Luo family, keep an eye on them. I will return shortly. Lei Zhengyang abruptly rose. Striding towards a discreet corner of the audience, uncertain of the situation with Meng Ye, but fully aware of his capabilities. Meng Ye perhaps harbored a sense of pride unique to him, yet he remained rational, refraining from jesting in matters of significance. He discerned an unusual aura of soul power. On the soul-fighting platform, the ground beneath Meng Ye suddenly collapsed. The unexpected turn of events left Hulaina and others visibly shaken, prompting Hulaina to charge towards him. Stay back, he bellowed, a terrifying sound wave radiating throughout the entire soul-fighting arena, lingering ominously. Meng Ye, what is happening to you? Hulaina exclaimed in distress. By now, she had reached his rear, only to find an invisible, frigid force field enveloping him, preventing her from drawing near. Haotian Douluo, Tang Hao. Veins bulged on his forehead as Meng Ye gazed at Tang San, who was accumulating power for over 60 strikes. A faint trickle of blood slipped from the corner of his mouth as he suppressed a roar of fury. Very well. His anger was palpable. Throughout this ordeal, he had not revealed any intent to kill, nor had he ever contemplated eliminating the members of Shrekir. However, Tang Hao, driven by personal vendetta, had chosen to attack him directly, unleashing a murderous aura that formed an invisible force field, the god of slaughter domain. A tidal Douluo with 100,000-year soul ring releasing such a domain was intent on his demise. Before the Popes Palace, Bibidong's pupils constricted as she seemed to sense something amiss. Frowning, she scanned the arena, aware that she could intervene, yet with the 7 treasure glazed tile school nearby, she could not risk undermining the Popes' authority in such a public setting. Crack, as her hand brushed against the storage soul guide. A white object materialized within her grasp, which Meng Ye consumed in one bite. Luo Xian's third soul skill, purification, countered the oppressive aura of killing intent. For a fleeting moment, the substantial killing aura was resisted. In that instant, Meng Ye's presence loomed over the entire soul-fighting arena like a colossal primordial beast. Roar. Amidst the thunderous roar, a giant beast formed from lightning appeared behind him, spanning over 10 meters. The god of slaughter domain. Break. Chapter 94. A cataclysmic battle. Z. Tang San had reached his limit, gathering power for 72 strikes. This was an extraordinary manifestation of his physical prowess, bolstered by the assistance of Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Although he was puzzled as to why Meng Ye had only now unleashed his full potential, he had no intention of halting his assault. The Haotian hammer, imbued with a dark, terrifying radiance, hurtled towards Meng Ye. 72 strikes, even a soul saint would dread facing such a blow. Roar. The thunderous beast emitted an earth-shattering roar. Meng Ye, in a fit of genuine rage, revealed a murderous intent in his eyes, and the chilling aura of death surged like a tempestuous wave, rendering life in this domain akin to a fragile boat, at any moment susceptible to being torn asunder. Ziz. A white lightning coalesced in his palm, transforming into a spear of thunder as his giant figure loomed before the thunder beast. In this moment, Meng Ye resembled a divine entity. Third brother, I come to assist you. Xiao Wu suddenly appeared beside Tang San. He nodded, and in an instant, an unspoken understanding was forged between them. Swish. The teleportation was activated. Xiao Wu materialized behind Meng Ye, her scorpion braids swiftly ensnaring his neck. With a deft push of her toes against his back, Meng Ye seemed to transform into a ghostly visage, yet he could not move an inch despite her soft technique, which could unleash double one's own strength. Get away. Holy Na's foxtail swept forth in an instant, its fierce force driving Xiao Wu back, yet upon touching Meng Ye, it softened immeasurably. 5 massive foxtails danced beside the thunder beast, thwarting Xiao Wu's interference. Ziz. The spear of thunder unleashed its ultimate strike, hurtling towards Tang San's Haotian hammer. Clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated, a dreadful explosion that reverberated even to the audience hundreds of meters away, leaving them in a state of disarray. The shockwave twisted the void, as the spear in Meng Ye's hand began to fracture, yet the dark light enveloping the Haotian hammer diminished slightly. Their gazes locked, those eyes, imbued with a purple hue, radiated a piercing murderous intent. To him, the power concentrated in this strike had reached its zenith. Meng Ye's soul skill was shattered. And though the nature of the beast was unclear, it could no longer influence the grand scheme. The Haotian hammer could shatter all. Crack. Unexpectedly, Meng Ye clenched his fist, his eyes flashing with even more blinding thunder. The 5th soul ring on his body erupted with a profound black glow. This was the second time he employed his 5th soul skill, The previous instance was merely a demonstration for Wu Yu, making this his first true application in combat. The 50,000-year mutated Titan and King, an embodiment of ultimate strength. Bestowed with supreme power attributes, the soul skill's effect was to unleash force beyond limits. Approximately quintupled based on Meng Ye's already astonishing strength. Crack. The void groaned under the immense strain. The pale lightning transforming into a dim black upon the moment Meng Ye unleashed his fist. In the next heartbeat, a punch was thrown, and the heavens and earth dimmed. Boom. This collision was even more terrifying than before. Tang San scarcely had time to react as the Haotian hammer in his grasp began to fade amidst an aura of annihilation. The continent's foremost offensive weapon spirit shattered. Scoundrel! Dare to harm my son! A voice thundered, resonating through the void, as Meng Ye's unparalleled force was halted by a power field, preventing it from striking Tang San's true form. However, it still grazed Tang San's right arm, which had held the Haotian hammer, the force radiating outward. Pwah! In an instant, the arm shattered upon collision with his chest, as though it had sunk in. A spurt of blood erupted, only to be instantly vaporized by the extreme heat. Their brother, Xiaowu, entangled by Holy Na, teleported in front of Tang San, attempting to rescue him, only to be met with an irresistible force that surged from behind. Boom! Amidst the explosion, Tang San's body smashed through the edge of the soul-fighting platform, crashing to the ground, bloodied and lifeless. Ziz! The arena fell into silence, save for the terrifying thunder beast that continued to emanate its dreadful thunderous power. Meng Ye gazed upward, where a middle-aged man, holding the Haotian hammer and adorned with frost upon his visage, hovered in the air. 9 soul rings encircled the Haotian hammer. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and finally, a formidable crimson ring. The sheer power emanating from this last massive blood-red soul ring caused the very fabric of the surrounding void to seem as though it were collapsing, instilling a profound tremor in all present. Save for the title Douluo. Those below the 70th level found themselves utterly immobilized, while numerous soul zoons and great soul masters succumbed to the overwhelming might, fainting under its pressure. Standing before Tang Hao, Lei Zhengyang's muscles bulged, his terrifying form towering over 10 meters, his golden mane shimmering brilliantly. The King Kong tiger was his martial spirit, and although his cultivation was merely that of a soul Douluo, his aura rivaled that of a title Douluo, even exuding a more tyrannical presence. At the moment Tang Hao appeared, Bibi Dong sprang to her feet, unleashing an even more terrifying wave of soul power. Elders, heed my command. Seize him at once. With a hum, the ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo surged forward, directly charging at Tang Hao. As a repressed aura of soul power erupted from the papal hall behind them, the fearsome presence of the title Douluo rendered Meng Ye's companions paralyzed, though he alone, fortified by his mental techniques, managed to withstand the pressure, while Hulaina remained unaffected beside him. Please look after them, Meng Ye instructed, gesturing toward Luo Xian and the others in the audience. Beside Luo Xian stood a beautiful woman, her mother, also a support type, yet evidently insufficient to protect the 3 little ones in Luo Xian. Understood. Hulaina immediately dashed toward them, her celestial fox martial spirit maintaining its full state, capable of countering some measure of the oppressive force. Having accomplished this, Meng Ye turned his attention to the unconscious Xiaowu, whom he had subdued, and proceeded towards the direction of Tang San. Flander and the others, sensing the dire situation, had already shielded themselves with 3 soul saints and a soul zoon capable of executing a martial spirit fusion technique. In the skies above, battle was imminent. A mere little ghost, a chrysanthemum, and this old man. Lei Zhengyang interrupted Tang Hao, who was gathering his strength, appearing before him with astonishing speed, his terrifying paw striking towards Tang Hao's hand that gripped the Haotian hammer. Boom! Tang Hao was taken aback, astonished that a mere soul Douluo could possess such immense power. His preparatory movement was disrupted, and even the Haotian hammer slipped slightly in his grasp. Roar! The tiger is the king of beasts. And Lei Zhengyang was well versed in this principle. His assault was relentless and rapid, interweaving his soul techniques with a self-created physical technique, each strike infused with explosive, terrifying latent force. In contrast, once Tang Hao was engaged in close combat, he found it exceedingly challenging to wield the long-handled Haotian hammer to its full potential. While his strength surpassed that of Lei Zhengyang, his combat style relied entirely on the hammer in his possession. In a contest of fists and feet, he was being suppressed. As the 8th soul ring illuminated, Lei Zhengyang gathered a tangible wave of soul power, unleashing a thunderous roar that caused blood to spill from the corner of Tang Hao's mouth, the sound wave piercing through his defenses. A searing pain coursed through his internal injuries, and Tang Hao realized he could not endure much longer. Casting his gaze downward, He exerted all his strength to twist his body and retaliate with a punch that forced Lei Jingyang back. However, this was a meticulously crafted ambush. And escape was not an option. The ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo had already closed in during this brief window. Ghostly apparition. Holy light gate. The 8 soul techniques of the 2 titled Douluo, one bright and one dark, hurtled towards Tang Hao. They did not employ their more powerful 9th soul techniques due to the lack of time to gather their strength. Tang Hao, his internal wounds exacerbated, could not afford to hesitate, for he discovered that Meng Ye was already engaged in battle with Flander and the others. Relying solely on his soul power to counter the lethal strikes from the 2 titled Douluo, the Haotian hammer suddenly enlarged, transforming into an enormous warhammer. While the first 4 soul rings before him detonated. Great Samurai Hammer's mystery. Exploding rings. The terrifying warhammer descended upon the papal hall. Tang Hao, you dare. Tang Hao understood that even if he could eliminate the ghost Douluo or the chrysanthemum Douluo with this attack, he would not have the chance to use it a second time, thus he could only strike at what was imperative to his adversaries. Executing this technique, Tang Hao simultaneously bore the brunt of an attack from the 2 titled Douluo, activating the God of Death domain to intimidate them. His figure vanished instantaneously from the air. Trouble. The 2 titled Douluo glanced down, realizing Tang Hao's target. Hand him over. Boom. As Meng Ye's fist descended, Lu Erlong, who stood directly in front, was forcefully repelled. Her pupils trembling violently with disbelief. Behind her, Flander caught her, equally grave as he gazed at the youth before them, who resembled a demonic deity. Erlong, are you all right? Yu Xiaojing inquired, taken aback, rushing forward. I'm fine. She shook her head, flexing her arms. After withstanding that punch, her limbs felt somewhat weakened. With a hiss, fiery red dragon scales emerged, forcefully coursing through her veins, restoring her strength. This little brat possesses terrifying power, yet he dares to assault my goddaughter and my rival. I shall not hold back any longer. With a roar, Lu Erlong charged again, her fiery dragon spirit power surging forth. The overwhelming pressure of her soul power instilling fear even in a soul saint. As a variant of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, the fire dragon martial spirit cannot be deemed strictly good or bad. Rather, it is a parallel transformation, on par with the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Meng Ye discerned that Lu Erlong's target was the girl he held captive, Xiao Wu. He was unwilling to engage further, coldly huffing as he shielded Xiao Wu behind him. My patience is limited. You have 2 choices. Either I keep Tang San, and you leave, or Tang San escapes, and you all perish here. Initially, he intended to let things be and continue his cultivation in peace, having ample time to strategize. However, Tang Hao and Tang San's murderous intent towards him could not be overlooked. This father-son duo must either be incapacitated or eliminated today, or he would find no peace. As for Shrek Academy, Bibi Dong would not harm Yu Xiaojing, so he could not act against them. Yet his current actions would provide Bibi Dong with no justification to refrain from interference. Lu Erlong halted, her aura dissipating. She glared at the unconscious Xiao Wu. Her teeth clenched in frustration, yet she understood the futility of attempting to rescue someone from a rival of equal caliber. It baffled her how a soul king could possess the strength to rival, or even suppress, a soul saint. Flander discreetly glanced at Zhao Wujie, then nodded to Yu Xiaojing. The 3 reached a tacit understanding, prompting Zhao Wujie to turn and exit the arena. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojing and Flander subtly positioned themselves behind Lu Erlong. Crack. A sharp sound of shattering bones echoed as Xiao Wu let out a piercing scream. Meng Ye did not look back. He found himself unable to move. Watch out. The furious shout of Lei Jingyang echoed through the air. A terrifying pressure surged dangerously close behind him. With a menacing expression, Meng Ye swiftly turned, flinging Xiao Wu behind him as though she were a mere rag doll. Such a venomous little beast. Tang Hao's face twisted in anger. He had detected Tang Hao's attempt to ambush him. A moment's distraction could cost him his life. Now, the tide had turned. As Xiao Wu appeared before him, Tang Hao abruptly halted the strike of his Haotian hammer, the immense force rebounding upon him and causing him to spit out blood. He was no longer the peak Haotian Douluo, but merely a wretched survivor of many years. The remnants of Tang Chen's soul, aware of the massacre, would surely be infuriated. The illustrious Haotian Douluo. A low hum echoed as the dreadful force of twisted void re-emerged, the epitome of power and thunder converging into a single, explosive punch. He bellowed. To suppress a junior and still dare to speak such words. If the ancestors of the Haotian sect were aware, they would surely be ashamed. His mind in turmoil. The backlash of his soul skill revealed a flaw even in Tang Hao. With a resounding crash, a single punch shattered the right arm of this once mighty Haotian Douluo. now reduced to a mere stray dog. Within that arm lay a soul bone. Had it not been for that, the entire limb would have surely been broken. Humph. Killing God domain. Ultimately, Tang Hao remained Tang Hao. Despite suffering such grievous injuries, a fierce glint accompanied by overwhelming murderous intent manifested, threatening to engulf Meng Ye. Though it appeared he had dealt a severe blow to Tang Hao, the truth remained that a Soul King faced off against a titled Douluo, one of the most formidable of his kind. In this perilous situation, it was Meng Ye who was truly at risk. As Tang Hao's domain momentarily restrained Meng Ye, his remaining left arm lunged toward Xiaowu, thinking of escaping. However, to Tang Hao's horror, he found that despite his efforts, he could not take Xiaowu away. Looking up, he met Meng Ye's icy gaze, which had already seized Xiaowu's delicate neck. A barely perceptible whisper reached Tang Hao's ears. You might as well try to see if this 10,000-year soul beast can withstand the combined strength of us both. A chill enveloped him, his mind blank with disbelief. How could this be? His killing god domain had evolved into a tangible manifestation of killing intent fused with his own domineering aura. In his prime, even ordinary titled Douluos would struggle to lift their heads within this domain. What kind of monstrous being was this little beast before him? A faint arc of electricity coiled around his body, forming a protective barrier. This was the answer. He too possessed a domain, one born of his own comprehension and innate talent. Long ago, during his near-fatal encounter with Qian Daolia's angel domain, his potential had been inadvertently awakened. At that time, the embryonic form of his domain had begun to take shape, and shortly after returning to Salik, he had completed the silver-level second awakening of his martial soul, finalizing his domain just days ago. With a roar, the moment they both reached for Xiaowu, the ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo had arrived, as had Lei Xingyang. At this instant, Meng Ye, with his back to Flinder and the others, felt a surge of confidence that he could eliminate Xiaowu before he himself was gravely injured or killed. He still held the advantage. Meng Ye's domain was suddenly besieged by an overwhelming aura, further diminishing its strength. In this moment, Meng Ye sensed Tang Hao's despair. Who could it be? There was no time to ponder this. With a ruthless grip, he yanked Xiaowu closer. No matter how powerful Tang Hao was, he could not afford to exert any more force in the struggle. Otherwise, Meng Ye would mercilessly snap her neck. The sun and moon shone brilliantly, and the golden light behind him reached its zenith, heralding the terrifying presence of the golden sacred dragon. Meng Ye had no time to ponder or look back. A surge of mental energy surged into the approaching realms of the ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo. He was taking a gamble, and there was no other choice. If he were to be caught in the ensuing collision, he would be obliterated by the furious Tang Hao and the golden iron triangle. Even if he managed to shield Xiaowu, in the next moment, a force that rendered time and space immobile manifested, as if everything had been prohibited, including Tang Hao. The duality stasis realm. Though Meng Ye found himself within the domain, he understood that his gamble had paid off. A massive circular ring enveloped the void, freezing everything within its reach, including the vividly lifelike golden dragon, as well as Tang Hao and Meng Ye himself. Chapter 96. The conclusion. The existence of the soul fusion technique between Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo was likely known only to them, with perhaps Bibi Dong being the sole exception. However, at this moment, Meng Ye had also grasped their soul fusion technique, leaving Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo in a state of shock. Yet, inexplicably, the instant they heard it, the two exchanged a palm strike, instinctively unleashing their final trump card. Without a moment to ponder, in the stilled space, the soul power of the two tidal Douluo rapidly dwindled. The immense disk of gold and silver appeared as a fusion of the 18 soul rings of the two tidal Douluo, tinting everything within with a faint hue of gold and silver. The two elders had not been commanded to use this technique. Bibi Dong's countenance darkened as she appeared at the forefront of the domain. This move was a long-concealed trump card, originally intended for Qian Douluo. It thrived on surprise. But if foreseen, it could be evaded or countered, thus it was best kept hidden. Your Majesty the Pope, the voice of Ghost Douluo resonated, evidently strained. As he cursed inwardly, this Tang Hao possesses 100,000-year soul ring, and controlling him is far from easy. While we may not be defeated, our soul power is swiftly depleting. As the Pope, she should value her reputation, yet despite the urgency, she did not immediately subdue Tang Hao, instead opting to hold them accountable. Such behavior left even Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, who had followed her for decades, feeling a chill in their hearts. Humph. Bibi Dong uttered coldly. Rice Meng Ye was merely a sharp weapon, capable of creating a slight breach in the overwhelming suppression. Clang. A piercing aura locked onto him. Yet Meng Ye did not turn around. He was aware that it was the sword Douluo. Roar. The diamond tiger unleashed its 8th soul skill, Tiger's ultimate roar. The terrifying sound wave ignited the scene, signaling the imminent clash of titans. Lei Xingyang did not heed Meng Ye's advice to flee at the very first moment. Humph. The fierce and domineering presence of Lei Xingyang emerged from the corner of the battle arena, right beside the Shrek team, who had just regained their freedom from control. The previous soul skill had shattered the weakest link in the Golden Iron Triangle's recently completed soul technique. Standing beside a little girl, Lei Xingyang mockingly gazed up at the sky and said, "Master Ning, does your daughter not matter to you anymore? Thank you, Lord Lei, for protecting my daughter." "I am eternally grateful," Ning Fingji replied with a forced smile, casting a glance at the sword Douluo. The aura that had locked on to Meng Ye dissipated as he fled, and he seized Tang Hao's severed arm, stowing it away in his storage soul guide. Bang! "Tang Hao, today marks your demise. Humph! The vengeance for my wife shall not go unavenged." The collision of the two death gods' domains made the very void feel viscous. Although Bibi Dong had missed the optimal moment to strike, her peak state and the suppression of soul power rendered her far superior to Tang Hao. Their battle caused the earth to tremble, and ultimately, the earth-shattering Sumi hammer re-emerged. This time, Tang Hao detonated his 100,000-year soul rings. Poof! A pitch-black rift was blasted into the void, blood raining down upon the ground, and Bibi Dong was severely injured, her martial soul shattered. Tang Hao, equally grievously wounded and on the brink of death, nonetheless managed to carry Tang San and Xiao Wu away, their fates unknown. Chapter 97. Layout of the World. The elite competition of advanced soul master academies across the continent transformed from a contest of exceptional talents into a confrontation among the most formidable powerhouses, catching the entire continent off guard. The Haotian hammer was reborn, and the Pope sustained grave injuries. Such news, whether orchestrated by the two great empires or for other reasons, rapidly spread throughout the continent. A week after that upheaval, all had returned to their original paths, except for Bibi Dong, whose wounds still throbbed with pain. Boom! A chilling and terrifying aura permeated the Pope's hall, as Bibi Dong cast a cold gaze upon the two kneeling titled Douluos before her. Found nothing? Yes, that day. Tang Hao was grievously wounded, yet he still managed to suppress his injuries to escape at the cost of burning his cultivation. I too was wounded that day. Tang Hao was already at his wit's end. Does Elder Ghost wish to imply that Tang Hao sprouted wings and flew away? Her complexion showed no signs of improvement. Bibi Dong's exquisite face, at this moment, radiated no warmth, only an endless chill. My subordinates are incompetent. Under this oppressive aura, Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo trembled slightly. They understood that Bibi Dong's fury stemmed not only from their failure to detain Tang Hao but also from their reckless use of the polar stillness domain that day. Humph! Infuriated to the utmost yet with no outlet for her rage, Bibi Dong unleashed her domain of slaughter, which inherently incited murderous intent. The more she used it, the more counterproductive it became. The two titled Douluos felt a faint breath of death. Within Lei Xingyang's residence, Meng Ye was examining Lei Xingyang's injuries. Alas, one cannot defy age. Even a slight movement leads to injury, he sighed, shaking his head in resignation. To gain even a slight advantage over Tang Hao, enduring his full-force punch only resulted in a few broken ribs. Not many young ones possess your resilience. Meng Ye retracted his spiritual energy and walked from behind Lei Xingyang to stand before him, presenting a leaf of dragon grass. Without hesitation, Lei Xingyang consumed it. Then stretched his neck, his complexion remarkably healthy, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. After that incident, he had promptly reattached his own rib. His understanding of pharmacology and human anatomy far surpassed that of Meng Ye, though his research in the realm of the mind was not as profound. Brother Meng Ye, is old Lei all right? The two little girls, Gu Ling and Gu Shi, inquired with their sparkling eyes. Over the past few days, they had watched intently as Meng Ye tended to Lei Xingyang's injuries, asking the same question each time. All is well now. Let us go. It is time for dinner. Lei Xingyang announced as he stood up, lifting the two little girls into his arms with a cheerful smile. Throughout these days, the two had scarcely left his side, their anxious expressions evoking a sense of tenderness. Cradled in his embrace, they dared not move, for Gu Ling would likely have tugged at Lei Xingyang's beard under normal circumstances. Meng Ye glanced at Wu Yu, who stood nearby, and subtly nodded, aware that he too wished to inquire, though his character led him to express himself in a more reserved manner. You should stick to lighter meals for now. At my age, why subject oneself to such hardships? Nevertheless, I am most familiar with my own constitution. Meng Ye's reminder fell on Lei Xingyang's deaf ears, much like he had said. His physique was not akin to that of an ordinary elderly man. However, at this age, his recuperative abilities had indeed diminished somewhat. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to exert himself merely to extend his life by a day or two. At the dining table, Meng Ye refrained from further reminders, believing that occasionally a good mood outweighs even a modicum of physical health. After the meal, Lei Zhengyang prepared to take the three little ones out for a stroll, as they planned to return to Salical in a few days, with Meng Ye accompanying them. You were right. The internal issues within the papal palace are considerable. I think it would be wise for you to return to Salical. Lingering here may bring you harm, Lei Zhengyang suddenly remarked as they walked through the streets, which were notably less crowded than before. Rest assured, I have made preparations. The Pope will not dare to act against me, Meng Ye assured, nodding to the outside world. The recent turmoil appeared to revolve around two focal points, the emergence of the Haotian hammer and the Pope's injury. Yet, only those directly involved could truly grasp that the problems ran far deeper than these surface concerns. The authority of the Spirit Hall had indeed been shaken. But that was not the crux of the matter. The Pope's indecisiveness, the Douluo Hall's inaction, the stance of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, and the true intentions of the Haotian sect all intertwined, causing both empires to sense an unusual atmosphere. Staying in Spirit City might afford Meng Ye some safety and allow him to cultivate peacefully, yet if one day he truly posed a threat to Bibi Dong, who could say what enigmatic actions she might undertake? This woman was a lunatic. I also had a look at Shrek Academy. Indeed, they're a rare group of geniuses who may become formidable adversaries for you in the future. Lei Zhengyang recalled the Shrek 7 monsters from that day. They are not worth my consideration, Meng Ye replied dismissively, shaking his head. Do not underestimate them. They are of a similar age to you, Lei Zhengyang cautioned. Had it not been for that, they would not even qualify for my attention. Through this battle, Meng Ye learned a profound lesson. Excessive restraint and low profile merely invite scorn and contempt. Beyond that, they serve no purpose. If he were truly ineffectual, it would be one thing, but his name had already resounded across the continent. Otherwise, Tang Hao would not have covertly sought to eliminate him. Tang Hao represented the archetype of bravery without strategy. Aside from the lingering shadow of Tangshan, he had even forgotten his own soul skills. All these years, he had languished in a state of inertia, neglecting both his injuries and the revival of his wife, ultimately resorting to unscrupulous vengeance. With such a feeble will, Tang Hao had long become a shadow of his former self, posing little threat. Moreover, they likely would not have the time to trouble me for a considerable while. Whether they could even gather themselves is another question, Meng Ye stated calmly, imbued with strategic confidence. What have you done? Lei Zhengyang inquired, curiosity piqued, though he refrained from pressing further, suspecting Meng Ye's actions. I merely assigned them a bit of work, Meng Ye replied nonchalantly as they strolled through the streets. With the conclusion of the Soul Master tournament, the Spirit Hall Academy was approaching its vacation period, and he intended to escort Lei Zhengyang and the others back, while also granting himself a brief respite. As for Wang Shuo and Xue Ke, they had already been taken back to the Heaven Do Empire by Xueqing He 2 days prior, and it seemed that Emperor Shui Yi would suffer a further reduction in lifespan for having taken such a son-in-law. A month later, the Xinglua Empire found itself engulfed in chaos due to another matter. Your Majesty, Prince Daiyan has awakened. He asserts that the one who attacked him must undoubtedly be the poisoned Douluo, and this matter appears to involve the Crown Prince of the Heaven Do Empire. Davis reported to his father. Daimubai and the others had yet to return to the Heaven Do Empire. They had sustained injuries during their last confrontation with Meng Ye and had been invited to recuperate at the Seven Treasures glazed tile school by Ning Rongrong. What is their condition? The Emperor's eyes, fierce and commanding, radiated an aura of imperial authority, silencing the court filled with ministers and advisors. The imperial power of the Xinglua Empire had reached its zenith. In contrast to the Heaven War cannot be determined by mere words. Even in the case of a localized conflict, the mobilization of troops and resources poses a significant challenge. The Douluo Empire's intention to wage war is primarily manifested in the gathering of soldiers along the border between the two nations, with both princes venturing to the battlefield. A clear indication that this is not merely a minor skirmish. As the supreme commander of the military, Daizhan's departure has led to nearly half of the Douluo's legions pressing forward, compelling the Tian-Do Empire to amass its forces in confrontation. It seems that the two great empires are on the brink of armed conflict, a development that the Spirit Hall welcomes with open arms. Meanwhile, Meng Ye, having returned to Salical, is enjoying a rare period of leisure, free from any concerns. Dressed casually, he exits the Spirit Hall, beginning his search for familiar faces. After spending several years in Salical, he knows the area well enough to seek out individuals without much difficulty. Uncle Li, have you seen Wu Yu and the others? He inquires. I'm not sure. It's a bit busy today. Why don't you ask over there? Uncle Li, the owner of a restaurant, replies with a smile as he calculates on his abacus. Meng Ye continues on his way, as he is well acquainted with the locals, primarily due to past dining experiences. Often funded by Wang Shua, as he inquires at several establishments, he gradually makes his way toward the outskirts of the city. Meanwhile, in the countryside, Guling is leading Guxi and Wuyu towards a hidden cave. "Hurry up, or else Brother Meng Ye will find us," Guling exclaims with enthusiasm, leaving Guxi struggling to keep pace, nearly stumbling several times, while Wuyu trails reluctantly behind. Disliking such childish antics, Wuyu finds Guling's provocations hard to resist. Suddenly, a pack of wolves, drawn by the commotion, emerges. Meng Ye felt somewhat helpless. He was unfamiliar with this place. It seemed they were not visiting for the first time. What was the purpose of coming to such a location? Chapter 99. The usage of the Elder's Order returning to the Spirit Hall with the three little ones. Meng Ye assisted Wuyu in tending to her wounds before taking them out for a meal. Do not wander off. You must elevate your cultivation to level 20 as soon as possible. Otherwise, encountering a malevolent soul master could prove quite perilous. Do you understand? Yes, understood, responded Guxi and Wuyu obediently, while Guling pouted, displaying her displeasure. This child, is she going through a rebellious phase? It was she who had been causing mischief with the other two lately, and such antics could not continue. While it is natural for children to enjoy play, one cannot indulge endlessly. Nevertheless, he felt reassured about the other two. Both Wuyu and Guxi possessed powerful attack-type spirits, and upon reaching level 20, they would be equipped with significant strength. As for Guling, her spirit was rather unique. She lacked her own soul skills and had to imitate those of others. While this did not appear problematic, the effectiveness of her imitated soul skills was often inferior, and her staff seemingly did not possess attributes, rendering her imitations less potent than the originals. This might explain her rebelliousness, as she felt somewhat different from her companions. After finishing their meal, Meng Ye urged them to begin meditating, though he did not press them too hard. He then joined in the meditation himself. Since returning to Seracle, he had been quite at ease. Aside from occasionally caring for the three little ones, everything was relatively relaxed. The avoidance of external disturbances made cultivation feel effortless. After approximately half an hour of meditation, Guling could no longer endure the silence and stifled a yawn, with a mischievous glint in her eyes. She climbed out of bed and approached Guxi. "Guxi, let us go play. I'm so bored." Opening her eyes, Guxi looked at her sister with a hint of reluctance. "But Meng Ye brother told us to cultivate. If we sneak out, it'll be fine." "Let us go," Guling insisted, and despite Guxi's hesitance, she was eventually dragged along, sneaking out. Wuyu, in the adjacent room, stirred from her meditation upon hearing the commotion and followed suit. Hey, Lei Xingyang, the master of the Spirit Hall, was naturally busy at this time and, upon noticing the three who had sneaked out, shook his head in resignation. Run. Bang. In a remote street, Guling and her companions fled, pursued by three soul masters who wore sinister expressions. In these hidden, shadowy corners, what might be a treasure trove driven by curiosity for children was akin to a sewer for those a few days later. The Principality of Seracle issued a decree to conscript soldiers nationwide due to the looming threat of the Xingluo Empire. The entire populace had heard of the Xingluo Empire's predatory gaze, yet, in truth, the Principality of Seracle lay on the periphery, its national strength not particularly formidable, thus falling outside the sphere of contention between the two great empires. Ironically, the targets of this conscription were particularly stringent, seemingly aimed at enlisting a significant number of soul masters with criminal records or individuals involved in wrongdoing, regardless of their identities, to bolster the military forces. Such an undertaking would be arduous even with the full might of the nation, but with the cooperation of the Spirit Hall from various cities, the task became considerably more manageable. Elders, the conscription has been completed. We shall take our leave, one of them stated. Indeed, Meng Ye replied, nodding as he saw off more than a dozen leaders from the Spirit Hall's branches and sub-branches, including 2 leaders from the main hall within Seracle. He possessed an elder's token, personally bestowed by Bibi Dong, allowing him to command these hall leaders. Lei Xingyang regarded Meng Ye's actions with puzzlement, if intimidation was the intent. Then they had uprooted the lawless elements entirely. What more was there to intimidate? Such grand displays, if merely fueled by anger, appeared somewhat capricious. Chapter 100. Strength. Meng Ye's actions, while seemingly capricious to Lei Xingyang, bewildered the surrounding provinces and the Spirit Hall alike. However, no one paid much attention. All eyes were fixated on the next moves of the Douluo Empire. To encapsulate the sentiments of the onlookers in simpler terms, one might say they were pondering when the conflict would erupt or why it had not yet commenced. This might appear to be a casual observation, yet it rings true. For as long as the conflict remains distant from their own lives, indifference prevails, with little concern for the potentially dire consequences of an actual war. You've surely incurred the wrath of those nobles, Lei Zhengyang remarked, hesitating, his anger palpable, yet he was taken aback by Meng Ye's resolute actions. He was ready to throw those nobles into the front line, offering them no chance for reason or explanation. Hate me? Do they dare? Meng Ye replied with an air of nonchalance, gently stroking the head of the frightened little girl, Gu Ling, who had been unusually clingy of late. Lei Zhengyang shook his head in response. At present, they do not dare. Those nobles, with their questionable pasts, would fall victim to any excuse Meng Ye might conjure. What of the Soul Masters? The Spirit Hall oversaw Soul Masters and would not spare them either. This was a power bestowed by the Pope, and Meng Ye understood well how to wield it to its utmost advantage. I have already ordered the various branches to confiscate the resources held by those nobles. They not only fear me now, but will likely tremble at the mere mention of my name in the future. With a calm demeanor, he articulated the most ruthless of intentions, embodying the essence of that phrase perfectly. What need do you have for such resources? Lei Zhengyang inquired. He was not in want of wealth and knew Meng Ye did not place much value on riches. Those resources were not merely monetary, they encompassed food and land. As he adjusted his position to Lei Guling, who had dozed off on his lap, onto a nearby bench, he draped Lei Zhengyang's coat over her. He continued. Regardless of whether the two great empires engage in battle, the tensions are palpable. Elsewhere, the signs may not be evident, but those near the borders are certainly not blind. Are you suggesting they will relocate to the rear? Lei Zhengyang pondered, revealing a thoughtful expression. More or less, Meng Ye replied, returning to his previous seat, sipping his tea. I have instructed the main and branch halls to disseminate information under the banner of the Spirit Hall, offering refuge to refugees in Douluo, limited to 100,000. Though the actual number may far exceed this. What is your purpose in gathering so many refugees? Lei Zhengyang questioned. They are refugees now. But they may not remain so for long. Those nobles are overindulged. With nothing to occupy their time, the resources in their possession will serve my interests quite well. In this world, aside from land, population remains the most significant resource. Soul Masters are but a minority. Douluo's national strength is not formidable, yet with this influx of population, a modest initial investment will lead to self-sufficiency in the future. As the population rises, so too will the economy and national strength. Do you intend to partake in the war? Lei Zhengyang hesitated, glancing at Meng Ye. The outcome of the conflict between the two great empires was uncertain. But if it were to commence, it would not be a brief affair. Meng Ye's preparations now indicated a far-sighted strategic vision. Certainly not, relying solely on Douluo. Even if I were to muster 1,000,000 troops, what would it matter? If it cannot be sustained, I have my own purposes. At this moment, not only were the two empires involved, but the Spirit Hall was also engaged in its own subtle manipulations. His actions would not attract immediate scrutiny.